I am Lin Mo, and the path of martial arts is mine to conquer. In a world where martial arts reign supreme, where monsters roam freely and the human race teeters on the edge of extinction, I found my calling. It wasn't in the safety of a fortified city or the comfort of a noble's estate. No, it was in a dream, a vision of endless battles, of strength beyond measure, of a path that led to the pinnacle of power. When I woke, I knew what I had to do. On the road of martial arts, we must seize every moment, I declared, my voice echoing with the resolve of 1,000 warriors. I began my journey with nothing but my fists and an unyielding will. But I was different. I had a gift, a secret that set me apart from the rest, unlimited energy and blood. While others faltered, their strength waning with every strike, I fought on, relentless and unstoppable. My energy was boundless, my vitality unending. Monsters fell before me, their roars silenced by my fists. Rival martial artists, once arrogant and dismissive, now looked at me with awe and fear. They asked, "How can you keep going? How are you so strong?" I simply smiled. I have unlimited energy and blood. What can you compare with me? The road to becoming the strongest martial artist is paved with challenges, but I embrace them all. Every battle, every wound, every drop of sweat and blood, it's all fuel for my ascent. I don't just fight to survive, I fight to dominate. The human race may be in danger, but I am their hope. I am the storm that will sweep away the monsters, the shield that will protect the weak, and the sword that will carve a future for us all. I am Lin Mo, the unyielding, the boundless. The path of martial arts is mine, and I will walk it until I stand at the very top. The dazzling summer sunlight streamed through the windows, casting sharp beams onto the desks. The incessant chirping of cicadas filled the air, adding to the restless atmosphere. In the classroom, a group of students stifled their laughter, their eyes fixed on the young boy slumped over his desk in the corner, fast asleep. Lin Mo. The middle-aged man standing beside the desk slammed his book down, his stern voice booming like thunder. Lin Mo jolted upright, blinking in confusion as he looked around. Lin Mo, stand up. The man glared at him, his tone laced with frustration. You stayed up all night again, didn't you? There are only 3 months left until the college entrance exams. At this rate, forget about getting into college, you won't even qualify for a factory job tightening screws. Last year, your chi and blood level was 1.2. What's it at now? Your parents have sacrificed so much to give you an education. Is this how you repay them? Lin Mo stood with his head bowed, a mix of guilt and helplessness on his face. A year ago, Lin Mo, who had been staying up late gaming in his previous life, accidentally spilled a drink on his computer. A burst of sparks later, he found himself in this parallel world, replacing the Lin Mo who had lived here. Do you even remember when martial arts first emerged? The teacher's voice cut through Lin Mo's thoughts. 100 years ago, cracks appeared across the globe, unleashing countless monsters. The population of Blue Star dropped by 2/3. Countries united to fight back at great cost, establishing barriers to protect human settlements. In the century since, martial arts have flourished. Lin Mo rubbed his temples, repeating the information in his mind. This world was nothing like the one he'd come from. The emergence of monsters had forced humanity to revive martial arts, making it a cornerstone of survival. The teacher waved his hand, signaling Lin Mo to sit down, then turned back to the blackboard to continue explaining the methods of tempering the body with chi and blood. That evening, Lin Mo pushed open the door to his home, exhausted. The first thing he saw was his father, Lin Daon, sitting on the sofa with a stern expression. Dad, Lin Mo's heart sank. Come here. Lin Daon's voice was low. Your teacher called. He said you've been sleeping in class again. Your chi and blood levels have been dropping all year. If this continues, you won't even meet the minimum requirements for a job, let alone college. What's going on with you? Are you staying up late gaming again? Lin Mo lowered his head, unsure how to respond. Since arriving in this world a year ago, he'd been plagued by fatigue. His chi and blood level had dropped from 1.2 to 0.8. Normally, consistent training would increase it by 0.2 in a year, but Lin Mo's had fallen by 0.4.
Last year's college admission standard was a chi and blood level of 1.5, and the minimum for most jobs was 0.9. With only 3 months left, Lin Mo might not even qualify for basic employment after graduation. Enough, stop scolding him.
He's already stressed about his chi and blood levels, Lin Mo's mother, Wang Ping, interjected as she carried dishes from the kitchen. Old Lin, go wash up. Lin Mo, call your sister for dinner. Wang Ping deftly diffused the tension between father and son. I heard Lu Qi from your class has a chi and blood level of 5.2 and got into Jinling martial arts school early.
Is that true?
Lin Mo's sister, Linya, asked as she set the table. It's 5.4 now, Lin Mo replied without looking up.
His latest test showed another improvement. Look at other people's kids, Wang Ping sighed. I heard Lu Qi's father is the director of the public security department.
Their family must have access to a lot of resources. Lin Daong paused mid-bite, then stood up abruptly and left the house without a word.
Xiao Mo, your dad's just worried about you.
Don't take it to heart, Wang Ping said, placing a piece of chicken on Lin Mo's plate.
Eat more.
Meat helps replenish chi and blood. Lin Mo nodded, eating in silence before excusing himself.
I'm going to my room to train.
Once in his room, Lin Mo collapsed onto his bed, staring blankly at the ceiling.
What's wrong with me?
I've been training harder than ever this past year, but my chi and blood keeps dropping.
Where is it all going?
His thoughts swirled as exhaustion overtook him, and he drifted off to sleep.
Bang bang bang. A knock on the door jolted Lin Mo awake.
He opened it to find his father standing there.
Dad, take this.
Lin Daong handed him a small glass box.
Get your strength back.
Without another word, Lin Daong turned and walked away.
Lin Mo closed the door and examined the box. After a moment's hesitation, he opened it.
Inside was a red pill, radiating a faint warmth.
A first-level chi and blood pill. Lin Mo was stunned.
He hadn't expected his father to give him something so valuable. Chi and blood pills were rare and expensive supplements, each containing a chi and blood value of 1.
The price? 200,000 yuan. For a family like theirs, this was a significant sacrifice.
Lin Mo's hands trembled as he held the pill. Teacher Zhang said most people can absorb about 0.5 chi and blood from a pill. Some can manage 0.6, and only a few geniuses can absorb more than 0.7.
He clenched his teeth. If I want to reach last year's college standard, I need to absorb at least 0.7. Otherwise, this 200,000 yuan is wasted.
The weight of his family's sacrifice pressed heavily on him.
What if I can't absorb enough? Should I sell the pill instead?
But the memory of his father's calloused hands and weary eyes steeled his resolve.
I'll take it.
If I can't absorb enough, I'll work my whole life to repay them. Lin Mo swallowed the pill.
Boom!
Seconds later, a surge of heat exploded in his abdomen, flooding his body with energy.
Lin Mo quickly began exercising, following the techniques he'd learned.
But just as the energy peaked, it receded like a tide, vanishing entirely.
Lin Mo froze. What just happened?
His vision darkened, and he collapsed to the floor.
Game loading. Loading successfully. The game is loading? What the hell?
Lin Mo opened his eyes to find a green monster standing in front of him, wielding a wooden stick and swinging it at his head.
Fuck! A goblin?
Lin Mo stared at the creature in shock. He scrambled to his feet, narrowly dodging the stick as it whistled past his ear. The goblin snarled, drool dripping from its jagged teeth, and raised its stick for another strike. Lin Mo frowned, but before he could react, he heard footsteps behind him. He turned just in time to see another goblin charging at him, its stick aimed squarely at his head. The blow landed with a sickening thud, sending a jolt of pain through Lin Mo's skull.
Ah!
Lin Mo screamed, clutching his head as he stumbled back. Even though this was a dream, the pain felt all too real. The two goblins cackled, their grotesque faces twisting into mocking grins as they raised their sticks in triumph.
Is this a dungeon? I'm actually in a game dungeon in my dream? And it feels so real.
Lin Mo muttered, finally piecing together what was happening. As the goblins lunged at him again, Lin Mo's frustration boiled over.
Damn it! In my last life, I died electrocuted while clearing a dungeon.
Now, after traveling to this world, my strength plummeted, and I've been ridiculed non-stop. I finally got a chi and blood pill, but I fell asleep before I could absorb it. And now, even in my dream, I'm being bullied by these monsters. The pent-up anger and humiliation surged through him.
Die, you bastards!
Lin Mo grabbed a rock from the ground and hurled it at one of the goblins. The rock struck its head with a satisfying crunch, and green ichor splattered everywhere as the creature collapsed.
With one goblin down, Lin Mo snatched its fallen stick and charged at the remaining one. Up!
Mimicking the skills he'd used in his past life, Lin Mo swung the stick upward, striking the goblin under its chin. The creature screeched in pain, but before it could retaliate, Lin Mo brought the stick down hard on its skull.
Bang!
The goblin's head split open, and it crumpled to the ground. As the two goblins fell, their bodies dissolved into faint green light, which flowed into Lin Mo's body.
A warm current filled his dantian, replenishing his strength instantly.
Lin Mo grinned, gripping the stick tightly as he surveyed the room. His eyes landed on a glowing stone door in the distance. According to the game's logic, the next room is through that door, Lin Mo muttered. Today, I'm going to wreak havoc in my dream.
Without hesitation, Lin Mo pushed through the stone door into the next room.
Two more goblins awaited him, their wooden sticks raised menacingly.
Lin Mo didn't waste time. He dispatched them with swift, precise strikes, absorbing their green light as they fell. Great! Lin Mo laughed, charging into the next room.
There's an intruder. This time, a larger, brown-green goblin stood in the center of the room, flanked by two smaller ones. It wielded a bone knife, its eyes gleaming with malice.
An elite monster.
Lin Mo's grin widened.
He wasn't afraid.
The elite goblin lunged at him, its bone knife slicing through the air. Lin Mo blocked with his stick, but the force of the blow shattered it. The knife came down again, and Lin Mo barely dodged, his heart racing. Too close. He circled the goblin, using his agility to stay out of reach. With a quick jab, he stabbed one of the smaller goblins with the broken stick, then finished off the other. As their green light flowed into him, Lin Mo felt his strength grow. Now, it was just him and the elite goblin. The creature roared, swinging its bone knife wildly. Lin Mo dodged and weaved, waiting for an opening. Finally, he saw his chance. Now! Lin Mo leapt forward, smashing the goblin's head with the stick. Again and again, he struck, each blow landing with a satisfying crunch. The goblin staggered, its movements slowing. Die! With a final, powerful strike, Lin Mo brought the elite goblin down. As its body dissolved into green light, Lin Mo felt a surge of energy. Awesome! So awesome! Lin Mo's joy was short-lived, however, as he noticed something on the ground where the elite goblin had fallen. A shimmering object lay there, glowing faintly. What's this? Lin Mo picked it up, and information flooded his mind. Chi Blood Grass X3, this dream is too real. Defeating elite monsters even gives rewards. Lin Mo chuckled. Chi Blood Grass was a rare material used to refine Chi Blood pills. In the real world, these 3 stalks would sell for at least 210,000 yuan. What a shame it's just a dream, Lin Mo sighed, turning his attention to the glowing red stone door ahead. Without the bone knife, he'd have to rely on his stick for the next fight. Lin Mo took a deep breath and charged at the door. Bang! Instead of passing through, Lin Mo collided with an invisible barrier, sending him sprawling backward. It hurts. Lin Mo groaned, rubbing his forehead as he stared at the door in confusion. What's going on? Why can't I enter? As he pondered, a notification appeared before him, dungeon cleared. Rewards distributed. Returning to reality in 10 seconds. Lin Mo's eyes widened. Wait, this wasn't just a dream? Before he could process the revelation, the world around him began to fade. Lin Mo woke up in his room, the chi and blood pills still in his hand.
But something was different.
His body felt stronger, more alive.
And in his mind, he could still feel the faint warmth of the green light he'd absorbed.
Lin Mo's lips curled into a grin.
This is real.
Lin Mo exclaimed and opened his eyes suddenly.
The dungeon disappeared.
Lin Mo woke up from his dream and found himself lying on the ground.
How long have I been asleep?
Lin Mo glanced at the time and his heart suddenly sank.
It was already noon the next day.
The effect of the chi and blood pill expired, and he didn't even have time to temper it and absorb it. He was asleep during the entire process.
$200,000 wasted.
Thinking of his father's earnest eyes and calloused hands before, Lin Mo felt unspeakably guilty. Lin Mo's expression was extremely ugly and he didn't know how to face his parents.
Bang bang bang. How long will you continue to sleep?
At this time, Linya's voice sounded outside the door. When I opened the door, I saw Linya's cold and disgusted face. Dad gave you the chi and blood pill for you to practice, not for you to sleep after eating it. I really don't understand why Dad wasted so much money on you. After saying this, Linya turned around coldly and sat at the dining table.
Lin Mo didn't say anything.
He knew that Linya had been complaining in his heart that the family had wasted too many resources on him. You know, Linya just turned 16 this year, and her chi and blood had reached 0.9. If the chi and blood pill from last night was given to her, maybe her chi and blood value would have reached more than 1.6 now.
But now it was wasted by Lin Mo. Where's Dad?
Lin Mo looked at his mother Wang Ping. Your dad has found another job for lunch. He can earn 100 yuan by working for 2 hours. Wang Ping smiled. You can earn 3,000 yuan more every month, which can sell a lot of meat. You two are at the age of increasing blood and chi, so you need to replenish more. Xiaoya, your dad gave your brother a blood and chi pill yesterday.
Don't think we are biased.
When you are in the 3rd year of high school, we will also give you a blood and chi pill. Even if I don't use the blood and chi pill, I can still be admitted to the key university in the province.
Linya muttered, and her eyes swept over Lin Mo.
And Lin Mo lowered his head, eating rice woodenly, and felt a sour feeling in his heart. In order to support the 2 brothers and sisters, Lin Daong worked 2 jobs alone, and his body was exhausted. Now he found another job just to earn 3,000 yuan more. But he wasted 200,000 yuan last night. 200,000 yuan, how much heavy work his father had to do. Hard work. Xiao Mo, why do you eat so much today? You don't usually eat so much. Wang Ping's voice was full of surprise. Could it be that the chi and blood pill is working? Eat quickly and test your chi and blood after eating. Lin Mo came to his senses and found that the big bowl of rice in front of him had been eaten up, and Wang Ping had taken the bowl from him and was preparing to serve the 4th bowl. He didn't eat in the morning. Isn't it normal for him to eat more at noon? Linya said without raising her head. Based on his talent, if the chi and blood pill can absorb 0.4, it would be like the sun rising from the west.
Lin Mo didn't say anything.
He didn't dare to tell his mother that after swallowing the chi and blood pill last night, he slept all night and had no time to absorb it. Don't say 0.4, even 0.1 may not be possible. Xiao Mo, don't listen to your sister's nonsense, just absorb as much as you can. Wang Ping smiled gently. Before you go to the practical class in the afternoon, test your chi and blood by the way. Lin Mo nodded, finished the 4th bowl of rice, and got up and walked outside.
Will you go out again without rest?
Wang Ping's voice sounded behind him.
I can't be late for the practical class in the afternoon. I'll go and prepare early and measure my blood on the way back.
Lin Mo explained and left home. What's the use of preparation? I'll still be killed by a genius like Lu Qi? Linya muttered. After leaving the community, Lin Mo did not go directly to school, but turned a corner and came to the Jinling martial arts field. The martial arts field is an official venue set up by the Martial Alliance in various towns, providing services such as blood measurement, martial arts competitions, and drug transactions.
Hello, classmate, welcome to the Jinling martial arts field.
A batch of low-level blood pills have arrived today.
Do you need any?
As soon as I entered the door, the front desk lady greeted me with a smile on her face. Low-level blood pills are the kind that Lin Mo took last night, which can provide 1 point of blood. Above the low-level blood pills, there are intermediate blood pills, which can provide 10 points of blood, and high-level blood pills can provide 100 points of blood. As for the top-grade Qian blood pill, it is said that it can provide 1000 points of Qian blood, but there are very few people in China who can refine the top-grade Qian blood pill. The price of a top-grade Qian blood pill is an astronomical figure. No thanks, I'll measure the Qian blood value. Lin Mo shook his head and stated his purpose. Please wait. The smile on the face of the front desk lady was restrained, and she said lightly, then turned around and took out a number plate from the number machine. Go to the queue over there. She pointed to the testing room not far away. If you need help, press the green button in the room. After Lin Mo thanked, he took the number plate and stood guard at the door of the testing room. After a while, the door opened, and a young man came out with a dusty face. It seemed that the test results were not good. Lin Mo licked his lips and became more nervous. Taking a deep breath, Lin Mo pushed the door open and walked in. The Qian blood tester is a machine similar to a computer. When measuring, just press your palm on the transparent sphere on the top of the computer. Lin Mo put his right hand on the ball, and felt a sharp pain. Then a number popped up on the computer screen. 1.7. Looking at the screen on the computer, Lin Mo felt his brain explode with a bang. 1.7. It's 1.7. Lin Mo felt his heart was about to jump out of his chest. After all, this number was too surprising. Is there something wrong with the instrument? Lin Mo put his hand on the instrument again. 1.7. It was still the same value. It increased the Qian blood value by 0.9. According to experience, if a low-level Qian blood pill can absorb more than 0.7, it is considered a genius. And I absorbed 0.9. Ha ha ha. Lin Mo couldn't help laughing, his heart was extremely excited. Proud. This result made Lin Mo's pressure disappear all at once. 1.7 Qian blood are enough for him to go to a key university in Jiling City. Don't be excited, don't be excited. After a long time, Lin Mo suppressed his excitement and forced himself to calm down. I clearly slept for a whole night, why can I still absorb so much Qian blood? Is it because of the goblins I killed in the dream? Lin Mo thought that every time he killed a goblin in the dream, green light would flow into his dantian. At that time, he still had a feeling of Qian blood filling. Now it seems that the feeling he had in the dream at that time was real. The green light on the goblin was actually increasing his Qian blood value. If I go back and sleep again now and kill 2 more goblins, won't my Qian blood value soar again? Lin Mo became excited. I remember that I almost hit the Lord's room last night. Pushing open the door of the test room, Lin Mo was excited to go home. I almost forgot that I have classes later. Lin Mo was halfway through his walk when he suddenly thought of the practical class in the afternoon. He could only suppress the urge to go home and try, and walked towards the school. After arriving at the school, Lin Mo looked at the time. There was still more than an hour before the practical class started. He lay directly on the table, wanting to see if he could enter the dungeon again. After tossing for a full hour, Lin Mo opened his eyes dejectedly. I fell asleep, why can't I get in? What's wrong? Lin Mo's mind flashed, and his frown relaxed. It's that Qian blood pill. At that time, he fell asleep directly after taking the Qian blood pill, and then entered the game dungeon. But where can I find the second Qian blood pill? Lin Mo sighed and raised his hand to rub his temple. What is this? He was suddenly stunned, and there was something more in his mind. Closing his eyes, Lin Mo saw the extra glimmer of light in his mind. It floats quietly in a space in my mind, like a jellyfish floating on the sea. This light looks familiar. Lin Mo opened his eyes suddenly, with an excited look on his face. It's the Qi blood grass that I dropped after I killed that elite goblin. Could it be that the Qi blood grass was also brought out of my dream? 3 Qi blood grasses, at the current price. 210,000. A low-level Qian blood pill costs 200,000 yuan. In other words, not only did I increase my Qian blood value by 0.9, but I also earn 10,000 yuan. Lin Mo's eyes sparkled, not because he made money, but because he saw a path to the pinnacle of martial arts.
Why are you giggling all alone? Teacher Zhang is looking for you.
A voice sounded, and his best friend Lu Lei pulled Lin Mo and ran outside. By the time the two of them ran to the practical classroom out of breath, Zhang Lianchang, the teacher teaching the practical class, had already started class.
Report! Lu Lei shouted, "I've found Lin Mo."
Zhang Lianchang glanced at Lin Mo and frowned slightly. "You two, come in."
Lin Mo, when the drill is performed later, you and Li Wei will come up to demonstrate.
Yes.
Lin Mo and Li Wei's voices sounded. Mosey, Teacher Zhang is targeting you on purpose, right?
This practical class has not even begun to teach martial arts.
We are just asking you two to fight. This is a competition of energy and blood. That guy Li Wei already had 1.3 HP half a month ago. He can completely crush you.
I think Teacher Zhang just wants you to suffer a little. Lu Lei sat aside and softly defended Lin Mo. Lin Mo just smiled faintly.
It's not yet certain who will crush whom by then.
In the following time, Zhang Lianchang briefly introduced the techniques of using qi and blood to assist in exerting force. They have learned these techniques more than once, so some students are starting to grow impatient.
Why are you arguing?
If you want to learn martial arts, you must first raise your blood to above 2.5. When you enter the advanced combat class, there will be many martial arts for you to choose from.
Look at Lu Qi, he has started to practice Vajra finger now.
Just you guys, even 10 of us together are no match for him. Zhang Lianchang glared at everyone and yelled loudly.
Can we compare with Lu Qi?
His family is rich and he can take one qi and blood pill every month. Lu Lei complained softly. If I had a rich father, my qi and blood would be worth less now.
It can go up like a swish.
Qi and blood pills can only increase qi and blood, but actual combat experience still depends on accumulation. For people like you, even if you use qi and blood pills to pile up your qi and blood, you are just a waste with high qi and blood.
Monsters will come. Now, you will be the first one to eat.
Zhang Lianchang pointed at Lu Lei and said with hatred. Lu Lei stuck out his tongue and lowered his head without daring to talk back. Zhang Lianchang snorted coldly and looked at Lin Mo. Okay, let's start the actual combat drill.
The two classmates I just mentioned, come up now.
Among the crowd, Li Wei, who was nearly 1.8 meters tall, stood up and walked to the center of the venue. Why do I feel that the energy and blood in Li Wei's body is stronger than before? I didn't realize it even if you didn't mention it. I actually felt some pressure from him. Several students looked at Li Wei standing on the stage and couldn't help but exclaimed.
Zhang Lianchang obviously noticed the difference in Li Wei, so he smiled and said, "What is your blood value now?"
1.5. Li Wei raised his chin slightly, with a bit of pride on his face.
1.5. Wasn't it 1.3 half a month ago?
In just 2 weeks, the blood value has increased by 0.2. Could this guy have secretly taken qi and blood pills?
Are you stupid?
With Lu Wei's talent, it is impossible for him to only increase his qi and blood by 0.2 after taking the qi and blood pill.
It's scary. It takes 2 weeks to increase the blood by 0.2. Even Lu Qi can't do more than that. In the audience, a group of students looked at Li Wei with admiration in their eyes.
Okay. Very good. Zhang Lianchang showed a smile on his face, patted Li Wei on the shoulder and said, in the remaining time, you work hard and try to hit the provincial key points. If your family's conditions permit, then buy a qi and blood pill. Teacher Zhang, don't worry, I will definitely live up to your expectations. Li Wei pretended to be calm and nodded, but the pride on his face could not be concealed. Mosey, please wish yourself well. Lu Lei glanced at Lin Mo with pity and said softly. Lin Mo smiled, walked up step by step, and stood in front of Li Wei. TSK, Lin Mo's blood seems to be 0.8 in the previous test, which is nearly half the difference with Li Wei. He will probably be tortured later. This Lin Mo was considered a genius before, but who would have thought that his health value dropped to 0.8 in 1 year? Before the battle started, the people below started talking quietly, as if they had already seen Lin Mo's bruised nose and face after being beaten. Don't worry, classmate Lin Mo, I will show mercy later.
Li Wei said with a smile. No, just try your best. Lin Mo shook his head. I won't let you go. Leave me alone? Li Wei was stunned for a moment, almost wondering if he heard wrongly.
But looking at Lin Mo's serious eyes, Li Wei couldn't help but sneer in his heart.
In that case, I'm sorry.
Li Wei sneered and rushed towards Lin Mo. Although he didn't learn martial arts, his strength was stronger than that of ordinary people under the blessing of blood and qi. Lin Mo's left foot slightly back, posing a posture to meet the enemy. Looking for abuse.
Instead of running away quickly, you want to fight head-on? Lin Mo, get out of the way. Lu Lei couldn't help shouting.
Zhang Lianchang on the side also silently walked to the medical box on the side. When the battle is over, he will rush up to bleed and bandage Lin Mo as soon as possible. Whoosh! At this time, Li Wei had already rushed to Lin Mo and swung his fist at Lin Mo's face.
Bang!
A muffled sound came, followed by a figure flying backwards and falling heavily to the ground. It was solved with one move.
Lin Mo was too weak. No, it was Li Wei who flew out.
After a few seconds, people realized that the person who flew out was actually Li Wei. At this moment, Lin Mo kept kicking, and his mind was still recalling the power of the kick just now. 1.7 qi in blood actually increased my strength by more than 2 times. Lin Mo was a little surprised. At this time, Zhang Lianshan had already rushed over and started to check Li Wei.
Broken ribs.
Zhang Lianshan looked at Lin Mo in shock. He first arranged for several students to send Li Wei to the infirmary, and then said to Lin Mo, "Come with me to the office."
Tell me, what's going on?
In the office, Zhang Lianshan looked at Lin Mo's latest qi and blood data with a serious expression. Qi and blood is 0.8. But the strength you showed on stage is not what you can show with such a small amount of qi and blood.
My family gave me a qi and blood pill. Lin Mo answered truthfully. Even if you take qi and blood pills, how much can you absorb based on your talent? 0.4? 0.5? Or maybe you are lucky and reach 0.6? Zhang Lianchang frowned.
He didn't think Lin Mo could absorb more than 0.7 qi in blood, because this was an ability only possessed by genius warriors. But judging from Lin Mo's various performances in the past, he cannot be called a genius. 0.9 Lin Mo suddenly said, I absorb 0.9 qi in blood, and my current qi in blood is 1.7.
This is impossible. Zhang Lianshan stood up from the stool with a shocked face.
He stared at Lin Mo and slowly sat back down. Thinking of what had just happened, he knew that Lin Mo was not lying. But being able to absorb 0.9 qi in blood, this can no longer be described as genius. Even a genius like Lu Qi only absorbed less than 0.8 qi in blood at most.
Ha ha ha. 0.9. Genius. Absolute genius.
Zhang Lianchang suddenly laughed. As long as you have enough qi and blood pills, I am confident that you will be able to train you into an outstanding student that surpasses Lu Qi. No, I want to train you to be an even better student than Hu Cheng. Hu Qing is the best student in the current class of Jinling No. 3 Middle School where Lin Mo is located. He has now reached 9.5 qi in blood, and is only 0.5 qi in blood away from becoming a first-grade warrior. The most important thing is that it is said that Hu Qing has never used qi and blood pills from beginning to end. In other words, as long as Hu Qing takes the qi and blood pill, he can take that step and become a warrior at any time. I will apply to the school for a qi and blood pill for you. In addition, your practice must not fall behind during this period. Don't let yourself become a high qi and blood trash. Zhang Lianshan said seriously, there are still more days before the college entrance examination. In half a year, you are at this age when your energy and blood are soaring, so you have to work hard.
Thank you, teacher. A smile appeared on Lin Mo's face. Who wouldn't want a free qi and blood pill? After leaving the office, Lin Mo went straight to his house. When he was in school, he discovered an extra space in his head and a ball of light suspended in the space. He suspected that what was wrapped in that ball of light was the qi blood grass that he dropped after killing the elite monster. Back in the room, Lin Mo closed his eyes and saw the space in his mind again.
Because he was in a hurry, he didn't have time to pay attention to this space. Now he looked at the space carefully and couldn't help but gasp. This space is like a warehouse in the game, with a capacity of 1 cubic meter. The shimmering light was located in the center of the warehouse. Lin Mo's consciousness slowly approached and finally confirmed what was inside. 3 pale red chi blood grasses hang there quietly, exuding the power of chi blood. The things I picked up in my dream can actually be brought out. Lin Mo's face was filled with excitement. But how should I take out these chi blood grasses? Lin Mo frowned and exited the warehouse. The chi blood grass comes out. Lin Mo tried to shout, but after the words fell, nothing happened. I can't find a doctor to cut my head open, Lin Mo complained helplessly, but in his mind he was thinking about taking out the chi blood grass from the warehouse. The next moment, he felt his eyes light up. The dim light in the warehouse was hanging in front of him, and the chi blood grass inside was within easy reach. Lin Mo put his hand into the light ball, and his fingertips touched the leaves, and the weak power of chi and blood lingered around his fingertips. He grabbed the 3 chi blood grasses in his hand, and finally a smile appeared on his face. Chi blood grass cannot be stored for a long time. It is still early and the martial arts arena is not closed yet. Sell them first and then buy a chi blood pill. Lin Mo carried his school bag and went out. Classmate, it's you again. The young lady at the front desk immediately recognized the handsome young man in front of her who had just come here at noon. Sister, I'm telling you, chi and blood will not change in half a day. The young lady said with a smile, of course, it will be different if you buy our low-level chi and blood pill. I'm here to sell things. Lin Mo said with a smile, please give me a number. Seller? The young lady looked Lin Mo up and down, and then took a number from the machine. There aren't many people over there, just go there. After Lin Mo thanked him, he took the number plate and entered the trading office. Classmate, do you want to buy our chi and blood pill? The staff at the trading office asked with a smile on his face. I'm here to sell things. Lin Mo took out 3 chi blood grasses from his school bag. Classmate, where are you from? The staff member looked at Lin Mo and couldn't help but stand up from his seat. Do you still need me to provide the origin of the items when conducting transactions here? Lin Mo said lightly. No need, no need. The staff member smiled and said, just out of curiosity. Wait a minute, let's test the remaining efficacy of the medicine. The residual medicinal effect represents the freshness of the medicinal materials. The higher the amount of participation, the better the medicinal materials. A few minutes later, the staff member came back with a happy face. Student, the residual efficacy of your 3 chi and blood grass plants is more than 90%, which is a high-quality medicinal material. Our purchase price is 80,000 yuan per plant. If you have no objection, we can transfer the money now. Lin Mo was of course happy to get an extra 30,000 yuan for no reason. But this also made Lin Mo understand another thing. The extra warehouse in his mind can maximize the characteristics of the medicinal materials. In other words, if Lin Mo brought the light ball to the martial arts field and then took out the chi and blood grass, the residual efficacy measured would definitely be higher. Looking at the extra 240,000 in the mobile phone, Lin Mo bought a low-level chi and blood pill without hesitation. When leaving the martial arts field, Lin Mo's pace could not help but speed up a lot. When he got home, the meal was ready. I just heard from your mom that your appetite has increased a lot? Is it because the chi and blood pill that your dad gave you has worked? Lin Daon looked at Lin Mo and said expectantly, how much chi and blood did you absorb? 0.9, Lin Mo did not hide anything and directly told the real data. Only absorbed 0.1? Sister Linya beside him couldn't help but raise her voice. I had a feeling that you were a waste, but I didn't expect you to be so useless. 200,000, wasted by you. She was full of anger. If the chi and blood pill here was given to her when she was in her 3rd year of high school, she would have the confidence to increase her chi and blood to more than 8. Xiao ya. Lin Daong glared at Linya, turned his head and looked at Lin Mo and said, it doesn't matter, if you absorb 0.1, then it's 0.1. At least you can have a decent job after graduation. There will be no regrets in the future. Lin Mo wanted to explain, but thought that even if he explained, they might not believe it, so he simply said nothing. After filling his stomach, Lin Mo returned to his room. After closing the door, Lin Mo took out the chi and blood pill from his bag. According to my guess, I need the chi and blood pill to enter the game again from my dream. Lin Mo looked at the chi and blood pill in his hand, and his eyes became firm. He raised his hand and stuffed the chi and blood pill into his mouth. Boom! The familiar feeling appeared again. Lin Mo closed his eyes and fell asleep. The game is loading. Opening his eyes, a red glossy stone door stood in front of Lin Mo, still maintaining the previous progress. In the room before the Lord. Looking at the familiar stone door in front of him, Lin Mo was shocked and delighted. I don't know how strong the lords inside are. Lin Mo took a deep breath, raised his legs and walked into the stone door. There is an intruder. Kids, follow me. As soon as he entered the room, Lin Mo heard a sharp voice. In the room, 4 figures slowly walked towards Lin Mo. 3 elite goblins were holding bone knives, and a tall goblin with a crown made of green grass on his head rushed towards Lin Mo with a shiny iron rod in his hand. Lin Mo took a step back with his right foot, and then rushed out. Bang! An elite goblin running at the front was jumped up by Lin Mo and punched in the head. Although this punch was unknown, it was enough to make the goblin fall to the ground. When the goblin fell to the ground, Lin Mo snatched the bone knife from it with lightning speed, and then slashed the other elite goblin with his backhand. Lin Mo moved very quickly, and his experience in painting pictures in his previous life made him well aware of the weaknesses of these monsters. The strength of the Lord monster is equivalent to that of a warrior with a health value of 3 or above, so Lin Mo did not rush to confront it head-on, but used the bone knife to kill the 2 elite monsters first. Another elite monster was knocked unconscious by Lin Mo and fell to the ground. 2 streams of energy and blood poured into Lin Mo's body. The energy and blood have improved a lot. Lin Mo had a look of joy on his face and looked in the direction of the corpses of the 2 elite goblins. To his disappointment, the 2 goblins dropped nothing. Bear my wrath. At this moment, the Lord on the side shouted and rushed over. Lin Mo avoided the blow by moving, and at the same time slashed at the Lord's back with a bone knife. You angered me. After the Lord was slashed by Lin Mo, an angry look appeared on his face. It raised the iron rod in its hand, and its tall body suddenly appeared in front of Lin Mo's speed rush. The Lord let out an angry roar, and hit Lin Mo's head with the iron rod in his hand. If this stick were really hit on the head, it would definitely kill him violently. Fortunately, Lin Mo reacted quickly and rushed to the side. Lin Mo and the Lord's energy and blood were too different, so they could only keep wandering around and look for opportunities to attack. Poof! After swimming for more than 10 minutes, Lin Mo found an opportunity and rushed forward again. The bone knife struck the Lord's legs with a thud, and dark green juice splashed out. The Lord screamed and knelt on the ground. 1. Seeing this scene, Lin Mo's face showed a smile, and he raised the bone knife in his hand and chopped off the Lord's head without hesitation. Poof! There was a muffled sound, and the Lord's body fell to the ground. 1. Lin Mo had a smile on his face, and then casually dealt with the fainted elite goblin. To his surprise, the last elite goblin dropped 3 chi blood grasses again. I got another 240,000 yuan. I've made a lot of money. After absorbing the energy and blood from the elite goblin, Lin Mo's eyes fell on the Lord's body. I wonder how much energy and blood the Lord can have. Lin Mo was a little excited. Also, will there be anything good in the Lord? Buzz. A slight sound sounded, and the body of the Lord in front of him slowly disappeared. The surging energy and blood flowed into Lin Mo's body, and the fatigue caused by the battle disappeared instantly. Before he had time to experience the changes in chi and blood, Lin Mo's eyes were attracted by the 2 halos in front of him. Sure enough, something fell. Lin Mo was pleasantly surprised and stretched out his hand to grab the 2 balls of light. Before he could take a closer look at the contents of the light ball, Lin Mo had already woken up from his dream. My whole body is full of strength, and my energy and blood have increased again. Lin Mo was very excited, but he didn't know how much energy and blood had been improved this time. I have to wait until tomorrow to test it. Now, the top priority is to see what the Lord dropped. Lin Mo closed his eyes and soon saw the two light groups stored in his mind. After thinking for a moment, Lin Mo took out both light groups.
Bang!
There was a soft sound, and the contents of one of the light groups fell to the ground.
It was a shiny iron rod, exactly the one used by the Goblin Lord. This is the Goblin Lord's weapon.
Lin Mo's eyes lit up. Picking up the iron rod and waving it twice, Lin Mo felt that the blood and energy in his body seemed to surge with it.
A first-grade yellow-level weapon.
Lin Mo was pleasantly surprised. This thing can activate the power of chi and blood and exert a strong attack power.
If it were sold on the market, it would be worth at least $500,000.
Lin Mo thought for a while and put away the iron rod. This thing is enough for him to use until his health value reaches 10 points and he officially becomes a first-level warrior. Lin Mo grabbed another light ball and took out the contents. It's a parchment. Lin Mo unfolded the parchment and briefly browsed the contents.
Thunder breathing method? Teaching people how to breathe? Lin Mo looked at the content above and fell into deep thought.
Practice according to the above method first. Lin Mo thought about it, and then began to practice according to the content on the parchment scroll. He half-squatted in the room, making different movements with his hands, and breathing at a specific frequency. A minute later, Lin Mo's eyes lit up. The blood in my body also boiled, and there seemed to be a kind of power in the dantian, constantly tempering the energy in my body and transforming them into blood. Soon Lin Mo discovered the changes in himself, and couldn't help but be very excited.
Just 10 minutes later, Lin Mo's stomach started to growl. I'm so hungry.
It's not long since I finished eating. Lin Mo glanced at the time and couldn't help laughing. It seems that my feeling is right. With the breathing method, the speed of food converting into blood and chi has become faster. This breathing method is really a good thing.
Lin Mo couldn't help but clench his fists. Gurgle, at this moment, his stomach actually started to growl again.
Lin Mo tiptoed to the kitchen, opened the refrigerator, and searched for food inside.
Be gentle, it hurts.
At this moment, Lin Mo heard Lin Dayong's voice in his parents' room. Lin Mo was stunned for a moment, then took a few steps towards their room.
You are just too honest.
Your team leader is obviously bullying you, but you don't know how to resist.
Such a heavy stone, why should you move it alone?
Mother Wang Ping complained in distress.
Be quiet, don't let the children hear it. Lin Dayon said, I have to do it. He is looking for a reason to fire me now. I can't leave him a handle.
Alas, you have worked hard. Mother Wang Ping's voice came from behind. Lin Mo's eyes were warm. He took some food and went back to his room.
Great.
Using the thunder breathing method, a whole night has passed without me noticing. I feel comfortable all over, and my dantian is also filled with chi and blood. Lin Mo moved his body and stood up from the cross-legged position. After a night of practice, he could feel that his chi and blood had increased a lot. After changing his clothes, Lin Mo opened the door and saw Linya standing at the door.
Good morning.
Lin Mo smiled and raised his hand to greet, then walked straight to the kitchen. After a night of practice, he felt that his stomach was about to burst.
Linya looked at Lin Mo's back and couldn't help frowning.
She felt that Lin Mo's aura seemed to have changed.
I must have felt it wrong.
I wasted a chi and blood pill.
How dare you say hello to me? Linya gritted her teeth angrily and followed into the kitchen. Take your time to eat, I'm leaving first.
Lin Mo had finished several bowls of lean meat porridge in the kitchen, wiped his mouth, and opened the door to leave home. There is no class today, so he must have gone out to surf the internet again. Linya thought angrily as she watched Lin Mo leave. After leaving the door, Lin Mo went straight to the Jinling martial arts arena.
Little classmate, why is it you again?
The front desk lady looked at the handsome boy in front of her and couldn't help but smile and said, You are not in love with me, are you deliberately coming to the martial arts arena to see me every day?
It's a pity, I like strong people. When you become a first-class warrior, I can consider giving you a chance to pursue me.
Thank you, sister, I will work hard. Please give me a number to measure my blood and chi. Lin Mo said with a smile. No, go directly to test room number 8. It's still early now, and there is no one inside.
I will allow you not to take a number,
the front desk lady said with a smile. After Lin Mo thanked him, he went straight into measurement room number 8. Although he had the experience last time, Lin Mo was still a little nervous after the measurement began. After the tingling on his palm ended, Lin Mo removed his fingers, the computer screen began to flicker, and then the value appeared. Lin Mo took a deep breath and looked at the screen. 2.8. It's 2.8. Lin Mo was stunned. He had a hunch that the blood value must have increased, and he was even prepared to increase it by 0.9 again, but the final measurement result was unexpected. After measuring twice more and confirming that there was no change in the reading, Lin Mo's smile gradually bloomed.
Ha 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 ha.
The blood value has increased by 1.1 compared to yesterday. At this rate, let alone provincial universities, I can rush into even the universities in Beijing without any effort.
There are still 3 months before the college entrance examination.
I want to get a warrior certificate before the college entrance examination. Although blood value below 10 points is also called a warrior, there is no grade. Only after the blood value reaches 10 points can it be certified by the woman, and the badge of the first grade warrior can be issued, and a low-level blood pill can be obtained as a benefit every year. A blood and chi pill can increase blood and chi by 1 point at most.
This time, I increased blood and chi by 1.1. Could the extra 0.1 be the increase from my practice yesterday? Is the thunder breathing method so amazing? Lin Mo felt that his breathing became heavy.
He could increase blood and chi by 0.1 in one night. In 3 months, even if he didn't take blood and chi pills, his blood and chi could easily break through 10. I'll verify it when I go back tonight. Let's sell the blood and chi grass first. Lin Mo suppressed his excitement, walked out of the room, and came to the front desk lady again. Tell me, sister, how much blood and chi do you have now?
Is it 1? The front desk lady looked at Lin Mo and couldn't help but asked with a smile. Just 2.8 blood and chi.
Lin Mo said with a smile.
You can have 2.8 blood and chi? I think 0.8 is about right.
The front desk lady covered her mouth and laughed. I really have 2.8 blood and chi. Lin Mo said seriously.
Okay, you have 2.8 chi in blood now.
The front desk lady looked like she was not going to argue with you, but she was smiling without hiding it.
No one believes me if I tell the truth.
Lin Mo muttered, then smiled, and said, please help me get a number for the trading area. After saying goodbye to the front desk lady, Lin Mo came to the trading area and entered a private room.
Classmate, are you here to buy chi and blood pills?
We have a new batch of chi and blood pills here, and the effect is very good. The trader was called Feng Fei. Looking at Lin Mo in front of him, his eyes suddenly lit up. He could see that Lin Mo's family conditions were not very good. According to his experience, generally such people who come to the trading area have their families pooled money and are ready to buy a chi and blood pill to go back and fight. For every chi and blood pill sold, he can get a commission of 20,000 yuan, which is a good business for him who is in urgent need of money.
I'm here to sell things.
Lin Mo interrupted Feng Fei and took out 3 chi and blood grasses from his bag.
Is this chi and blood grass?
Feng Fei was stunned when he saw the 3 chi and blood grasses in front of him. He could see that the residual value of the medicinal effect of these 3 chi and blood grasses was very high. Under normal circumstances, the purchase price that the trading area could offer should be 80,000 yuan. Feng Fei glanced at Lin Mo's appearance, his eyes turned, and he curled his lips and said, these 3 chi and blood grasses are almost dry. You have preserved them too poorly. Let me test the residual value of the medicinal effect. He said, pretending to put it on the instrument and tested it. Looking at the displayed result, Feng Fei calmly adjusted the value. Look, the residual value of the medicinal effect is too low. We can only give a purchase price of 50,000 yuan per plant. Feng Fei looked at Lin Mo with a generous look. Since you are a student, how about this? I will give you 55,000 yuan per plant. According to the purchase price of 80,000 yuan, 55,000 yuan per plant to buy 3 chi and blood grass, he can get 75,000 yuan in funds as long as he resells it. It is equivalent to the income from selling 3 chi and blood pills. Listening to Feng Fei's words, Lin Mo's face suddenly sank.
This is clearly treating him as a fool. Sorry, I won't sell it.
Lin Mo took the Qi and blood grass back from Feng Fei's hand and turned to leave.
Classmate, don't leave. You have to think it through.
The longer the Qi and blood grass is preserved, the lower the residual value of its medicinal effect will be. At that time, no one will want it even for 40,000, let alone 55,000. Feng Fei saw Lin Mo was about to leave, and quickly threatened him.
How about I take a loss and give you 60,000 per plant? Seeing that Lin Mo was unmoved, Feng Fei could only raise the price.
But Lin Mo still didn't buy it and walked out of the room directly.
In the room, Feng Fei was so angry that his face was extremely gloomy.
Because he heard Lin Mo retake the number, entered the trading room next door, and heard that the next door offered a purchase price of 80,000.
Fuck idiot, you are not greedy for such a good opportunity. Feng Fei cursed the trader next door, but he was very angry in his heart. The duck flew away. The most important thing is that after he heard Lin Mo sold the Qi and blood grass, he also bought a Qi and blood pill by the way. Purchasing medicinal herbs, plus the commission from selling Qi and blood pills, can at least make a profit of 30,000 yuan. By now, Feng Fei has regretted it. If he hadn't been greedy, the 30,000 yuan would have been his. But now he can't get a penny. Ding! At this moment, his cell phone rang suddenly. After taking a look at the phone number, Feng Fei's face immediately became flattering. Brother Biao, boy, if you don't pay back the 700,000 yuan you owe us within 3 days, wait for death. Brother Biao's threatening voice came from the phone. Brother Biao, can you give us more time? I'll give you more time. Why didn't you let me pay you later when I borrowed the money? Brother Biao said viciously, 3 days, just 3 days. If you don't have money, find yourself a good grave. The phone was hung up. Feng Fei looked at the next door, his eyes suddenly became cold. Boy, don't blame me for being cruel, blame your bad luck. Feng Fei got up and asked for leave, and followed Lin Mo out of the martial arts field. Except for the money to buy the Qi and blood pill, I still have 80,000 yuan left. In addition, Teacher Zhang also helped me apply for a Qi and blood pill. If nothing goes wrong, I will get it next week. And the iron rod on me is worth more than 500,000. So, in just 2 days, I already have assets worth millions. Next week, I will find a reason to give my dad some money. He is so tired all day long. Lin Mo walked out of the martial arts arena, and he had already started to calculate slowly in his heart. Just after walking a distance, he paused slightly, turned around and looked back. Because it was morning, there were not many people walking on this street, so he turned around and saw nothing. Strange, I clearly felt that someone was following me. Is it my illusion? Lin Mo frowned and continued to move forward. A few minutes later, a figure flashed in the corner. It was Feng Fei who followed him out. What a vigilant boy, fortunately I reacted quickly. Feng Fei sneered and continued to follow behind quietly. He has worked in the martial arts arena for many years and is very familiar with the area. According to his plan, there is a small alley not far ahead. It is still early, and there are few people on that road, and even fewer people passing through the alley. 1 minute is enough to deal with a child. Although Feng Fei could not see Lin Mo's blood value, according to his assessment, Lin Mo's blood value was only about 1.5 at most. Feng Fei himself has reached 2.5 blood now, plus he has practiced martial arts. It is easy to deal with a kid. Soon, the two entered the alley. Lin Mo paused and turned around suddenly. When he arrived at the destination, Feng Fei was too lazy to hide anymore, and walked up with a sneer. What do you want to do? Lin Mo looked at Feng Fei in front of him and frowned slightly. What? Feng Fei sneered, boy, I gave you a chance when I was at the exchange, but you didn't cherish it. You are so young, why are you so greedy? It would have been great if you had sold it to me for 55,000 yuan a plant. You had to force me to do it to you, now you can't get a penny. Listening to Feng Fei's words, Lin Mo's face turned cold. So, you want to rob money? It's so ugly to say rob. Feng Fei smiled lightly. It should be said that you voluntarily gave the money to me. As he spoke, he walked towards Lin Mo.
At the same time, the blood and chi in his body dissipated, turned into pressure, and went towards Lin Mo. Feeling the pressure from Feng Fei, Lin Mo felt a little relieved. From the pressure alone, he felt that Feng Fei's blood and chi value should not be as high as his. But Lin Mo did not dare to take it lightly. In any case, Feng Fei was older than him, and his practical experience was definitely far better than his. "Boy, give me the money quickly, and don't suffer too much," Feng Fei shouted coldly, "otherwise, I will kill you." "Don't kill me. I will give you money." Lin Mo pretended to be scared, and took out his mobile phone at the same time. "I will transfer money to you. Let's not talk about the transfer first, give me the chi and blood pill on you first." Okay. Lin Mo trembled and said, and took out the chi and blood pill and handed it to Feng Fei. "So good," Feng Fei smiled, but his eyes were full of cruelty. Lin Mo had seen his face, and even if he was willing to hand over the chi and blood pill, he would not leave him alive. After getting the money and the chi and blood pill, he would give Lin Mo a quick death. Good boy. When Feng Fei reached out his hand to him, Lin Mo suddenly took back the chi and blood pill, and kicked Feng Fei in the stomach at the same time. Feng Fei's face changed. Obviously he didn't expect Lin Mo to dare to attack him. Looking for death. He sneered, raised his hand and slapped Lin Mo's feet. Bang! With a muffled sound, Feng Fei couldn't help but take a few steps back. His palm trembled slightly, and the tiger's mouth was actually cracked, and bright red blood kept flowing out. How come your blood and chi are so high?" Feng Fei's face was full of shock. In the collision just now, he felt that Lin Mo's blood and chi were definitely above his. But, how old is Lin Mo? At such a young age, he can actually have more than 2.5 blood and chi. Although having such high blood and chi at this age cannot be called a genius, it is also very talented. Lin Mo was a little regretful that he failed to kick Feng Fei to death. Hearing Feng Fei's words, Lin Mo deliberately pretended to be proud and said, "I just took the blood and chi pill to increase it." Take the blood and chi pill to increase it? Feng Fei was immediately happy when he heard it. A blood and chi pill can generally increase blood and chi by about 0.5. That is to say, although this kid has a high blood and chi value, he probably hasn't had time to practice martial arts. Without martial arts, this little blood and chi is not a big deal. Thinking of this, Feng Fei was relieved. In that case, then you die. Splitting wind palm. Feng Fei shouted coldly, waved his hands, condensed the blood and chi, and gathered them on his hands. His entire palm slapped towards Lin Mo's chest with a whistling sound of wind. Lin Mo's expression changed slightly. Feeling the violent power of Feng Fei's palm, he took 2 steps back without hesitation. Crack! This palm missed, and the wind driven by the palm directly cracked a stone brick on the wall. It can be seen that if this palm hits the body, he will be half dead if not dead. Boy, let's see how long you can hide. Feng Fei shouted coldly and rushed towards Lin Mo again. Seeing Feng Fei rushing over, Lin Mo's mind moved slightly and took out the iron rod directly. Seeing the iron rod suddenly appearing in Lin Mo's hand, Feng Fei was stunned for a moment, and then sneered. A mere iron rod, he can break it with one palm. Lin Mo raised the iron rod and smashed it towards Feng Fei's head. Feng Fei raised his hand to resist regardless. Bang! Crack! After a muffled sound, there was the sound of broken bones. For this stick, Lin Mo used all his strength. The moment the iron rod touched Feng Fei's palm, his palm was disabled. At the same time, the speed of the iron rod did not decrease at all, and it still smashed straight towards Feng Fei's head. Plop! Feng Fei fell to the ground with his eyes wide open, and there was no sound. His entire head exploded completely, and red and white liquid flowed everywhere, which looked extremely disgusting. Lin Mo was holding the iron rod, breathing heavily. This was his first time to kill someone, and he was terrified, but he had no regrets. He was not a fool. Since Feng Fei chose to rob directly, he must have wanted to kill him. If Lin Mo did not kill Feng Fei, it was hard to guarantee whether Feng Fei would cause trouble for him later. After putting away the iron rod, Lin Mo turned around and left the alley. There were no cameras here, and even the woman would find it difficult to find him. After leaving the alley, Lin Mo ran back home in one breath. Today was the weekend, and his parents were all out working. His sister Linya didn't know where she went, so Lin Mo was the only one at home. He rushed directly to the bathroom and washed his hands frantically with cold water. When Feng Fei's brain burst, he clearly felt the warmth coming from his hands. It was impossible not to be nervous when killing someone for the first time. Since I have embarked on the path of a warrior, it is only a matter of time before I kill someone and see blood. What's more, he was the one who wanted to kill me first. It's reasonable for me to kill him. Lin Mo raised his head and looked at himself in the mirror, took a deep breath, and his eyes gradually became firm. After adjusting his mentality, Lin Mo returned to the room and started practicing with the thunder breathing method again. Now his blood and chi have reached 2.8, and he can apply to learn martial arts when he goes to school tomorrow. I don't know how much my blood and chi can be improved by the thunder breathing method after practicing for a day. In the blink of an eye, it was evening. Lin Mo opened his eyes, felt his own blood and chi, and a look of joy appeared on his face. The blood and chi have improved a lot. Lin Mo's eyes lit up. The gains brought to him by the breathing method were much higher than he had expected. After dinner, Lin Mo returned to the bedroom, thought for a moment, and took out the blood and chi pills he bought today. I originally planned to rest for a night, but in the martial arts, we must seize every minute. The experience during the day made Lin Mo feel a sense of crisis. If he could not become strong enough, he might be killed by stronger people in the future. After swallowing the blood and chi pill, Lin Mo fell asleep as usual. The game is loading. 5 golden words appeared in his mind, and then the picture flowed, and 3 options appeared in front of him. Goblin Country, Cat Demon Forest, Martial Arts Field. It seems that we have already attacked the Dungeon of the Lord, and now we can choose to enter it. The Cat Demon Forest should be the next dungeon. As for the Martial Arts Field, Lin Mo analyzed the 3 options in front of him, and finally his consciousness was fixed on the option of the Martial Arts Field. No martial arts detected, the dungeon cannot be opened. Such a prompt appeared in the dream. It seems that the martial arts field can only be activated and opened after learning martial arts. Then, I'd better enter the Cat Demon Forest this time. Lin Mo quickly adjusted his options and entered the Cat Demon Forest. In the dim forest, there was gray fog everywhere, and dew dripped from time to time. In the blurred distance, bursts of weird laughter came from time to time. Lin Mo tried it and successfully took out the iron rod and held it in his hand. After having a weapon, Lin Mo's courage suddenly increased a lot, and he wanted to walk away step by step. Whoosh! The sound of breaking wind sounded, and an orange figure suddenly flashed behind him. Lin Mo waved the iron rod to resist. Ding ding! 2 crisp sounds, leaving 2 shallow scratches on the iron rod. Not far away, a half-meter-tall cat demon was crawling on the ground, with a pair of earthy yellow eyes emitting a demonic light. Meow! The cat demon screamed, half of its body crawled, gathering strength, and then pounced on Lin Mo again. Lin Mo used all his strength, swung the iron rod, and hit the cat demon's head. But the cat demon's movements were too fast, and it twisted its body in midair to avoid the stick, and at the same time its claws fell on Lin Mo's body. Swish! The clothes on his body were scratched, and the cat's claws left several deep blood marks on Lin Mo's left arm. The piercing pain made Lin Mo almost scream. If you let me see blood, I will take your life. Lin Mo held the stick, his face full of anger. He began to move around. According to his estimation, the cat demon in front of him had a higher HP than him, and his speed was fast. Now he could only rely on moving to find an opportunity to kill it. As the fog came, Lin Mo took a step back and hid his figure. At the same time, he pricked up his ears and listened carefully to the sounds around him. Crack! A slight sound came from the right rear. Go to hell! Lin Mo swung the iron rod without hesitation and smashed it towards the right rear. With a plop, the orange cat demon was hit directly on the head by Lin Mo and fell heavily to the ground. The cat demon died. A stream of blood flew from his body and sank into Lin Mo's body. At the same time, a ball of light flashed, and a black thing could be vaguely seen in it.
No matter what it is, put it away first, and study it slowly after leaving the copy.
Lin Mo put away the light ball, walked forward for a distance, and then entered the next room. Unlike the previous room, there were actually 2 cat demons in this room. This time, Lin Mo paid the price of a piercing wound in his chest before killing both cat demons. One of the cat demons dropped nothing, but the other one dropped a ball of light. Looking at the red stone door that appeared in front of him, Lin Mo realized that today's copy was over. Sure enough, Lin Mo woke up from his dream soon, stood up, and the feeling of fullness of blood and chi appeared again. At least 0.9 blood and chi have increased, plus the blood and chi I increased during the day. Maybe my blood and chi value can reach more than 4. Lin Mo assessed his condition and felt his heart beating wildly in his chest.
Exciting! So exciting! This upgrade speed is so exciting.
To be safe, I will continue to practice with the thunder breathing method.
Gurgle.
Just when Lin Mo was about to continue practicing, his stomach made a protesting sound. He glanced at the time and saw that it was already 12 o'clock in the morning. After thinking for a while, Lin Mo tiptoed into the kitchen.
What are you doing?
Just when Lin Mo was standing in front of the refrigerator and chewing the leftover pig's trotters from the night before, Linya's voice sounded behind him. Linya was wearing a light pink pajamas, with black hair draped over her shoulders, and a cold look on her pretty face.
I'm hungry, eat something. Lin Mo smiled and waved the remaining half pig's trotter in his hand. Eat together? Eat it yourself.
Linya frowned, turned around and walked towards her room.
Lin Mo smiled and shook his head.
After finishing off a whole hoof, he tiptoed back to his room. Let's see what those 2 balls of light are first. Lin Mo's mind moved, and he took out both balls of light.
The black thing looks like a claw. Could it be the claw of a cat demon?
This thing seems to be a material. It should be able to sell for a good price. There is no chi and blood grass tonight. I hope this claw can be worth the money of a chi and blood pill. Lin Mo put away the cat demon's claw again, and his eyes fell on another ball of light. There seemed to be another roll of paper inside.
Is it another good thing like breathing method?
Lin Mo felt his heartbeat quicken. Although the thunder breathing method can increase the speed of cultivation, it should not be counted as a martial art, otherwise it would be impossible to open the martial arts arena. It would be great if it was a martial art.
Lin Mo was a little excited. Some powerful martial arts could be sold at a sky-high price.
After grabbing the paper roll in his hand and unfolding it, Lin Mo widened his eyes. How to make low-level chi and blood pills. The paper scroll recorded the detailed method of making low-level chi and blood pills, and recorded the best ratio of each material.
That's not right.
From what I know, 3 chi and blood grasses can only make 2 chi and blood pills. Only a few powerful alchemists can occasionally make 3 chi and blood pills. But according to what the paper scroll said, 3 chi and blood grasses can actually make 4 chi and blood pills.
Lin Mo's face showed excitement. If this is true, then I'm rich.
Lianchang call. Lin Mo exhaled a breath and stood up slowly.
After practicing all night, I feel that my energy and blood have improved a lot.
The thunder breathing method is really wonderful. After feeling his own condition, Lin Mo had a smile on his face. After washing up, Lin Mo ate 15 steamed buns and 3 bowls of meat porridge in one go before getting up with satisfaction and getting ready to go to school. Linya, who got up earlier, was already carrying her school bag and getting ready to go out.
Shoya, wait for me for 2 minutes and let's go together.
Lin Mo said with a smile.
Who wants to go with you? Linya rolled her eyes at him and said, I made an appointment with Senior Yi Qing. Do you think it's appropriate for you to follow? Yi Qing?
Lin Mo was slightly stunned. This was a famous figure in the school. Although compared with Hu Qing, Yi Qing's health value is only 8.9, but in terms of actual combat ability, Yi Qing completely crushes Hu Qing. There are rumors that Yi Qing has received invitations from several martial arts universities. Looking at her silent brother, Linya curled her lips, opened the door and left the house.
Lin Mo didn't care about Linya's attitude.
He slowly packed his school bag and followed him out. As soon as he arrived at school, Lu Lei approached Lin Mo with a mysterious face and said, Let me tell you, something big happened. This morning, I heard my dad say that someone died in the martial arts field.
The sheriff's department is now investigating the murderer. Have you found any results from the investigation?
Lin Mo's heart moved and he looked at Lu Lei.
Lu Lei's father works in the public security department and may have first-hand information. There are no clues.
There are no cameras at or around the crime scene.
Lu Lei paused, covered his mouth,
leaned close to Lin Mo's ear, and whispered, I heard that the murderer's method of committing the crime was extremely cruel, and his head was beaten into pieces.
Rotten watermelon. My dad speculated that the murderer might have a special hobby, a bit perverted. Lin Mo, what's wrong with you? You're scared, aren't you? Seeing Lin Mo remain silent, Lu Lei thought he was scared. We will all become warriors in the future.
You can't stand such a bloody scene.
With your psychological quality, it's too bad.
Lin Mo glanced at him and suddenly wanted to see what Lu Lei's expression would be if he knew the murderer was standing in front of him.
Lin Mo, the head teacher wants you to go to the office.
A figure flashed in outside the door. It was Li Wei, whose ribs were broken by Lin Mo's kick.
He looked at Lin Mo with a look full of gloating.
After being injured by Lin Mo, his family spent a lot of money to buy a bone renewal pill, which allowed him to recover from his injury in the shortest time. This morning, Li Wei was sent to school by his father Li Daming in order to seek justice for him.
Are you very proud?
Lin Mo glanced at him lightly. I don't know why, but looking at Lin Mo's eyes, Li Wei suddenly felt a kind of fear in his heart. He trembled all over, opened his mouth, and finally returned to his position without saying a word. Arriving at the office, Lin Mo knocked on the door and entered, seeing the middle-aged man sitting in front of Zhang Lianchang.
The middle-aged man looked somewhat similar to Li Wei.
When he saw Lin Mo coming in, a gloomy look flashed in his eyes.
Are you Lin Mo? Li Daming stood up and asked sharply. Without waiting for Lin Mo to answer, he strode up to Lin Mo, raised his hand and slapped Lin Mo in the face. Mr. Li, stop. Zhang Lianchang's expression changed.
He did not expect that Li Daming would suddenly take action. He wanted to stop him, but the distance between them was too far and it was too late. According to Zhang Lianchang's estimation, although Li Daming is not a warrior and his health value is only about 3, he has an absolute advantage against Lin Mo. What's more, Li Daming also practiced martial arts.
Boom!
With a muffled sound, Zhang Lianchang's heart suddenly sank, and he subconsciously rushed towards Lin Mo. But just halfway through the rush, he saw Li Daming taking a few steps back and looking at Lin Mo with shock on his face. Lin Mo, on the other hand, maintained his stance of punching, with coldness in his eyes. This, Zhang Lianchang was shocked. He saw Li Daming's trembling hands.
So, Lin Mo had the upper hand just now? How can it be? Also shocked was Li Daming. Before coming, he had roughly estimated Lin Mo's strength through Li Wei. In his opinion, a person with a health value of around 2 cannot be his opponent at all. But in the collision just now, he was injured.
Mr. Li, please calm down. Zhang Lianchang came to his senses and stood between the two of them. Li Wei was injured in the practical class. You have also taken practical classes, and you should understand that it is normal for this kind of thing to happen.
Even if there is a mistake, it is because I did not supervise it properly as a teacher.
I can apologize to you, but if you dare to take action against my students, don't blame me for being rude.
As Zhang Lianchang spoke, a powerful aura erupted from his body.
Lin Mo's eyes lit up and he looked at Zhang Lianchang. According to the school's information, Zhang Lianchang's strength should be that of a second-grade warrior, with a vitality value of around 110. Feeling the power of qi and blood emanating from his body, Lin Mo felt yearning in his heart. Li Daming, who was facing this aura, took 2 steps back with a pale face, stared at Zhang Lianchang and said, "It seems that teacher Zhang wants to protect this kid to the end? Hope you don't regret it." After that, he turned around and left here. Looking at Li Daoi's leading figure, Zhang Lianchang frowned slightly.
"Thank you, Mr. Zhang, for helping me."
Lin Mo bowed to him with a smile. Zhang Lianchang came back to his senses, waved his hand at Lin Mo, and said, "You are my student.
Don't say that you did nothing wrong."
"Even if you did something wrong, I can't let him hurt you in front of me."
However, even if I don't do anything, he shouldn't be able to hurt you. After a pause, Zhang Lianshan looked up and down at Lin Mo, and said with a puzzled look, "What was your blood value when you last measured it?" 2.8. Lin Mo told the truth, but after another night, Lin Mo didn't know what his blood value was now. 2.8. Zhang Lianshan's eyes widened, his face full of shock. "It's only been a day, and you've increased your blood by 1.1. Genius. A genius who has just begun to awaken." Zhang Lianshan excitedly turned around in the office, looking up at Lin Mo from time to time, as if he sought his future son-in-law. "Lin Mo, take this qi and blood pill first." He turned around and took out a box from the drawer of his desk, which contained a qi and blood pill. "I will try to apply for another qi and blood pill from the school. If I can't get it, I will apply for a bonus for you. In short, don't worry about anything for the rest of the time, practice hard and improve your qi and blood value. In addition, there will be an intermediate practical class later, you can attend it. Your current qi and blood value can already start practicing martial arts." "Understood, thank you teacher." Lin Mo smiled and said. "No, this is what I should do." Zhang Lianshan waved his hand. "If you have any other requests, as long as they are not too excessive, the teacher can try to satisfy you. During this last period of time, I want to be free and practice at home, no problem." Zhang Lianshan nodded in agreement. "However, you still have to attend the practical class every week, which is good for you." Lin Mo nodded, took the qi and blood pill and left the office. Looking at Lin Mo's back as he left, Zhang Lianshan picked up the phone on the table and dialed it out. "Principal, this is Lian Chang." After the call was connected, he told the story between Li Daming and Lin Mo. "I would like to ask the school to warn Li Daming and tell him not to mess around. Thank you, Principal." After hanging up the phone, Zhang Lianshan let out a long sigh. Li Daming has connections with some grey personnel in Jinling, and he is worried that Li Daming will retaliate against Lin Mo. With the school's intervention, Li Daming should be restrained. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, Lin Mo packed up and came to the practical classroom. As soon as he entered the door, dozens of eyes looked over. "Lin Mo, why are you here?" A young man looked at Lin Mo curiously. This person was Lin Mo's classmate Lu Qi, whose current blood value was 5.4. Lin Mo's current blood value is 2.8, which has reached the standard for practicing martial arts, so he is qualified to participate in the intermediate practical class. Without waiting for Lin Mo to respond, Zhang Lianshan had already walked in from outside. Lu Qi looked at Lin Mo in confusion, and he was not very impressed with Lin Mo. However, since the teacher said that he had reached the standard, Lu Qi was too lazy to ask too much. After all, in his opinion, even if Lin Mo reached the standard for practicing martial arts, his blood value could not exceed his. Because this is Lin Mo's first time to attend the intermediate practical class, I will briefly introduce martial arts. Zhang Lianshan glanced at Lin Mo and said, "Martial artists can improve their own blood and qi through practice. When fighting, we consume blood and qi in exchange for strength. Martial arts can make the utilization rate of blood and qi higher. With the same blood and qi consumption, the use of martial arts can achieve more terrifying damage." Zhang Lianshan roughly introduced some knowledge about martial arts, and then began to teach formally. "A few days ago, I took you to practice the Vajra finger. Who can demonstrate this martial art to the new students?" Zhang Lianshan looked at everyone and asked loudly. "Me." A young man raised his hand, then stood up and walked to the middle of the venue. He was burly, with a height of 1.8 meters, giving people a strong sense of oppression. "Yu Chang, blood and qi value 6.3. Zhang Lianshan smiled and nodded. "Let's start." Yu Chang nodded, slowly raised his right hand, put his index finger and middle finger together, and then bent them. "Ha!" He shouted loudly and swung his right hand diagonally downward. Whoosh! The sound of breaking wind sounded, and even though he was several meters away, Lin Mo could feel the power contained in this blow. "Try this." Zhang Lianshan shouted softly and threw a brick at him. Snap! With a crisp sound, the brick was hit by Yu Chang's 2 fingers and a gap was made. "So strong!" a student exclaimed. Yu Chang smiled and ended the demonstration. "Very good." Zhang Lianshan nodded with satisfaction.
it seems that your Vajra finger has reached the intermediate level. The mastery of martial arts can be divided into 5 levels: elementary, intermediate, advanced, proficient, and perfect.
It is really amazing to practice martial arts to the intermediate level within a few days.
I started practicing half a month ago, my brother taught me. Yu Chang said with a simple smile.
It's not bad to reach the intermediate level in 1 month.
Zhang Lianchang nodded, looked at everyone and said, everyone practice in the rest of the time.
If you have any questions, feel free to find me.
Lin Mo, come here, I will tell you the skills of blood circulation. It took more than an hour for Lin Mo to master the skills of blood circulation, and the rest was practice again and again. At the same time, Li Daming was sitting at home with a gloomy face. He stared at his mobile phone with his right hand. Half an hour ago, he received a call from the principal of Jinling Middle School. On the phone, the principal hoped that he could let Lin Mo go. With the principal coming forward, Li Daming naturally couldn't let those grey personnel take action again. But if he didn't take action, he couldn't swallow this breath in his heart.
Brother, we have checked the people you asked us to check.
When he was getting irritated, a young gangster rushed in with excitement outside the door.
The one called Lin Mo is from an ordinary family.
His father moved bricks on the construction site, and recently he took on a physical job of carrying bags. The mother is a factory worker, and she definitely has no background. After being warned, Li Daming asked his thugs to investigate Lin Mo's personal information. In Li Daming's opinion, since he could get the principal to come forward, Lin Mo might have some kind of background. But now it seems that he is just an ordinary person. Even if he is an ordinary person, it is not easy for me to retaliate directly with the principal. Li Daming frowned, looking unhappy. Oh, by the way, when we were investigating Lin Mo, we also found an interesting video. The thug took out his mobile phone with a mysterious look on his face and clicked on a blurry video. The video was shot from a bird's eye view, and you can vaguely see a young man smashing another person's head with a stick in an alley. Is this the process of the staff of the martial arts arena being killed?
Li Daming was a little shocked. Where did you get the video?
One of my subordinates and his girlfriend were looking for excitement, leaning against the window while exercising and recording a video, but I didn't expect to record this. The gangster smiled evilly and said, brother, take a look again, this person's shadow doesn't look like the boy named Lin Mo you asked me to check. When the gangster reminded him, Li Daming's eyes suddenly lit up, and after watching the video several times, his face showed an excited look.
It's him! It's him! Li Daming raised his hand and patted the gangster's shoulder.
Very good, you did a good job. Li Daming sent the video to his mobile phone and sneered, with this video, you kid will die even if you have the principal's protection. The martial arts arena is the property of the woman, and most of the staff inside also have the identity of the woman.
Anyone who dares to kill the woman will be skinned alive even if he doesn't die. Let's go. Follow me to the Public Security Bureau.
Li Daming got up and rushed to the Public Security Bureau with the gangster.
Okay, today's class ends here.
Everyone should practice diligently when they return home. Geniuses are few after all. If you want to improve your martial arts proficiency, there is no shortcut, only continuous practice. In the practical class, Zhang Lianchan clapped his hands and asked everyone to stop. Everyone, follow me to the measurement room and measure your blood and qi values.
The school conducts blood and qi value measurements every week.
Those who can enter the intermediate practical class are considered to be top students in the school. Their blood and qi values are related to the school's enrollment rate, so they are particularly important. Every time they are measured, the principal will go to the scene in person. When everyone came to the measurement room, an old man in formal clothes was already waiting there.
Principal.
Zhang Lianchang stepped forward and said hello, and pointed in the direction of Lin Mo. That kid is the Lin Mo I told you about.
Not bad.
Principal Chen Xingji glanced at Lin Mo and nodded slightly. I have called Li Daming about his matter.
Thank you, Principal. Zhang Lianchang breathed a sigh of relief. Let's get started. Chen Xingji nodded and signaled everyone to start measuring. The first person to go up was Yu Chang. After the blood was drawn, a value quickly appeared on the computer screen. 6.4.
Not bad, an increase of 0.1 from last week, keep it up.
Zhang Lianchang nodded with satisfaction. Next one.
Lin Mo was the last one to take the photo, silently counting everyone's blood and chi values.
Most people's blood and chi values are above 5.2.
I didn't expect Lu Chi's blood and chi values to increase to 5.6. Lin Mo said silently in his heart.
Okay, the last one, Lin Mo.
Zhang Lianchang glanced at Lin Mo. Although you just took the test at the weekend, you should take it again. The school will make a record here.
Lin Mo nodded, stepped forward and pressed his finger on the measuring instrument. Bang!
At this moment, the door of the measuring room was kicked open, and a group of security guards rushed in.
The leader took a photo and looked at Lin Mo, and said loudly, "It's him, you guys go up and catch him." Several security guards immediately rushed towards Lin Mo. At this time, a number slowly appeared on the computer. Away!
The sudden change shocked everyone. The students looked at Lin Mo curiously, while Zhang Lianchang and Principal Chen Xingji frowned. As for Lin Mo's test results on the computer, no one noticed.
Captain Wu, what's going on?
Chen Xingji looked at Wu Di, the captain of the public security department. We have evidence in our hands that Lin Mo is the murderer of the staff at the martial arts venue. Now we need to bring him back to assist in the investigation.
Faced with Chen Xingji's inquiry, Wu Di explained. Impossible. Zhang Lianchang said quickly, Lin Mo is still a student, how could he kill someone? Teacher, we arrest people based on evidence.
Wu Di took out his cell phone and clicked on the video provided by Li Daming. Even though the picture was blurry, everyone could still see that the person who killed Feng Fei was Lin Mo really killed someone. It's so scary. If you hit it with a stick, your brains will come out. This person in the martial arts field must have already practiced martial arts.
Lin Mo was able to kill him.
It's incredible. The students present couldn't help but started talking, and some of them looked at Lin Mo with a little fear.
Lu Chi took a deep look at Lin Mo.
His blood level was higher than Lin Mo's, but when faced with Lin Mo's situation, he asked himself that he couldn't be as calm as Lin Mo.
Lin Mo, did you really kill this person? Zhang Lianchang looked at Lin Mo with difficulty. Do you have any difficulties?
I killed the person. Facing the video, Lin Mo nodded decisively. He wanted to kill me and steal my things. We'll tell you what's going on when we get to the public security department.
Wu Di raised his hand and interrupted Lin Mo. Take it away. Several security guards immediately escorted Lin Mo outside.
Zhang Lianchang instinctively wanted to follow, but Chen Xingji stopped him with his eyes.
Killing the staff of the martial arts field. This crime is too big. Chen Xingji shook his head.
Judging from Lin Mo's current talent, it is not worth the school's intervention to save him.
Zhang Lianchang looked ugly, but finally nodded. 4.1?
At this moment, Yu Chang, who was standing by, glanced at the numbers on the computer screen and couldn't help shouting, "Didn't Teacher Zhang say that his blood value is 2.8? Hearing Yu Chang's words, Zhang Lianchang trembled all over and turned his head to look at the computer screen.
4.1.
The red numbers were displayed quietly on the screen, and Zhang Lianchang couldn't help but rub his eyes. That's right, it's indeed 4.1. When he was in the junior practical class, his chi and blood were 1.5. The last measurement was 2.8, and now it's 4.1.
Zhang Lianchang muttered to himself, how many days have passed? 3 days. The principal can't let them take Lin Mo away.
Zhang Lianchang raised his head and looked at Chen Xingji. Lin Mo is a genius.
Nothing can happen to him. Chen Xingji was shocked by Zhang Lianchang's expression.
He frowned and said, Teacher Zhang, I know you think highly of Lin Mo, but there is no shortage of geniuses in the school. There are hundreds of people with 4.1 HP and above, but a week ago, his chi and blood was only 0.8. On Saturday, his chi and blood was 1.5. Now, his chi and blood has become 4.1. Zhang Lianchang shouted as if he was crazy. The whole school, how many people have such talent? How many people in Jinling have such talents? What did you say? Chen Xingji couldn't help but widened his eyes and stared at Zhang Lianchang. Increased 2.6 points of energy and blood in 3 days? there is also his fighting talent. He has no martial arts training, but he can kill Feng Fei and face Li Daming's attack without losing. Zhang Lianchang said with a solemn face, "Keep him. I believe Lin Mo must have the ability to kill people." Difficulties. I understand. Chen Xingji's face became serious. "Follow me." The two of them rushed directly to the door and chased after Wu Di. Wow! In 3 days, my blood value increased by 2.6, is it true? Could it be that you took medicine? How many qi and blood pills did you take? Even if you take qi and blood pills, you must have the ability to absorb them. If you take too much of the same qi and blood pills, the absorption value will decrease. As soon as Chen Xingji and Zhang Lianchan left, the entire practical classroom became noisy, with a group of students talking in shock. You only paid attention to qi and blood, didn't you pay any attention to his fighting ability? Yu Chang said solemnly, when he killed Feng Fei, he should have just finished measuring qi and blood, and it should be 2.8 at that time. I checked Feng Fei's information. His blood is 2.5, and his proficiency in martial arts has reached advanced levels. Facing Lin Mo, who has never practiced martial arts, Feng Fei should be able to crush him. But what's the end result? Those who can enter the intermediate practical class are all top students in the school. After hearing Yu Chang's words, their faces immediately changed. So strong. Some people couldn't help but sigh with emotion. It is indeed very strong, but my energy and blood are higher than his, and I have practiced martial arts longer than him. Now I can definitely crush him. Lu Qi thought in his heart. The level of combat power depends on the proficiency of martial arts. The proficiency of martial arts depends on talent, but also depends on the time spent practicing martial arts. Lu Qi has been practicing Diamond Finger longer than Lin Mo, and his proficiency is now only one step away from the intermediate level. He had absolute confidence to crush Lin Mo. In fact, most of the students present had similar thoughts as Lu Qi when they were sighing. Just when the students were shocked by Lin Mo's strength, Chen Xingji and Zhang Lianchang had already caught up with Wu Di at the fastest speed. "Captain Wu, wait a minute." Chen Xingji stepped forward and stopped Wu Di. "You can't take him away." Wu Di looked at Chen Xingji and said with a smile, "Principal Chen, you are making things difficult for me. You have also seen the video, I must take Lin Mo away. He killed someone from the martial arts field. The martial arts field belongs to the woman. Even if it is an ordinary staff member, it cannot be killed casually. What about the people in the martial arts field? I want to know why Lin Mo killed him for no reason." Zhang Lianchan stood aside and couldn't help but speak. "Captain Wu, I won't let you take my student away before the matter is clear," Chen Xingji said lightly. Wu Di's face changed slightly, and he said in a deep voice, "Is Principal Chen going to embarrass Wu?" After the words fell, the security guards following Wu Di reached for the pistols on their waists. Chen Xingji glanced at their actions and smiled faintly. "The people Chen wants to keep, you can't stop them with the pistols in your hands." However, Chen is not an unreasonable person. "Lin Mo, tell me what happened at that time." Lin Mo nodded and told the whole story. "There is a video in the trading area. The process of Feng Fei and my transaction should be recorded. You can check it." Lin Mo looked at Wu Di. In addition, Lin Mo paused, took out his mobile phone from his pocket, clicked a few times, and called up a recording. "What do you want to do?" This is Lin Mo's voice. "What? Boy, I gave you a chance when I was at the exchange, but you didn't cherish it. Why are you so greedy at such a young age? It would have been great if you sold it to me at 55,000 yuan a plant. You forced me to kill you, now you won't get a penny." This is Feng Fei's voice. When Lin Mo realized that Feng Fei was following him, he turned on the recording function of his mobile phone before entering the alley. With the recording in hand, Lin Mo's killing can only be regarded as self-defense at most. Blood pills. After hearing the recording, Zhang Lianchang breathed a sigh of relief. "Captain Wu, did you hear that?" Chen Xingji glanced at Wu Di and said calmly. "We need to analyze the audio track. If it is confirmed that the speaker is Feng Fei, then it can indeed be proved that Lin Mo was acting in legitimate defense." Wu Di waved his hand to his men. A group of people removed their hands from their waists and breathed a sigh of relief. Chen Xingji can become the principal of Jinling Middle School, and he is also very powerful. If they really take action, they may not be able to take advantage even if they have short guns. In that case, Lin Mo, please give the recording to Captain Wu and come back to class with us now.
Chen Xingji ordered with a smile. Yes. Lin Mo immediately forwarded the recording to Wu Di. Captain Wu, I'll take Lin Mo back, no problem, okay? Chen Xingji said calmly. Of course. Wu Di smiled and nodded quickly, let's go. After that, he left the school with a group of security guards. You kid, why didn't you take out the recording earlier? Zhang Lianshan looked at Lin Mo angrily. The three of them did not go back to the actual classroom, but came to the principal's office. They didn't give me a chance. Lin Mo said helplessly. I'm afraid there's no chance. Chen Xingji looked at him deeply and said, you want to see our attitude? If we hadn't chased him out, would you have taken it out? Even if I take it out, it may not be useful. Lin Mo smiled bitterly, the people in the martial arts arena are dead. Even if I am innocent, they still need to use my blood to defend the majesty of the martial arts arena. Smart boy. Chen Xingji smiled and nodded, you are very good, very good. Teacher Zhang applied for another qi and blood pill from me. Originally, according to regulations, it was impossible to give it to you. But I'm willing to make an exception for you. He picked up the phone on the table, dialed and said, send me a qi and blood pill. Not long after, a middle-aged man came in with a box and placed it respectfully in front of Chen Xingji. Take it and practice hard. Chen Xingji handed the box to Lin Mo and said with a smile. Thank you, Principal, thank you, Teacher Zhang. Lin Mo took the qi blood pill, thanked him, turned around and walked outside. As soon as he reached the door, he turned around and looked at Zhang Lianshan. Teacher Zhang, I want to take leave this afternoon, but I was scared just now. Zhang Lianshan nodded helplessly. Okay, go back and rest, remember to practice more martial arts. After Lin Mo thanked him, he left the principal's office. This boy lies without even blinking. He is not afraid when he kills people. How can he be afraid of being caught by the security guards? After Lin Mo left, Zhang Lianshan couldn't help but cursed. The talent and intelligence are not comparable to ordinary students. Chen Xingji said calmly, this kid is not simple. I hope that in this year's college entrance examination, this kid can beat the geniuses from other schools. After leaving school, Lin Mo did not go home, but went straight to the martial arts field. He wanted to experiment with the elixir he got from the copy yesterday. With the great rise of martial arts, a group of strong men emerged, and at the same time, a group of alchemists who specialized in refining various elixirs emerged. Over the past 100 years, some alchemist families have even been formed. A high-level alchemist may not have much strength, but he has absolute appeal and can make a large number of strong people work for him. There is a special place for refining elixirs in the martial arts arena, and various materials needed for elixirs are provided. Entering the martial arts arena, it was still the young lady at the front desk who welcomed Lin Mo. It's you again. Seeing Lin Mo, the lady at the front desk suddenly laughed. Little brother, you skipped school to see me. Sister, I am so touched that I decided to tell you your name. Remember, my sister's name is Zhu Ting. Hello, Sister Ting Ting. Lin Mo's handsome face showed a smile. Sister, please help me get a number for the alchemy area. Alchemy? You want to make alchemy? Zhu Ting's eyes widened. Do you know that one use of the alchemy area costs 10,000 yuan, and the cost of materials is also calculated separately? It is normal to spend 1 to 200,000 to refine an elixir once. Do you have that much money? Thank you, sister, for reminding me. Please help me get another trading area number. Sister G advises you to do so. Zhu Ting glared at Lin Mo. It's up to you. After turning around and calling Lin Mo, Zhu Ting stopped talking to Lin Mo. After getting the number, Lin Mo first went to the trading area to sell a qi and blood pill. According to the regulations of the trading area, the selling price of qi blood pill is 200,000, but the recycling price is only 190,000.
After getting the money, Lin Mo already had a huge sum of 270,000 yuan. After leaving the trading area, Lin Mo went directly to the alchemy area.
There are many alchemy rooms in the alchemy area.
Some of these alchemy rooms belong to martial arts arenas, and some belong to alchemy families.
Lin Mo chose an alchemy room provided by the alchemy family and walked in. The alchemy formula was now in Lin Mo's mind.
Lin Mo took out all the materials from the alchemy room according to the materials recorded in the alchemy formula. After paying a fee of 240,000 yuan, Lin Mo began to refine the elixir according to the elixir recipe. The records of the recipe are very detailed and every step is extremely precise. Lin Mo followed the elixir recipe step by step. After 3 hours, the aroma of medicine began to come out of the elixir furnace. The medicine has a strong fragrance, and there is a faint trace of energy and blood escaping, exactly as described in the elixir recipe. Lin Mo felt the changes in the furnace and smiled. After another half an hour, Lin Mo stopped all operations, stared at the furnace, and licked his lips. I don't know what the result will be. Lin Mo stretched out his hand excitedly and slowly opened the lid of the furnace. A stronger medicinal fragrance came, and the blood and qi in Lin Mo's body were agitated. In the furnace, 4 blood and qi pills lay quietly there. 4 pills. It really worked. Lin Mo looked at the 4 blood and qi pills in the furnace and couldn't help jumping up. Ignoring the burning heat of the blood and qi pills, Lin Mo directly reached out and took out the blood and qi pills, and bought 4 boxes from the alchemy room to pack the blood and qi pills. Blood and qi pills need to be stored in special boxes, otherwise the medicinal power will be reduced.
I'm rich, I'm really rich this time.
Lin Mo put away the pills, turned around and left the alchemy area directly.
Not long after Lin Mo left the alchemy area, an old man brought a girl to the alchemy room.
Qinger, today is your first time trying to make an elixir, and Grandpa is watching you right beside you.
Don't worry, Grandpa has taught you everything that should be taught.
According to the Yi family's elixir making method, 3 qi and blood grasses can at least make 1 qi and blood pill.
Just go ahead and make it.
Ha!
Has the elixir furnace been moved?
Inside the alchemy room, the old man had a puzzled look on his face. His eyes fell on the alchemy furnace.
The alchemy room is set up in the martial arts field. Isn't it normal for someone to make alchemy? Yi Qing looked at the old man curiously. Is there anything wrong?
The old man raised his hand, signaling Yi Qing not to speak first. Then he bent down, put his nose close to the alchemy furnace, and fluttered his nostrils a few times. It is also the primary qi and blood pill that is being refined. As he spoke, he stretched out his hand and gently wiped the bottom of the alchemy furnace. The index finger was covered with the residue left over from refining the pill. The old man squinted his eyes and observed the residue carefully. After a long time, he exclaimed. Strange. After the primary qi and blood pill is refined, the residue should not be like this.
Did I smell it wrong?
The old man frowned and spoke slowly. Qinger, go check the consumption record of the medicinal materials in the alchemy room today. The old man turned his head to look at Yi Qing and said anxiously.
Yi Qing nodded, took out her phone and sent a text message. Not long after, the phone rang and a message appeared on the screen. Grandpa, you are right.
Someone was indeed refining the primary qi and blood pill here just now. Yi Qing read the content on the screen. The whole process consumed 3 qi and blood grasses and 1 or 2 qi condensation powders. The amount of medicinal materials on it is obviously enough for a furnace of pills. The old man looked at the residue on his fingertips. It's a pity that he should have failed.
Grandpa, how do you know he failed?
Yi Qing looked at the old man curiously. Because this residue is completely different from the residue left after our Yi family refines pills. The old man pointed at the residue and said, Qinger, you should know that the biggest reason why my Yi family can rank among the best in the alchemy world is that my Yi family has the highest success rate in refining primary qi and blood pills. 3 qi and blood grasses, using my Yi family's unique pill formula, can make 3 pills with a probability of more than 30%. The probability of making 2 pills can reach 4 levels. The Yi family relies on this terrifying success rate to crush many alchemy families. Grandpa started refining pills at the age of 5, and has been refining primary qi and blood pills for 70 years.
What kind of residues has Grandpa not seen in these years?
The residues now are very similar to the residues of failed refining, so it must have failed. The old man said the basis for his judgment, and then patted Yi Ching on the shoulder. Chinger, you refine well and strive for success once. Yi Ching nodded and took out the medicinal materials according to the pill formula.
Start refining. The old man nodded and stood aside. When necessary, I will guide you. Yi Ching nodded. As the strongest alchemist in the Yi family, being able to get his guidance is what countless people dream of.
Although she has a rich theoretical foundation, this is her first time to officially refine the elixir, and Yi Ching can't help but be a little nervous. According to the book, Yi Ching refined step by step. After immersing herself in refining the elixir, her nervous mood instantly relaxed, and her movements became more and more standard.
You are worthy of being the genius of my Yi family.
Not only is your strength strong, but your talent for refining elixir is also extremely high. The old man stroked his beard with satisfaction. A few hours later, the fragrance of medicine began to drift in the elixir furnace, and the smile on the old man's face became more and more intense.
It's time. Yi Ching's eyes flashed, and an excited look appeared on her pretty face.
She stretched out her hand, lifted the lid of the elixir furnace, and looked inside the elixir furnace. 2 qi and blood pills lay quietly inside.
Success, success.
Yi Ching showed a surprised smile on her face and jumped up excitedly.
Ha ha ha, I made 2 pills in my first formal alchemy. You are worthy of being my granddaughter, Yi Chaochuan.
The old man nodded with satisfaction, his face full of smiles.
Pack it in a box quickly, the medicinal effect will evaporate over time. Yi Chaochuan reminded with a smile.
Yi Ching nodded and was about to buy a box in the alchemy room, but when she clicked on the page to choose the box, she was stunned.
The box was gone. Impossible.
Yi Ching frowned. Today is Monday, and the alchemy room will be equipped with 4 boxes every Monday morning.
How come none of them are gone? Could it be that someone else used it?
The old man said casually, but soon noticed something wrong.
He looked at Yi Ching and said with some doubts, how many people used the alchemy room today? Except for me, there is only one.
Yi Ching also realized something and her expression became solemn.
Are you sure?
The old man looked at Yi Ching with wide eyes.
Sure. Yi Ching nodded heavily.
The old man was stunned there.
3 qi in blood grass, 1 ounce of condensing qi powder. This is clearly the amount for 1 furnace. How can 4 pills be refined? Impossible.
The old man murmured. A few seconds later, he looked at his index finger again, and there was still a layer of residue on it.
Go to the analysis room.
The old man said, and then walked directly outside.
Yi Ching also hurriedly followed.
As for the 2 pills that had just been refined, it was not important now. Yi Chaochuan was the person with the highest alchemy skills in the Yi family and even in the entire Jinling. He could make him lose his composure like this, which showed that this matter was not ordinary. The 2 entered the analysis room one after the other. The old man carefully extracted the residue on his finger with a cotton swab, and then put it in the instrument for analysis.
A few minutes later, a series of data appeared on the instrument. Yi Chaochuan stared at the data with shock written on his face. The residual effect of the medicine is almost 0. How is this possible?
The old man took a few steps back as if he had seen something incredible.
Grandpa, what does this mean?
Yi Ching looked at the data on the computer with confusion.
The process of refining the elixir is actually the process of extracting the qi and blood from the qi and blood grass.
The lower the efficacy of the remaining medicine in the residue, the more successful the refining is. The residual medicinal effect of these residues that Mr. Yi brought was 0, which proved that the utilization rate of qi bloodgrass in the entire alchemy process reached 100%. As expected of Mr. Yi, his alchemy skills are already superb. Next to Yi Chaochuan, a middle-aged man in a white coat said flatteringly.
This is not what I refined. Yi Chaochuan glanced at him and said lightly, today's matter will be kept secret. Do you understand?
Understood.
The middle-aged man looked at Yi Chaochuan's eyes and nodded quickly. Yi Chaochuan nodded with satisfaction and left the analysis room with an indifferent expression.
But as soon as he walked out of the analysis room, Yi Chaochuan's expression became excited. Quick, follow me to the front desk, I want to see who used the alchemy room. A furnace of medicinal materials was used to refine 4 qi and blood pills. Such a terrifying elixir forming rate is unheard of. If we can recruit this alchemist to the Yi family, our reputation in the alchemy world of the Yi family will definitely rise to a higher level. With excitement written all over his face, he went straight to Zhu Ting at the front desk.
Sorry, we have no right to disclose information to you.
Zhu Ting looked at Yi Chaochuan and Yi Qing and said calmly.
Miss, this is very important to us. Please give us this person's information. Yi Chaochuan said eagerly, don't worry, we will never do anything against him. Miss, if you tell us this person's information, my Yi family is willing to pay enough.
Yi Qing took out her mobile phone from her body. 1 million, by this person's information, 1 million.
Zhu Ting's eyes widened.
From this morning to now, Lin Mo was the only one using the alchemy room. Therefore, the person the 2 people in front of them are looking for must be Lin Mo. But Zhu Ting didn't know Lin Mo's name, so she couldn't make the million even if she wanted to.
Sorry, I don't know his name.
Zhu Ting shook her head, but he comes here often these days.
If he comes again, I will definitely recognize him. I'll give you 500,000 first. If he shows up again, just call me.
Yi Qing transferred the 500,000 to Zhu Ting and followed Yi Chaochuan out of the martial arts arena. What on earth did you do to make the Yi family pay such a high price to find you? Zhu Ting couldn't help but think as she looked at the extra 500,000 in her phone. Just when Yi Qing was trying her best to find Lin Mo was walking home with his school bag on his back. The 2 pills given by the school, plus the 4 refined pills, I now have a total of 6 qi and blood pills. Plus the money I have left on hand, it's a full 1.2 million. Lin Mo was thinking silently in his heart, and couldn't help but smile on his face. When he opened the door, Lin Mo was surprised to find that his father Lin Daong did not go to work.
Xiao Mo, why are you back so early? Aren't you going to school today?
Lin Daong obviously didn't expect Lin Mo to come back so early. Normally, the end of school for the senior year of high school would not be until at least 10 o'clock in the evening.
School is on holiday today.
Lin Mo said casually, Dad, don't you have to go to work today?
I can't make any money working on the construction site, so I won't do it.
I have a day off today, and my dad will go out to find a good job tomorrow. Lin Daong said with a smile. Lin Mo paused in his heart and said in a deep voice, Dad, did you encounter any grievance at work? You kid, what kind of grievance can Dad encounter? But Lin Daong said something ordinary, and the door of his home was pushed open with a bang. Lin Ye walked in with a cold face, pointed at Lin Mo and said, It's not because of you. If you hadn't provoked Li Wei at school, how would your father have been expelled by his father, Li Daming? Do you know how Dad was bullied at the construction site today? Look at how many injuries Dad has on his body. Lin Ye stepped forward and directly rolled up Lin Yong's sleeves. The dark arms were actually covered with bruises. Lin Mo trembled all over and his eyes immediately turned red. He slowly stepped forward and raised his hand to lift Lin Daiyong's t-shirt, feeling a surge of anger instantly surge into his heart. Lin Daiyong's already bent back was covered with traces of punches and kicks. The injuries were all new, so Lin Ye was right, Lin Daiyong was just beaten today.
Dad, what's going on?
Lin Mo asked in a hoarse voice. You kid, don't talk nonsense. When did Dad get bullied? This is because he was careless while working, Lin Daiyong glared at Lin Ye. Okay, you 2 go back to your room to practice. Dad will get something delicious. Xiaoya, what happened? Lin Mo asked in a deep voice. So what if you know, Xiaoya said coldly, is it possible that you can still avenge Dad? I let you say it. Lin Mo's voice suddenly turned cold, and he looked at Lin Ye coldly with his eyes. Ah! Looking at Lin Mo's eyes, Lin Ye couldn't help but exclaimed, and took a few steps back. Arena! Lin Ye looked at Lin Mo in fear, her eyes full of fear. This was the first time she saw Lin Mo showing such an expression, like an angry lion, exuding murderous intent. You, why are you so mean?
Lin Yu quickly reacted, adjusted her emotions, and glared at Lin Mo. Did you offend Li Wei from your class? Do you know that Dad is at Li's house, working on the construction site? The trouble you caused yourself is now being blamed on Dad. Okay, stop talking. Lin Daong glared at Lin Yu. The work on the construction site is too tiring. It doesn't matter if I get fired, I just have 2 days of rest. You too, go back to your house and practice. Lin Mo glanced at him, nodded heavily, and returned to his room. Li Wei. When he returned to the room, Lin Mo's eyes instantly turned cold. Dad, don't worry, I will definitely seek justice for you. Lin Mo suppressed the anger in his heart, took out a qi and blood pill from his school bag, and swallowed it directly. With the previous experience, Lin Mo lay directly on the bed and fell asleep. Game loading. 3 copies of Goblin Country, Cat Monster Forest and Martial Arts Arena appeared in front of Lin Mo again. The difference from the previous time is that this time the martial arts field has been activated. Lin Mo immediately chose the martial arts arena and entered the dungeon. At this moment, Lin Mo was in a huge space. He was standing on a ring, and the martial skill Diamond Finger appeared in front of his eyes. After choosing the Diamond Finger, a goblin lord wearing a crown appeared in front of Lin Mo. Lin Mo used Diamond Finger according to the method he learned and attacked the goblin lord. Along with a scream, green bloodstains appeared on the goblin lord's body. At the same time, Lin Mo saw the damage analysis of this blow and some errors when performing martial arts. The way the energy and blood circulate is wrong, and when the martial arts was just performed, the angle was also wrong. The correct method of execution should be. Lin Mo read the text above, with an excited look on his face. The martial arts arena actually has this function. According to the description above, I will definitely be able to improve the proficiency of the Diamond Finger in a very short period of time. According to the above description, Lin Mo activated the Diamond Finger again. The damage has been doubled. After one blow, Lin Mo couldn't help but get excited when he saw the data analysis reappearing in front of him. At the same time, the disadvantages of this attack are still given above. In the following time, Lin Mo used Diamond Finger over and over again, modifying the way of performing martial arts based on the above corrections over and over again. Diamond Finger. Lin Mo roared angrily, and along with the sound of breaking wind, Lin Mo's fingertips seemed to be wrapped in a layer of golden light. Puff! The fingers directly pierced the goblin lord's head, and with a scream, the goblin lord fell directly to the ground. The current damage value is 3 times that of the original. Lin Mo looked at the damage analysis in front of him excitedly. At the same time, he noticed that his proficiency in this martial arts was also given on the side. Advanced. Lin Mo was startled. After just a moment, my proficiency has already reached the advanced level. It took Yu Chang and the others 10 days to reach the intermediate level, but it only took me a while to reach the advanced level. Incredible. It's incredible. With the existence of the martial arts performance field, I can improve my proficiency in any martial arts in a very short period of time. Just when Lin Mo was so excited, everything in front of him became blurry. Lin Mo opened his eyes and glanced at the time. It was already early morning. The blood value has not increased, but the proficiency of the Diamond Finger has reached an advanced level. Lin Mo used the Diamond Finger again in the room. The sound of breaking wind sounded, and just like in the dream, his fingers were wrapped in a layer of golden light. With my health value of 4.1 and the proficiency of Diamond Finger reaching an advanced level, if I face Feng Fei again, I am confident that I will kill him with one strike. Lin Mo's eyes flashed with confidence. After pondering for a moment, he walked towards the closet. He changed into black clothes, took out a black mask and put it on his face. Opening the window, Lin Mo jumped down. The Lin family lives on the 4th floor. With Lin Mo's current physical condition, such a height is like child's play. In the night, Lin Mo, dressed in black, ran towards the Li family's construction site. In order to speed up the construction progress, construction will continue on the construction site even at night. Lin Mo ran all the way and entered the construction site. The entire construction site was in full swing, and the resonance of various machines was deafening. Come on, Brother Lei, I toast you with this drink. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have been commended by Mr. Li.
Not far from the construction site, several figures were sitting around a broken wooden table. The speaker was a young man, who was currently raising a glass to another middle-aged man. You seized the opportunity yourself. Brother Lay drank the wine in his glass in one gulp and said with a smile, "You guys all follow me and work hard. I guarantee that you will enjoy the hot drink. That's necessary." A group of people responded with a smile. "Brother Lay, you said that if we beat Lin Daong like that, if he reported it to the Public Security Bureau," a young man couldn't help but speak. Snapped. "Are you stupid?" Brother Lay raised his hand and slapped him on the head. With the support of the Lee family, let alone beating him, even if he is killed, he deserves it. Lin Mo stood not far away, listening quietly, with anger in his eyes. There was no doubt that it was these people who attacked his father. That Brother Lay exuded a strong blood and chi power, but he should not have reached the realm of a first-grade warrior. As for the young men around Brother Lay, they had blood and chi of about 1.5 at most. After judging the strength of several people, Lin Mo walked towards them step by step. Brother Lay, I heard that Lin Daong has a daughter who looks good. What do you think if I get her to Mr. Lee's bed?" One of the young men suddenly looked at Brother Lay with a wicked smile on his face. "You are good." Brother Lay also smiled. "If this thing is done, I will follow you in the future." Halfway through the conversation, Brother Lay suddenly noticed Lin Mo walking towards them. "Who are you?" Brother Lay's face sank, and he clearly felt that Lin Mo was not a good person. Lin Mo did not respond, but accelerated suddenly and rushed towards the young man who had just spoken. Seeing Lin Mo rushing over, the young man's face changed slightly. Just as he finished speaking, he saw a fist hit him. Bang! With a muffled sound, the young man felt that the whole world was spinning, and the whole person fell to the ground. But Lin Mo did not give him a chance to fall, but held his collar with one hand and slapped him in the face with the other hand. "Who do you think you are? Touch my family?" Lin Mo was like an angry lion, slapping the young man in the face one after another. After a while, the young man's face was swollen like a pig's head, and the whole person had fainted. Lin Mo casually shook it off and looked at Brother Lay with a gloomy look. "Brother, I don't know where I have offended you?" Brother Lay was shocked by Lin Mo's momentum, and clasped his fists to Lin Mo and said, "Why don't you sit down and have a drink? We can talk it out." "Talk it out?" Lin Mo flipped the table casually. "Talk about your mother." With a bang, the mess on the table was all over the place. Brother Lay was the first to be hit, and was splashed with soup and wine. "Boy, are you looking for death?" Brother Lay's face was gloomy. "I, Lay, have been in this area for so many years, and I haven't been in this area for nothing." "Come on. Beat him to death, I will take responsibility if he kills me." Lay waved his hands, and the young men around him immediately rushed towards Lin Mo. Lin Mo picked up a bench leg and smashed it on the legs of the young man on the left with a bang. The young man fell down and was kicked aside by Lin Mo. At the same time, the other three young men had already swung wooden sticks at Lin Mo. Lin Mo ducked to avoid it, and at the same time swept his right leg across the ground. The young men only had about 2.0 chi and blood at most. With Lin Mo's current strength, it was effortless to deal with them. After a few muffled sounds, only Lay was left standing there. "You are so young, but your blood and chi are not low." Lay looked at Lin Mo calmly, "But you are not my opponent yet." After the words fell, the blood and chi power on Lay's body slowly evaporated, and his momentum was completely above Lin Mo, at least 6 blood and chi. Feeling this blood and chi power, Lin Mo quickly made a judgment in his heart. "Boy, I'll give you a chance." Lay pointed to the soup on his feet. "Lick it clean, and I can spare your life." Swoosh! The sound of breaking wind sounded, and Lin Mo threw the bench leg in his hand in response. Crack! Lay punched the bench leg, breaking the thick wooden stick, and snorted coldly, and rushed towards Lin Mo. "Hey!" Lay's eyes were cold, and he punched Lin Mo in the face. Bang! Lin Mo raised his hands to resist, and his fists and palms met, and a muffled sound came out. Step! 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 Lin Mo took 3 steps back in succession, and felt a sharp pain in his arms. "Hey, kid, you have so little blood and energy. I'm afraid it's not enough."
Shirley chuckled with a playful expression on his face. Lin Mo's face was serious. He was at a disadvantage in the previous attack. The difference in blood and energy between the two was not small. But I may not lose. Lin Mo's eyes flashed, and he rushed forward. Come on. Shirley sneered, and a layer of blood and energy wrapped around his fist. Stone-breaking fist. Martial arts. Shirley directly used martial arts, and his fist speed suddenly increased by 1 time, and smashed towards Lin Mo. The increase in fist speed brought about a doubling of strength. If this punch really hit the body, it would be either death or injury. I've been waiting for you for a long time. Lin Mo shouted coldly, and took out the iron rod with his right hand behind his back and smashed it against his fist. Bang! The iron rod made a crisp sound, and Shirley's screams rang at the same time. Shirley retreated in succession, staring at the iron rod in Lin Mo's hand in shock. Yellow-level weapon. After realizing what Lin Mo was holding, a greedy look appeared on his face again. Boy, you're dead. His right hand was broken by Lin Mo, but Shirley didn't care anymore. As long as he solved Lin Mo, he could get a yellow-level weapon, which was worth it. Thinking of this, Shirley exhaled a breath of turbid air and mobilized the blood in his body again. Boy, I wanted to spare your life, but now I have changed my mind. Shirley licked his lips, and then rushed towards Lin Mo again. When he was about 1 meter away from Lin Mo, he jumped high and stepped on Lin Mo. Eagle step. Shirley roared, and with the weight of the whole person plus the blessing of martial arts, an unprecedented sense of crisis attacked Lin Mo. Bang! Lin Mo still swung the iron rod, but the huge force came, and his whole person was also pressed by this foot, almost half kneeling on the ground. My shoes are specially made to match the eagle step. Shirley chuckled. At this time, Lin Mo noticed that Shirley's soles were made of metal. Although they could not reach the yellow rank, they were also extremely hard. Go to hell! Shirley shouted coldly, and his feet on the iron rod lightly tapped again, and the whole person jumped high again. He performed the eagle step again. Lin Mo held the iron rod with both hands. The impact just now had cracked his knuckles. If it happened again, his hands might be crippled. However, it was not easy to dodge this blow. I still have a chance. Lin Mo's eyes were firm, and he put the iron rod away directly. Vajra finger. Lin Mo roared, and a layer of golden blood and energy wrapped on the 2 fingers of his right hand, and pointed at Shirley's feet. Click. With a crisp sound, the solid metal was pierced by Lin Mo's 2 fingers. Plop. Shirley fell to the ground, hunched over like a shrimp, holding his right leg. Lin Mo's fingers were already stained with blood. The blow just now shattered not only Shirley's shoes, but also the entire leg bone of his right leg. The Vajra finger under advanced mastery is so terrifying. Lin Mo looked at Shirley lying on the ground, and was shocked. Concentrating his mind, Lin Mo walked towards Shirley with the iron rod. What are you going to do? Shirley looked into Lin Mo's eyes, and a look of panic appeared on his face. You can't kill me, I'm from Mali family, Lin Mo swung the iron rod and hit his sitting leg, then put it away and nodded with satisfaction. He squatted down, fumbled around Shirley's body for a while, and took out a wallet. Brother Lei is so powerful, he actually carries so much money with him. Lin Mo counted and found that there were more than 20,000 yuan in his wallet. He took out the cash, put it in his pocket, and then turned around and stalked several other young people for a while. In the end, a total of more than 50,000 yuan was collected. This money should be considered as medical expenses. Lin Mo packed up the cash and raised his hand to pat Shirley's face. I am very interested in the martial arts you just used. Lin Mo waved the iron rod in his hand. I want to learn. Brother Lei should be happy to teach me. Shirley looked at the iron rod in fear, and finally reluctantly handed over the 2 martial arts skills to Lin Mo. After obtaining the martial arts skills of grapple palm and eagle step, Lin Mo patted Shirley's face with satisfaction. Tell that to Li, I will destroy him sooner or later. After that, he walked away. Taking advantage of the darkness, Lin Mo returned to the room along the drainage pipe. Although I won this battle, a large part of it was because my proficiency with Diamond Finger has reached an advanced level.
Lin Mo sat cross-legged on the bed, silently recalling the gains and losses of this battle. We must make good use of the martial arts field. It is very important to improve the proficiency of martial arts. My strength is still too low. If it weren't for good luck, I might have died today. However, the harvest is not bad, an extra 50,000 yuan. Lin Mo had a smile on his face and planned to find time to hand over the money to his father tomorrow. After packing up his clothes, Lin Mo took out another chi and blood pill from his school bag and swallowed it without looking at it. Game loading. This time, Lin Mo chose the cat demon forest. The scene from the last dungeon quickly appeared in front of him. Under the gloomy sky, Lin Mo had a stone door flashing with red light in front of his eyes. Lin Mo moved his hands and feet and walked in directly. Meow. A shrill meow sounded, and not far away, a cat demon exuding lilac miasma was staring at him with khaki eyes. Drawings. Poisonous? Feeling a dizzy feeling coming over him, Lin Mo instantly realized that the aura on the cat demon's body was poisonous. He quickly took 2 steps back, felt the direction of the wind, and then quickly stood upwind. Meow, die to the intruder. The cat demon lord roared sternly. He was the only monster in the whole room, but Lin Mo did not dare to be careless. Aha! The lavender cat claws clawed at Lin Mo, and a fishy smell filled his nose. The attacks are all poisonous. Lin Mo frowned, and at the same time took out the iron rod and smashed it at the cat demon. There was a heart-wrenching sound, and several deep claw marks were left on the iron rod. At the same time, bursts of white smoke emitted from the iron rod, and there seemed to be something corroding the iron rod inside those claw marks. So poisonous. Lin Mo broke out in a cold sweat and began to walk around the cat demon. In his previous life, Lin Mo had a wealth of experience in dungeon strategy. For a lord like this, he could only spend time grinding it out. The iron rod in his hand hit the cat demon one after another, constantly consuming it. As time passed, the cat demon lord became enraged, with a crazy look in his eyes. Ran away. Lin Mo cheered up and stepped back a few meters without saying a word. But the cat demon didn't give Lin Mo a chance to retreat. It screamed miserably, and then jumped up high, waving its 2 front paws continuously, leaving lavender traces in the air. Lin Mo's eyes flashed. He pushed the iron rod in his hand forward sideways, and at the same time used the diamond finger with his right hand. Poof! Lin Mo felt a sharp pain in his left hand holding the iron rod, and at the same time, his right hand had already hit the cat demon's abdomen. A shrill scream rang out. The cat demon's stomach was torn open by Lin Mo with his diamond finger, and he lay on the ground, already in a state of death. Lin Mo's entire left hand also turned pitch black, and it was obvious that he was poisoned. It's over, I'm not going to die. Lin Mo felt that his body was getting weaker, and the scene in front of him became increasingly blurry. Bang! At the critical moment, Lin Mo killed the cat demon with a stick and felt a flow of energy and blood pouring into his body. The moment Lin Mo fell, the items dropped by the cat demon were also picked up. Ah! In the room, Lin Mo opened his eyes and glanced at his left hand. Although there were no signs of poisoning, Lin Mo could clearly feel that the injury to his left hand was serious. Could it be that if someone is injured in the copy, it will also affect reality? Then if I die in the dungeon, will I die in reality too? Better be careful in the future. Lin Mo reminded himself in his mind, and then let his consciousness enter his mind. There are still 2 light groups, I don't know what good things dropped this time. Lin Mo looked at the 2 light groups in his mind, and with a sudden movement of consciousness, he took out the thing. Zihu design drawing. Lin Mo opened one of the light groups and read the information on it, with a look of ecstasy on his face. The weapons designed according to the design drawings can actually reach the 3rd level of Huang level. The price of a 1st-grade Huang grade weapon is 500,000, while the price of a 3rd-grade Huang grade weapon can reach about 5 million. There are a lot of materials needed. I really wish I already had the cat demon's nails. The rest of the materials can also be bought from the trading area of the martial arts arena. But what the hell is this last Elvis Fong? Lin Mo looked at the last material and fell into deep thought. It should still be something dropped in the dungeon.
Let's ignore it for now and let's see what the other item is. Lin Mo opened another item, which was a pill. Healing pill, it can treat various injuries and has miraculous effects on hidden wounds in the body. Lin Mo looked at the medicine instructions with a smile on his face. Keep it for my dad. Although he himself is injured now, he is a warrior after all, and his physical fitness is much stronger than Lin Daong. What's more, Lin Daong has accumulated countless hidden wounds over the years. It's so worth it to cure all the hidden wounds with one pill. In the following time, Lin Mo continued to practice according to the thunder breathing method until dawn. The school's practical classes are only available on Mondays and Saturdays, so Lin Mo doesn't have to go to school in the next few days. Just take advantage of these few days to practice hard. Now Lin Mo still has 4 qi and blood pills left in his hand, which is enough for the next few days. After washing up, Lin Mo came to the kitchen. Where's Xiaoya? Lin Mo asked curiously as he glanced at his parents who were eating. He's gone. He said he wanted to go to school early to practice. His mother, Wang Ping, served a bowl of meat porridge to Lin Mo. Xiao Mo, the college entrance examination is coming soon. Don't be too stressed, Dad, Mom, don't worry. I promise to get into a good university. I have enough energy and blood now. After the last experience, Lin Mo did not tell his blood value because they wouldn't believe it if he told him. Okay, parents believe in you. Wang Ping smiled and nodded. Okay, let's go to work. You should go to school as soon as you finish eating. Lin Mo nodded, watched his parents leave, wolfed down breakfast, and then returned to the room to continue practicing. The 2 martial arts skills I received from Shirley must be studied carefully. With the help of the martial arts performance field, I can improve the martial arts skills to a high level of proficiency in a short period of time. Lin Mo now began to practice 2 martial arts skills according to what Shirley taught. Stone Fist and Diamond Finger are similar, both are very basic martial arts. It only took Lin Mo half a day to perform this martial skill. However, the power exerted is not very high. As for Eagle Step, in Lin Mo's opinion, it should be considered a good martial skill. Using the power generated by falling after jumping up, it can cause high damage to the enemy. Lin Mo spent half a day, but still couldn't fully display Eagle Step. Take your time, improve your proficiency in the Gravel Fist first, and then Ing Tiao will find an opportunity to ask the teacher for advice later. Lin Mo made up his mind, took out the Qi and Blood pill, and swallowed it. After entering the game screen, Lin Mo directly chose the martial arts field. Still on the arena, the options in front of Lin Mo became the Diamond Finger and the Stone Fist. It seems that my guess is good. You must be able to perform Eagle Tread before this option can appear in the martial arts field. Lin Mo chose Gravel Fist as the martial arts practice this time. When Lin Mo opened his eyes again, a satisfied smile appeared on his face. The proficiency of Gravel Fist has also been improved to an advanced level. And my blood value seems to have improved, it should be over 5. When the Qi and Blood pills are used up, go to the martial arts field to refine some. While he was thinking about it, Lin Mo suddenly heard the sound of the door opening, followed by the sound of his parents' conversation. I just made more than 100 yuan today, Lin Daong said a little frustrated. How about I go and beg Shirley and see if he can let me continue to stay at the construction site? No. Wang Ping said angrily, how did they beat you? There must be someone above the Li family. Otherwise, I would have called the public security department. You must not make phone calls. Xiaoman and Xiaoya are still young. If it offends the Li family, nothing will happen to us. If it affects them both, Lin Daong's face was full of worry and unwillingness. Lin Mo stood in the room and listened to their conversation, his eyes slightly red. Taking a deep breath, Lin Mo opened the door and walked out. Mom and Dad, you are back. Lin Mo pretended not to hear their conversation and said with a smile on his face, I have done well in school recently. The teacher rewarded me with a pill, saying it can cure hidden wounds. Dad, try it now. As Lin Mo said this, he took out the healing pill and placed it in front of Lin Daong. You can keep it for yourself if the teacher gives it to you. It would be a waste for me to eat such a precious thing, Lin Daong instinctively wanted to refuse. No. Lin Mo shook his head decisively, if you don't eat it, I'll throw it away now. After that, he picked up the elixir and walked towards the window. You kid, what are you doing? Wang Ping quickly stopped Lin Mo, and then looked at Lin Daong. You can eat as long as you are told. You are the backbone of the family. If your body breaks down, who will support our family? Hearing this, Lin Daong nodded, took the elixir from Lin Mo's hand, and swallowed it. Has been found. I feel much better. After swallowing the pill, Lin Daong showed a look of enjoyment on his face. All his limbs were warm, the pain in his back disappeared, and the injuries on his face and body also disappeared. This pill is amazing. Lin Daong stood up and moved his arms. I feel younger. Wang Ping, who was watching this scene, also smiled. You must thank your teacher. So, I will buy some gifts tomorrow, and you can bring them to your teacher when you go to school the day after tomorrow. No need. Lin Mo waved his hand. I can get into a good university, which is the best gift for them. Oh, by the way, there is also this. Lin Mo fumbled in his school bag for a while, took out the 50,000 yuan he had looted from Shirley and others, and put it on the table. Where did you get so much money? Lin Daong and Wang Ping stared at Lin Mo with wide eyes. Xiao Mo, you can't do anything illegal. Mom and Dad, you think too much. Lin Mo smiled and said, Shirley and others will pay for our medical expenses. Medical expenses? Lin Daong looked at Lin Mo in confusion. Can Shirley be so kind? It's true. Lin Mo said seriously, I met Shirley when I went to school today. He knelt down in front of me and apologized desperately. In order to show his sincerity, he even broke his legs. If I didn't want this 50,000 yuan, he wouldn't even get up. Impossible, Shirley is not that kind of person. Lin Daong scratched his head, his face full of disbelief. Oh, Dad, can I still lie to you? Lin Mo stuffed the money into his parents' hands. Besides, if he didn't give the money voluntarily, did I snatch it from him? I can't beat him either. That's right. Although Shirley has not reached the level of a first-grade warrior, his strength is not weak. You can't be his opponent. Lin Daong nodded in agreement. It seems that Shirley has a conscience. Yes, yes. Lin Mo nodded repeatedly. At night, Lin Mo took out another qi and blood pill and swallowed it. Entering the game screen again, in addition to the three options of Goblin Kingdom, Cat Demon Forest and Martial Arts Field, Lin Mo also saw a gate. This gate should be the entrance to the next copy. Lin Mo raised his foot and walked towards the gate, but was blocked there. A line of text appeared above the gate. 5 qi and blood pills are required. 5? Lin Mo looked at the text above and was shocked. 1 qi and blood pill costs 200,000, and it costs 1 million to open the third dungeon. Forget it, I'll continue to mix experience in the Cat Demon Forest and the Goblin Kingdom. Lin Mo shook his head and went directly into the Cat Demon Forest. In the next few days, the remaining 3 qi and blood pills were all consumed by Lin Mo in the Cat Demon Forest. I feel that my qi and blood are much more sufficient now than before. Lin Mo felt the qi and blood power in his body, and a satisfied look appeared on his face. It should have exceeded 9. The pills are used up, just in time to go to the martial arts field to refine pills. In addition to bringing Lin Mo's qi and blood value to increase, the 3 qi and blood pills also allowed him to harvest 3 qi and blood grasses and 3 cat demon claws. I don't know where to get the fangs of the Cat King. Lin Mo packed up and left home with his school bag on his back. Today is Saturday, and there are quite a few people in the martial arts field. Shu Ting looked at the line in front of her and showed a look of disappointment on her face. That guy hasn't come for almost a week. Yi Qing has already given half of the 1 million promised, and the remaining 500,000 needs to find Lin Mo to cash it. But now a week has passed, and Lin Mo seems to have disappeared. Ha! Just when Zhu Ting was feeling melancholy, a figure appeared at the end of the line. It's him! Shu Ting's eyes lit up, and after confirming that she was not mistaken, she showed an excited look on her face. If she hadn't been afraid of other people's complaints, she would have rushed to Lin Mo now. What's your name? Give me your contact information. When it was Lin Mo's turn, Zhu Ting took out her mobile phone without waiting for him to speak, and looked at Lin Mo with expectation. Shu Ting was so excited that she almost shouted this sentence. The result was that the people in the queue behind Lin Mo couldn't help looking at them. with gossipy looks on their faces. TSK, girls nowadays are really proactive. If you look as handsome as him, I guarantee that girls will be so proactive. But this girl looks a lot more aggressive than the boy. Is it a sister-brother relationship? Listening to the discussions around her, Zhu Ting's face couldn't help but blush. Lin Mo looked at Zhu Ting blankly, then shook his head. Sorry, we are not suitable, not suitable? Zhu Ting was stunned, and then gritted her teeth in anger. Please help me get the number for the alchemy area and blood measurement. Without waiting for Zhu Ting to get angry, Lin Mo quickly put forward his needs. Here's the number. Zhu Ting glared at Lin Mo fiercely, and handed the number to him unhappily. Lin Mo didn't care too much. After getting the number, he went to the test area to line up. He now urgently wanted to know what his blood value was. Half an hour later, Lin Mo entered the measurement room. Putting both hands on the measuring instrument, after a sharp pain, a number appeared on the screen. 9.6. Sure enough, the blood value of 9 has been broken. Lin Mo let out a long breath and smiled. Who would have thought that he, who was 0.8 blood 2 weeks ago, has now reached a blood value of 9.6, and is only one step away from becoming a first-class warrior. Just as Lin Mo was about to leave, his eyes caught another machine in the test room. I have practiced martial arts now, so I can just see what the attack index is. Lin Mo currently masters 2 martial arts, Vajra Finger and Stone Breaking Fist, and has reached advanced proficiency. Vajra Finger. Standing in front of the measuring instrument, Lin Mo performed martial arts. After a while, a string of numbers appeared on the screen. 121. It's so high. Lin Mo couldn't help but exclaimed. According to Lin Mo's estimation, each time the Vajra Finger is performed, the blood consumed is about 1. And about 1 blood can normally be converted into about 50 times the attack power. But now, Lin Mo actually converted his attack power 120 times. Stone Breaking Fist. 113. Lin Mo used Stone Breaking Fist again, and also converted more than 100 times his attack power. Looking at the numbers on the screen, Lin Mo smiled deeply. Such a terrifying conversion rate, even with advanced proficiency, may not be achieved. It is the analysis of martial arts in the martial arts arena that allowed me to increase the conversion rate of chi and blood to an extremely high level. Lin Mo quickly analyzed the reason. With the help of the martial arts arena, Lin Mo can perform martial arts infinitely and perfectly, thus achieving a terrifying conversion rate. I don't know if I can single out a first-grade warrior now. Lin Mo's eyes flickered, and he was a little eager to try. Concentrating his mood, Lin Mo left the test room calmly. There was a young girl and a young man queuing outside. Sister, did you see the expression of that person just now? The moment the 3 of them passed by, the young man glanced at Lin Mo's expressionless face. I didn't notice, what's wrong? The young girl shook her head. I see he has a bitter face, the test result must be bad. The young man's face was full of gloating. Sister, do you think my blood and chi value can break through 8 this time? It should be possible. The girl nodded. At the age of 18, he has reached 8 blood and chi. Although it can't be compared with the monster like Hu Qing, he can also be called a genius. The young man stood in front of the tester and pressed his palm on it. After a while, a number appeared on the screen. 8.1. The young man looked at the number on it and laughed. Ha, see, it really broke through to more than 8. There are less than 3 months left. I have to work harder and strive to break through to become a first-class warrior before the college entrance examination. Come on, sister believes in you. The girl patted the young man's head. Do you want to test the attack power of martial arts? Didn't you learn the diamond finger a few days ago? Of course I have to test it. The young man raised his chin. I'm just a little bit away from reaching the intermediate proficiency. The young man stood in front of the measuring instrument and performed the diamond finger. 62. The young man nodded with satisfaction. This conversion rate has reached the intermediate standard. I am indeed a genius. After a pause, a smile flashed in the young man's eyes, and he looked at the girl. Sister, can you find out the blood value of that guy just now? I have the permission to check, But why are you checking this? The girl frowned. Do you know him? I don't know him.
The young man shook his head and said, I just want to see how far a genius like me has left ordinary people behind.
Don't be proud.
The girl couldn't help but scolded, you can have the blood now, of course, because you have talent, but also because your family provides you with enough resources. Ordinary people don't have as many resources as you, it's normal, sister,
I know. The young man smiled and said, just satisfy my curiosity. Just this time, never again.
The girl shook her head and entered a string of numbers on the measuring instrument. The girl opened the permission to check and opened the most recent measurement record.
I wonder if it's above the undergraduate line.
The young man looked at the screen with a smile on his face, and then his smile slowly froze.
9.6. The young man rubbed his eyes. How is this possible?
The girl was also shocked when she stared at the screen. When Lin Mo passed by her, although she didn't pay too much attention to Lin Mo, she could see that Lin Mo was born an ordinary person. Poor in literature and rich in martial arts, it is difficult for an ordinary family to produce a martial arts genius.
But the ordinary people they thought just now were so terrifying.
Could it be a mistake? The young man looked at the screen in disbelief.
The girl glared at him. You have to accept the reality.
There are people beyond people and there are heavens beyond heavens. Maybe he is just dressed in rags, but his family is actually rich and has no less resources than us. The boy said unwillingly, Sister, can you help me see if he has any measurement records of attack power? The girl glanced at him and called up the test record of the measuring instrument again.
Vajra finger attack power 121.
Stone breaking fist attack power 113. The two numbers that appeared on the screen once again made the young man extremely desperate. Lin Mo had no idea what happened in the test room. At this moment, he had already entered the alchemy room, bought the necessary materials, and prepared to make the alchemy. At the same time, Zhu Ting, who was guarding the door, took out her mobile phone and called Yi Qing.
Ms. Yi, I have good news for you. I have found the person you asked me to find. He is in the martial arts arena now. He has entered your alchemy room again. Come quickly, me?
In the alchemy room, Lin Mo put the medicinal materials into the alchemy furnace and began to make the alchemy. With the experience of the first time, Lin Mo's movements were more skilled this time, and the speed was doubled on the original basis. According to the introduction on the alchemy recipe, if you are proficient to a certain level, it only takes 1 hour to refine the primary qi and blood pill. Smelling the medicinal fragrance coming from the alchemy furnace, Lin Mo glanced at the time, 2 hours.
As far as I know, the average refining time for the primary qi and blood pill is more than 3 hours. Lin Mo smiled excitedly. I am now far ahead. Where are the people?
At the entrance of the martial arts field, a young man looked at Zhu Ting. My sister asked me to come. She is out of town now and has no time to come. Zhu Ting looked at the young man in front of her and immediately recognized him as Yi Qing's younger brother, Yi Fan. It is said that Yi Fan, who is only 17 years old now, has reached more than 8.5 in qi and blood, and is a true genius. Some people even said that this person's talent for alchemy is also amazing. Feeling Zhu Ting's gaze, Yi Fan smiled slightly. As a genius, Yi Fan enjoyed being admired. The person is in the alchemy room. Zhu Ting came back to her senses and quickly said, Shall I take you there?
No need, I can go by myself.
Yi Fan smiled. After that, he led the two middle-aged men to the alchemy room.
Uncle San, do you think what Grandpa said is true? Someone can actually refine 4 qi and blood pills with 3 qi and blood grasses?
Yi Fan looked at one of the middle-aged men. Yi San, one of the direct descendants of the Yi family, has a very high alchemy skill and is also Yi Fan's uncle.
I don't know.
Yi San shook his head. The recipe of my Yi family's qi and blood pill can be ranked in the top 3 in the whole of China. If what my father said is true, it is really unimaginable. Yi Fan nodded, and while talking, the three of them had already arrived at the door of the alchemy room. Because the alchemy room belongs to the Yi family, Yi Fan has the permission to enter. When the three entered, it was the moment of the pill. The small alchemy room was filled with the aroma of medicine, and the faint energy of qi and blood lingered, which shocked several people. You are, Lin Mo looked at Yi Fan and others, frowning slightly. the alchemy room is still in use, please wait outside. Yi Fan did not answer, but rushed directly to Lin Mo and stretched out his hand to grab the alchemy furnace.
Pa! Lin Mo raised his hand and hid his palm, frowning and said, "What are you going to do?" Yi Fan retracted his hand and smiled faintly. "I forgot to introduce myself. My name is Yi Fan, from the Yi family in Jinling. This is my third uncle, and this is Tai Shu, my personal bodyguard. A few days ago, you refined a furnace of pills in our alchemy room. According to my grandfather's estimation, you should have 4 pills in one furnace. Let me verify the authenticity." After raising the name of the Yi family, Yi Fan stretched out his hand to the alchemy furnace again. "Pa!" Lin Mo raised his hand again and said coldly, "Please go out." Yi Fan was stunned for a moment and stared at Lin Mo blankly. The name of the Yi family would have some status in the alchemy world, and it had a certain reputation in Jinling. But the young man in front of him, who was the same age as him, actually opened his hand twice in succession. This classmate, Yi San, looked at Lin Mo's attitude, smiled, stepped forward and said, "We have no ill intentions, just want to see if you really refined 4 pills." Lin Mo glanced at him, did not speak, but turned on the computer screen next to him and bought 4 medicine boxes. Then he opened the alchemy furnace, took out the pills one by one, and put them into the box. The 3 people looked at Lin Mo taking out the pills, and their eyes whitened immediately. "Really refined 4 pills? And the quality of the pills is extremely high." Yi San couldn't help but exclaimed. The quality of the pills can affect the amount of absorption. Lin Mo not only refined 4 pills, but also improved the quality of each pill to an extremely high level. The 3 looked at each other and saw excitement on each other's faces. "Little friend," Yi San couldn't help but step forward and changed his address to Lin Mo. "Let me see your pill refining process? What do you think?" Lin Mo looked at him as if he was an idiot. The most important thing in refining pills is the pill formula, but the refining process is equally important. Some experienced alchemists can even infer the entire pill formula by observing the pill refining process. I'm abrupt. Yi San shook his head regretfully. Yi Fan on the side raised his eyebrows and said, "Uncle San, Grandpa and Sister have handed this over to us. We just need to get the pill formula." As he said that, he looked at Lin Mo and stretched out a finger. 10 million, sell your pill formula to me. 10 million? If it were 2 weeks ago, Lin Mo would be very interested in this number. But now, Lin Mo has spent more than 2 million on the pills. Not to mention, he also has the design drawings of the brass knuckles and some other materials. The value of these things added up is definitely more than 10 million. What's more, Lin Mo's Qi and blood pill formula is definitely beyond any existing formula. He wants to buy the formula for only 10 million? Lin Mo stuffed the Qi and blood pill into his school bag, and walked out the door without even looking at Yi Fan. "Stop." After seeing that he was ignored, Yi Fan showed an angry look on his face. "Uncle Tai, stop him." The man known as Uncle Tai nodded and stepped forward to block Lin Mo. Uncle Tai exudes tyrannical energy and blood power, and the value definitely exceeds 20. Second-grade warrior. Lin Mo's heart sank, but there was no fear on his face. Is the Yi family going to rob it openly? So what if I rob you? Yi Fan was angered by Lin Mo's attitude. As the young master of the Yi family, he was usually aloof. When had he ever been treated like this? "Yi Fan, shut up." Yi San shouted coldly, then looked at Lin Mo. "Little friend, don't leave in a hurry, the price can still be discussed. 10 million won't work. What if we pay 100 million? 100 million is a huge number to anyone. Mr. Yi, do you think it's appropriate to buy this prescription for 100 million? Lin Mo looked at Yi San with a smile. Seeing Lin Mo's expression, Yi San's heart suddenly sank. He thought that Lin Mo was just a student and not very young, so a price of 100 million should be able to win him over. Unexpectedly, Lin Mo didn't take 100 million seriously at all. It's not easy. Yi San sighed inwardly. Boy, do you know what the consequences of being greedy are? Seeing Lin Mo's refusal again, Yi Fan said angrily, "You really think you can ignore our Yi family because you have the pill in your hand? Do you believe what my Yi family said? No one in Jinling dares to provide you with the materials for alchemy? Even if you refine the elixir, you can't sell it if my Yi family is here, believe it or not? With the strength of the Yi family in Jinling, he can definitely do what Yi Fan said. Seeing Lin Mo not speaking, Yi Fan thought he was frightened by him, and a smile appeared on his face again. Idiot. After a moment, Lin Mo rolled his eyes at him, dropped these two words, opened the door and walked out. Yi Fan looked at Lin Mo's back and was stunned. Bang! A few seconds later, he punched the table next to him. The expensive computer desk instantly broke into two halves. How dare he scold me? Yi Fan shouted, "Third uncle, give me an order to check his identity and ban him." "Okay, shut up." Yi San glared at him and said softly, "What he said is not wrong. You are indeed an idiot. Uncle Third, you." Yi Fan looked at Yi San angrily. The Yi family's status in Jinling is indeed not low, and they even have a certain status in the entire Chinese alchemy world. But this does not mean that my Yi family is invincible. Our Yi family is not alone in the alchemy world. Within Jinling, the two families that can compete with my Yi family are the Gao family and the Wang family. Your grandfather and sister left Jinling this time because the Gao family recently obtained an elixir recipe from outside, which can increase the rate of primary qi and blood elixirs by 30%. In this way, a furnace of pills from the Gao family will have a 35% chance of producing 3 pills. In this way, our Yi family's advantage in primary qi and blood pills will be gone. The Gao family and the Yi family have never dealt with each other. Now that the Gao family has the upper hand, what awaits my Yi family in the future will be the Gao family's cannibalization step by step. When you threatened him with those words just now, did you want to push him to join the Yi family's rivals? If the Yi family doesn't provide him with the materials for refining the elixir, are the Gao family and the Wang family not willing to provide it either? If you use your power to bully others, is it possible that the two of them will also use your power to bully others? I will report today's matter to my father, but please don't interfere with what happens next. You should have a practical class in the afternoon. Principal Chen said that you did not attend the practical class on Monday. When your father comes back, I will report the truth. After Yi San finished speaking, he took a deep look at Yi Fan, then turned and left. Yi Fan stood in the alchemy room, his eyes flashing. Uncle Tai, go back first, I'm going to school. After a moment, Yi Fan spoke softly. After Uncle Tai left, Yi Fan came to Zhu Ting again, took out his mobile phone and transferred 600,000 to her. For the extra 100,000, you can help me investigate his identity. Yi Fan confessed and left the martial arts arena directly. After leaving the martial arts arena, Lin Mo went straight to the school. After checking the time, Lin Mo did not go to the practical classroom, but came to the door of the class. Before class, the whole class was noisy, but after Lin Mo came in, everyone became quiet. Lin Mo's eyes searched the crowd and finally landed on Li Wei. Seeing Lin Mo staring at him, Li Wei's face suddenly turned extremely pale. The next moment, Lin Mo walked toward him step by step with a smile on his lips. You, what are you going to do? Li Wei looked at Lin Mo, fear written on his face. Snapped. 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 Lin Mo opened his arms from left to right, and after 4 slaps, Li Wei's entire face swelled up, and he opened his mouth and spit out a few teeth. Li Wei covered his face and looked at Lin Mo angrily. The next moment, Lin Mo suddenly leaned forward, leaned close to his ear, and whispered, "It should have been your father who called the public security department last time. So, you should also know that I have killed people before, and I don't mind killing one more." After that, he left the classroom directly. Wow! After Lin Mo left, Li Wei's shrill cry suddenly sounded behind him. Lin Mo sneered and walked into the practical class on the side. Just as Lin Mo entered the classroom, another figure walked in. Is it him? Lin Mo's eyes flashed, he didn't expect to meet Yi Fan here. And Yi Fan also saw Lin Mo, and couldn't help showing a cruel smile at the corner of his mouth. I didn't expect to meet you here, what's his name? How come I've never seen him before? In the internship class, Yi Fan pointed at Lin Mo and looked at Yu Chang beside him. Him.
Yu Chang said with a smile, his name is Lin Mo.
He just came in the last class. I heard that he was recommended by teacher Zhang from the elementary practical class.
But his qi and blood value is not high.
The last measurement was 4.1. 4.1?
Yi Fan was stunned for a moment, and then a sarcastic smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. At this time, Zhang Lianchan walked in from outside the door. His eyes stayed on Lin Mo for a moment, and he was stunned. Although he didn't measure Lin Mo's current qi and blood value, he could feel that Lin Mo's qi and blood power seemed to have increased again. This kid is really surprising. Zhang Lianchan muttered in his heart, and then started today's practical class. 3 weeks ago, I gave you the essentials of Vajra Finger. Last week, someone has already improved their proficiency to the intermediate level. Now, another week has passed. I want to know how proficient everyone is? Zhang Lianchan looked at Yu Chang and smiled. Xiao Chang, starting with you, how proficient are you now? After reaching the intermediate level, my improvement speed has slowed down. I guess it will take some time to reach the advanced level. Yu Chang said with regret. It's already very good. Zhang Lianchan nodded. The improvement of martial arts requires practice and talent. Many people can only connect some martial arts to the intermediate level throughout their lives. Next. Yi Fan, what about you? I remember you didn't come last week. I hope you can give me a reasonable explanation. I am only one step away from the advanced level of Vajra Finger. The reason why I didn't come last week was that my qi and blood value reached the threshold of 9, and I stayed at home to break through. Yi Fan stood up and said with a smile, now my qi and blood value has reached 9.0. Hearing Yi Fan's words, Zhang Lianchan's face suddenly showed a smile. Very good, when you improve your martial arts proficiency to advanced level, I can recommend you to take advanced martial arts practical classes. Next. The students who can take the intermediate practical classes are all top students, so there is no problem with talent. After 3 weeks of practice, many students have improved their proficiency in the Vajra Finger to intermediate level. Lin Mo, what is your proficiency? After asking around, it was finally Lin Mo's turn. Teacher, my proficiency has reached advanced level. Lin Mo stood up and told the truth. It's not bad to reach advanced level in a week. Zhang Lianchan nodded instinctively, but soon, he reacted and his whole face was stunned. What did you say? What is your proficiency? In fact, not only Zhang Lianchan, but also other students looked at Lin Mo in disbelief. Advanced. Lin Mo repeated. Ha 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 ha. This time, led by Yi Fan, a group of students have begun to laugh. It's really funny. You can improve your proficiency to advanced level in 1 week. Who do you think you are? Yi Fan said with a smile, you are a genius among geniuses if you can improve to intermediate level. Yeah, don't brag too much. Do you think advanced proficiency is so easy to achieve? It should be because he just entered the intermediate class and wanted to brag about it, but he didn't expect to brag too much. Several students shook their heads slowly, thinking that they had guessed Lin Mo's thoughts. Lin Mo, what is your proficiency? Zhang Lianchan's face also became serious, staring into Lin Mo's eyes and asked. I really reached advanced proficiency, Lin Mo said helplessly. Okay, sit down. Zhang Lianchan waved his hand and said with some disappointment. He could feel that Lin Mo's blood and qi had improved a lot. In his opinion, in order to improve his blood and qi, Lin Mo should not have time to practice martial arts. So, even if Lin Mo only improved his proficiency of Vajra Finger to the elementary level, it was already amazing in Zhang Lianchan's opinion. But I didn't expect Lin Mo to say that he had reached the advanced level. At this moment, Zhang Lianchan was a little disappointed with Lin Mo in the end. It's still a bit too ambitious. Zhang Lianchan made an evaluation of Lin Mo in his heart. Okay, since everyone's proficiency has improved, let's move on to the next stage, real-time battle. Zhang Lianchan looked at Yu Chang. Yu Chang, come up. Yu Chang nodded and walked to the center of the venue. Choose someone to fight with you. I choose Yi Fan. Yu Chang looked at Yi Fan with an expectant look on his face. I want to try how strong the proficiency close to the advanced level is. Yifan smiled and stood up. My chi and blood value is higher than yours, and my proficiency is also slightly higher than yours. I will show mercy later.
Then thank you in advance.
Yu Chang smiled and said, however, my chi and blood value has also improved a lot. I took 2 chi and blood pills last week, and my chi and blood value has reached 7.6. It shouldn't be much worse than yours. After that, he shouted and rushed towards Yifan. Yifan smiled, and faced Yu Chang's punch, and took 2 steps back, and kicked out at the same time.
Bang!
Yu Chang's fist collided with Yifan's foot, making a dull sound. Vajra finger. Yu Chang took a step back after being kicked, and then his expression remained unchanged, and he rushed forward again, performing martial arts at the same time. Everyone was shocked, and their attention was focused on Yu Chang's fingers. Vajra finger. Yifan also chuckled and performed the same martial arts.
Bang!
You can see that Yu Chang's fingers seem to be covered with a layer of metallic luster, while Yifan's fingers emit a faint golden light. Accompanied by a muffled sound, Yu Chang let out a cry of pain. A line of blood flowed down his right hand, but Yifan stood there unharmed.
It only took a moment to decide the winner.
Awesome, Yifan should really be close to high-level proficiency.
How much attack power did that attack just now have? It shouldn't be more than 80.
It should be more than 80. The students below looked at the scene in front of them and couldn't help but discuss it. Feeling the gazes of the crowd, Yifan smiled and said lightly, I tested it yesterday, and my attack power has reached 89.
89.
Everyone exclaimed, and their eyes turned to Yifan in awe.
Very good.
Zhang Lianchang nodded with satisfaction. If you work harder this week, you can go to the advanced class to watch the practical class next week.
Thank you, teacher.
Yifan nodded with a smile.
Everyone looked at Yifan with envy.
There are only 3 people in the school's advanced practical class, all of whom are top talents in the school.
By the way, teacher, I have a request.
Yifan looked at Zhang Lianchang and said with a smile, Lin Mo just said that his proficiency has reached the advanced level. So I would like to ask him for advice. Everyone's eyes instantly fell on Lin Mo. Haha, let him brag, these people are in a dilemma. See if he dares to accept the challenge. If he dares to accept it, I respect him as a man. If he doesn't dare, a group of students looked at Lin Mo with gloating eyes.
Lin Mo, do you want to come up and compete? Zhang Lianchang looked at Lin Mo and asked. Lin Mo, forget it, you are not his opponent. Yifan's attack just now was very strong. With your less than 5 blood, it is difficult to take his attack. Lu Qi, who was sitting next to Lin Mo, said seriously, you will be hurt. If you don't dare, then forget it. Yifan stood on the stage, looking down at Lin Mo, and said with a faint smile. Provocation doesn't work on me. Lin Mo stood up with a smile, since you want me to teach you, then I will fulfill your wish. He walked step by step to the opposite side of Yifan, with his hands behind his back, and said faintly, let's start. Yifan's eyes sank, and a sneer appeared at the corner of his mouth. Please teach me. As soon as the last word came out, Yifan had already rushed towards Lin Mo. This time, the light on his fingers seemed to be brighter than before. Hiss. This attack can definitely exceed 90 attack power. Lin Mo is in danger. Lin Mo, get out of the way. Seeing Yifan rushing towards Lin Mo, the students in the audience couldn't help but speak. Zhang Lianchang on the side stared at the two of them with a nervous look. Bang! A muffled sound was heard, and then a figure was seen flying backwards. On the stage, Lin Mo stood there quietly, still maintaining the action of attacking. In the eyes of everyone, Lin Mo's fingers were wrapped in golden light, as if they were cast in gold. Lin Mo won. Yifan lost. This terrifying attack power, has he really improved the Vajra finger to a high level of proficiency? In the practical classroom, there was silence at first, and then a burst of exclamations broke out. A group of students looked at Lin Mo with shock in their eyes. Zhang Lianchang on the side was stunned for a long time before he came to his senses and quickly stepped forward to help Yifan up. Are you okay? Zhang Lianchang looked at Yifan's hand and couldn't help being surprised. At this moment, Yifan's right hand was dripping with blood. I'm keeping my hand. Lin Mo said with a smile, it shouldn't be abolished. After the words fell, Yifan's face became even more ugly. Yu Chang, you and Wang Hong send Yifan to the infirmary together. Zhang Lianchang handed the person to Yu Chang, and then looked at Lin Mo, his face still full of disbelief. Have you really reached advanced proficiency? Really? Lin Mo smiled bitterly, didn't you just see it? How is this possible? Zhang Lianchang seemed to have something collapsed in his heart. In 1 week, raising the diamond finger to an advanced level of proficiency is unheard of, at least there is no such person in Jinling. Are you a monster? Teacher, I just use the time when others are sleeping to practice. Lin Mo thought for a while, then stared at Zhang Lianchang and said seriously. Hearing these words, Zhang Lianchang's face was suddenly moved. To him, Lin Mo's words meant that he was practicing day and night. What Lin Mo wanted to express was that he had improved his proficiency to a high level just by sleeping. Did you all hear it? Zhang Lianchang calmed down and looked at the many students. Lin Mo's blood was less than 1 a month ago, but with his own efforts, he has raised his strength to a level that you can look up to. I have always told you that in martial arts, seize every day. Which of you has done it? Look at Lin Mo, then look at you. I think all of you need to reflect on this. Lin Mo's face was slightly red, and he was really embarrassed to tell everyone that he was actually a loser. It's a pity that your health value is too low, otherwise with your current martial arts proficiency, you can take advanced practical classes. Zhang Lianchang looked at Lin Mo with some regret. According to regulations, there are 2 conditions for entering the advanced practical class. First, the blood value exceeds 9.0. Second, the proficiency of one martial skill has reached advanced level. After all, Lin Mo's health value is still low. Although Zhang Lianchang felt that Lin Mo's qi and blood value had increased, he did not think that Lin Mo could increase his qi and blood value from 4.1 to over 9.0 in a week. Teacher, in terms of energy and blood, I should have reached the standard. Lin Mo smiled, walked to the measuring instrument aside, and put his hands on it. The advanced practical class requires a blood level of 9.0 or above. It should take a while for you. Let's do this. Starting next week, you, like Yifan, will attend. Halfway through Zhang Lianchang's words, he was stunned. He stared at the measuring instrument with a shocked expression, as if he saw 2 Kunkan dancing on the screen. You are so beautiful. 9.6? How is this possible? Is the measuring instrument broken? Slap me quickly. I'm afraid I'm not dreaming. In 1 week, the blood value has increased by 5.5? A group of students couldn't help but shout out what Zhang Lianchang wanted to say. Keep in touch, Lin Mo. Come to my office after class. Zhang Lianchang confessed and left in a hurry. Lin Mo, how did your blood value increase so fast? Lin Mo, boss, take care of me. After Zhang Lianchang left, a group of students immediately surrounded Lin Mo. In their opinion, with 9.6 qi in blood, he has become a being comparable to Hu Qing. On the other side, Zhang Lianchang left the classroom and walked directly towards the principal's office. Bang! Zhang Lianchang pushed open the door of the principal's office, rushed in, and said with excitement, Principal, I have some good news for you. Our number 3 middle school is going to be famous this year. In the principal's room, Chen Xingji was frowning at this year's student status table, and was startled by Zhang Lianchang, who suddenly rushed in. Famous? Famous for what? Chen Xingji glared at Zhang Lianchang and said angrily, I just received news that there are many first-level warriors among the students of number 1 middle school and number 2 middle school. The genius Suzhou from number 1 middle school has even reached the level of a second-grade warrior. Our 3rd middle school is really going to become famous this year. After all, our 3rd middle school doesn't have a single first-grade warrior this year. It's so embarrassing. The strength of the 3 top high schools in Jinling has always been similar, but this year, the strength of number 1 middle school and number 2 middle school suddenly surged, and the distance between them and number 3 middle school was widened. As a result, the educational resources available to the number 3 middle school will be much reduced next year. On the contrary, the number 1 middle school and the number 2 middle school will receive more resources.
Therefore, this year is likely to be the beginning of the decline of number 3 middle school. If number 3 middle school declines, he as the principal will also decline.
No, principal, listen to me. Zhang Lianchang said quickly, there is a genius in our school. Absolute genius. Genius? Hu Qing, right?
Chen Xingji shook his head helplessly, this kid is just a fool. I keep asking him to take a qi and blood pill to break through and become a warrior, but he has always been unwilling and insists on relying on his own cultivation to break through. It really pisses me off.
It's not Hu Qing. It's Lin Mo. Zhang Lianchang said quickly. Lin Mo?
Chen Xingji was stunned for a moment, and then smiled helplessly, that kid is completely opposite to Hu Qing.
He relies solely on taking medicine to get up. No matter how high the blood value is, what's the use? He can't support him. Ah.
One qi and blood pill costs 200,000, and the qi and blood threshold for a first-level warrior is 10. Therefore, if you want to rise to a first-level warrior from scratch and rely entirely on qi and blood pills, you will need more than 15 pills, which is 3 million. Moreover, at the level of a warrior, each upgrade costs at least 300.
Don't mention it at all.
After surpassing the cover and becoming a warrior, the span of each grade will reach 100 qi and blood. The cost will then reach more than 30 million. This is still under ideal conditions, the actual cost will only be more than this. What's more, the warriors trained in this way can only be regarded as high-blooded waste.
No, listen to me.
Zhang Lianchang waved his hands repeatedly. On Monday, Lin Mo entered the intermediate practical class and learned the diamond finger.
Do you know what his current proficiency level is?
How much is it?
Chen Xingji said casually, has it already reached the elementary level?
It's an advanced level. Zhang Lianchang said with excitement, in less than a week, I have upgraded my diamond finger to an advanced level of proficiency. Even if diamond finger is just a low-level martial skill, the speed of improvement is terrifying.
Senior?
Chen Xingji suddenly stood up from his chair, are you telling the truth? It's true, I saw it with my own eyes.
Zhang Lianchang nodded, moreover, his health value has reached 9.6.
On Monday, the value was 4.1.
Chen Xingji was shocked, monster. Monster.
No, this is the great savior of our number 3 middle school.
Quick, let him come to see me.
No, I will go see him in person. The third one is saved, ha ha ha.
Course Teacher Shang, I'm here.
Standing at the door of the office, Lin Mo knocked on the door and shouted softly. After the words fell, the door opened, and Chen Xingji's excited face appeared in front of Lin Mo. Classmate Lin Mo, you're finally here, come in.
Chen Xingji smiled and stepped forward, are you tired from the practical class? Are you injured in the fight with that bastard Yi Fan?
Facing Chen Xingji's enthusiasm, Lin Mo was speechless.
Principal, I'm fine. Lin Mo shook his head, Teacher Zhang, what do you want from me? I'm not looking for you, the principal is looking for you.
Zhang Lianchang looked at Chen Xingji, the principal heard about your progress and was very happy and decided to give you another reward, yes, yes. Chen Xingji nodded repeatedly, on behalf of the school, I will reward you with 2 qi and blood pills, and I will personally give you another qi and blood pill. I hope you can practice well and bring glory to the school. Zhang Lianchang on the side was shocked when he heard this. He expected that Chen Xingji would reward Lin Mo with qi and blood pills, but he did not expect that Chen Xingji would give him 3 pills at once. 3 qi and blood pills would cost nearly 500,000, even if the school had special purchasing channels. Counting the 2 qi and blood pills, the school has invested nearly 900,000 in Lin Mo.
Thank you, Principal. Thank you, Teacher Zhang. Lin Mo smiled and nodded.
Lin Mo was naturally happy to get 3 qi and blood pills in vain. Teacher Zhang, please take him to the advanced practical class later. Chen Xingji said, then left with his hands behind his back and a smile on his face.
Let's go, I'll take you to the practical classroom. Zhang Lianchang looked at Lin Mo with a smile. Thank you, Teacher Zhang. Lin Mo looked at Zhang Lianchang and said sincerely. I'm your teacher, what do you say to me? Thank you. Zhang Lianchang waved his hand.
There are only 3 students in the advanced practical class, among whom you should already know Hu Qing, and the other 2 are Yi Qing and Ren Jie. Hu Qing's qi and blood value measured 3 weeks ago was 9.5. After so long, I suspect that his qi and blood value has reached the critical value and is about to become a first-class warrior. Although Yi Qing's qi and blood value was only 8.9 when last measured, this girl is proficient in alchemy. It is said that she can refine qi and blood pills, and has mastered several martial arts, including at least 2 advanced martial arts.
The last one, Ren Jie, has a vitality value of 9.3.
His proficiency in the diamond finger has reached an advanced level and is about to reach perfection. In the last measurement, when Ren Jie used his diamond finger, his attack power reached 157. As Zhang Lianshan walked, he introduced the situation of several people to Lin Mo. Compared with the intermediate and junior practical classes, the advanced practical class only has 3 students, but the venue is very different. The advanced practical class is in a brand new training hall, which has a large enough arena and a restroom. There is even a canteen dedicated to providing nutritious meals to students. After pushing the door open and entering, there were only 2 people practicing silently in the classroom of Nuwa University. Hu Qing was a popular figure in school, so Lin Mo recognized him at a glance. At this moment, Hu Qing, dressed in a white martial arts robe, was sitting cross-legged and silently practicing. It should be some kind of breathing method. Lin Mo looked at Hu Qing, and from him, he felt a trace of the Benlei breathing method. However, the breathing method used by Hu Qing is very different from the Benlei breathing method. It seems that Hu Qing's current achievements are inseparable from his possession of the breathing method. Lin Mo sighed silently in his heart, and then looked at the other young man. Unlike Hu Qing, Ren Jie was wearing a black t-shirt, black shorts, short hair, and looked very energetic. He was standing on the ring practicing a boxing technique. When he was shaking his fist, there was a faint sound of wind. Ren Jie is practicing inch boxing. This boxing technique is about being as fast as lightning and powerful. Zhang Lianchang made an introduction, then clapped his hands and said, "Everyone, stop for a moment, let me introduce you. His name is Lin Mo, his health value is 9.6, and his proficiency in the diamond finger has reached an advanced level."
Hello Lin Mo, my name is Hu Chang. My name is Ren Jie. Your diamond finger has reached advanced proficiency? My inch fist has just reached intermediate proficiency. How about we compete? Hu Chang and Ren Jie immediately stepped forward and said hello with a smile. Lin Mo just came, don't scare people. Hu Qing glanced at Ren Jie and said helplessly. If you are frightened, why should you practice martial arts? Just go home and move bricks.
Ren Jie nonchalantly returned to his original position and continued to punch. Hu Qing, please continue practicing.
Lin Mo, follow me.
Zhang Lianshan led Lin Mo to the room aside.
This is the martial arts storage room.
You can go in and choose a martial skill. Zhang Lianshan explained, every student who takes an advanced practical class for the first time has a chance to choose a martial skill. If you want to enter the martial arts storage room again later, you need to spend money or obtain certain honors for the school to be eligible to enter again. Zhang Lianshan made an introduction, and then said, come on, I'll take you in and have a look. The space of the martial arts storage room is not very large, only about 10 square meters. There are only a few bookshelves inside, with dozens of martial arts skills placed on them. The level of martial arts is the same as the level of weapons. From top to bottom they are Tian, Earth, Xian, and Huang. Each level is divided into 9 grades. In the school's martial arts storage room, there are 35 first-grade Huang-level martial arts, 5 second-grade Huang-level martial arts, and 3 third-grade Huang-level martial arts. The highest level among them is the Tiger Fist of the 9th-grade Huang level. It is said that if you practice this kind of martial arts to an intermediate level, you can easily kill an adult tiger. If you practice to an advanced level of proficiency, the power of a punch will be difficult for even a 9th-grade warrior to withstand. However, I advise you not to choose this kind of martial arts, because although it is easy to get started, it is as difficult as climbing a mountain to practice it to the intermediate level. Teacher, I want to choose him.
Before Zhang Lianshan could finish his words, Lin Mo made his choice. Zhang Lianshan, why don't you think about it? Zhang Lianchang said helplessly, I think the inch fist is also good.
It is a third-grade Huang rank. It is also very powerful if you practice it to an advanced proficiency level.
I choose Tiger Fist.
Lin Mo stepped forward directly, took the martial arts record of Tiger Fist in his hand, took a look at it, wrote down the content on it, and put it back.
Oh, you will regret it. Zhang Lianchang was helpless.
Over the years, he has seen many geniuses choose tiger boxing, but in the end they only reached the entry level. As soon as the two of them walked out of the martial arts storage room, Ren Jie came around and said excitedly, What martial arts did you choose?
Let me guess, is it the inch punch?
Although Hu Qing on the side did not come over, he also stopped practicing and looked at Lin Mo. No, Lin Mo shook his head, I chose Tiger Fist.
Tiger Fist?
Ren Jie was stunned for a moment, then laughed, Ha ha, you have courage, just like me. Hu Qing on the side smiled faintly when he heard Lin Mo choose Tiger Fist, shook his head slightly, and began to continue practicing.
What's your current proficiency in Tiger Fist?
Lin Mo looked at Ren Jie curiously.
Getting started.
Ren Jie said angrily, I consider myself very talented in martial arts training, but I spent nearly half a year on Tiger Fist, and his proficiency has not increased at all.
So I gave up. Also, let me tell you another secret.
I checked the information and found that all the people in our school who chose tiger boxing were at the entry level. Having said this, he patted Lin Mo's shoulder with pity, resign yourself to your fate.
You wasted an opportunity to choose martial arts.
Lin Mo smiled. For others, Tiger Fist is difficult to practice. But for Lin Mo, as long as he reaches the entry level and has a martial arts training ground, he can improve his proficiency in Tiger Fist in a short period of time.
Okay, since you have chosen Tiger Fist, let's practice it hard.
Zhang Lianchang clapped his hands and ended the topic. I got news here that there are already first-class warriors in number 1 middle school and number 2 middle school, and our school has not a single warrior.
You guys have to work harder. You should have heard of the talent training camp.
Our school has only one quota for participation this year, so Principal Chin decided that the day before the selection, whoever is the strongest will get this quota.
You still have 2 weeks to go. What is the Genius Training Camp? Lin Mo couldn't help but ask.
2 weeks ago, he was still a scumbag and had no chance to come into contact with things at this level. Genius Training Camp is an activity initiated by the China Martial Arts League. Before the college entrance examination every year, the strongest students from all over China are selected for a comprehensive training.
Of course, before training, each province and city must select in advance. Hu Qing introduced, then looked at Zhang Lianchang, do the first and second middle schools have more places? They each have 2 quotas.
Zhang Lianchang said unwillingly, so you must work hard and fight for our number 3 middle school. Hu Qing nodded, closed his eyes and continued practicing. He is now only one step away from being a first-grade warrior, and he is confident that he can break through and become a first-grade warrior within 3 days. Ren Jie turned around and continued to punch. He knew that he had no chance to become a first-class warrior, but he could improve his strength to a terrifying level before the selection.
The half-day advanced practical class ended quickly.
Under the guidance of Zhang Lianchang, Lin Mo spent half an hour practicing Tiger Fist to the entry level. When I got home from school, I went straight to my bedroom and locked the door. Including the Qi and blood pills awarded to me by the principal, I now have a total of 7 Qi and blood pills. Looking at the Qi and blood pills in front of him, Lin Mo couldn't help but think of another copy after the cat demon forest. It costs 5 Qi and blood pills, which is 1 million. Lin Mo swallowed, and finally gritted his teeth, took out 5 Qi and blood pills, and swallowed them.
Bang! He fell to the ground and entered the game screen. Lin Mo entered the glowing door without hesitation. You finally came.
As soon as he entered the dungeon, a cold voice came to his ears.
Future?
In the darkness, Lin Mo heard a vague, shrill, desperate voice filled with many negative emotions. Lin Mo's hair stood up, as if he was in an ice cellar.
Who? While Lin Mo roared, he had already grasped the iron rod in his left hand, and at the same time, the golden light on his right-hand fingers flashed slightly, like a lion ready to pounce on the enemy at any time. Who am I?
I don't know. In the darkness, the voice spoke again. Lin Mo pricked up his ears, trying to rely on this voice to distinguish the location of the unknown existence. But the voice seemed to come from all directions and could not be distinguished at all. At this moment, a little light appeared in front of Lin Mo's eyes, and then this little light slowly expanded, dispelling the surrounding darkness bit by bit. A minute later, Lin Mo saw the world in front of him clearly. He was in a ruin, with collapsed buildings and cracked ground everywhere. Looking far away, Lin Mo saw a dilapidated temple, and his pupils shrank suddenly. That is one of the oldest temples in Jinling City, Hemming Temple. Unfortunately, the Hemming Temple in front of him has been completely ruined, and the golden Buddha statue in Lin Mo's impression has collapsed.
And the building over there looks like the Zifeng building.
Lin Mo looked further away, where there was half a building.
And the half that fell was covered with huge claw marks. Is this Jinling City?
Lin Mo's eyes widened.
Jinling City? The voice sounded again. What a long-standing name. Now we call it the Fallen City. Fallen City? Repeating these words.
The next moment, he suddenly raised his head and looked not far away, where a figure appeared at some point. He was wearing a black robe and his back was facing Lin Mo. There was a breeze, and Lin Mo smelled the smell of rotten meat and almost vomited.
Are you talking?
Lin Mo spoke carefully.
It's me. A voice came from not far away. Hello, I am the lord of this level, Rotten Remnant.
When it said this, it turned around and faced Lin Mo. Lin Mo almost screamed when he saw that face. That face was extremely terrifying. The lips were torn, revealing the gums, and the gray-brown eyeballs were filled with despair. The wide robe was blown up by the wind, revealing the flesh underneath. The skin was reddish-brown, covered with wounds, and some wounds even revealed the white bones.
Rotten Remnant.
Lin Mo looked at the scene in front of him and immediately understood the meaning of this name.
So, the task of this copy is to kill you, right?
Lin Mo looked at the Rotten Remnant in front of him and murmured.
You can't kill me. The Rotten Remnant shook his head. I'm just a projection of this ruined world, a wisp of remaining soul, swoosh.
While the Rotten Remnant was talking, Lin Mo had already rushed towards him.
He was very fast, and rushed to the rotten body in almost a few seconds.
Whoosh! Lin Mo swung the iron rod and smashed it towards the head of the rotten body.
The next moment, the iron rod passed through the rotten body, and Lin Mo lost his balance and fell to the ground beside him.
Step! Lin Mo stabilized his body, turned around and stared at the rotten body. So, what is the purpose of this copy? 5 chi and blood pills were consumed.
If there is no lord to kill him, it will be a big loss. 5 chi and blood pills, that's 1 million.
Tell you the truth of this game world.
The rotten body said, what you see in front of you is the future Jinling City. What did you say?
Lin Mo widened his eyes and looked at the ruins around him again. There was a wind blowing, making a humming sound, like a shrill roar. 10 years later, the abyss exit will appear in Jinling City, countless monsters will pour out, and 90% of the population of Jinling will be killed or injured. 100 years later, the whole of China will be flooded by monsters. 200 years later, the population of the entire Blue Star will drop sharply to tens of millions, and 230 years later, on the Blue Star,
no one will live anymore. When the last 4 words came out, Lin Mo couldn't help but shudder. No one will live anymore? This sentence means that in 230 years, humans will die on the Blue Star? So, what is the purpose of your appearance?
Lin Mo looked at the rotten remains.
Change the future. The rotten remains said, put all your hopes on you. Put it on me? Lin Mo was stunned. Do you want me to tell those in power about the future extinction of mankind? Let them make countermeasures in advance? It's useless.
We tried this method and failed in the end. The future has not changed.
You are our last chance.
The rotten remains said, you are the only person who does not belong to this world in the next 200 years.
Lin Mo was stunned, and then understood the meaning of this sentence.
He traveled to a high-level martial arts world, so he doesn't belong to this world.
I still don't believe it. Lin Mo shook his head. Just based on the words of a monster in the game copy, You want me to believe that humans will become extinct in the future? It's too ridiculous. You should have seen goblins and cat demons. They are real, and it won't be long before you see them in reality. I don't have much time, you have to make good use of everything we leave you. The sound of the decaying remains became fainter and eventually disappeared. Along with the sound, its body disappeared. At the same time, Lin Mo felt a huge force of energy and blood pouring into his body. Lin Mo couldn't help shouting in the copy, and the majestic blood seemed to burst his meridians. I don't know how long it took, but Lin Mo slowly opened his eyes. He was still in the room, but the clothes he was wearing were soaked with blood and sweat. He stood up and moved his body, feeling the increase in energy and blood. The Lord was not killed, but the power of chi and blood increased. Lin Mo frowned. 5 chi and blood pills seem to have increased my chi and blood by more than 5 points. Lin Mo clenched his fist and waved his fist at the same time. Gravel punch. Under the stimulation of Lin Mo's advanced proficiency martial arts, he actually made a sound of breaking wind. This attack power is definitely stronger than before. If my guess is correct, I should be a first-grade warrior now, and my blood has reached more than 15 points. Lin Mo quickly judged his situation, with a satisfied smile on his face. After a few minutes, the smile faded from his face. In the dungeon, the rotten remains say that in 10 years, Jinling will be captured by monsters? Will humans be extinct from the blue star in the future? Is it true or false? Lin Mo recalled the contents of the copy and fell into deep thought. After a sleepless night, Lin Mo came to the kitchen with dark circles under his eyes. There is a message from her mother Wang Ping on the refrigerator. Your dad and I went out to work. Your sister was practicing at a classmate's house last night. You should be the only one at home today. There is today's meal money on the table. Buy more delicious food. Lin Mo glanced at the dining table and saw $500 on it. With Lin Mo's current appetite, this money is enough for him to buy dozens of kilograms of meat. After collecting the money, Lin Mo was not in a hurry to go to the martial arts field to measure his energy and blood. He still has 2 chi and blood pills, so it's not too late to go after they're all used up. Moreover, Lin Mo has already upgraded the Tiger Fist to the entry level before. Today he wants to try it to see if he can improve his Tiger Fist proficiency to the advanced level. After eating breakfast, Lin Mo got into his room again. After taking out the chi and blood pill and swallowing it, Lin Mo quickly entered the game interface. Martial Arts Arena, Goblin Kingdom, Cat Demon Forest. Lin Mo looked at the interface that appeared in front of him, but did not see the copy where the rotten body was. The door was still in front of Lin Mo. He thought about it and walked towards the door. The next copy requires 2 chi and blood pills. A message prompt appeared in front of Lin Mo's eyes. Let's enter the martial arts arena first. Lin Mo entered the martial arts arena, and as expected, 3 martial arts options appeared in front of him. Tiger Fist. Lin Mo chose Tiger Fist as the object of practice this time. Consume Chi and Blood Pill X1. Lin Mo looked at the line of words that appeared in front of him and was suddenly confused. 1 Chi and Blood Pill was consumed to enter the game, so why choose to practice Tiger Fist and consume 1 Chi and Blood Pill? Is it possible that the level of Tiger Fist is high? The Fierce Tiger Fist is the 9th level of the yellow level, which is much higher than the Diamond Finger and Gravel Fist. It consumes more chi and blood pills, which is normal. Lin Mo comforted himself for a moment, then calmed down and used the Tiger Fist. After a set of moves, Lin Mo took a look at the attack power, 35. So low. Lin Mo said helplessly, and then looked at the analysis given in the martial arts field. Tiger Fist is a martial art created by a certain martial arts master based on the tiger descending the mountain. If you want to improve, you need to be familiar with the tiger's habits. After reading the above explanation, Lin Mo was speechless. Where can I find a tiger? Is it possible for me to go to the zoo? Lin Mo frowned. The tigers in the zoo are now as docile as cats. You can't really go deep into the mountains and forests. Just when Lin Mo looked helpless, a line of text appeared in front of him again. This training can improve the proficiency of Tiger Fist to the intermediate level. Looking at these words, Lin Mo's eyes suddenly lit up. It's a big deal to be promoted to the intermediate level. You must know that this is a 9th level Huang level martial skill. Even if it is an intermediate proficiency, once it is used, the attack power can exceed 200. Even a second-grade warrior may not be able to withstand an attack power of 200. Lin Mo beamed with joy and immediately started practicing. While Lin Mo was immersed in practice, 2 girls stood outside the door of the Lin family. One of them is Linya, and the other one is Yi Qing. Sister Yi Qing, our house is a bit small, don't mind it. Linya looked at Yi Qing, smiled apologetically, then took out the key and opened the door. It's very warm. Yi Qing followed Linya in and nodded with a smile. Are you the only child in your family? I have an older brother. Linya said nonchalantly, but he is just a loser. After swallowing a qi and blood pill, he only increased his qi and blood from 0.8 to 0.9. When Lin Mo was mentioned, Linya became angry and couldn't help complaining. Let's not mention him. Have you found the alchemy genius you told me about last time? Linya looked at Yi Qing and asked curiously. Found it, Yi Qing smiled and nodded. By the way, is your brother at home? Can you introduce him to me? Yi Qing covered her mouth and smiled. I'm very interested in the good-for-nothing brother you call me. What's so interesting about him? Linya felt helpless. It's okay to just get to know each other. Yi Qing insisted. How about I owe you a favor? That's what you said. Linya immediately stood up with a smile and walked towards Lin Mo's bedroom. He must not have gotten up yet. Bang bang bang. Linya knocked on Lin Mo's door. Get up quickly and I'll introduce you to a friend. She is a senior in high school like you, but her strength is several times yours, Qing. In the living room, Yi Qing clicked on her phone and opened the call interface, which showed a series of unanswered calls. The owner of the phone number is none other than Lin Mo. If you don't answer my call, right? I'll go directly to your house to find you. Yi Qing snorted and spoke angrily. Finding the alchemist of the day was the most important thing for Yi Qing and Yi Chaochuan, so after hearing that Ji Fan and Lin Mo had broken up, Yi Qing left the affairs in other places and returned to Jinling. With the Yi family's status, it was not difficult to get Lin Mo's phone number. From early yesterday morning to now, she made dozens of calls to Lin Mo, but unfortunately, none of them were answered. Yi Qing has been in the ranks of geniuses since she was a child, both in terms of martial arts talent and alchemy talent. Coupled with her stunning appearance, she is the center of attention no matter where she is. This was the first time that someone didn't answer her call. After looking through Lin Mo's information, Yi Qing discovered that he was Linya's brother, and quickly came to the Lin family through Linya's connections. I knocked on the door, but he's not here. He probably went out to surf the internet. After shouting for a long time, no one opened the door. Linya looked at Yi Qing and said, wait for me here for 10 minutes. I'll go to the internet cafe downstairs to have a look. After leaving these words, Linya opened the door and walked out. Yi Qing stood up from the sofa and walked step by step outside Lin Mo's room. Is there anyone there? Yi Qing raised her hand and knocked on the door. Tiger Fist. In the martial arts arena, Lin Mo roared and punched the Goblin Lord in front of him. The fist wind roared like a tiger roaring. Bang! The Goblin Lord made a muffled sound and exploded. So strong. Stronger than Diamond Finger and Stone Fist. Lin Mo had a look of surprise on his face. After consuming 2 qi and blood pills, he successfully upgraded the Tiger Fist to an intermediate level of proficiency. What a powerful force of energy and blood! Outside the door, Yi Qing trembled all over. At that moment, she felt the surging power of blood. This made her instinctively take a fighting stance, and her blood surged with energy. At the same time, Lin Mo left the martial arts arena and woke up in reality. Just as he was about to stand up, he suddenly felt the power of qi and blood outside the door. Is there someone? Lin Mo frowned. The blood is close to that of a first-grade warrior. Is it someone the Li family has found? Feeling the power of qi and blood, Lin Mo instinctively regarded her as someone who came to seek revenge. Click. Lin Mo twisted the door lock like lightning and opened the door. Stone Punch. Open Mountain Palm. 2 voices sounded at the same time.
The palm of his fist touched and there was a roar. Lin Mo stood there motionless, but Yi Qing's expression changed slightly and she took 2 steps back. Who are you? Lin Mo looked at Yi Qing with vigilance on his face. Are you Lin Mo? Yi Qing looked at Lin Mo and said meaningfully, Xiaoya told me that you are a waste. If people like you are useless, then who are we? She straightened her clothes, smiled and stretched out her hand to Lin Mo. Hello, my name is Yi Qing. Yi Qing? Lin Mo frowned. Yi Fan is your brother? Are you here for revenge? Let me first apologize to you for my idiot brother. Yi Qing said apologetically, he was spoiled rotten by his family. Secondly, I want to talk to you about the elixir recipe you have. Are you here to buy the elixir recipe too? Lin Mo smiled and said, sorry, the elixir recipe is not for sale. You misunderstood, I'm not here to buy your prescription. Yi Qing shook her head, we can cooperate. Cooperation? Lin Mo sat on the sofa and looked at Yi Qing curiously, tell me about it. You should know that the Yi family's elixir formulas have a high elixir success rate. This has been our advantage for many years, but recently, we are losing this advantage. The Gao family has mastered a new elixir recipe that can increase the probability of producing 3 pills to more than 35%. By then, we will lose the market for primary qi and blood pills. You are our only chance. Cooperating with you is our best choice. You exposed the Yi family's weaknesses to me, so aren't you worried that I, the lion, will open my mouth? Lin Mo looked at Yi Qing with a smile. This is my sincerity. Tell me your plan. You hand over the elixir recipe to the Yi family. From now on, you can get 50% of the sales revenue from the junior qi and blood elixir. I want 60%. In addition, you must provide me with 10 qi and blood pills every week. Lin Mo interrupted Yi Qing and stated his conditions. No. You are robbing. Yi Qing stared at Lin Mo with an angry face. Do you know how much it costs to refine qi and blood pills? I will give you 10 pills every week, and our Yi family will drink the northwest wind. No, absolutely not. So, you promised to give me 60% of the income? Lin Mo said with a smile. Agreed. Yi Qing was stunned for a moment, and then said helplessly, does our Yi family have a better choice? Okay, we will settle the accounts once a week. Lin Mo smiled and stretched out his hand to Yi Qing, we have a happy cooperation. Yi Qing took a deep look at Lin Mo and said, I feel that the Yi family has become your wage earner, this is called win-win. Lin Mo smiled and held Yi Qing's hand. Crunch. The door opened and Lin Yi walked in with a complaint on her face. I don't know where that good-for-nothing Lin Mo has gone. He doesn't practice well every day, but just messes around. Lin Yi walked into the living room and saw Lin Mo and Yi Qing holding hands tightly. Lin Mo, what are you doing? Let go of Sister Yi Qing's hand. Lin Yi came to her senses and quickly walked towards Lin Mo, raising her hand to slap his hand. Lin Mo helplessly let go of Yi Qing's soft and boneless hand. Sister Yi Qing, my brother didn't do anything to you, did he? No. Yi Qing shook her head helplessly. Didn't you say that your brother is a good-for-nothing and is not my opponent at all? What can he do to me? That's right. Lin Yi nodded and glanced at Lin Mo. Okay, Sister Yi Qing and I have something to talk about, you go back to the room. Lin Mo smiled helplessly and turned to go into his room. Ding. As soon as he closed the door, Lin Mo heard the notification sound of his mobile phone. After opening the screen and taking a look, there was a text message from Yi Qing, this is my mobile number, save it for future contact. Lin Mo thought about it, tapped a few times on the phone, and then pressed the send button. Yi Qing, who was sitting on the sofa with Lin Yi, heard the vibration of the phone and quickly clicked it to take a look. The message was from Lin Mo, this is my bank card number, remember to send me money every week. Then there was a string of numbers. I'm so angry. Looking at the message on the phone, Yi Qing couldn't help but stand up from the sofa, and wanted to throw the phone on Lin Mo's face. Sister Yi Qing, what's wrong with you, who mad you? Lin Yi asked with a smile. No one. Gritting her teeth and shutting down the phone, Yi Qing replied unhappily, okay, I have something to do at home,
I'll go back first.
The cooperation with Lin Mo has already produced results, and she needs to feedback the news to Yi Chaochuan. Although Lin Mo's request exceeded her psychological bottom line, she still agreed. She had a hunch that this cooperation with Lin Mo would be an opportunity for the Yi family to rise.
Assessment: the plan couldn't keep up with the changes.
I didn't expect that the 7 qi and blood pills would be gone all of a sudden. Lin Mo lay on the bed helplessly and sighed. I can only use the thunder breathing method for one night. Lin Mo sighed, then got up and sat cross-legged on the bed and started practicing.
A night of silence. The next day, Lin Mo opened his eyes and jumped out of bed.
First go to the martial arts field to test your energy and blood, and then go to the Martial Arts Alliance to get certified as a first-class warrior. Lin Mo made a plan while washing up. Arriving at the martial arts arena again, Zhu Ting's eyes suddenly lit up when she looked up and saw Lin Mo. You're here.
Zhu Ting stepped forward and looked at Lin Mo. Do you want to test your energy and blood? I have reserved a number for you.
She took out a piece of paper and handed it to Lin Mo. This is the special channel account for the martial arts arena. With it, you can measure your energy and blood without queuing.
Thank you.
Lin Mo thanked him with a smile, then took the number plate and walked towards the qi and blood test room.
Yes. I'm sorry.
Zhu Ting looked at Lin Mo's back apologetically. Lin Mo just turned his back to her, smiled and waved his hand. Entering the testing room, Lin Mo pressed his hands on the tester as usual.
A number quickly appeared on the computer. 16.2. Looking at the final measurement results, Lin Mo couldn't help but exclaimed. This number is higher than he estimated.
The extra energy and blood are the benefits brought by the thunder breathing method. As the blood value increases, the benefits of thunder breathing method to practice also become stronger.
Lin Mo became excited.
With the thunder breathing technique, even without the qi and blood pill, his cultivation speed would not be too slow.
Test the attack power of the tiger fist again.
After calming down his excitement, Lin Mo stood in front of the martial arts measuring instrument.
Tiger punch.
Lin Mo activated his martial arts, and a tiger's roar could be faintly heard in the measurement room. On the screen, the attack power of this punch was displayed.
286. Lin Mo nodded with satisfaction. It's about the same as I estimated.
Tiger fist is well deserved. After leaving the measurement room, Lin Mo sent Yi Qing a text message with the recipe for the qi and blood pill. In Lin Mo's view, although the prescriptions of qi and blood pills are precious, as long as he enters the dungeon, those lords will definitely drop more similar prescriptions. The most important thing is that Lin Mo does not have so many resources to refine qi and blood pills. Therefore, cooperating with the Yi family is also one of Lin Mo's best choices. After I have money, I can buy more materials and exchange more qi and blood pills from the Yi family. Lin Mo said with a smile on his face. Now, I just hope that the Yi family can start refining it as soon as possible. The blood value and martial arts attack power have been tested, and Lin Mo went to the warrior certification office set up by the Martial Alliance as planned.
Certified as a first-class warrior?
The staff at the certification office glanced at Lin Mo with a surprised look on his face. This student, the cost of each certification is 5,000 yuan.
There is no absolute certainty. You'd better not waste it. Money. 5,000 yuan?
Lin Mo was stunned for a moment.
He didn't expect that he would have to pay to be certified as a first-grade warrior?
I took out my phone and took a look at it, and suddenly became a little embarrassed. The last time he refined qi and blood pills, he had spent all his savings.
Now the only money he has is the 500 yuan left by his parents. Classmate, do you still want to take the certification assessment? The staff member looked at Lin Mo and asked kindly. Wait a minute. Lin Mo took out his cell phone, thought for a moment, and dialed Yi Qing's number. Yi family.
Nuada's alchemy room was filled with direct descendants of the Yi family, and they were looking nervously at the two people in the middle. In the middle of the crowd, Yi Chaochuan stared at the alchemy furnace, while Yi Qing stood aside and quickly handed over the materials Yi Chaochuan needed. The grandfather and grandson cooperated very well. At this moment, there was a faint force of blood surging in the alchemy furnace.
Are we going to succeed? Someone couldn't help but say. Shut up. Yi Chaochuan turned around and cursed coldly, if anyone dares to make the slightest sound again, he will be kicked out of the Yi family. The old man's prestige was very high. After the words fell, everyone closed their mouths and did not dare to take a breath. The critical moment has arrived. Yi Chaochuan stared at the elixir furnace with an excited look on his face. As long as more than 3 elixirs can be refined, our Yi family will distribute them. As he spoke, he reached out to open the lid of the alchemy furnace and looked inside the alchemy furnace. 1, 2, 3, 4. For qi and blood pills, and the quality is excellent. My Yi family wants. Looking at the qi and blood pills in the pill furnace, Yi Chaochuan couldn't help but laugh. Ding! At this moment, a phone rang, directly covering his laughter. Yi Chaochuan's face suddenly darkened and he looked at the source of the sound. What's going on? Are my words falling on deaf ears? Yi Chaochuan looked at Yi Qing with a straight face. Grandpa, I'm sorry, I'll turn off the phone now. Yi Qing took out her phone and was stunned when she saw the name of the contact on it. Grandpa, it's Lin Mo calling. Yi Qing looked at the old man and spoke cautiously. Lin Mo? Yi Chaochuan was stunned for a moment, and then his expression changed. Then why are you still standing there? Answer the phone quickly. Don't keep him waiting. When he heard that the caller was Lin Mo, the old man's expression immediately turned 180 degrees. Yi Cheng nodded and pressed the answer button. What's the matter? Transfer me 10,000 yuan. Waiting online, urgent. Lin Mo didn't waste any words and directly stated his purpose. Yi Qing was stunned. She never dreamed that Lin Mo called her just to ask for 10,000 yuan. Can you be more promising? I know. After hanging up the phone, Yi Qing transferred 100,000 yuan to Lin Mo. In the alchemy room, everyone, including Yi Chaochuan, stared at Yi Qing. Xinger, Lin Mo called just now, is there something wrong? Yi Chaochuan asked cautiously. No matter what conditions he puts forward, as long as our Yi family can do it, agree to it. In addition, I heard that Yi Fan and Lin Mo had some conflicts. You let that bastard apologize to Lin Mo tomorrow. Grandpa, Xiao Fan is still in the hospital? Yi Qing couldn't help but said, he was beaten by Lin Mo yesterday. Well beaten. Yi Chaochuan said angrily, if Lin Mo is still angry, you can bring him from the hospital to Lin Mo and beat him up again. Yi Qing, on the other side, Lin Mo looked at the extra 100,000 yuan in his account and smiled. Please help me get an application form. I want to apply for the first grade warrior assessment. Lin Mo said to the staff after paying the money. After filling out the form, Lin Mo was taken to another spacious room. At this moment, there were already several people waiting in the room. Lin Mo looked around. Except for a girl in a short skirt who looked about the same age as him, everyone else was older than him. Okay, since almost everyone has arrived, let's start the assessment. The examiner walked in, picked up the application form on the table, took a look, and said, the first examinee, Zhou Ji. As soon as the voice fell, a burly middle-aged man stood up and walked towards the measuring instrument. Qi and blood value 10.8, passed. Zhou Ji smiled and walked towards another instrument. Mountain opening palm. Zhou Ji roared and used martial arts on the measuring instrument. Attack power 53, failed. The examiner looked at the final result above and said coldly, Mr. Zhou, I wish you a smooth pass next time. 53? How can it be only 53? I clearly played 60 attack power this morning. Let me try again. Just once. Zhou Ji showed a pleading look on his face, holding the examiner unwilling to let go. Mr. Zhou, please leave. The other 2 staff members stepped forward and dragged Zhou Ji away directly. The first person failed the assessment, and everyone present had negative emotions, and their faces became nervous. Becoming a first-class warrior. Next, Lu Sun. The examiner read out the name of the next examinee from the list. A thin middle-aged man stood up and walked towards the blood and qi measuring instrument. Wait a minute. A frivolous voice sounded, and then 2 figures walked in. The leader was a young man who looked about the same age as Lin Mo, and behind the young man was an old man in a tang suit.
The old man walked steadily and had a heavy breath, giving people an unfathomable feeling.
Master Gao. The previously serious examiner showed a flattering smile on his face and hurriedly greeted him. Are you going to take the warrior certification today? The young man nodded. Master Gao, please wait a moment, I will clear the field. The examiner immediately turned around and asked all the people who participated in the assessment today to leave. No need. The young man said lightly, I am willing to give them a chance to see what a genius is. After the young man finished speaking, he walked towards the blood and qi measuring instrument and glanced at the middle-aged man named Lu Sun. Lu Sun's face changed slightly, and finally turned around and stepped back to the waiting team. Who is this? He's so arrogant. That examiner is too good at flattering him. Have you heard of the Gao family? He is Gao Ziliang, a direct descendant of the Gao family. He is currently studying at No. 1 middle school. I heard that he is very talented. The Gao family, one of the 3 major alchemy families? I can't afford to offend. Lu Sun sighed unwillingly. Gao Ziliang put his palm on the measuring instrument with an arrogant look, and the test results came out soon. 14.7. Congratulations, Master Gao's blood value passed the test. Gao Ziliang walked to the martial arts measuring instrument, performed the martial arts Vajra finger, and also achieved an attack power of 81. Too strong. The examiner sighed and immediately stamped the test form with a seal of passing the test. Congratulations to Master Gao for passing the test. The examiner handed a printed badge to Gao Ziliang respectfully. Okay, you guys continue. This young master will see how much difference there is between you clowns and me. Gao Ziliang sat directly on the examiner's chair and looked at everyone. The examiner nodded repeatedly and continued the examination according to the list. Lu Sun stepped forward and passed the examination smoothly, but his blood value and attack power were much lower than Gao Ziliang's. After waiting for more than half an hour, Lin Mo's name was finally called. Hey, this guy looks about the same age as me. Gao Ziliang saw Lin Mo and his eyes lit up. Come and try your luck. Judging from his clothes, he should be an ordinary family. Whether it is resources or talent, he is definitely not comparable to Master Gao. The old man next to Gao Ziliang smiled and said. Ding! At this time, the blood and blood measurement results of Lin Mo came out. 16.2. As soon as the old man finished speaking, he saw the number on the screen and his voice was stuck. The smile on Gao Ziliang's face also slightly restrained, and he squinted his eyes and looked at Lin Mo. High blood and blood value does not mean high attack power, the old man hurriedly whispered. Vajra finger. At the same time, the sound of Lin Mo performing the Vajra finger sounded. Accompanied by the explosion of air, a value was given on the measuring instrument. 164. After the blood value is increased, the attack power of the Vajra finger is also increased a lot. Lin Mo nodded slightly, not shocked by this number. The old man looked ugly, as if he was slapped. With the same martial arts, Lin Mo's attack power is twice that of Gao Ziliang. Gao Ziliang stood up with a cold look, looked at Lin Mo deeply, turned around and left the assessment office. The assessor looked at Lin Mo's measurement results and was stunned. He has been working in the assessment office for many years, but no one has ever been able to reach such a terrifying value of blood value and attack power at Lin Mo's age. Excuse me, am I qualified? Lin Mo looked at the assessor and asked softly. Yes, passed. The assessor was stunned for a moment, then quickly stamped Lin Mo's application form, and at the same time handed the silver badge symbolizing the identity of a first-class warrior to Lin Mo with both hands. Mr. Lin, congratulations on becoming a warrior. The assessor's attitude towards Lin Mo was even more respectful than his attitude towards Gao Ziliang. In the martial arts world, the strong are respected. Lin Mo used his strength to gain the respect of the examiner. Mr. Lin, my name is Lu Sun, and I'm glad to meet you. Lu Sun, who had just received the first-grade martial artist seal, also hurried forward and took the initiative to extend his hand to Lin Mo. Mr. Lin, my name is. After someone took the lead, a group of people immediately rushed to Lin Mo and introduced themselves. Being able to achieve the current strength at such an old age as Lin Mo,
there is a great possibility that he will become a martial arts master in the future. It is beneficial to have a good relationship with a future master.
After dealing with everyone, Lin Mo left the assessment office.
After getting the martial artist seal, he can immediately receive a blood and chi pill, which Lin Mo just needs. In the martial arts arena, Zhu Ting looked at Lin Mo, who came back and smiled. "Help me get a number to receive the chi and blood pill."
"You want to receive the chi and blood pill?" Zhu Ting was stunned for a moment, then looked at Lin Mo in shock. "You passed the first grade warrior assessment? How is this possible?" She covered her mouth, her pretty face full of disbelief. "Would you like to see my badge?"
Lin Mo chuckled and took out the badge he had just received. His personal confidence was recorded on it and could be read out on the computer.
"No need."
Zhu Ting calmed down and gave Lin Mo a number and handed it to him. "Turn left in front and you'll arrive." Looking at Lin Mo's back after he left, Zhu Ting was in a trance. At the beginning, she joked that if Lin Mo became a first-class warrior, she would give him a chance to pursue him. But now that Lin Mo has really become a first-class warrior, she can't say such words. Zhu Ting is very beautiful and has excellent conditions. When she was working in the martial arts field, she was also surrounded by suitors. But facing the current Lin Mo, she can no longer say such words. She knew that there was a gap between her and Lin Mo. "Xiaoya, does that man just now look like your brother?" Just when Lin Mo went to receive the chi and blood pill, several girls not far away were watching this scene.
Lin Yu looked at Lin Mo in line and couldn't help but frowned. "Isn't that the place where first-class warriors receive chi and blood pills? What is he doing there?"
Lin Yu thought so, and just as she was about to ask for clarification, she heard the girl next to her shout again, "Look, it's Hu Qing, he's here to certify as a warrior too." Several girls immediately surrounded him, followed Hu Qing into the assessment office, and stood guard at the gate. Senior Hu Qing was about to become a first-class warrior some time ago. Now he's here for certification, so he must be very sure. So excited, I can see with my own eyes how powerful Senior Hu Qing is. Several girls looked at Hu Qing walking forward, their faces full of excitement. Chi and blood value 14.8. Vajra finger attack power 128. After hearing the assessment data, Hu Qing smiled, and passed the first-class warrior assessment. So strong. The attack power is over 100. Senior Hu Qing's Vajra finger must have reached advanced proficiency. Too strong. Lin Ya also spoke with excitement. Women all admire strong people. Hu Qing has always been her idol. He should be the first person in number 3 middle school to become a first-class warrior this year. You passed the assessment, congratulations on becoming a first-class warrior. The examiner took a look at Hu Qing's personal information. When he sought his school, he couldn't help but add, "What a coincidence, your number 3 middle school has 2 first-class warriors today, including you." Hearing this, the smile on Hu Qing's face slowly disappeared. Warm tips: if you find that clicking the next page will force you to jump to other websites, please use the chapter error or contact us at the bottom to inform us. We will handle it as soon as possible. Thank you for your understanding. To given someone actually became a first-class warrior one step ahead of him? Hu Qing was filled with resentment and anger. With the breathing method obtained through special channels, he has always been the top one in number 3 middle school. Originally, he wanted to break through to the first-class warrior through practice, but Lin Mo's appearance made him feel the crisis. So, this weekend, he directly took 7 chi and blood pills to increase his chi and blood value to 14.8 before taking the first-class warrior assessment. He wanted to be the first person in number 3 middle school to become a first-class warrior this year, but who would have thought that someone would be one step ahead? Hearing this, several girls were also stunned for a moment, and then they began to be curious. Who is it, who is one step ahead of Senior Hu Qing? Could it be intentional? Knowing in advance that Senior Hu Qing was going to take the first-class warrior assessment, so he took the title in advance. Ah! That's too shameless. Several girls couldn't help but speak up and complained for Hu Qing. Hu Qing suppressed his anger and said with a smile, "It's okay, we are all students of number 3 middle school. It is an honor for us to have more warriors. Senior Hu Qing is so generous. Yes, the person who got the certification first must have just passed, unlike Senior Hu Qing, who far exceeded the standard in every item. The examiner glanced at the girls and smiled faintly. The other student who passed the assessment has a blood value of 16.2 and a Vajra finger attack power of 164. Several people, including Hu Qing, were shocked. When did number 3 middle school have such a powerful classmate? What's his name? I want to meet him. Hu Qing looked at the examiner and said with a forced smile. Sorry, we can't disclose the personal information of the examiner. The examiner refused directly. Hu Qing nodded and left the martial arts arena without even receiving the blood and chi pill for a first-grade warrior. Oh my god, when did number 3 middle school produce such a genius? Yes, he is so much ahead of Hu Qing without anyone noticing. Behind Hu Qing, several girls who had come to their senses could not help but discuss and were full of curiosity about the identity of that person. Linya, isn't your brother also a senior? Go back and ask him to find out. A girl looked at Linya and said expectantly. Rely on him? When she mentioned Lin Mo, she was furious. All he knows is eating, and his chi and blood value is less than 1 now. What a coincidence, your surname is also Lin. The examiner heard what several girls said and looked at Linya. Another student from number 3 middle school who passed the assessment also has the surname Lin. Lin? Several girls looked at each other and were stunned again. I remember that there are not many people with the surname Lin in number 3 middle school. Lin. Linya, the other person couldn't be your brother. Impossible. Linya's mind appeared the appearance of Lin Mo, and she instinctively denied. He is a useless person. Halfway through her words, she couldn't continue, because the person she just saw at the door, from the back, did look exactly like Lin Mo. Could it really be him? But how is this possible? Linya's expression became a little confused. I have something else to do, so I'll go back first, she said hurriedly and ran straight home. When she passed the place where she received the chi and blood pills, she took a special look, and the figure that looked like Lin Mo was gone. I must have seen it wrong, Linya thought to herself. When she got home and opened the door, she saw Lin Mo sitting on the sofa. You have been at home all the time? Linya asked tentatively. What's wrong? Lin Mo looked at the panting Linya. Was it chased by a dog? So tired? What do you care? Hearing Lin Mo's words, Linya was immediately furious. You just stay at home all day. Do you know that there are already 2 first-grade warriors in our school? What about you? There are actually 2? Lin Mo was stunned, and then he was relieved. Hu Qing has been stuck at the first-grade warrior level for so long, it's time to break through. Humph. Linya looked at Lin Mo's indifferent look, and her heart became even more angry. She snorted coldly and went back to her room directly. What's wrong with this girl? Rebellious in adolescence? Lin Mo shook his head. Wait until my parents come back and let them take good care of me. Girls in adolescence should be taken care of. Getting up from the sofa, Lin Mo also went back to his room. Taking out a chi and blood pill that he had just received today, Lin Mo swallowed it directly. According to Rotten Remains, the entire human civilization will be destroyed in the future. Whether what he said is true or false, I must improve my power as soon as possible. On the road of martial arts, every minute counts. The game is loading. For a chi and blood pill, Lin Mo can only choose the Cat Demon Forest and the Goblin Kingdom. Lin Mo got all the chi and blood grass from the Cat Demon Forest, so this time Lin Mo directly chose the Cat Demon Forest. Unlike before, after clearing the dungeon, when entering again, you can fight all the way from the ordinary room to the Lord's room. After becoming a first-class warrior, Lin Mo's clearance speed increased a lot when he entered the dungeon again. In the Lord's room, Lin Mo directly killed the Lord with the Vajra finger. Looking at a ball of light falling from the Lord, Lin Mo picked it up and woke up from the dream. 3 chi and blood grasses. Lin Mo glanced at the time. The martial arts arena should be closed now, so he could only put away the chi and blood grasses. After the practical class tomorrow, he would go to the martial arts arena to refine the pills. Without the assistance of chi and blood pills, Lin Mo directly practiced the thunder breathing method for a whole night.
The next morning, Lin Mo came to school with his school bag as planned. Have you heard? There are 2 first-class warriors in the 3rd grade of our school. Oh my god, is it true? I know one of them must be Hu Qing. Who is the other one? Ren Jie? It may be Ren Jie.
His qi and blood value has reached 9.3 before. Now that so much time has passed, it is possible that he has become a first-class warrior. According to what you said, Yi Qing is also possible. The Yi family is a family of alchemy, and there are enough qi and blood pills.
It is so easy to become a first-class warrior.
I heard that there is one more student taking the advanced practical class. It is not clear who it is. So, the other first-class warrior may also be this person. Lin Mo heard such discussions as soon as he entered the school.
Did it spread so quickly?
Lin Mo sighed, but until now, no one had guessed that the other first-class warrior was him.
When he walked into the classroom, the originally noisy classmates suddenly quieted down, and everyone's eyes fell on Lin Mo. For some reason, facing this one of the weakest students in the class, they always felt a breathless feeling now. Mo. Lin Mo, you are here.
Lu Lei, his deskmate and best friend, instinctively wanted to call him Moz, but when the words came to his lips, he couldn't help but change the name. He always felt that recently, there was a kind of aura on Lin Mo that made him dare not have a playful attitude.
Come to the practical class. Lin Mo smiled and nodded. Facing Lu Lei's unfamiliarity, he felt a little helpless.
But he soon felt relieved. The road of martial arts is cruel after all. On the way to the top, there will always be people who fall behind. If he hadn't got the golden finger by chance, he would definitely become an eliminated person in the martial arts.
Lin Mo, Teacher Zhang asked you to go to class. He has something important to inform you.
Just then, a voice sounded outside the door.
Lin Mo stood up and said goodbye to Lu Lei and went to the advanced practical class.
The talent training camp plan I told you before has been brought forward, so the selection competition will start today. In the advanced practical class, Zhang Lianshan looked at the 3 people in front of him. Yi Qing is in retreat in order to break through to the first-level warrior. In addition, the school has issued a notice to all students in the school. As long as the blood value reaches 10 or above, all students are eligible to participate in this selection. Finally, in this training camp, we only have 1 spot among the 3 middle schools. I hope you will cherish it. And I also made a breakthrough yesterday, Ren Jia on the side said with a smile. I just tested it and my blood value has reached 10.8.
Very good.
Zhang Lianchang nodded, then looked at Hu Qing and Lin Mo. There was news from the martial arts field yesterday that 2 people in the number 3 middle school have reached the level of first-class warriors. Are they you too?
Yes.
Lin Mo and Hu Qing said in unison.
He was the person yesterday.
Hu Qing's heart moved and he couldn't help but glance at Lin Mo. Obviously, the blood level was only 9.6 in the last practical class, but it reached 16.2 in just 2 days?
I don't accept it.
Hu Qing was extremely angry, with hatred flowing in his eyes.
What, you two are certified as first-class warriors? Are you still more stupid? Ren Jia was speechless. I quit. Sorry, teacher, I'm late.
At this moment, Yi Qing walked in from outside the door. Lin Mo glanced at Yi Qing and frowned slightly. Yi Qing's blood value has indeed improved, but he should have just entered the first level of a warrior.
I'm also giving up the campaign.
After all, my goal is not martial arts, but alchemy. Yi Qing is the person with the best alchemy talent in the Yi family, and her wish is to become the top alchemist. Martial arts are just for self-preservation.
Okay, I will inform the principal of your choice. Now let's gather at the competition stage.
Zhang Lianshan led the 4 of them out of the classroom. When they arrived at the competition stage, it was already surrounded by students. There were not only senior high school students, but also other junior students.
Linya, is that your brother? Why are you walking with Yi Qing, Hu Qing, and the others? A girl next to Linya asked in a low voice. It's really him.
Linya looked at Lin Mo with a look of disbelief on her face. Ever since she saw Lin Mo in the martial arts field yesterday, she had made such a guess, and now her guess was confirmed.
How could it be? Linya watched Lin Mo walk up to the competition stage step by step.
Standing on the competition stage with Lin Mo and Hu Qing were two other students.
Lin Mo looked familiar to them.
He had seen them in the intermediate combat class. He thought he had taken chi and blood pills in the past few days and had broken through to the realm of a warrior. Chen Xingji stood in the middle of the competition stage and said, "The selection competition for the Genius Training Camp has been brought forward to today. For this selection, we have set the threshold of health value at 10 points.
So far, only 4 people have signed up. In order to avoid unnecessary casualties, let's test the attack power of their 4 classmates first. Hu Qing, you are the first."
Hu Qing nodded, walked forward, took a deep breath, and used the diamond finger.
130. What a terrifying attack power.
Looking at the numbers on the screen, a group of students gasped.
Lin Mo. Chen Xingji looked at Lin Mo again. Can he really reach such a high attack power? Linya looked at Lin Mo walking towards the tester, and her heart couldn't help but feel anxious. Vajra finger.
Lin Mo shouted coldly, and also used diamond finger.
170. Everyone was silent as they looked at the numbers on the screen. So strong. Taller than Hu Qing. Lin Mo, wasn't he just a waste before with a health value of less than 2? How is this possible? After a brief silence, there was noisy discussion.
Linya looked at the numbers on the screen with shock on her face. She worships the strong, and Hu Qing has always been her idol. And her brother Lin Mo is the object of her contempt. But now, her idol Hu Qing is being pressed to the ground and rubbed by Lin Mo.
He is so strong.
Li Wei looked at Lin Mo standing in front of the measuring instrument, his face became frightened.
Ahaha, okay.
Chen Xingji's face was full of smiles, and he wanted to hold Lin Mo and kiss him twice.
It's too strong. Fortunately, I gave up in advance.
Ren Jie breathed a sigh of relief, otherwise, I might be disabled later. Principal, something bad happened to the two of us. We gave up. The other two students looked at each other, despair written on their faces. Originally they thought there wouldn't be much difference between themselves and the students in the advanced practical classes, but now they are completely convinced.
Since there are only 2 of you left, let's compete between the 2 of you. The final winner will represent number 3 middle school in this talent training camp.
Chen Xingji stood on the competition stage and looked at the 2 people. Remember, there is only victory or defeat, not life or death. Hu Qing looked at Lin Mo deeply and said nothing. As Chen Xingji walked off the competition stage, the competition officially began. The two stood several meters apart, neither of them in a hurry to make a move.
Tread.
Hu Qing took a step forward, his fingers flashing with golden light, and he grabbed Lin Mo's chest. Lin Mo smiled lightly and waved his fist to greet him.
Bang!
With a muffled sound, Hu Qing's expression changed slightly and he took 2 steps back.
You actually know other martial arts. Hu Qing thought that Lin Mo only mastered the Vajra finger and tiger fist.
But unexpectedly, Lin Mo actually used a third martial art.
Thanks to Li Wei.
Lin Mo said with a smile. Li Wei's face suddenly became ugly.
Shirley was beaten by Lin Mo and is still lying in the hospital.
Your attack power is indeed very strong, but I have mastered more martial arts than you. Hu Qing was extremely confident. The next moment, he moved his feet and his figure became erratic.
Body martial arts.
Zhang Lianshang, who was standing next to the arena, exclaimed, Hu Qing actually mastered a rare body martial arts. With his erratic figure, Lin Mo's attacks failed several times. Hu Qing's eyes were filled with murderous intent.
He found the right opportunity and used the strongest attack. Knee strike.
Hu Qing appeared in front of Lin Mo, grabbed Lin Mo's shoulders with both hands, and slammed his right knee into his abdomen. 8th grade yellow level martial arts.
The attack power may reach 200.
Chen Xingji's face changed slightly. He didn't expect Hu Qing to have such a powerful attack power.
Brother, be careful. Linya's face changed drastically under the stage, and she couldn't help but exclaimed.
This is the first time she has called Lin Mo brother in so many years.
Bang!
Lin Mo crossed his hands to block the knee strike, and at the same time used the reaction force to break free from Hu Qing's hands.
You want to kill me?
Lin Mo felt as if his hands were about to break, and his face suddenly sank.
Fists and feet have no eyes.
If you are afraid of death, just admit defeat. Hu Qing sneered and said lightly.
I hope you don't regret it.
Lin Mo slowly took a step back and clenched his fists. At the same time, Hu Qing used his body martial arts again, and his footsteps became erratic. Knee strike. The next moment, he repeated the trick and grabbed Lin Mo's shoulders with both hands.
Tiger fist.
Roar. Lin Mo roared angrily and punched Hu Qing's legs. Hu Qing's expression changed drastically, as if he saw a tiger rushing towards him. He wanted to retreat, but it was too late.
Bang!
There was a muffled sound, accompanied by the sound of broken bones. Hu Qing fell on the arena, his right leg twisted, and he fainted from the pain.
Lin Mo wins. Tiger fist?
He just used the tiger fist.
Chen Xingji and Zhang Lianshan looked at each other, their faces full of shock.
Tiger fist is the strongest martial art of number 3 middle school. For so many years, no one has been able to reach the proficiency of the department level or above. But the power of Lin Mo's punch just now is definitely more than 250, and may even reach 300.
How did he do it? I should have one.
Lin Mo looked at Chen Xingji and said with a smile.
I declare that Lin Mo will represent number 3 middle school in the Genius Training Camp.
Chen Xingji announced the final result of the game. At the same time, someone stepped forward and sent the injured Hu Qing to the hospital.
My right leg is broken.
Even if it recovers, it may be difficult to perform leg-related martial arts.
What a pity.
Lin Mo's last attack was too powerful.
Hu Qing is no match for him.
In the ward, Hu Qing listened to the discussion of the two doctors outside the door. Endless hatred surged in his eyes and his face became distorted.
Why? Who do you think you are? How dare you be stronger than me? How dare you take away everything that originally belonged to me? I want you to die. Not only you, I want all those who cheered for you to die. I want you to know that I am the strongest person.
Hu Qing shouted desperately in his heart. The next moment, he took out his mobile phone and dialed a number based on his memory.
I agree to your conditions. But I have a request. After leading the monster to the school, help me kill Lin Mo. Kill those who cheered for him. Hu Qing, don't worry.
With our help, you will become the most shining existence in the third place. A cold voice sounded on the phone, accompanied by a strange laugh, and the other party hung up the phone. Soon the door of the ward was pushed open, and a figure in a black robe with an evil ghost mask on his face appeared in front of Hu Qing's bed. This pill can heal your injuries, and this one can give you the power of a second-grade warrior. As for this jade, after crushing it, you can summon a monster close to a third-grade warrior. Tomorrow we will lead all the teachers of number 3 middle school away, and then the task of killing will be handed over to you.
After leaving this sentence, the black-robed man turned and left.
Beside Hu Qing's bed, there were 2 wooden boxes and a blood-colored jade. Hu Qing's eyes were cold, and he directly grabbed the pill that could heal his injuries and swallowed it. A burst of heat flowed through his body, and the broken leg bones quickly recovered. A moment later, Hu Qing stood up from the bed, picked up the jade and another pill beside him, and left the ward step by step.
Lin Mo, tomorrow, when everyone cheers for you, it's time for you to die. Lin's house, Lin Mo's bedroom. I've made a fortune.
Lin Mo smiled as he looked at the 10 boxes of qi and blood pills lined up in front of him. After getting a place in the Genius Training Camp, Chen Xingji waved his hand and rewarded Lin Mo with 5 qi and blood pills, while Zhang Lianshan gave him 1 personally. In addition to the 4 qi and blood pills that Lin Mo had refined in the martial arts arena on the way back from school, he now had a total of 10. This is actually the biggest gain. Lin Mo took out a scroll from his body and slowly opened it.
Yellow rank 3, Iron Backer.
In addition to the reward of qi and blood pills, Lin Mo was also allowed to enter the martial arts storage room to choose a martial arts.
In the end, Lin Mo chose the yellow rank 3 Iron Backer.
This is a powerful martial arts that combines body skills and attack. After Lin Mo mastered the essentials of the martial arts, he began to practice in the bedroom. At the same time, outside the bedroom, Linya, who had just finished washing up, quietly approached Lin Mo's door in a loose t-shirt. "I don't know what this guy is doing, there is no sound at all," Linya muttered in a low voice. After seeing Lin Mo defeat Hu Qing with her own eyes, the image of her brother in Linya's heart once again became mysterious and majestic. "What do you look like standing at your brother's door dressed like this? Go back to your room." Wang Ping glared at her daughter with dissatisfaction. "Mom, do you know," Linya was about to tell her about Lin Mo's feat today, but after thinking about it, she quickly changed the subject. "Our school has selected the candidates for this year's Genius Training Camp and invited all parents to watch the ceremony. You and your dad must remember to watch it tomorrow." "What does it have to do with us if they are selected?" Wang Ping said nonchalantly. "Wait until you are selected in the future, your dad and I will go. I still have to go to work tomorrow, otherwise where will the money come from to support you too?" Wang Ping left this sentence and returned to her dormitory. Looking at her mother's back, Linya wrinkled her nose. "If you don't go, you will definitely regret it." Iron backer. In the bedroom, Lin Mo shouted softly, made a classic move of a certain koan, and quickly leaned forward with his right shoulder. "I don't feel how powerful it is." Lin Mo recalled the action just now, and the name of Iron Backer is not appropriate enough, it's better to call it Gni Time. Lin Mo complained in his heart, picked up a chi and blood pill and swallowed it. In the martial arts arena, Lin Mo looked at the options in front of him and chose Iron Backer as the training option. Consume chi and blood pill ×1. Lin Mo couldn't help but twitch his mouth. The number of chi and blood pills consumed by the third grade of the yellow rank actually caught up with the tiger fist. When he opened his eyes again, he couldn't help but show a satisfied smile on his face. 2 chi and blood pills raised the proficiency of Tai Kao Shan to a high level, and the attack power also reached 392. There is still time. Tonight, I want to raise the chi and blood value to 20. Lin Mo was furious and grabbed a chi and blood pill and swallowed it. Now that chi and blood pills are sufficient, Lin Mo chose to consume 4 more chi and blood pills and enter the next dungeon. Flame Kingdom. The next morning. I finally cleared the monsters. Lin Mo opened his eyes, and the difficulty of the Flame Kingdom was obviously increased several times. It took him several hours to get to the room before the Lord. If you want to enter the Lord's room, you should consume 5 more chi and blood pills. Lin Mo looked at the 3 boxes left in front of him, and his face collapsed. Chi and blood pills are not enough. Fortunately, there are items dropped in the dungeon. Taking out the materials dropped in the dungeon from his mind, Lin Mo's eyes suddenly lit up. 1 intermediate chi and blood grass. Lin Mo couldn't help but shouted, 150. The value of intermediate chi and blood grass is more than 10 times that of primary chi and blood grass. 1 intermediate chi and blood grass can refine a medium chi and blood pill. However, the only families in Jinling that can refine intermediate chi and blood pills are Gao Jia and Yi family. Find an opportunity to sell it to Yi Qing. Lin Mo put away the intermediate chi and blood grass, changed his clothes and walked out of the room. Brother, you got up. In the kitchen, Linya saw him, her eyes suddenly lit up, and quickly served him a bowl of meat porridge. Are you seriously ill? Or is the sun rising from the west? Looking at the hot meat porridge in front of him, Lin Mo felt that happiness came too suddenly. Linya was speechless, glared at him fiercely, and then lowered her head and sat opposite Lin Mo to eat. This looks much more normal. After being glared at, Lin Mo breathed a sigh of relief with satisfaction. After drinking 3 bowls of meat porridge in a row, he looked towards his parents' bedroom. Where are my parents? They went to work. Linya looked up. I told them to attend the school ceremony today. They think it is more important to make money, okay? Lin Mo was speechless. He knew that Linya must not have told them the truth. After dinner, when Lin Mo was about to leave with his school bag, Linya hurriedly followed him. Wait for me, let's go to school together. As the brother and sister walked on the street, Lin Mo glanced at his sister beside him and couldn't help but smile. I don't know when the gap between the brother and sister began. This is the first time they have gone to school together in so many years.
When they arrived at the school, the ceremony was about to begin. The provincial selection of the Genius Training Camp has ended. Jinling will send 10 students to participate in a 2-month training with other students in the province.
According to past experience, those who achieve the best ranking in training can give priority to the martial arts university in Beijing. Lin Mo, I hope you can win glory for the school. Amid the cheers of the crowd, Lin Mo walked step by step to Chen Xingji. Chen Xingji smiled and handed a badge representing the identity of the Genius Training Camp to Lin Mo. Under the stage, Hu Qing listened to the cheers around him, and his face quickly twisted.
Damn it, you all deserve to die. All this should belong to me.
He held the jade in his right hand, staring at Lin Mo with his eyes.
Hee, it's so lively.
At this moment, a sneer sounded, and a man in black with a devil mask on his face appeared on the campus. And in just a few seconds, 8 men in black rushed out from all directions.
A warrior-level powerhouse. Chen Xingji's face changed.
The 9 men in black in front of him were all warrior-level powerhouses.
Kill.
The leading black-clothed man spoke coldly.
Puff.
The next moment, the knife flashed, and a student screamed and was split in half, dying with his eyes wide open. The screams rang out, and the students fled in all directions.
Damn it!
Chen Xingji was furious and rushed directly towards the black-clothed man. At the same time, the other teachers also rushed towards the black-clothed men, and the battle started instantly. It's my turn, Hu Qing showed a crazy smile at the corner of his mouth, and crushed the jade in his hand fiercely.
Roar!
A roar sounded, and the moment the jade was broken, a vortex of light was formed, and a dark figure rushed out of the vortex.
It was a humanoid black bear. Puff!
The black bear roared, and with a wave of his hand, several students were slapped away and fell to the ground, their lives unknown. At least the strength of a second-grade warrior. Several students in the intermediate practical class spoke tremblingly. Facing this black bear, they didn't have the courage to fight at all.
Run! Someone screamed and ran away. He. Escape?
Where to escape? Hu Qing, who was sitting in a wheelchair, laughed crazily, and the next moment, he got off the wheelchair. He took out the pill that could enhance his strength and swallowed it. The next moment, his blood value was increasing crazily.
So strong. I'm so strong.
Hu Qing's face showed surprise and madness, and he looked at Lin Mo with red eyes. You, roll over here and die.
Bang!
Hu Qing kicked a student who was blocking him away, and then walked towards Lin Mo on the stage with red eyes.
Hu Qing, what are you doing, are you crazy? Rin Jia couldn't help but roared and blocked him. Get out!
Hu Qing was extremely indifferent, otherwise, die. Feeling the power in his body, Hu Qing's heart was full of violent emotions, and endless killing intent filled his mind.
Let's go together.
Yi Qing frowned on the side, he seems to have swallowed some kind of elixir and lost his mind.
Just you.
Hu Qing sneered, clenched his fists, and blasted towards Yi Qing and Rin Jia. There was a bang in the air, and Yi Qing and Rin Jia's faces changed drastically, and they raised their hands to resist at the same time. But with 2 muffled sounds, their figures flew backwards and fell heavily to the ground.
Unable to withstand a blow. Hu Qing sneered, Lin Mo, how long are you going to hide there?
Hu Qing jumped up, climbed onto the high platform, and then rushed towards Lin Mo. Lin Mo, be careful, his strength has reached that of a second-grade warrior. Yi Qing couldn't help but remind him loudly.
Iron Mountain Lean.
Lin Mo snorted coldly and actually went straight up to meet him.
Bang!
Lin Mo hit Hu Qing's body with his right shoulder, and a huge force surged out of his shoulder. Hu Qing's face changed from madness to shock, and finally to pain.
Bang!
He flew up from the stage like a kite with a broken string and fell to the ground. Lin Mo's eyes lit up and he jumped high from the stage.
Eagle step.
In such a moment, Lin Mo stepped into the door like an eagle. Crack! There was a sound of bones breaking, and Lin Mo stepped out with 1 foot, directly crushing Hu Qing's legs.
Ah!
Hu Qing screamed, staring at Lin Mo with red eyes, why do you beat me?
I am a second-grade warrior, and you are just a mere first grade, why do you think you can be my opponent? Crack! Crack! With two crisp sounds, Lin Mo broke Hu Qing's hands again with a cold face. He stood there and looked down at Hu Qing, a second-grade warrior. I should be one too.
Last night, Lin Mo consumed 5 qi and blood pills in the dungeon, which at least increased his qi and blood by about 4.5. With the original qi and blood value, Lin Mo must have reached the standard of a second-grade warrior.
Hu Cheng looked at Lin Mo, his face full of unwillingness. I must kill, puff.
Hu Qing had no chance to say the rest.
Lin Mo raised his foot and stepped hard on his head. Instantly killed Hu Qing. Kill. Kill.
Seeing Lin Mo kill Hu Qing expressionlessly, Ren Jie's heartbeat was surging not far away. Yi Qing also looked at Lin Mo with a shocked expression. It is impossible to become a warrior without killing people, but at this age, how many people can be as calm and composed as Lin Mo?
Roar!
A violent roar came, and the black bear not far away was wet. That was the blood stained after killing people. On the ground, many students were killed, and blood flowed and seeped into the ground. Lin Mo glanced in the direction of the teacher and found that they were dragged by the black-clothed man and had no time to deal with the black bear.
Can you two still stand up?
Lin Mo looked at Yi Qing and Ren Jie.
The two nodded.
Evacuate the students, and leave this black bear to me.
After Lin Mo made the arrangements, he rushed towards the black bear. Bang!
The black bear punched Lin Mo fiercely, but he jumped up and dodged directly. But 2 deep fist marks appeared on the ground. Close to the strength of a third-grade warrior. Lin Mo made a quick judgment. He held the black iron rod in his hand, and rushed towards the black bear with a light shout.
Iron backer. Vajra finger.
Lin Mo hit the black bear's head with the iron rod, and in the 1 second when it was dizzy, he performed the iron backer. The huge body of the black bear was hit by the iron backer and retreated one after another. Lin Mo did not give the black bear any chance to retreat. He directly stepped forward and used the Vajra finger to touch the black bear's legs.
Puff!
2 blood arrows flew, and Lin Mo's 2 fingers pierced through the black bear's legs like golden swords. The black bear felt pain and fell towards Lin Mo with its huge body.
Now!
Lin Mo's eyes flashed, and the 9th-grade yellow martial art tiger fist.
Roar! His fist smashed towards the falling black bear like a tiger coming out of the mountain. Puff!
With a muffled sound, the black bear's head exploded directly.
Bang!
The huge body fell to the ground and died soon after. Looking at the black bear lying on the ground, a group of people felt numb as they were glad to have escaped death while looking at Lin Mo too strong.
His combat awareness is too terrifying. He even used a combo just now.
Yes, the iron rod attack made Black Bear dizzy, and then the iron backer and diamond finger made Black Bear lose his balance and fall to the ground. At the moment of falling to the ground, he used the real killer move, the Tiger Fist, to end the battle. From the beginning to the end, it took less than a minute. A second-grade warrior fighting a monster comparable to a third-grade warrior is a completely one-sided crushing. A group of students looked at Lin Mo with shock on their faces. Linya covered her mouth with her hands, staring at her brother with her big eyes flashing. As for Yi Qing, she was stunned. Waste. Not far away, the leading man in black saw Lin Mo killing Hu Qing and then killing the black bear. He couldn't help but shouted coldly, "Retreat!" Following his order, all the men in black quickly forced back the fighting teachers, and then disappeared around the school after a few ups and downs. Chase! Zhang Lianshan roared angrily and was about to chase him out, but was stopped by Qin Xingji. Be careful to lure the tiger away from the mountain. Zhang Lianshan looked at the body lying on the ground with red eyes, and nodded after a long time. Notify the Public Security Department and the Military Alliance. Count the number and identities of the dead and send the injured to the hospital. Chen Xingji quickly made arrangements. After the explanation was completed, Chen Xingji looked at Lin Mo solemnly. Although he was held back by the man in black, Chen Xingji noticed Lin Mo's 2 battles. If I could use one word to describe Lin Mo's performance, it would be perfect. Calm and calm. It doesn't look like what a high school student should look like at all.
principal, teacher, are you okay?
Lin Mo asked with a smile when he saw Chen Xingji and Zhang Lianchang walking towards him.
It's okay, Zhang Lianchang glanced at Hu Qing's body on the ground. What a pity.
Hu Qing's talent is still very strong, who would have thought that he would reach this point?
It's a pity for him, but it's a pity for those students who died?
Lin Mo said lightly, if a person like this dies, he will die.
There is no pity. Chen Xingji nodded and then walked towards the black bear's body.
A monster comparable to a third-grade warrior, he said as he groped around in the puddle that was turned into dregs by Lin Mo found it. After a while, Chen Xingji stood up, you killed the monster, so this thing should be yours. After saying that, he threw the things in his hands towards Lin Mo. Lin Mo took it and took a look. It was a Hun Yuan bead. It was transparent with blood. You could vaguely feel the power of qi and blood emanating from the bead. This thing is called demon pill, which is comparable to an intermediate qi and blood pill, and can also be used as a material to be added when refining weapons. It can give the weapon the soul of a monster and add a certain damage increase.
So good.
Lin Mo's eyes lit up.
He was currently collecting materials for Jihu.
When the time came to refine it, he could add this demon pill to it. Chen Xingji raised his hand and patted Lin Mo's shoulder. When he was about to say something, he suddenly raised his head and looked at the entrance of the school. Several figures quickly came towards them. LVE, deputy leader of the Jinling Martial Arts League, and Wu Yang, director of the Public Security Department.
Chen Xingji's eyes flashed and he greeted them. Alliance Master Lu, Director Wu. Chen Xingji stepped forward immediately. Principal Chen, how many casualties did number 3 middle school suffer?
Louis glanced at the corpse of the black bear on the ground, and his heart suddenly sank. If a monster of this size were to fight among the students, it would cause terrible damage. 5 students died, there are about 30 students injured.
Chen Xingji said with an ugly face.
5? Wu Yang said with a serious look, Chen Xingji, you should know what the consequences of concealing the number of casualties will be. This time, the Dark Blood Society dispatched hundreds of people, and the target was the 7 top high schools in Jinling City. Because of the careful plan, the number of students who died in the other 6 schools exceeded 30, and the number of injured was countless. The strength of number 3 middle school is slightly weaker, and there are such violent monsters here, how could there be only these casualties?
Dark Blood Society?
Lin Mo stood aside, hearing this name for the first time, and was extremely shocked at the same time, because he did not expect that the same thing happened in the other 6 schools.
Is it the Dark Blood Society's doing?
Chen Xingji's eyes were cold, this bunch of beasts, I will crush them to death with my own hands one day. Suppressing the anger in his heart, Chen Xingji looked at Louis and Wu Yang, and said seriously, the casualties are more important than Mount Tai, how could I, Chen Xingji, cheat on this? The reason why the casualties were reduced to this number this time was thanks to Lin Mo. Chen Xingji turned and looked at Lin Mo. He killed Hu Qingha and the monster with his own strength in the shortest time, reducing casualties.
One person's strength?
Louis and Wu Yang looked at each other, their faces extremely shocked. The monsters released by the Dark Blood Society have the combat power of a third-grade warrior. This black bear is huge and powerful. Wu Yang looked at Lin Mo and said in disbelief, how could you be his opponent?
Yes, Lin Mo, I remember that your strength should be a first-grade warrior. Could it be that in one day, your strength has increased again?
Zhang Lianchang also suddenly reacted and looked at Lin Mo in shock.
I should be a second-grade warrior.
Lin Mo nodded, I just broke through last night. Zhang Lianchang and Chen Xingji looked at each other and felt their mentality exploded.
Lin Mo's blood value yesterday was 16.2.
If he wants to break through to a second-grade warrior, he must increase his blood by at least 4 points. In other words, in just one night, Lin Mo's blood increased by more than 4 points.
Monster! Monster! Chen Xingji and Zhang Lianchang couldn't help but speak. Increased 4 points of blood in one night? LVE and Wu Yang's eyes changed when they looked at Lin Mo. Principal Chen, Teacher Zhang, you two come with us.
Lin Mo, go to the school hospital first to see if there are any injuries. After Louis said this, he took Chen Xingji and Zhang Lianchang into the office next to him. Looking at the backs of the 4 people leaving, Lin Mo opened his mouth. In fact, he wanted to say that according to his speculation, the blood and chi he gained in one night should be far more than 4 points. What's the matter with that student? Wu Yang closed the door of the office and stared at Chen Xingji anxiously with Louis. Chen Xingji immediately told them what happened during this period. Hiss. From 0.8 blood in chi to a second-grade warrior in a few weeks? Several martial arts have reached advanced proficiency, and even the Tiger Fist has been improved to intermediate proficiency? The two exclaimed, and the 2 people who were in high positions and used to seeing geniuses couldn't help but their hearts pounding. Good. Great. Louis clapped his hands and laughed. It is a blessing for Jiling to have a student like Lin Mo. I look forward to seeing him grow up. That's what I want to see. Chen Xingji nodded. In addition, the school has selected him as a participant in the Genius Training Camp and also gave him 3 chi and blood pills as a reward. This time Lin Mo has made great contributions, but it's a pity that the school has nothing to reward him. After that, he and Zhang Lianchan looked at Louis and Wu Yang eagerly. Chen Xingji, you are targeting us, right? Louis cursed speechlessly, and then said, however, Lin Mo did a good job this time, and the reward he deserves will definitely not be less. How about this, the woman will reward 5 chi and blood pills. Director Wu, what will the Public Security Bureau prepare to reward? The Public Security Bureau is not as rich as you, 3 chi and blood pills. Wu Yang also smiled and said. Then I will thank you too on behalf of Lin Mo. Chen Xingji smiled and said. Soon, Lin Mo looked at the 4 people and walked out with a smile. Lin Mo, come here. Chen Xingji waved at Lin Mo. Director Wu and Alliance Leader Lu want to visit your home. Is it convenient? Chen Xingji looked at Lin Mo with a smile. It's convenient, but I don't know if my parents have returned home. Lin Mo's heart moved. Maybe he could use this opportunity to find a stable job for his parents. If he could enter the woman, both the treatment and security would be well guaranteed. He took out his mobile phone, called Linya's number, and asked about the address where his parents were working now. After asking for the address, Lin Mo looked at the 4 people in front of him. They are all at work. How about I take you to see where they work? The 4 people had no objection, so under Lin Mo's guidance, they drove to the construction site. At this moment, at a construction site in Jinling, a supervisor who was scrolling through his mobile phone suddenly exclaimed, something big happened. A monster attacked 7 high schools, causing heavy casualties. This voice made all the workers stop what they were doing and look at him. Oops, my son is still in school. My daughter is in the number 1 middle school, supervisor. How is the number 1 middle school doing now? And my son, he is in number 3 middle school. A group of workers gathered around and looked at the supervisor nervously. It hasn't been mentioned above, but the situation may not be good. If you look at these videos, it's so tragic. They are all teenagers, their bodies have been beaten to pieces. The supervisor had a look of unbearability on his face. Ah! That's my son, my son! Suddenly, a shrill scream came from the crowd, and a worker wearing a safety helmet collapsed to the ground. The sadness quickly spread among the crowd, and several parents were already packing their things and preparing to rush to school. Xiaoya and Xiaoma are both in number 3 middle school. Wang Ping looked at Lin Daong and suddenly panicked. Daong, if something happens to the 2 of them, I won't be alive either. Don't worry, they will be fine. Lin Daong looked ugly. Let's go take a look too. After saying that, he took Wang Ping and ran towards the gate. At this moment, there was an engine sound, and then the person in charge of the construction site not far away was seen rushing over with a group of people. Everyone is lined up for me. A leader is coming to inspect, the person in charge of the construction site said loudly. Wang Ping and Lin Daong, who didn't have time to leave, were stopped back, lined up in several rows, and stood guard. The car in which Lin Mo and others were riding slowly stopped, and the person in charge of the construction site greeted him with a flattering look. Welcome! The person in charge said with a smile, it is our honor to have several leaders here. The person in charge opened the door and a young man walked out of the car. Then came Chen Xingji and 4 others. Seeing the sudden appearance of Lin Mo, the person in charge was stunned for a moment, and then mistakenly thought that Lin Mo was the heir of a certain big shot, and the look of flattery on his face became even stronger. Lin Daong and Wang Ping, who were standing in the crowd, stared blankly at Lin Mo, who got out of the car, and began to wonder if there was something wrong with their eyes.
Xiao Mo. Son.
The two came to their senses and shouted to Lin Mo in unison.
The two looked at Lin Mo and couldn't help but speak loudly. Son.
Hearing the two people addressing Lin Mo, the person in charge of the construction site was stunned for a moment, then turned around and stared at Lin Daong and Wang Ping, and shouted, "What nonsense are you two talking about? Are you drunk and claiming relatives here? Where are the supervisors? Fire these two people for me.
Mom and Dad."
As soon as the person in charge finished speaking, Lin Mo's voice also rang out.
Mom and Dad? Hearing Lin Mo's address, the person in charge was stunned. Get out.
Before he could react, Lin Mo had already grabbed his collar and threw him aside. The person in charge was thrown and groaned, lying there, not daring to move for a long time.
After squeezing out of the crowd, the couple looked around Lin Mo again and again. You kid, you worry your mother to death. Wang Ping slapped Lin Mo, and then said, "Where is your sister?" "She's at school, don't worry, she's fine."
When the black bear was in a violent state, Lin Mo sent Linya to a safe place.
"Hello, Mr. Lin, I'm Louis, this is the director of the Public Security Bureau, Wu Yang." Louis smiled and stepped forward, extending his hand to Lin Daong.
"Hello, hello." Lin Daong glanced at Wu Yang, feeling nervous. The director of the Public Security Bureau, what a high-ranking official that must be. And there were people in the crowd who often watched the news, and they immediately felt that Louis looked a little familiar. Oh my god, he's the deputy leader of the Jinling Martial Alliance.
Finally someone remembered Louis's identity and couldn't help but exclaimed.
Deputy leader. Learning about Louis's identity, Lin Daong became even more nervous, holding his hand, and didn't know what to say for a while.
Mr. Lin, don't be nervous. The two leaders are here to comfort you.
Chen Xingji smiled and stepped forward. Lin Mo has made great contributions to the school today. He killed a third-grade warrior-level monster by himself. He also killed a second-grade warrior with his own hands, which minimized the casualties of the school. On behalf of the school, I thank you for training such an excellent son.
Killed a monster?
Lin Daong and Wang Ping looked at each other and were stunned.
Isn't my son a waste? When did he become so fierce? Are these people actors hired by Lin Mo, the bastard?
Such questions flashed through their minds at the same time. But Chen Xingji and the others knew him.
The principal of the third middle school should not be bribed by Lin Mo. In other words, did his waste son really kill a third-grade warrior-level monster? Old Lin's son can kill monsters? He even killed a second-grade warrior. So strong. Old Lin is amazing, he gave birth to a good son. A group of workers looked at Lin Daong and Wang Ping with envy.
Some even looked at Lin Mo, their eyes lit up, thinking that they had a beautiful daughter at home. Their minds suddenly became active.
Brother Lin, my daughter is 18 this year, about the same age as Xiao Mo. Do you want to let the two children meet? I also have a daughter, a little younger this year, but when Xiao Mo graduates, the age will be about the same. Several people surrounded Lin Daong and Wang Ping, desperately promoting their daughters. Lin Mo stood aside and suddenly became embarrassed. How about we go back and talk?
Louis saw Lin Mo's embarrassment and suggested with a smile.
Okay. Lin Mo nodded repeatedly. If he delayed any longer, he might have a few more wives without knowing it.
Sitting in a luxury car, a group of people returned to the community where the Lin family lived.
After taking a look at the environment of the community, Louis couldn't help but frown.
The environment of the community is very poor, which means that the situation of the Lin family is very bad. After entering the gate of the Lin family, Louis confirmed his guess. Poor in literature but rich in martial arts, the Lin family is so poor, but Lin Mo can still have such a strong strength. This shows that Lin Mo is extremely talented. Student Lin Mo, there are two jobs in the martial arts field. I think Mr. Lin and Mrs. Lin are very suitable. Louis looked at Lin Mo and said with a smile, if it is convenient, I can arrange for them to start work next week. Lin Mo's eyes lit up. He didn't expect Louis to take the initiative to mention this. Thank you, Alliance Leader Lu. Lin Mo said with a smile. Lin Daong and Wang Ping were also full of excitement. Being able to work in the martial arts field is equivalent to having a stable job. Many people may not be able to get in even if they spend a huge price. The two of them actually got jobs in the martial arts field so easily. The couple looked at their son and smiled happily. They understood that all this was brought to them by Lin Mo. Ding! At this moment, the doorbell rang. I'll go open the door. Wang Ping quickly got up and opened the door. Outside the Lin family's door, Yi Chang and Yi Chaochuan were standing there. Yi Ching held a gift in her hand and said sweetly, Hello, Auntie, my name is Yi Ching, I'm Lin Mo's classmate, this is my grandfather, Yi Ching. Classmate? Wang Ping looked Yi Ching up and down, and the smile on her face became more intense. Could this girl be Xiao Mo's girlfriend? Wang Ping glanced at Yi Chaochuan, and her heart became more suspicious. Even the elders of the family were called here, they are not forcing marriage, right? Lin Mo, this bastard, could it be that he did something to the girl? Looking back at Lin Mo, Wang Ping thought more and more that it was very likely. Girl, come in first. Thinking of this, Wang Ping grabbed Yi Ching's hand and said affectionately, Don't worry, Auntie will take care of everything for you. After that, she looked at Yi Chaochuan again, Don't worry, old man, this matter was done by our Lin Mo, and our Lin family is definitely not the kind of irresponsible family. We will definitely give you an explanation. Yi Chaochuan? Yi Ching? Wang Ping took the two into the house, and then yelled at Lin Mo, Stinky boy, stand up. Lin Mo was startled, stood up from the sofa, and looked at Yi Ching, Why are you here? You still have the face to say. Wang Ping was furious, I will beat you to death, you stinky boy. After that, she picked up the broom beside her and rushed towards Lin Mo. Looking at this scene, Yi Ching finally understood that Wang Ping mistakenly thought that Lin Mo had done something to her. Thinking of this, she blushed immediately. Mr. Yi, why are you here? Lve and Wu Yang, who were also sitting on the sofa, saw Yi Chaochuan and quickly stood up and respectfully saluted. Talking business with Lin Mo, and signing the contract by the way. Yi Chaochuan glanced at Yi Ching, who immediately took out a contract from her bag. According to the original agreement, this is the contract I drafted. Please confirm it. If there is no problem, you can sign it. Family, there seems to be something wrong with the contract. Lin Mo pointed at the terms of the contract and chuckled. The original agreed share ratio was 60%, how did it become 70% now? According to the contract, Lin Mo's net profit share became 70%. The extra 10% is our Yi family's investment in you. Yi Chaochuan took a deep look at Yi Ching beside him. Of course, you can also regard it as the dowry prepared by my Yi family for Chinger. With a smile on his face, Yi Chaochuan set his sights on Lin Mo dowry. Lin Mo was stunned. Yi Ching was stunned. Lin Mo's parents, Chen Xingji and others were also stunned. Grandpa, what are you talking about? Yi Ching blushed and stamped her feet in shame. She glanced at Lin Mo secretly. He was nearly 1.9 meters tall, with sharp eyebrows and starry eyes, handsome and sunny. Coupled with the grace Lin Mo showed when he killed Hu Cheng and destroyed the monster. Yi Ching had to admit that she was a little moved. You're so polite, Mr. Yi is so polite. Lin Mo held Yi Chaochuan's hand and said with enthusiasm, I wonder when Chinger and I will get married? It's better to choose a day than to hit it, or tomorrow. Yi Chaochuan's face twitched, and he calmly took his hand back from Lin Mo's. I'm just kidding, shameless. Yi Ching on the side couldn't help but glare at Lin Mo. What the hell is going on? Wang Ping looked at this scene and couldn't help but speak. Chen Xingji and others couldn't help but look at Yi Chaochuan. They were also curious about the contract. Yi Chaochuan immediately told what happened. Lin Mo can also make elixirs? Chen Xingji and others couldn't help but speak. My son can also make alchemy? Lin Daong and Wang Ping looked confused. The primary Qian blood pill has a terrifyingly high pill formation rate.
Yi Chaochuan didn't dare to be too specific, it's much higher than the Yi family, rub. Chen Xingji and others felt their scalps numb and stood up immediately, staring at Lin Mo. The martial arts talent is extremely high, the fighting talent is extremely high, the alchemy talent is also so terrifying. Is this kid still a human? The four people's hearts were beating wildly, as if they had seen a gem. Is anyone home? At this moment, a slightly trembling voice sounded. Several figures walked in, led by Li Daming, followed by Shirlei and Li Wei, who was sitting in a wheelchair and covered with bandages. As soon as he entered, Li Daming saw Chen Xingji and others staring in the hall. These are all warrior-level warriors, and their vitality and blood values are more than 100 times his. When he saw the identities of the four people in front of him, he was so frightened that his heart almost flew out of his throat. He trembled all over and knelt down at the entrance with a plop. Kneel down? Everyone was stunned. Mr. Li? What are you doing here? Zhang Lianshan was the first to come to his senses and couldn't help but ask. I'm here to apologize to Lin Mo. Li Daming turned to look at Shirlei and Li Wei. What are you two doing in a daze? Kneel down. Shirlei trembled all over. He had just spent a lot of money to connect his limbs and couldn't kneel down yet. But after hearing Li Daming's words, he couldn't help but kneel on the ground with a plop. His legs made a crisp sound, and Shirlei endured the pain, feeling extremely desperate. The leg he had just attached was broken again, and he was probably useless this time. Niezi, why are you still sitting there? Li Daming looked at his son in the wheelchair and shouted angrily. Dad, I can't move. Li Wei felt aggrieved and almost cried. Useless thing. Li Daming knelt behind the wheelchair and lifted it hard. Li Wei screamed and fell to the ground. Lin Mo, we are not human, please let us go. Li Daming said towards Lin Mo, the Li family is willing to make compensation. As he spoke, he took out a document from his body and said, this is half of the assets of my Li family. The Li family is engaged in a small real estate business in Jinling. Although it is not ranked among the best in Jinling, it still has assets of more than 20 million yuan. He took out half, that's 10 million. No need, Lin Mo shook his head. After listening to Lin Mo's words, Li Daming was so excited that he almost cried, thank you. Thank you, he kowtows desperately. The Li family's career has just started. Giving up half of their assets is almost like killing him. But now Lin Mo actually said no? What a good man. I mean no, it's too troublesome. Lin Mo waved his hand, discount it. I'll give you a 0 or 10 million for these assets. Is that okay? Li Daming opened his mouth wide and looked at Lin Mo blankly. The genius training camp starts in a few days, just give it to me before it starts. Lin Mo said with a smile. Can you give me a few days of grace? Li Daming asked awkwardly. To raise so much money in such a short period of time, he would have to sell his assets at a low price and suffer even greater losses. What do you think? Lin Mo looked at him and grinned. Li Daming trembled all over and nodded repeatedly, understood. We will send the money as soon as possible. Li Daming stood up from the ground and left with the two disabled people. After this interlude, Chen Xingji and others also stood up and prepared to leave. The Qi and blood pill will be delivered in the afternoon, so you should prepare carefully in the next few days. I heard there were some pretty scary guys in this training camp. Before leaving, Louis gave a few words and left with everyone. After everyone left, only Lin Mo and his parents were left at home. Xiao Mo, what is going on? Lin Daong couldn't help asking. It all started with the Qi and blood pill you gave me. Lin Mo spoke slowly and told the story again. After taking a Qi and blood pill, I suddenly became enlightened? Did I open up the Ren and Du meridians? Since then, the Qi and blood values have soared all the way? After listening to Lin Mo's narration, the parents looked confused. Whether you believe it or not, I believe it anyway. Lin Mo left his parents who were fooled and got up and went into his room. In the next few days, Lin Mo only consumed the remaining 3 Qi and blood pills. As for the 8 Qi and blood pills awarded by the Wuming and the Public Security Bureau, they were collected by Lin Mo. The genius training camp lasted for nearly 2 months,
and Lin Mo needed to ensure that he had enough chi and blood pills as a supplement during the training. Li Daming handed Lin Mo 10 million the day before Lin Mo set off. After getting the money, Lin Mo divided it into two parts. 5 million was given to his parents for safekeeping, and the remaining 5 million was taken directly to the martial arts arena. After measurement, Lin Mo's current blood value has reached 24.8, and the attack power of several martial arts has also exceeded 200. The attack power of the Tiger Fist has reached 312. After leaving the measurement room with satisfaction, Lin Mo went directly to the trading area. With a huge sum of 5 million in his pocket, Lin Mo was ready to show off. Camp begins. There's not enough money to spend. At the foot of the Purple Mountain on the border of Jinling, Lin Mo looked at the 30 chi and blood pills hanging in his mind with a look of helplessness on his face. Because he didn't know if there was an alchemy room in the training camp this time, Lin Mo directly exchanged all 5 million for chi and blood pills. Together with several chi and blood pills in his own inventory, he had 30 pills in total. It is worth mentioning that on the day when so many chi blood pills were purchased, the sales lady enthusiastically left her private address and hoped to have further communication with Lin Mo. 30 chi and blood pills seems like a lot, but based on my consumption, I won't be able to last until the end of the training camp. Speaking of which, this training camp is quite interesting. Lin Mo gathered his thoughts, took out his phone and glanced at his current location, then edited a text message and sent it. I've arrived at my designated location. Last night, he received information from the training camp, asking him to reach the bottom of the mountain before 9 o'clock this morning. A few seconds after sending the text message, he received a reply. Arrive at the training base before 12 noon, otherwise you will be kicked out of the training camp. Before 12 o'clock? Lin Mo glanced at his phone and saw that there were still 3 hours left before the designated time. Glancing at the towering mountain peaks in front of me, I couldn't help but frown. Lin Mo's current location was not at the trailhead. To reach the trailhead, he would have to go around for at least an hour. Purple Mountain is extremely dangerous. Even climbing from the mountain entrance will take at least 2 hours, not to mention finding a training base. There was simply no time. After briefly identifying the direction, Lin Mo walked towards the top of the mountain. According to Lin Mo's speculation, the location specified in the text message should be random, so there must be people climbing in other directions. It is said that there is a military base in the mountains of Purple Mountain. The entrance to the training base should be there. Lin Mo confirmed his thoughts while climbing. The mountain road is rugged and almost vertical to the ground in many places, so every step takes a huge amount of energy. Lin Mo's body was full of energy and blood, constantly replenishing his physical strength. However, after half an hour, Lin Mo couldn't help but frown. Something's wrong. Chi and blood are consumed very quickly, and as time goes by, my climbing speed is decreasing. At the same time, hundreds of people were climbing in other parts of Purple Mountain. Some people almost collapsed on the ground from exhaustion, while others gritted their teeth and persisted. Somewhere in the Purple Mountain mountains, a series of buildings are completely covered with military green decorations. When you get closer, you can vaguely hear the sound of various instruments turning. In a certain room, a huge screen was divided into hundreds of pictures, and there was a figure in each picture. In front of the screen, a man and a woman stood. The man looked at the screen with a smirk on his face, while the woman frowned at the screen from time to time. Sun Qian, this training camp is not going well. We only slightly changed the gravity environment of Purple Mountain, but they are so exhausted? Can they really persist in the next 2 months of training? The man smiled and looked at the woman aside. The woman was wearing green camouflage and had short, capable hair. She said without looking back, the training camp is not meant for those mediocre people. I can't even stand the first test. It's better not to be embarrassed here. You are still as ruthless as ever. The man nodded, be ruthless to others and ruthless to yourself. If I guessed correctly, your current health value has reached 999, and you are only one away from King Wu. Get some blood. In our training camp, your strength should be the highest by now. Zhang He, you should know very well that your talent is very strong. If you were more cruel to yourself, you would have become the king of martial arts by now. Sun Xian looked at him and said seriously, if you became the king of martial arts, this training session you should be the person in charge of the battalion. I'm only interested in 18-year-old girls. As for martial arts, I'm too tired. My current 8th level warrior strength is enough. Zhang He simply sat down on the stool and exhaled comfortably, saying it didn't matter. Said. Sun Xian glared at him and didn't bother to say anything more. Zhang He is lazy and fun-loving by nature, but he is extremely talented, so mentioning his name and the entire base will make many people itch. Along the way to martial arts, hard work is really worthless in the face of talent. After watching for so long, have you seen any good ideas? Zhang He glanced at the screen, lingering on a few beautiful young girls, and then looked at Sun Xian. The number of participants in this training camp is 536, and they are all geniuses selected from various cities in China. According to system estimates, only half of them will be able to successfully reach the base in the end. The ones in better condition right now are a few of them. Sun Xian tapped the screen a few times. After a few seconds, hundreds of windows disappeared, leaving less than 20 screens in the end. The number 1 ranking is Wang Tianfeng from the capital. His current health value is 42. The current gravity should have little effect on him. The second place is still Yin Kai from Beijing, with a health value of 45. The reason why his speed is lower than Wang Tianfeng is entirely because he is too lazy, just like you. The third place is ranked 19th is Lin Mo from Jilin, with a vitality value of 24.8. This student should have some potential, but compared with the 18 people in front, his vitality value is the lowest. The families of these students from Beijing and Tianlong are all in good condition, and the qi and blood pills should be in stable supply. It is normal for them to reach qi and blood above 40. As for students from other cities, it is very good if they can reach above 35. I suggest that we focus on the top 10. Zhang He expressed his opinion. Sun Xian nodded, and she completely agreed with Zhang He's suggestion. In fact, according to past experience, the students who got the top 10 in the first test of the training camp now have good strength. And those outside the top 10 cannot be said to be not excellent, but they can only be said to be not so dazzling. What a pity! Zhang He looked at the group of students running desperately on the screen, and couldn't help but sigh. On the road of martial arts, there are only a few people who can finally stand at the top. Others are destined to be foils. Sun Xian glanced at him, slightly moved, but soon set her eyes on the dozen people again. Okay, you watch, I'll take a nap first. Call me if anything happens. Zhang He said, then he crossed his legs, leaned back in his chair, and closed his eyes. At this time, Sun Xian, who was looking at the screen, frowned. Hurry up, there's something wrong with this student. Breathing technique. What's going on? Something happened? Zhang He was so frightened that his whole body trembled. The stool fell to the ground with a bang. He stood up at the moment the stool fell to the ground, and looked at the screen shoulder to shoulder with Sun Xian. Look at him. Sun Xian pointed to the last picture. He is in a bit of a bad state. It is indeed a bit wrong. Zhang He glanced at the picture, frowned after a moment and said, I remember this kid's name is Lin Mo. At this moment, on the hillside of Zijin Mountain, Lin Mo raised his head and looked around, frowning slightly. I always feel like someone is watching me. Concentrating his mind, Lin Mo focused his attention on Dantian. His consciousness could feel that the blood and qi in Dantian were constantly decreasing. And in the last few minutes, the blood and qi he consumed reached the sum of the original half an hour. There is something wrong with this mountain. Lin Mo immediately thought of this possibility. According to the current consumption rate, my remaining blood and qi value can't even last to the top of the mountain. It's too late to sit down and practice the thunder breathing method now. Maybe I can try to practice while climbing. Lin Mo quickly made a decision and began to adjust his breathing according to the essentials of the thunder breathing method. At the same time, he continued to climb up. It is very difficult to maintain a specific breathing frequency and breathing method when climbing. But Lin Mo soon discovered that even if he only maintained it for less than a minute, his blood and qi value would be greatly replenished. The thunder breathing method works.
Lin Mo showed a look of surprise on his face. Moreover, when maintaining stable breathing, the growth rate of blood and chi value seems to be faster than usual at home. After noticing this, Lin Mo was a little excited.
He had a vague hunch that the thunder breathing method was much more powerful than he imagined. At the same time, in front of the screen in the base, Sun Qian and Zhang He looked at each other, and both of them were shocked. Have you noticed that his speed seems to have increased a lot in the last few minutes? And the consumption of chi and blood value has also decreased a lot.
Zhang He couldn't help but speak.
It's not that the consumption of chi and blood value has decreased, but that he is absorbing chi and blood value. Sun Qian's strength is slightly higher, and she saw the problem at a glance, but what method did he use to increase the chi and blood value while climbing?
Zhang He, submit Lin Mo's information to me.
Zhang He nodded, took out his mobile phone and clicked a few times, and Lin Mo's personal information appeared on the screen.
Within a month, the chi and blood value soared by 24? Looking at the information above, Zhang He couldn't help but say, did this kid take medicine? He did take medicine.
Sun Qian pointed to the line of text below. The school rewarded a large number of chi and blood pills. He should have improved his strength after taking chi and blood pills.
So, the reason why he was able to improve his speed was that he secretly took chi and blood pills when we were not paying attention?
Zhang He scratched his head, but we didn't stipulate that chi and blood pills cannot be taken when climbing. If he really relied on chi and blood pills to get to this point, then even if he entered the training camp, he would be eliminated in the shortest time. Sun Qian's expression was solemn. Increased the gravity value of his route by 0.5.
Increase by 0.5?
Zhang He widened his eyes. You women are too cruel, you are going to make him consume all the chi and blood pills he took. Sun Qian didn't say anything, just stared at the screen. After the gravity value increased, Lin Mo, who was climbing, soon noticed it. However, he did not realize that someone did it on purpose, but thought that other people were experiencing the same pressure. Fortunately, I discovered the magic of the thunder breathing method. Lin Mo was a little happy in his heart. The thunder breathing method should be able to produce the best effect when overdrawing the chi and blood.
This situation is good for me now. Lin Mo thought while adjusting his breathing.
He found that within just a few minutes, his mastery of the thunder breathing method seemed to have increased a lot.
The breathing lasts longer and longer, and I can feel that my own chi and blood seem to be activated.
Since it was discovered that overdrawing chi and blood can speed up the practice of the thunder breathing method, Lin Mo no longer reserved and directly increased his speed to the current extreme. Swoosh! On the rugged mountain road, Lin Mo's speed soared, and his chi and blood value was also consumed crazily.
This kid can still speed up? In front of the screen, Zhang He widened his eyes and looked at Lin Mo. Did you really increase the gravity value?
Sun Qian did not answer, but pointed to the screen ranking and said, he has surpassed the previous one and reached the 18th place, and he is not far from the 17th place. The premise is that he can maintain his current speed. Zhang He said lazily, this kid may be at the end of his strength. With his blood and chi, he will have to lie down after running for another 10 minutes. 10 minutes later, Lin Mo, who was climbing rapidly in the mountains, gradually slowed down. I can already maintain the frequency of the thunder breathing method, but the speed of the increase in blood and chi has slowed down. Lin Mo frowned. It seems that the thunder breathing method has encountered a barrier, and my blood and chi are almost gone. If I continue to maintain my current speed, I can only consume blood and chi pills.
Lin Mo was hesitating.
The blood and chi pills were what he was going to use for cultivation.
If he used them for mountaineering, it would be a bit of a loss. Look, this kid is going to fail.
Zhang He looked at the hesitant Lin Mo on the screen, and smiled smugly. The long term is the right way.
Now, if you can't climb to the top of the mountain, you will be eliminated. Sun Qian, do you want to make a bet? I think this kid is going to give up. Sun Qian glanced at him and said lightly, what to bet? How about betting on dinner tonight?
Zhang He laughed and said, if you lose, you will have dinner with me tonight.
If you win, I will give you the yellow rank 3 dagger.
Deal.
Sun Qian nodded.
You will lose, Zhang He grinned.
However, as soon as the voice fell, Lin Mo moved in the picture.
Lin Mo, whose speed had been reduced, increased his speed again, and his current speed vaguely surpassed the previous one. The blood in Lin Mo's body was constantly decreasing, and at the same time, the blood in his limbs was also squeezed crazily. The thunder breathing method controlled his breathing, and even as his blood and chi were consumed, Lin Mo felt that his limbs were trembling at the same frequency. Like breathing. It's almost there. I feel like I've touched something. Lin Mo's face showed an expectant look, and he raised his head and roared. In the distance, some birds were frightened and flew away quickly with their wings flapping. A little further away, several figures listened at the same time and looked in the direction where the sound came from. This sound, could it be a wild beast? Thinking of this, the faces of several people became a little ugly. Speed up, the speed is not fast enough. Lin Mo was still running, his face was covered with sweat, and his muscles were shaking in an orderly manner. Faintly, the sound of these muscle trembling came from Lin Mo's body, as if there was the sound of thunder. Rumble. Finally, the sound of thunder in Lin Mo's body became clearer, and at this time, Lin Mo felt that the pores all over his body suddenly opened. In an instant, Lin Mo felt a huge amount of blood and energy surging in his body, and the blood and energy that had been exhausted was replenished crazily. The speed can still be improved. Lin Mo glanced ahead, and he vaguely saw the direction of the top of the mountain. At this time, Lin Mo was only one place away from the top 10. Whoosh! Lin Mo's speed increased again. In less than a minute, Lin Mo surpassed the person in front and became the 10th place. In front of the screen, Zheng He showed a look of shock on his face, staring at the screen blankly. He is 10th? Zheng He murmured, the blood and energy value is wrong, this is not the speed that 24 points of blood and energy can reach. He is still accelerating. Sun Qian also had a look of shock on her face, and raised her hand and pointed at Lin Mo. According to the current distance, if he can maintain the current speed, he should be able to surpass Yan Kai, who is in second place. But it is difficult to become the first place, almost impossible. Wang Tianfeng's speed is too fast. This guy is a monster. Ordinary geniuses can't compare with him. Zheng He nodded in agreement, and then looked at Lin Mo, but having said that, this guy's 24.8 blood can take to second place. He is also a monster. Gravity is only the first level we have set. If you can maintain the current results in the second level, you will be considered a real monster. Sun Qian spoke disapprovingly. Speaking of the second level, Zheng He had a look of unbearability on his face. Are you sure you want to train them in that way? Someone could die if you're not careful. There is no immortality in martial arts. Sun Qian said calmly, since I am the person in charge of this training camp, I should have the power to make the decision. I hope those old guys won't jump around when the time comes. Zhang He smiled expectantly, speaking of which, I'm also looking forward to it. When we saw those things, many people were scared to death and didn't know they were there. How embarrassing can it be? By the way, I want to turn on the real-time video. I want to record all the embarrassing scenes of these boys, and then I will use it to mock them. Zhang He stood up excitedly and turned on the video button in front of the screen. Sun Qian on the side suddenly rushed to the screen and looked at the scene where Lin Mo was in shock. How can this be? Sun Qian's voice was trembling because she was so shocked. I see you are making such a fuss, so what? Zhang He said helplessly. His speed has increased again. Sun Qian pointed at Lin Mo, now his speed is faster than Wang Tianfeng. On Purple Mountain, Lin Mo looked up and could vaguely see the top of the mountain. Moreover, as the distance to the top of the mountain got closer and closer, Lin Mo could already vaguely see several figures appearing around him. The fastest one among them was dozens of meters ahead of him, and was climbing up at an extremely fast speed. There was another person next to him who seemed to be aware of Lin Mo's presence, and even raised his hand to say hello lazily. The blood level is very high, and he also has breathing skills. Lin Mo looked at the person closest to him and couldn't help but feel a little shocked. The two are about the same age, but the person next to him should have more than twice his energy and blood. Brother, go ahead and overtake the monster in front of you. Yan Kai looked at Lin Mo, with a smile on his handsome face. If you can overtake him, I will treat you to the capital one day. 10 days of training at the top training ground.
Top training ground?
Lin Mo was stunned for a moment, and then realized that it was a place that used technological means to simulate the best training environment to increase the speed of training.
However, the fees for such places are horrifyingly expensive. Some top training places cost tens of millions per day. After practicing for 10 days, that's hundreds of millions.
Lin Mo smiled and did not respond, but silently felt the current state of his body. The thunder breathing technique should have reached a new level after breaking through a certain limit.
Lin Mo could feel his current cultivation speed.
Even without taking qi and blood pills, he could increase his qi and blood by at least 0.5 per day.
It's terrible. At this rate, even if I don't take qi and blood pills, I can conquer the warriors within a year.
Lin Mo showed a smile on his face, and he can conquer the warriors within a year.
This is something I never dared to think about before.
Moreover, after becoming a samurai, even if your lifelong strength does not increase, you will be able to live a lifetime of wealth. You know, Wu Di, who captured him last time, only had the strength of a first-grade warrior.
I don't know what the limit of the thunder breathing technique is after the breakthrough.
Lin Mo raised his head and glanced at Wang Tianfeng, who was only a few dozen meters away from him, with a smile on his face. The next moment, his speed increased again.
Boom!
The sound of thunder in Lin Mo's body became more obvious, and it could even be vaguely seen that there was a layer of lavender light on Lin Mo's body surface.
Whoosh!
Lin Mo instantly surpassed Yan Kai and became second place, and chased Wang Tianfeng at the current speed. Wang Tianfeng, who was rushing at the front, felt something and slowly turned around and took a look.
The blood value is not high, but the speed is so fast?
Wang Tianfeng frowned slightly, and soon thought of something. It is a bit shameless to use the qi and blood pill to maintain the current speed.
However, if you want to defeat me with this method, you are thinking too much.
Wang Tianfeng thought like this. The energy and blood in his body began to mobilize, and the next moment, his speed also began to increase. Lin Mo's speed has been increasing crazily, and if you look carefully, you can vaguely see arcs jumping on his body.
Yan Kai, who was left behind by Lin Mo, opened his mouth in surprise and looked at Lin Mo's back. I'll just talk casually, you really have to go all out.
10 days of top training ground, you are going to wipe out all my pocket money.
At the same time, other people who were climbing also felt something and looked in the direction of Lin Mo the Flash. No one has lightning on his body. Is it a special effect?
Several people who were relatively close began to discuss. Wang Tianfeng rushed to the front, feeling that the distance between Lin Mo and himself was still approaching crazily, and a solemn look appeared on his face.
I said, I won't lose, then I will definitely not lose.
Wang Tianfeng had a cold look on his face, and the next moment, his speed skyrocketed again.
Whoosh!
He even ignored the obstacles in front of him and used his fists to clear the way.
The broken stones flew, and Wang Tianfeng moved forward.
Although Lin Mo kept avoiding the stones, his speed was not inferior to Wang Tianfeng, and he even had a tendency to surpass him. Wang Tianfeng's eyes were cold, and the next moment, he punched the boulder beside him fiercely. With a bang, the boulder cracked, and several of the stones smashed directly at Lin Mo. Lin Mo, who was rushing forward, looked stern and avoided it with difficulty. Looking up at Wang Tianfeng, Lin Mo's face showed a cold look.
Against me?
Lin Mo said coldly, and the next moment, his speed soared again. In front of the screen, Zhang He and Sun Qian didn't know what to say. After watching the video for so long, they couldn't remember how many times Lin Mo's speed had soared. 0.5 gravity was added to Lin Mo's body.
That is to say, when the gravity on Lin Mo was higher than that on Wang Tianfeng, his speed still exceeded that of Wang Tianfeng. This kid is a monster.
Zhang He couldn't help but say, I am looking forward to his performance after entering the camp.
If he performs well, I want to keep him. Will he become a waste like you if I leave him?
Sun Qian glanced at him and said lightly, if he maintains his current ranking at the end of the training camp, I will personally plead with those old guys to let him enter the Beijing Military University.
Just as I thought.
Zhang Yi smiled and said, if he really enters the military university, I think he can be handed over to that person for training.
That person is very good at dealing with these monsters.
He is good at dealing with monsters, but he is also good at driving people crazy. Sun Xian said lightly, let's see when it's over. If he can really be worshipped by that person, it will be a good choice. That kid will surpass Wang Tianfeng. Zhang Yi did not continue the topic, but pointed to the screen. On the screen, Lin Mo was only a few meters away from Wang Tianfeng. Wang Tianfeng is a bit unkind. He actually attacked Lin Mo. Zhang Yi glanced at Sun Xian, should we add 0.5 gravity to him as well? No need. I really want to see how Lin Mo will react. Sun Xian looked at Lin Mo, because at this moment, the two of them were already standing shoulder to shoulder. Wang Tianfeng glanced at Lin Mo with a sneer on his face, do you really think that I can be in the limelight if you win here? I tell you, after I enter the camp, I will let you know what a real strongman is. You have no chance. Lin Mo looked at Wang Tianfeng with a cruel smile on his face. Whoosh! His figure rushed forward a few meters, then stopped and turned around. Facing Wang Tianfeng. Vajra finger. Lin Mo roared, and golden light lingered on his two fingers, like indestructible metal. Just you. Wang Tianfeng's face was cold, and he waved his fists to win. Bang! After a muffled sound, Wang Tianfeng showed a surprised look on his face. He was actually at a disadvantage in this attack. Wang Tianfeng consumed a lot of blood and energy along the way, and Lin Mo used blood and energy pills to replenish his blood and energy. Therefore, when the two of them fight now, Lin Mo is not at a disadvantage, and even has the upper hand. Sun Xian saw the reason at a glance. And Lin Mo saw Wang Tianfeng suffer a loss, and the sneer on his face became even stronger. He stood on it and jumped high towards Wang Tianfeng. Eagle step. Lin Mo performed eagle step and stepped on Wang Tianfeng's face. Wang Tianfeng raised his hands to resist, and his feet collided with Lin Mo's. Plop! Under the huge pressure, Wang Tianfeng knelt on the ground. Stone-crushing fist. Lin Mo jumped down and punched with both fists at the same time. Puff! Wang Tianfeng was hit by a punch, spitting out blood from his mouth, and fell to the ground. Simply a devil. What the hell? Yan Kai, who was watching the show in the back, couldn't help but exclaimed when he saw the scene, I asked you to surpass, but I didn't ask you to knock people down. So fierce. There was a fight? Who was that? So strong. The people who followed him one after another couldn't help but stop and look at Lin Mo in amazement when they saw this scene. The woods were dense, and they could only vaguely see Lin Mo jumping up and Wang Tianfeng flying backwards. As for Lin Mo's appearance, they couldn't see clearly at all. You are despicable. Wang Tianfeng fell to the ground and pointed at Lin Mo. Do you know who I am? Do you believe that after entering the camp, click? Before he finished speaking, Lin Mo stepped on Wang Tianfeng's legs, and with a scream, he passed out. I told you that you can't enter the camp, and you're still here. Lin Mo dropped these words, turned around and ran towards the top of the mountain. If Wang Tianfeng was still sober, he would definitely regret it because the people he had left behind had already surpassed him one by one. And he, from first place, ended up being eliminated. In front of the screen, Sun Xian and Zhang He stared at Lin Mo. After a few seconds, Zhang He suddenly couldn't help laughing. Ha, I like this guy, I must get him to the military headquarters. But Sun Xian and Wang Tianfeng are from the Wang family in the capital. He also has an even more evil brother who is at the martial arts university in the capital. If he knew that his brother had his feet trampled on by someone, he would probably go crazy. Since he dares to do it, he will have to bear the consequences. Sun Xian smiled lightly, but I didn't expect that this kid actually defeated Wang Tianfeng. Although he took a slight advantage, it was enough to prove that this kid has great fighting talent. Hi. It's a pity that the blood value is too low. His current energy and blood value may not be low in Jinling, but looking at the whole of China, it is not good at all, and it is incomparable to those monsters. After actually attending a martial arts university, it is possible to be lost in the crowd. You don't need to tell me so much. Anyway, I will definitely take this kid to the military camp and hand him over to that person for training. Zhang Yi chuckled, when the time comes, I want to watch those monsters being beaten up.
Okay, there's still half an hour left. Get ready. The second level assessment will begin soon. Sun Qian turned off the screen with an expressionless face and left. Zhang Yi followed with a smile. Do you think we should also arrange for the Mountain King to enter the second level? Are you crazy?
Sun Qian glared at him. The Mountain King's strength is comparable to that of a 7th grade warrior. If it goes crazy, even if you and I join forces, we may not be able to completely subdue it.
Don't forget, this is its home court.
Okay then, Zhang Yi nodded with some disappointment. At this moment, Lin Emo was already standing on the top of the mountain, and soon saw the continuous buildings not far away.
The entrance to the camp is on the top of the mountain.
Looking back at Wang Tianfeng, who was lying on the ground, Lin Emo waved his hand at him and stood at the entrance of the camp after a few ups and downs.
It's still 20 minutes until 12 o'clock. Fortunately, I'm fast enough.
Lin Emo looked around and saw others arriving one after another.
Ding! The phone vibrated again, and a text message came into view.
Enter the camp and start your 2-month training camp life.
Genius, good luck to you.
Lin Emo looked at the word genius at the end of the text message and felt it seemed like a silent mockery. Putting away his phone, Lin Emo looked at the open camp door, always feeling that this was the entrance to the fire pit.
I finally came in. My name is Yen Kai. What's your name, buddy?
Just as Lin Emo was about to enter the camp, a hand was put on his shoulder. Lin Emo frowned, took a step forward, avoided his hand, and then pointed behind him with his golden fingers.
I'll go, you're going to destroy me.
Yen Kai shouted and raised his hands to resist. His hands seemed to be petrified, and Lin Mo's 2 fingers made a crisp sound when he pointed them.
So strong. Lin Emo was shocked. This guy hides his strength.
Yen Kai's strength is definitely better than Wang Tianfeng.
Ahem, don't be nervous, I just want to make friends.
Yen Kai coughed lightly and said with a smile, I'm willing to admit defeat.
When you get to the capital, I'll treat you to a top training ground.
As he spoke, he extended his right hand to Lin Emo. Lin Emo. Lin Emo also stretched out his hand and said his name.
What a name! Yen Kai gave a thumbs up. Would you consider joining the camp together?
I heard that the real test is yet to come. Lin Emo frowned slightly and looked at him quietly.
The test just now is just the first test. After entering the camp, there will be a practical test. It is different every year. I don't know what it will be this year. Yen Kai explained, then looked at Lin Emo expectantly. How about it, do you want to come together? Before Lin Emo could answer, dozens of figures rushed over from behind.
With almost no pause, they rushed straight into the camp gate.
Boom! With a loud noise, the camp gate completely disappeared, and a huge pit appeared in its original position. A group of students screamed and fell down. What the hell, what a trap!
Lin Emo wiped his forehead, feeling that he was really too wise. When he saw the text message, he felt that there was a trap in it, but he didn't expect it to be so. Fortunately, I didn't rush down. Yen Kai also wiped his forehead. We are so lucky. Bang bang. Before he finished speaking, a figure suddenly appeared behind the 2 of them and kicked them. The 2 were caught off guard and kicked directly into the deep pit.
Hesitate.
Zhang Yi moved his hands and feet, squatted at the edge of the pit, and turned on the real-time video. I really look forward to seeing these geniuses crying for their parents. In the pit, Lin Emo looked up. The depth of the entire pit is more than 10 meters, and the pit wall is smooth.
It is impossible to climb up.
Where the 2 were standing originally, a camera can be seen, filming them.
Don't let me catch you, Lin Emo said speechlessly. It's useless to catch you.
We are not his opponent.
Besides, that should be one of our instructors. Zhang He. Yen Kai said speechlessly, I heard that instructor Zhang is a weirdo.
He is obviously talented, but he is too lazy to scare people.
He spends most of his time sleeping?
Lin Emo was stunned, and looked at the camera again.
He wanted to ask, are you also a cheater who relies on sleeping to level up? You seem to be very interested in Instructor Zhang. Yen Kai looked at Lin Mo's inquiring eyes and couldn't help asking. You seem to know a lot about the training camp.
Lin Mo didn't respond, but looked at Yen Kai with a scrutinizing look on his face. The training camp is almost the same every year. I heard it from my brother.
Yen Kai explained. Lin Mo nodded, which was considered to be an acknowledgement of this answer, and then looked around, how to pass the second level.
I don't know, Yen Kai spread his hands, my brother didn't tell me.
Your brother, so useless. Lin Mo sighed.
I hope you dare to say this to him when you see him in the future, Yen Kai muttered softly, I forgot to remind you that someone is recording in real time.
My brother may also see this video, what did you say?
Lin Mo was observing the surroundings and didn't listen carefully.
It's okay.
Yen Kai shook his head quickly, have you found the exit?
Found it. Lin Mo raised his hand and pointed not far away, it's written on the sign. Following the direction of Lin Mo's finger, Yen Kai took a look and was speechless.
A sign with the word exit was placed about 100 meters away from where they landed. With the experience of falling into the pit before, a group of students looked at the sign and didn't dare to move at all.
Ding!
Everyone's mobile phone rang at the same time, and a new text message was delivered. The content of the text message was all the same, leave from the exit. This, a group of people looked in the direction of the exit with a hesitant look on their faces. After a while, several people looked in the direction of Lin Mo and Yen Kai and walked towards them.
My name is Long Feng. We can cooperate in the next assessment.
Long Feng stepped forward and said with a smile.
Okay. Yen Kai nodded, how do you plan to cooperate? You two are very strong. I think you two can open the way in front, and we will be the rear guard, ready to support at any time.
Long Feng said his plan. Yen Kai was stunned for a moment, while Lin Mo sneered and said, then why should we cooperate with you rubbish? After that, he rushed directly towards the exit. Yen Kai was stunned for a moment, and waved to Lang Feng, you also saw that my teammate's meaning is my meaning. After that, he also rushed up. Lang Feng looked at the backs of the two people leaving, and his face suddenly turned livid. He came from Tianlong City, and his blood and chi had reached 42, which could be regarded as the seed player of Tianlong City this year. So there were more than a dozen students from Tianlong around him, which could be said to be 100 responses. But he ran into a wall with Lin Mo and Yen Kai. Humph, being too arrogant will always bring about the consequences.
Lang Feng left this sentence and followed with a group of people.
The two ran for dozens of meters in one breath, but nothing happened.
Is this level a 100-meter sprint?
Lin Mo looked at the exit getting closer and closer, and couldn't help frowning.
Do you know what the instructor is called in the training camp?
Yen Kai glanced at Lin, devil. You expect the devil to be so kind, with a creak. While talking, the two saw a door slowly opening in the direction of the exit not far away. The two paused and looked at each other blankly.
The door is open? Has the devil changed this year?
Yen Kai murmured, and then a smile appeared on his face. My brother said that this year's main instructor is a woman. Women are really kind.
Praise the female instructor.
You think too much. Lin Mo looked at the direction of the door vigilantly and took a fighting posture.
Idiot, the door is open, what are you waiting for?
Lang Feng had already caught up with people, looking at Lin Mo and Yen Kai standing there, and couldn't help but mocking, let's go. Accompanied by his call, a group of people rushed directly to the exit of the gate.
A whoa!
Just when they rushed out more than 10 meters, a wolf howl sounded. Then, smoke and dust rose from the exit, and figures could be vaguely seen rushing out from the entrance.
What? A wolf? Lang Feng looked at the entrance and couldn't help frowning.
And the people around him had already begun to tremble. At this time, the smoke and dust dispersed, and hundreds of giant wolves half the height of a man were rushing towards them.
Monster beasts, giant wolves.
Yen Kai's face became extremely ugly, comparable to third-grade warriors.
There are 100 of them.
This chief instructor is not an angel, she is a super devil. She is not going to test us, she is going to send us to reincarnation.
Escape!
Lang Feng, who was rushing at the front, roared, turned around and ran towards Lin Mo and others without hesitation. But the demon wolves were as fast as the wind, and hundreds of them drowned everyone at once. Some people were shaking their fists and using martial arts skills to fight the demon wolf, while others were so frightened that they were trembling all over and stood there without daring to move. Faced with such a student, the demon wolf opened his mouth and bit him without hesitation. Amidst the shrill screams, someone was bitten to death. What kind of genius training camp? Are they going to kill us all? Looking at this bloody scene, some people were so frightened that they almost cried. A bunch of idiots. Sun Xian said coldly in front of the screen, faced with such a disparity in combat power, formulating tactics is the most important thing. The average strength of these people is above level 3 warriors. With reasonable tactics, these people there are simply not enough demon wolves to kill. Besides, the purpose of this level is not to let them kill the demon wolf. Zhang Yi had returned to the monitoring room and said lazily, "Find the Wolf King, kill the Wolf King, and the wolves will naturally collapse." You are right, a bunch of brainless guys. However, there are also some who perform well. Zheng He raised his hand and pointed at Lin Mo and Yan Kai. These two have been calm from the beginning to the end, especially Lin Mo, who discovered the existence of the demon wolf in a very short period of time. These two are also idiots. This level requires teamwork. The two of them rejected Long Feng's invitation. No matter how strong they are, they can't pass the assessment. Sun Xian frowned, you pay attention to the time and you can persist. Anyone who takes more than 30 minutes can be considered a pass. If not a single one passes, it's time for those stubborn old men to curse. Wait, look, what are these two boys doing? Zhang Yi, who had been looking at the screen, suddenly spoke, interrupting Sun Xian's words. On the screen, Lin Mo and Yan Kai stood back to back, staring around cautiously. Are there any weapons? Lin Mo looked at the wolves in front of him and asked loudly. Yes, but there is only one piece. Yan Kai touched the ring on his right hand, and a dagger appeared in his hand. I only have one thing. Lin Mo took out the iron rod, held it in his hand, then roared and rushed towards the wolves. Puff! Lin Mo picked up the iron rod and hit the demon wolf in front of him hard. The demon wolf's head exploded instantly and it fell to the ground. Facing this bloody scene, Lin Mo's expression did not change at all, and he even used an iron rod to move the broken head twice. No demon pill? Lin Mo was a little disappointed, and then looked at the next demon wolf. The formation of demon elixir requires specific circumstances. Not every demon beast has demon elixir. Yan Kai was also paying attention to Lin Mo's situation. Hearing his words, he couldn't help but explain. Just as he was talking, Lin Mo killed another demon wolf with the iron rod in his hand. Yan Kai's movements were also extremely fast. He raised the knife and cut open the intestines of each demon wolf. Such a crazy fight caused the two people to consume their vitality and blood at a rate that doubled. Less than 5 minutes later, Yan Kai's movements became slow, and the dagger in his hand even fell to the ground several times. The demon wolf howled, and then several demon wolves pounced on Yan Kai at the same time. Fuck! I'm going to die. Yan Kai shouted, and then rushed towards Lang Feng and others. Brothers, help! Looking at this scene, Lang Feng and others were so frightened that their scalps went numb. Don't come over! Someone yelled at Yan Kai, and Lang Feng almost vomited blood in anger, but faced with this scene, he could only take action forcefully. Yan Kai's energy and blood are depleting so fast, but Lin Mo, Sun Xian looked at the screen with a solemn look on her face. He has been rushing to kill, but his energy and blood seems to be exhausted. It should be some kind of breathing method. Zhang Yi's face was solemn. This kid has a lot of secrets. Have you noticed how he takes out the weapon in his hand? It should be some kind of storage space, but he doesn't seem to have any similar decorations on his hands. Sun Xian took a special look at Lin Mo's hands. There isn't anything resembling storage space on it. I want to see how long this kid can last. Zhang Yi glanced at a screen in the picture. It was a huge cage with black cloth covering all sides. Occasionally you can hear breathing coming from inside. In the deep pit, the iron rod in Lin Mo's hand was covered with bloodstains, and there were more and more corpses of demon wolves around him.
10 minutes have passed.
According to the normal consumption rate, Lin Mo's chi and blood should have been exhausted long ago, but now he feels full of chi and blood. At this time, Yen Kai and others had left the center of the battle and were taking chi and blood pills to replenish their chi and blood.
Is this guy a perpetual motion machine?
Yen Kai swallowed a chi and blood pill and felt the abundant power of chi and blood, with a satisfied smile on his face.
Intermediate chi and blood pill.
The people on the side looked at the chi and blood pill that Yen Kai had just swallowed, with envious expressions on their faces. Intermediate chi and blood pills cost 2 million each.
It's great to be rich.
Lung Feng muttered, took out a few low-level chi and blood pills from his body, and distributed them to several people around him.
Thank you, Brother Feng. Brother Feng is awesome.
Several people quickly thanked him and then swallowed the chi and blood pill.
Lung Feng smiled and nodded, then looked at Lin Mo in the distance. Let's see how long you can hold on.
He thought coldly in his heart, after killing for so long, the number of demon wolves has only decreased by more than 30, and there are nearly 70 left.
You can't kill them all.
When your blood and chi are exhausted, it will be your death.
Bang!
At this moment, the iron rod in Lin Mo's hand suddenly fell to the ground. Just as he was about to bend down to pick it up, a tall demon wolf suddenly howled and rushed towards Lin Mo.
That's the Wolf King.
Someone looked at this scene and couldn't help but exclaimed. The size and strength of the Wolf King exceeded the demon wolf. After a little feeling, Lin Mo immediately judged the strength of the Wolf King.
Comparable to a 4th-grade warrior.
Stone-breaking fist. Facing the Wolf King who pounced on him, Lin Mo didn't have time to think too much, and directly swung his fist and hit him. With less than 30 blood and chi, he dared to confront the Wolf King face to face.
This kid is really bold.
Zheng, he said with a smile. But in the next scene, the Wolf King screamed and fell directly from mid-air to the ground.
Vajra finger. Lin Mo didn't give it any chance.
His 2 fingers were covered with golden light and he mercilessly pointed at the waist of the Wolf King.
Ah!
The Wolf King howled and his eyes quickly turned blood red. The short black hair on his body stood up, and the terrible blood power kept surging.
The Wolf King is crazy.
Someone exclaimed, with a look of fear on his face.
Bang! The next moment, Lin Mo punched the Wolf King's head and interrupted the Wolf King's long howl.
Because of its powerful strength, the Wolf King obviously has a certain spirituality, so after Lin Mo interrupted its howl, it was immediately confused. At this time, Lin Mo swung his fist again and hit it on the head. The Wolf King was stunned by the heavy punches one after another. Seeing Lin Mo pick up the iron bar, the Wolf King finally showed a look of panic on his face.
The next moment, he actually ran towards the wolf pack with his tail between his legs.
The Wolf King was defeated, and the wolf pack naturally dispersed.
But Lin Mo chased after him with an iron rod.
The Wolf King was powerful, and his intelligence was just beginning to develop. It was very likely that he had already formed a demon pill. So, under the gaze of everyone, a dramatic scene appeared in the deep pit. A group of wolves fled frantically in front, followed by a young man holding an iron rod, chasing desperately.
This kid is too fierce. Zheng He looked at this scene and couldn't help but speak.
Sun Xian nodded and said regretfully, it's a pity that his blood value is too low. This determines that his upper limit will not be too high.
It's a pity.
Zheng He stood up and moved his hands and feet. Okay, time is almost up, let's get ready and meet the children. Sun Xian nodded. The Wolf King had already escaped, and the group of students had passed the assessment. On the other side, Lin Mo chased out of the exit with an iron rod. In an instant, Lin Mo felt suddenly enlightened, and in front of him was a huge flat bottom with some tents on it. The tents formed a huge open space, which should be a place for training.
The previous group of wolves were trembling and hiding in a corner.
Lin Mo killed nearly 20 wolves, and the remaining nearly 70 were huddled together like drowned rats, shivering. In addition to the wolf pack, there was a huge iron cage in the corner, but it was wrapped in black cloth outside, so you couldn't see what was inside. The Wolf King had been excluded outside, staring at Lin Mo pitifully. You are the Wolf King after all, but you were scared like this.
Looking at the Wolf King's appearance, Lin Mo couldn't help shaking his head and prepared to go forward to harvest the Wolf King's demon pill. Seeing Lin Mo coming forward, a resolute look flashed in the Wolf King's eyes.
The next moment it suddenly jumped up and rushed towards the cage in the corner.
A whoa! It let out a shrill howl and bit a demon wolf next to it fiercely. The poor demon wolf had its neck bitten off directly. The Wolf King shook his head, and the body of the demon wolf was thrown directly into the cage from above. Soon there was a noise in the cage, followed by the sound of chewing. The Wolf King had a cold look in his eyes, and he kept biting the demon wolves to death and throwing them into the cage. After throwing 7 or 8, the chewing sound in the cage disappeared. The Wolf King suddenly slapped the cage hard a few times. Roar! A roar suddenly came from the cage, and the Wolf King was so scared that his whole body crawled on the ground. As for the remaining wolf demons, they collapsed directly on the ground, and the fishy liquid flowed out from under them. Fuck! What the hell? I'm scared to death. Yan Kai, Lung Feng, and others who rushed over were frightened by the roar and stared at the cage nervously. Roar! Perhaps sensing someone outside, the thing in the cage roared again. This time, the roar was louder and contained terrifying blood power, which directly made a group of people's faces change wildly. It's the Mountain King! Yan Kai suddenly exclaimed, damn it, they actually put the Mountain King here. Run! Run quickly, anyway, we have passed the test, there are only 2 levels of assessment, we are qualified to stay. Mountain King? That warrior-level monster? Lang Feng's face also changed slightly, and he retreated repeatedly. Lin Mo looked at the iron cage with a look of surprise on his face. Mountain King? So there's a tiger inside? Lin Mo looked at Yan Kai and others. When he saw them nodding, a smile appeared on his face. That's great. As he spoke, he walked towards the iron cage. After taking a short breath, he reached out and lifted up the black cloth. Tiger Fist upgrade. Roar! The moment the black cloth was lifted, a deafening tiger roar sounded, and the rich blood and chi power rushed towards him. In the 3-meter-high iron cage, there was a colorful white-browed tiger with hanging eyes. It was about 8 meters long and was standing in the iron cage, staring at everyone coldly like a king. The oppressive feeling of mountains and seas fell on everyone's head. This is the Mountain King. Lin Mo was the first to bear the brunt. In just a moment, he felt that his blood was boiling and his body was about to explode. Thump! Thump! The muffled sound was endless. Behind Lin Mo, some people knelt on the ground because they could not bear this oppressive feeling. Damn it, what is this bastard doing? Lang Feng stood in front of the iron cage with gritted teeth, and cold sweat kept dripping from his forehead. Yan Kai avoided the gaze of the Mountain King, found a stone, and leaned on it. As for the others, they all lowered their heads, trembling all over, and dared not make a sound. On the other side, Sun Qian and Zhang He, who ran out of the monitoring room, heard the tiger roar and stopped. Their expressions changed drastically. The Mountain King was woken up? Sun Qian said in a lost voice, what did these students do? If they angered the Mountain King, a tiger roar would send all of them to the hospital bed. It should be okay, I heard that the Mountain King was just woken up and was a little dissatisfied. As long as those students don't kill themselves, they shouldn't completely anger it. Zhang Yi said uncertainly. Hurry up and take a look. Sun Qian didn't dare to be careless. She had a vague bad premonition in her heart, and always felt that something was going to happen. As the general person in charge of this genius training camp, she needed to control the casualties within a reasonable range and must prevent accidents from happening. Relax, the child of the Yen family is very cowardly, and he also knows something about the Mountain King. He should be able to prevent them from further angering it. Zhang He comforted Sun Qian, and the two of them did not slow down and pass through the camp. After hearing Zhang He's words, Sun Qian's expression eased a little. From their current position, it would take at most 1 minute to reach the entrance of the camp. With such a short time, the students should not be able to make any big waves. Brother Lin. No, Brother Lin, don't talk, slowly retreat. Yan Kai leaned on the stone and spoke nervously in a low voice.
the strength of the Mountain King is comparable to that of a 7th grade warrior, and his innate martial arts Tiger Roar impact is comparable to that of a 1st grade Shin level warrior. If we anger him, we will all have to go back to the furnace and rebuild. Tiger Roar impact? Is it very strong? Lin Mo did not move his feet, just looking at the Mountain King in front of him. The Tiger Roar just now made his blood boil, and at the same time, he had a vague feeling in his heart, but he could not grasp it. Just shout again. Lin Mo looked at the Mountain King, was silent for a few seconds, and grabbed a demon wolf and threw it into the cage. The demon wolf thrown into the cage let out a shrill wail, and then collapsed on the ground. The Mountain King glanced at the demon wolf, raised his tiger claws and pressed down. With a puff, the wailing sound disappeared, and the demon wolf was directly pressed into blood mud by the Mountain King. Everyone shuddered. That was a demon beast comparable to a 3rd grade warrior. It was killed by a claw. If the Mountain King rushed out of the cage, wouldn't they all die? Lin Mo, you, come back. Lung Feng gritted his teeth and stared at Lin Mo coldly, fearing that Lin Mo would do something crazy again. Brother Lin, my dear brother, you come back quickly, don't do this to your own death. Yen Kai was also nervous and about to cry. He thought he was brave enough, but he didn't expect that there was a master who was more lawless than him. That was the legendary Mountain King, a strong man at the level of an ordinary warrior. Who would dare to provoke a mere warrior? But Lin Mo actually dared to throw things in. Don't do this to your own death. A group of people also prayed quietly in their hearts. But the next moment, everyone was stunned. Lin Mo picked up the fallen iron bar from the side and walked towards the iron cage. Stop him. Stop him quickly. Leng Feng looked at this scene and couldn't help but roar. Yen Kai simply turned around and hid behind the boulder, covering his ears honestly. He had a look of despair on his face, like a helpless child. Lin Mo stood in front of the iron cage and slowly raised the iron bar. The eyes of the Mountain King also fell on Lin Mo. Even through the iron cage, Lin Mo could feel the anger in the heart of the Mountain King. Just a little bit, Lin Mo looked at the Mountain King, can you call me? Lin Mo raised his head and looked at the Mountain King, and slowly spoke. Mountain King? I know you can understand. Lin Mo said slowly, where is your Tiger Roar attack? Let me see its power. Lin Mo spoke one after another, and the Mountain King just looked at him quietly, but did not move. In that case, I'm sorry, Lin Mo sighed helplessly, everyone, cover your ears. Lin Mo said, while holding the iron rod tightly with both hands and raised it high. Swoosh! 2 figures came over, and when they saw the students, they felt relieved. No tiger roars were heard along the way, and now they have arrived here, which means nothing will happen. Fortunately we caught up, Zheng He just finished speaking, and heard a sound of metal colliding. With a bang, Lin Mo smashed the iron rod directly on the iron cage. The Mountain King's eyes were filled with endless anger. Before it could make a sound, the iron rod in Lin Mo's hand had already hit its tiger claws. Roar! The Mountain King actually stood up tall, and his huge body made a forward movement. At the same time, the roar of a tiger sounded, and it was like a real sound wave rushing forward. Lin Mo's face changed slightly, and he instinctively wanted to hide away, but he gritted his teeth and stood there firmly. Tiger Fist. Lin Mo used his martial arts skills. The roar of the Mountain King just now gave him some thoughts, and he took action directly at this moment. Roar! With a burst of fist wind, Lin Mo faced the Mountain King's roaring attack and used the strongest boxing technique he had mastered so far. With this punch, Lin Mo turned into sound waves with the power of his blood. The roar of the tiger just now sounded in his mind, and at the same time, the huge body of the Mountain King was also reflected in Lin Mo's heart. Therefore, with this punch, Lin Mo unknowingly incorporated everything he just saw into his fist. Boom! Lin Mo punched forward with both fists, as if hitting a real wall. The tiger roar impact formed a wall of sound waves, and Lin Mo's tiger fist was equally terrifying, bursting out with powerful energy. Bang! A countershock force caused Lin Mo to retreat one after another. His hand bones were slightly bent, and the punch just now caused his hand bones to break. But Lin Mo had an excited smile on his face, because he succeeded. The power he exerted with that punch just now was far beyond what he had done before when he was at the intermediate level. In other words, after truly watching the tiger's style, Lin Mo's tiger fist proficiency improved again. There is still a distance between advanced proficiency and advanced proficiency, but if you enter the martial arts field in the game, you should be able to quickly upgrade to advanced proficiency. By then the attack power is likely to exceed 600. Even a 7th grade warrior may not be able to withstand my punch. Lin Mo, you did a good job. Just when Lin Mo's face was full of excitement, an angry voice came from behind. Sun Xian came to Lin Mo in a few steps and glared at him with a pair of wonderful eyes. Tsk, today's young people are so brave. They are fine now, and their hands are dry and broken. Zhang Yi walked up, facing the injured lying on the ground. There was no mercy on his face. King Shan did use Tiger Roar Impact just now, but he didn't use it at full strength. As Lin Mo estimated, the Mountain King had initially acquired spiritual intelligence. In the base, it was called the Protector God and was supported by the entire base, so it was impossible to actually attack Lin Mo and the others. But if you anger it, it will definitely make the person who angered it regret it. Shan King, this matter is our fault. Sun Xian walked to the iron cage, looked at Shan King, and finally spoke slowly. Sun Xian's face was full of nervousness. Lin Mo had just hit a stick to create a crack in the iron cage. If the Mountain King really shows symptoms of madness, this little iron cage will definitely not be able to stop it. Please forgive me, the King of the Mountain. After the assessment, I am willing to offer 10 Qi and blood pills. Zheng Yi stepped forward and said with a smile, of course, King Tiger's favorite Pepsi will also be prepared for you. After listening to Zhang Yi's words, the originally angry Mountain King immediately lost a lot of anger on his face, and at the same time, a faint smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. After flicking his tail at Sun Xian, the Mountain King slowly turned around, found a comfortable position in the cage, and lay down again. Lin Mo, do you know you are wrong? After seeing that the Mountain King had been completely comforted, Sun Xian turned around and stared at Lin Mo coldly. Instructor, Lin Mo has angered the Mountain King by disregarding our life and death. Please be able to uphold justice for us. Lin Mo has a bad heart and doesn't deserve to be here. Lang Feng was the first to bear the brunt, standing in front of Sun Xian and loudly accusing Lin Mo of being shameless. A group of people followed behind to respond. In fact, Lin Mo's behavior just now really shocked them. Fortunately, the instructor arrived in time in the end, otherwise the Mountain King would have escaped from the prison, and how many more of them would have died? Wrong? Lin Mo looked at Sun Xian with a puzzled look on his face. Where did I go wrong? Isn't the Mountain King part of the assessment? Part of the assessment? Sun Xian was stunned after hearing Lin Mo's words. The King of the Mountain, who is comparable to a 7th grade warrior, is here to assess you young people who have just entered the realm of warriors. Do you think you are worthy? Sorry, I really thought this was part of the assessment. Otherwise, why would anyone put this thing here? Lin Mo said, pretending to be shy. When Sun Xian heard this, she glared at Lin Mo fiercely, then turned around and looked at all the students in front of her. All of you, stand up. After the words fell, a group of students looked at me and I looked at you, but not even one stood up. I said, stand up. Do you hear me? Seeing this scene, Sun Xian showed an angry look on her face and made a loud voice. Tiger Roar Impact? Lin Mo's eyes suddenly lit up when he heard Sun Xian's voice. Is it possible that Tiger Roar Impact can also be used for ordinary practice, martial arts? Tiger Roar Impact is a powerful sonic martial art that uses the power of Qi and blood to empower sound waves to attack the enemy and destroy people's meridians. According to Lin Mo's estimation, the level of this martial skill is at least the 9th level of Huang level, and it may even be a Xian level martial skill. I am Sun Xian, the chief officer of this training camp, and I am currently at the peak of the 9th rank warrior. The person next to me is my deputy Zhang He, an 8th level warrior. In the next 2 months, Zhang He and I will lead your training. Now, let me talk about the subsequent plan. In the next 2 months, you will enjoy ultimate freedom. You can do anything in the camp. I will not force you to practice, nor will I give you any tasks. Here, you can enjoy all the facilities, but each facility can only be used by 10 people a day.
In addition, waste is not allowed in the camp, so once you are seriously injured in the camp, or we judge that you have become a waste, we will drive you away directly. In addition, every 3 days, Zheng He and I can grant the wish of the strongest among you. Any wish.
After hearing Sun Xian's words, the eyes of everyone below suddenly lit up. Sun Xian and Zhang He are both very powerful.
If you can get their guidance, you will definitely benefit a lot. Instructor Sun, is it true that any wish is allowed?
Lin Mo looked at Sun Xian, raised his hand, and asked loudly.
Yes, you can wish for anything.
Sun Xian nodded, looking at Lin Mo's handsome appearance. A hint of ridicule appeared on her face. If you have the courage, I can even stay with you for one night.
Gulu.
As Sun Xian finished speaking, Lin Mo clearly heard a group of people behind him swallowing their saliva. Even Yan Kai beside him couldn't help but look at Sun Xian one more time. Lin Mo couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth, and said helplessly, "Thank you, instructor, for your kindness. Actually, I just want to learn a few more martial arts."
The Tiger Roar Blast you just used is good. After hearing Lin Mo's words, Sun Xian couldn't help but raise her eyebrows.
She looked at Lin Mo deeply, feeling a little shocked. What she just used was indeed Tiger Roaring Impact, but it was trained by someone based on the Shan De Wang's talented martial arts 10 years ago, and it belongs to the first level of Shan level.
However, this kind of martial arts training is extremely difficult.
It took Sun Xian 3 full years to improve her proficiency in martial arts to the intermediate level.
Today is the first day of the training camp.
You ranked first in both assessments, so we can fulfill one of your wishes.
Sun Xian looked at Lin Mo and said calmly. Then I want to learn Tiger Roar Attack.
Lin Mo said without hesitation.
Are you sure you won't think about it again?
Zhang He looked at Lin Mo and said helplessly, you can even ask for the right to use all the training rooms in the next 2 months. Tiger Roar Impact has extremely high requirements on talent.
You may not be able to improve your proficiency at all after learning it. I've decided.
Lin Mo said with a smile.
Just make your decision.
Sun Xian nodded. Except for Lin Mo, the rest can go back to the camp to rest.
You can choose your own room and bed. Lin Mo, come with us.
Sun Xian left these words and turned around with Zhang He, heading towards the room on the side. After Lin Mo followed in, Sun Xian pulled out a few materials from a pile of materials and placed them on the table.
This is your information.
A month ago, your strength was only 0.8 qi in blood. In just 1 month, your qi and blood increased by nearly 30. It is recorded here that you took a large amount of qi and blood pills.
We would like to remind you that such a speed of improvement is fascinating, but when you reach the samurai level and want to improve your level, the price you have to pay will be much higher. You even need to eat the qi and blood pill. In the short term, you can crush others with your health, but in the later stage, everyone will be wiped out by the mud. Don't worry, instructor, I will try my best to make the qi blood pill a living. Lin Mo said with a smile, please teach me Tiger Roar Attack. This kid is ungrateful.
Zhang He stood aside and couldn't help laughing. In that case, you should quickly hand over Tiger Roar Shock to him. By the time this kid masters it, it will take at least an hour or two, and by then all the rooms in the camp should have been allocated. Sun Xian nodded, fumbled in her desk for a moment, pulled out a piece of yellowed paper and placed it in front of Lin Mo. That person deduced Tiger Roar Impact back then, but over the years, I am the only one who has cultivated his proficiency to the intermediate level. Sun Xian put the paper in front of Lin Mo and said deeply, even if it is only the intermediate level, I have paid. The hardships are beyond your imagination.
Thank you. Lin Mo took an angry look at the paper and wrote down all the contents on it.
The core of the Tiger's Roar Impact is to blend sound waves and energy and blood together, and explode them in an instant to achieve the maximum attack effect.
After remembering the above content, you can try to use martial arts.
Sun Xian said, I will give you certain guidance. Lin Mo nodded, closed his eyes, recalled the core essentials of martial arts in his mind, and then his energy and blood circulated slowly.
Roar!
Lin Mo let out a roar, and a gust of wind suddenly blew in the whole room. That was the impact of Lin Mo's sound waves. Feeling the attack power brought by the martial arts, Lin Mo was a little disappointed, recalling the power of Sun Xian's martial arts in his mind.
It shouldn't be like this. Since the Tiger Roar impact was derived from the Mountain King, then, Lin Mo was reviewing this martial art in his mind, and soon he had a glimmer of enlightenment in his mind. With only the power of qi and blood, I can't feel the impact of the sound wave at all. Sun Xian chuckled, this is the disadvantage of using qi and blood pills, it's like a castle in the air, roar. Just halfway through the words, Lin Mo on the side performed the Tiger Roar impact again. Crash! A gust of wind passed by, and the books and desk lamps on the desk were blown directly to the ground, and the windows in the room were directly bounced open by the huge impact force in an instant. Sun Xian was interrupted by Lin Mo's voice halfway through her words, and she was looking at him in shock at this moment. And Zhang He stared at Lin Moi. F***CK? You mastered the basic skills in the second time? Zhang He couldn't help but curse, you kid are not a monster. Sun Xian, how long did it take you to reach his level? Sun Xian also came back to her senses, glanced at Zhang He, ignored him, and looked at Lin Mo with a complicated expression. How did you perform this martial art? It took her a full month to reach Lin Mo's level of attack power. And Lin Mo actually took less than a minute. Thanks to the Mountain King. Lin Mo smiled and said, if I'm not mistaken, the instructor's so-called great hardship should refer to resisting the Mountain King's Tiger Roar head-on. Sun Xian looked at Lin Mo deeply, and finally didn't speak. Okay, you go back first. Zhang He waved at Lin Mo. After Lin Mo left, Zhang He stood in front of Sun Xian with a grin and said, this kid is incredible. Yeah, I wanted to hit his arrogance, but I didn't expect to be hit by him. Sun Xian said helplessly, it took me a month to reach his level, and he only took a minute. How long do you think it will take him to reach my current level? A year? Half a year? Zhang He's expression was unusually serious, but he didn't say anything in the end. The two instructors were stimulated by Lin Mo today. Good harvest, Tiger Roar impact turned out to be a first-grade Xian level martial art, I'm rich. Lin Mo smiled. Now he has entered the door, as long as he practices more in the martial arts field, his proficiency will definitely improve. Leaving the monitoring room, Lin Mo walked towards the dormitory area. The entire camp was transformed from an abandoned military base. According to the information Lin Mo obtained, there are gravity rooms, simulated training rooms, fighting rooms, abyss rooms for people to practice. The so-called abyss room simulates some situations in the abyss. In it, you can even encounter monsters from the abyss. As for the infrastructure, in addition to the canteen, there are bedrooms. According to Yen Kai's introduction, the bedrooms in the camp are double-person, and the conditions are very good. Lin Mo came to the dormitory area with his hands behind his back. After looking for a few minutes, he chose a quiet room, opened the door, and walked in. Lin Mo, what are you doing here? Get out, this is our dormitory. The moment he entered, Lin Mo saw two students lying on the bed. After the two saw Lin Mo, they immediately cursed coldly. Lin Mo chuckled and turned to leave the room. TSK. What a waste. If he had dared to say a word just now, I would have crippled him. One of the people in the room sneered, do you really think you are so great? If I hadn't used up all my blood and energy in the pit, how could he have performed well? Brother Biao is right. Another person looked at him and said flatteringly, everyone knows that you are the leader of Black Dragon City, and your strength is amazing. This kid didn't dare to speak when he just came in. Now it seems that he must have been stunned by Brother Biao's style. Of course. Fan Biao smiled proudly, I'll find time later to beat this kid up. Understood. Brother Biao, don't worry, I will always be your soldier. Bang. As soon as he finished speaking, the door of the room was kicked open. Who the hell is this? Dare to kick my door. Fan Biao rushed to the door, cursing, pointing at the door and about to curse, a foot kicked over. With a thud, Fan Biao was kicked to the ground by Lin Mo, and he wailed while holding his buttocks. What did you say you were going to do to me? Lin Mo looked at Fan Biao quietly and spoke slowly. Lin Mo, this is our room, you can't enter. Otherwise I will tell the instructor now. Fan Biao lay on the ground, pointing at Lin Mo and shouting loudly. Your room? Lin Mo sneered, now this is mine. Crack.
The next moment, Fan Biao's legs were directly broken by Lin Mo, and then he smiled at another person.
Ah!
The other person screamed in fear and rushed out holding his head. Not long after, Fan Biao was also thrown out by Lin Mo roughly, and he moved in openly. I have to say, this place is really good. I'm tired all day, take a chi and blood pill, and get ready to go to bed. Lin Mo lay on the bed for a while, took out a collection of 5 chi and blood pills from the storage space, and stuffed them all into his mouth.
The game is loading.
After seeing the surroundings clearly, Lin Mo directly entered the room where the Lord was. Lin Mo had already finished the ordinary rooms in this copy before, and now he spent 5 chi and blood pills to enter the Lord's room. Just like the body he saw before, the Lord in front of him was also a humanoid corpse that was about to decay.
Method. Conquering the Wolf King, the Lord of this level is actually a rotting corpse again?
Lin Mo slowly approached and stopped when he was still some distance away from the corpse. The difference from last time was that the corpse in front of him had no intelligence at all. When he saw Lin Mo approaching, he immediately turned around and rushed towards him.
I thought I could ask something, but now it seems that I thought too much.
Lin Mo shook his head regretfully, took out the iron rod and smashed it at the corpse. Although the corpse was rotten, it was extremely strong, and an iron rod hitting it felt like hitting fine iron.
Roar! Lin Mo used the tiger fist, and the wind of the fist was like the roar of a tiger. Bang!
The corpse staggered back, and a pair of scarlet eyes suddenly looked into Lin Mo's eyes.
Buzz!
For a moment, Lin Mo felt as if he had been hit with a stick.
Psychic attack! Lin Mo was shocked.
Only when a warrior breaks through the ranks of warriors and enters the realm of king of martial arts can they initially cultivate their spiritual power.
Martial King level rotten corpse? Lin Mo had a shocked look on his face.
Soon, Lin Mo discovered that although the corpse was at the level of King Wu, it only had fighting instincts left. Although it was powerful, it did not pose a threat to Lin Mo. Lin Mo used positioning and sneak attacks to consume the rotten corpse's health bit by bit.
Puff!
Lin Mo's 2 fingers, as if they were made of fine gold, dug into the back of the corpse's head. The smelly liquid splashed out, and then the rotten corpse's head collapsed. A warm current flowed into Lin Mo's body, the rotting corpse disappeared, and 2 shimmering lights appeared in front of Lin Mo's eyes.
Another drop.
Lin Mo's eyes lit up, and he was looking forward to it.
What would the Lord of the Martial King level finally drop?
He stepped forward to pick up the glimmer of light, and then slowly opened his eyes. Taking out the 2 groups of shimmering light, Lin Mo took out the contents of the groups of light.
Freedom of contemplation?
Inside the first light group is a scroll, which records a method of visualization.
Can you temper your spiritual power?
After Lin Mo finished reading the contents of the contemplation method, a look of shock appeared on his face, and there is no limit to the realm, even warriors can practice it. After confirming this, Lin Mo showed an excited smile on his face. It is extremely difficult to cultivate spiritual power, but after mastering the method of self-contemplation, he can start cultivating spiritual power from now on. If he is promoted to Martial King one day, he will definitely be invincible at the same level. Suppressing the excitement in his heart, Lin Mo directly followed the above method, sat cross-legged on the bed and started practicing. The idea of free visualization is actually to visualize the heaven and earth in your mind, and form a new world in your mind. Lin Mo first visualized the sun and moon, and it took a lot of effort to visualize a crescent moon in his mind.
It's so difficult. Lin Mo couldn't help but sigh when he woke up from his cultivation state. I looked at the time and saw that it was already past 3 in the morning. He quickly opened the second light group. Inside was a blue bottle with a drop of blue liquid inside. There's no explanation for what this is. Lin Mo was helpless, looking at the bottle in his hand with a look of struggle written on his face. If you drink randomly, you might die suddenly. Why don't you find someone to try? Leng Feng's face appeared in Lin Mo's mind, find time to test the medicine on you. At this moment, Lin Mo suddenly heard slight footsteps coming from outside the door. Putting the blue bottle away, Lin Mo slowly stood up, walked to the door of the room and stood quietly. Is there someone? Fan Biao? Lin Mo guessed who would be outside the door. Kaka.
With two soft sounds, the door was pushed open. Lin Mo saw an unforgettable scene. The Wolf King stood there like a human being and tiptoed towards the house.
The light in the room was bright. The first thing the Wolf King looked at when he came in was the big bed.
After seeing that there was no one on the bed, a flash of doubt flashed in the Wolf King's eyes.
Where's the man?
I obviously saw him coming in, the Wolf King thought. It had already developed some intelligence, and when it saw no one on the bed, it immediately had a bad premonition. After landing on his front feet, the Wolf King was about to turn around and run outside when he heard the sound of a door closing behind him. Lin Mo stood behind the door and looked at the Wolf King with a smile. If you don't come, I will forget about you. I'm worried that I can't find anyone to help me test the medicine. Now that you're caught up, let's do it. Lin Mo said and stepped forward directly. After just a few minutes, he subdued the Wolf King. The controlled Wolf King felt despair in his heart at this moment. He clearly remembered that Lin Mo was not so strong during the fight during the day. Why did he become so strong in the blink of an eye? Before he had time to think about it, the Wolf King couldn't help but want to scream. Because it saw Lin Mo take out a blue bottle from his body, pour a little bit of the liquid inside, and then pour it into its mouth. It's over, I'm going to die. The Wolf King thought in his heart with fear in his eyes. The next moment, light blue liquid dripped into his mouth, and the Wolf King gritted his teeth to make these potions not only fall into his stomach. But as the medicine dripped into my mouth, a cool feeling instantly rushed from my mouth straight to my brain. Nothing happened. After looking at the Wolf King for a full minute, Lin Mo sighed with emotion and spoke slowly. First of all, it is certain that the liquid in this bottle is non-toxic. Lin Mo has not yet figured out what other functions it has. What Lin Mo didn't see, the Wolf King understood the moment the liquid exploded in his mouth. Spiritual power. It's something that can improve spiritual power. The fear on the Wolf King's face turned into surprise, and the look he gave Lin Mo was unconsciously less hateful. This kid is not bad. He knows to share good things with me. It seems that he is afraid that I will do something to him. The Wolf King thought of an explanation for himself, and then began to lick some of the remaining medicine on his mouth. This dog thing seems to be a little more energetic after eating. Lin Mo looked at the Wolf King, and a thoughtful look appeared on his face. The Wolf King, who was licking his lips, suddenly raised his head and looked at Lin Mo. This bad thing actually said that I was a dog thing. The Wolf King felt the spiritual power gradually gathered in his mind, and his eyes became brighter. A wolf howl suddenly came out of the Wolf King's mouth, and Lin Mo, who was thinking, was startled by the sound of the wolf howl. Bang! He swung his fist and knocked the Wolf King out, hitting the door heavily. The Wolf King's eyes were filled with panic again. Looking at the miserable appearance of the Wolf King, Lin Mo immediately understood the effect of the blue liquid. This thing can actually increase mental power. With a look of surprise on his face, Lin Mo took the blue medicine bottle and glanced at the light. Seeing Lin Mo take out the medicine bottle, the Wolf King's eyes suddenly lit up, and he quickly squatted in front of Lin Mo. The originally drooping tail also stood up and swayed happily at Lin Mo. It looked at Lin Mo and even stuck out its tongue, looking like a husky. This is not enough for me to take, you'd better move aside. Lin Mo said, putting the medicine bottle to his mouth and tasting it gently. Hiss! A chill gathered from his limbs to his mind. In an instant, Lin Mo felt that he had become the most almighty god here. He closed his eyes slightly, and his mental power slowly spread around with him as the center of the circle. 1 meter, 2 meters, 10 meters. 15 meters. In just 1 minute, Lin Mo's mental power completely covered all the places within 15 meters around him. Lin Mo could clearly sense every blade of grass and tree around him. You're squatting there. You're not going to attack me when I'm not paying attention. Lin Mo retracted his mental power and spoke with a strange look. He just saw Fan Biao and his roommate squatting in the bushes. The two of them looked sneaky, and you could tell at a glance that they had no good intentions. Noticing the change in Lin Mo's expression, a look of doubt appeared on the Wolf King's face, and then he released his mental power in the direction Lin Mo was looking. Soon, the Wolf King noticed the two people squatting in the bushes. It glanced at the blue bottle in Lin Mo's hand, and a greedy look appeared on its face. Then it walked towards the door step by step, stood up, turned the door open, and walked towards the bushes. The Wolf King was covered with gray hair, and it was impossible to see clearly in the night. Fan Biao was squatting there with his roommate at this moment, muttering in a low voice. "Brother Biao, what are your plans today? We must find a chance to kill this Lin Mo." Fan Biao's face was filled with hatred. "Damn, if I hadn't brought healing medicine, I would have died today. This kid named Lin Mo is looking for death, right? He even dares to touch me? Brother Biao is right. The two of us will ambush well. As soon as that Lin Mo shows his head tomorrow, we will directly cripple him." Fan Biao's roommate took out a dagger from his pocket and gestured fiercely twice. "Ah!" The Wolf King was squatting in the bushes. When he heard this, he went up and bit Fan Biao's roommate's wrist. Screams sounded, and the Wolf King pounced on Fan Biao again. A few minutes later, the Wolf King walked directly into the room with two collars in his mouth. Looking at the two people dragged in by the Wolf King, Lin Mo had a smile on his face. Reaching out to the Wolf King immediately squinted his eyes and stuck out his tongue to enjoy Lin Mo's touch. After thinking for a while, he dipped a little blue liquid from the bottle with his finger and put it on the Wolf King's mouth. The Wolf King licked the liquid carefully, and his eyes were full of wisdom when he looked at Lin Mo. "This kid is not bad, and he actually fed me such a good thing. This wolf has decided that from now on, I will stay with you for a while. You must serve this wolf well." When the Wolf King looked at Lin Mo was also looking at the Wolf King. "This little thing is good, it will be very face-saving to keep it as a pet dog in the future." One wolf and one person looked at each other with different thoughts, and the more they looked, the more they liked it. After watching for a while, Lin Mo set his eyes on Fan Biao. "Want revenge? I'm waiting." Lin Mo squatted down and fumbled on Fan Biao's body for a while. "2 chi and blood pills, 1 healing pill. Confiscate it, get out." Lin Mo left the things and kicked Fan Biao again. Fan Biao rolled and crawled away with his roommate. "Come, take one." Lin Mo casually threw a chi and blood pill to the Wolf King. The Wolf King opened his mouth and swallowed it, and a warm current filled his body. The Wolf King's eyes lit up, and he looked at Lin Mo, even more satisfied. After a night of silence, Lin Mo left the bedroom and prepared to take a good look around the camp. At this time, he saw a lot of people standing at the door of a room not far away. "This is a public area. The instructor said that anyone can train here, so why not let us in? Didn't you hear what the instructor said? Here, strength is the rule. If you don't accept it, the two of us can have a fight." Lin Mo heard the discussion of several people from a distance. He suddenly became interested and walked towards there. "Brother Lin, you're here." A voice sounded, and Yen Kai walked out of the crowd and raised his hand to say hello to Lin Mo. "Lin Mo is here?" Upon hearing Lin Mo's arrival, a group of people quickly turned around, looked at Lin Mo, and automatically moved out of the way. Lin Mo saw Long Feng in the center of the crowd. At this moment, Long Feng also saw Lin Mo. He just hummed softly, pushed open the door in front of him and walked in. Lin Mo glanced at the sign on the door, Gravity Training Room. This is the most basic training room, which can provide up to 5 times the gravity. Yen Kai stood next to Lin Mo and introduced with a smile, "For a warrior, 5 times the gravity is enough, but brother Lin, your strength is so strong, 5 times gravity probably won't satisfy you." 5 times gravity? Lin Mo stepped forward, opened the door of the gravity room, and walked in. "Lin Mo, I won't mess with you, and you'd better not mess with me." Long Feng was training. When he saw Lin Mo coming in, his face suddenly sank. Lin Mo ignored him and looked at the operation buttons aside. This is the place where gravity is adjusted. Lang Feng is now bearing 3 times the gravity, which is very powerful. Yen Kai explained standing aside. 3 times the gravity. Lin Mo nodded, "It's indeed very strong." Long Feng showed a little pride on his face. After glancing at Lin Mo, he was ready to continue training. At this moment, Lin Mo reached out to the control button and flipped it twice. the gravity of the entire gravity chamber suddenly increased to 5 times the gravity. Leng Feng, who was about to display his martial arts with a proud face, felt as if a huge boulder was pressing on his body, and he fell to the ground with a plop. He struggled twice, trying to stand up, but found that he was firmly pressed to the ground by gravity. No matter how hard he struggled, it was useless. Lin Mo, damn it, bring me back. Leng Feng yelled at Lin Mo, please bear with it. Lin Mo's tone was calm, like a scumbag. After the gravity stabilized, Lin Mo walked directly into the gravity chamber and felt the gravity around him. Tiger Fist. Lin Mo used martial arts, and under 5 times the gravity, the fist wind was still extremely fierce. Too strong. Everyone around them exclaimed. It's okay, Lin Mo nodded. Under 5 times gravity, the power of the Tiger Fist was reduced, but the attack power should reach 200. After pondering for a moment, Lin Mo moved his legs and then started running wildly in the gravity room. He was very fast, and in just a few seconds, he had already run around the room. The speed is almost not affected, Lin Mo analyzed while running. The onlookers were dumbfounded. If Leng Feng hadn't still been lying there, they would have suspected that there was something wrong with the gravity system. After a few minutes, Lin Mo slowed down, returned to the controller, restored gravity to 3 times, and walked out. Leng Feng, who was lying on the ground, struggled to stand up and looked at Lin Mo's back with a gloomy face. You can try the intermediate gravity chamber, which can provide up to 10 times the increase in gravity, Yan Kai said while leading the way. Lin Mo followed behind, passing the simulation room, actual combat room and other rooms along the way. Psychiatric testing room? Lin Mo paused and looked at the room next to him. This is a place for testing mental power. It is generally only used by 9th grade warriors, and King Wu uses it the most. Yan Kai said with a smile, as for warriors, forget it. After all, the way to check mental power is different. What's different? Lin Mo looked at him curiously. Qi and blood detection is through the induction of instruments, while the detection of mental power is through the confrontation of mental power, Yan Kai said. Adjust to a specific mental power value, and then use your own mental power to fight. Evaluate based on the amount of mental power you bear. How far can the mental power of an average warrior reach? The cultivation of spiritual power started with King Wu, but some people with extraordinary talents have already begun to cultivate spiritual power at the warrior level. I heard my brother say that there is a genius in the Capital Martial Arts University. He developed spiritual power when he was a 5th grade warrior. Now, he is in the realm of a 9th grade warrior and has a full 9 points of spiritual power. This has reached the standard of a 1st grade martial king. Is 9 points of mental power the standard for King Wu? Lin Mo nodded, then opened the door and walked in. At the same time, an alarm suddenly sounded in the monitoring room of the camp. Sun Xian and Zhang He, who were practicing, opened their eyes at the same time and looked at the monitoring screen. What trouble did those boys cause again? Zhang He cursed and stood up. Can't you just be tortured in the gravity room on the first day? I adjusted the video to the gravity room, only to find that there was no one inside. After switching several shots, Sun Xian's expression also changed. There are no people in the practice rooms. These guys must have escaped. Zhang Yi couldn't help but say. No, these people are all geniuses. Even if they really suffered some hardships, they would not leave easily. Sun Xian shook her head. Call up the surveillance video of the entire camp and look for them one by one. Zhang Yi clicked the keyboard a few times, and dozens of windows popped up on the screen. Found it. Zhang Yi pointed to one of the windows. What are these guys doing? Damn, they are not going to enter the mental testing room. Are they crazy? Zhang Yi's face became ugly. The mental testing room is different from other training rooms. In other testing rooms, the most you get hurt is a little, but in the mental testing room, you will be destroyed in the brain and become an idiot if you are not careful. Idiot. Sun Xian also cursed, and ran out without saying a word. On the other side, Lin Mo had opened the door of the mental testing room, took a look at the environment inside, and walked in. In the room, there was a machine, and a person stood inside, with an adjustable button in front of him. Lin Mo walked in directly and put his hand on the adjustment button.
Brother Lin, come out quickly, this thing is not a joke, you will become an idiot if you are not careful. Yan Kai waved his hands repeatedly.
But he did not dare to step forward, because if Lin Mo really turned on the test instrument, he might be hit and become an idiot. Lung Feng stood aside and looked at Lin Mo with a gloomy face, wishing to see Lin Mo become an idiot immediately. As for the expressions of others, they were different.
Lin Mo, stop right there. Lin Mo, get out of here. At this time, Sun Qian and Zhang Yi had already arrived here, looking at Lin Mo standing in the machine, and they were so nervous that they sweated coldly. Hearing their voices, Lin Mo looked back and pressed the button. Wow! At the moment when Lin Mo pressed the test button, a faint sound came. Ah!
In just a moment, some people standing outside the door had covered their ears and squatted on the ground, with painful expressions on their faces. Leng Feng and others took a few steps back with ugly faces, and did not dare to stand at the door at all. Sun Qian and Zhang Yi's faces changed drastically. After looking at each other, Sun Qian took a step forward, blocked the door, and protected the students behind her.
Damn it!
Zhang Yi cursed, then turned around and picked up a few students squatting on the ground, jumped a few times, and put them away from the measurement room. Lin Mo, who was standing in front of the instrument, frowned slightly.
Is there noise? Is the machine broken?
With doubts, he glanced at the number displayed next to him.
Now the strength of the mental attack is 6 points.
Yan Kai said before that 9 points of mental power has reached the standard of the first-grade martial king. Thinking of this, Lin Mo increased the attack intensity of the mental power by 2 points. At this time, the mental attack has reached 9 points.
Retreat! Sun Qian's forehead was covered with sweat, and she looked at Lin Mo with a vigilant look.
Because she was far away from the instrument, and the mental attack was not aimed at them, she could withstand the current attack intensity. But if the intensity of the mental attack increased again, she might not be able to withstand it. She glanced at the screen not far away, and the mental power displayed on it had reached 8 points.
And Lin Mo still stood there, motionless. He really endured 8 points of mental attack? Sun Qian looked at Lin Mo, and her pretty face was full of shock. Impossible. How could he, a third-grade warrior, reach such a terrifying mental power? Could it be that the instrument is broken?
Zhang Yi had already returned to the door, but after seeing the numbers on the screen, he quickly leaned against the wall, glanced at the motionless Lin Mo, and added, or the mental impact directly turned people into idiots?
Sun Qian nodded, this possibility was the greatest.
The moment the mental impact exceeded the limit of the brain, at that time, people would become idiots. Idiots are almost immune to mental power. In other words, mental power can only destroy the body of an idiot, but not the brain.
After all, the brain of an idiot is already blank. Become an idiot?
When a group of students hiding in the distance heard this, their expressions were different.
Some people looked terrified, wondering what would happen if such an attack fell on them. Some people were pale.
When they just felt the 6-point mental attack, they felt that their heads were about to explode.
They dared not imagine how terrifying the 8-point mental attack would be.
There were also people like Lung Feng, who smiled smugly when they heard that Lin Mo had become an idiot.
Find a way to save him. Sun Qian looked at this scene and couldn't help but speak.
Although Lin Mo became an idiot, at least he is still alive now.
Being an idiot is much better than being a corpse. Save people? How?
Zhang Yi spread his hands. With our current mental strength, we will become idiots in 9 out of 10 cases if we go in. Call people, only call people.
Several captains of the Jinling military department can be invited. I'll make a call now. He turned around and was about to leave.
Just as he turned around, Lin Mo raised his hand again.
It feels like it hasn't reached the limit yet.
Lin Mo whispered, and then increased the strength of his mental strength by 1 point.
9 points.
It's already the mental strength standard of a first-grade martial king.
Buzz.
This time, a clear sound came, and even if they were standing outside the door, a group of people still felt as if their heads were hit hard by a hammer.
Crack. Crack.
In the room, the glass shattered and splashed out, and Zhang Yi, who couldn't dodge in time, was left with several wounds on his face.
Damn it, the glass in the testing room is just ordinary glass.
Zhang Yi cursed again. Who the hell could have thought that a monster with a spiritual power reaching the level of a martial king would appear in the genius training camp? He has reached the spiritual power of the martial king level at the level of a warrior. Looking back at the 100 years of the prosperity of martial arts, there are only a few people in Jinling who can reach this level. Sun Xian held the door with one hand and wiped the sweat from her face with the other hand. Lin Mo, stop. Lin Mo turned around, looked at them, nodded with a smile, and then pressed the close button. Sun Xian suddenly collapsed to the ground as if she had collapsed. And Lin Mo walked out step by step and stood in front of her. I'm sorry, I didn't expect it to have such a big impact on you. Sun Xian stood up with the help of Zhang Yi's hand and looked at Lin Mo deeply. Are you really just a warrior, the real deal? Lin Mo smiled and said, the blood value should have just broken 30. Just broke 30, Lung Feng, who was standing aside, showed a look of shock on his face when he heard this. Lang Feng had always believed that Lin Mo was at least a 4th grade warrior, but he was only a 3rd grade warrior. A sense of defeat welled up in his heart, and Lung Feng looked at Lin Mo deeply, and finally fell silent. Fuck, Yen Kai on the side couldn't help but curse. I've seen perverts, but I've never seen such a pervert. For a guy like Lin Mo, I'm afraid only those freaks in the university can compare with him. You guys continue to train, Zhang Yi, let's go. After Sun Qian recovered, she turned around and left with Zhang Yi. Feeling the awe-inspiring gazes from all around, Lin Mo smiled faintly and turned to leave. Yen Kai looked at Lin Mo's back, opened his mouth, but in the end said nothing. At first, he felt that he was born with a superior background and was not weak in strength, so he could treat Lin Mo as a brother with an equal mentality. But in just one day, when he faced Lin Mo, he actually developed a strong sense of inferiority. Maybe we are never from the same world. Yen Kai smiled, each has his own way of living. In the monitoring room, Sun Qian looked at Zhang Yi and said seriously, what do you think of Lin Mo? What do you think? Zhang Yi sighed, this guy is a monster. Having him here is a huge blow to everyone. Sun Qian also nodded in a resigned manner. At first I wanted Lin Mo to be a whetstone to help these guys grow, but now he has become a mountain in everyone's heart. If he continues to stay here, I'm worried about the impact on their body and mind. It seems that you already have a plan. Zhang Yi changed to a comfortable position and lay on the chair. Tell me, how are you going to arrange this freak? A few days ago, the military sent a message that they wanted to select some people for secret training. The difficulty of the selection is far beyond the genius training camp. I think this kid can try it. Sun Qian said, then picked up the red phone next to her and pressed a few numbers. Report, I already have a recommended candidate for the Condor special training. Lin Mo was fired. One day later, Lin Mo opened his eyes and jumped off the bed. Crackling. He moved his hands and feet, and his whole body suddenly made a slight sound. My head is about to explode. During the mental test, although I endured the mental attack, it was equivalent to fighting with others with mental power. This is still too difficult for me. The strong men at the king of martial arts level are far superior to warriors in all aspects. With Lin Mo's current strength, he can't support it by forcibly fighting with mental power. Everyone gather. At this time, Sun Qian's voice sounded. Gather at this time? Lin Mo frowned, changed his clothes, and walked out. In the open space outside the door, there stood students with the same bewildered look on their faces. Seeing Lin Mo coming, a group of people turned around in unison and made way. Lin Mo's level is not the highest, but he conquered everyone with his strength. Sun Qian stood in the front, watching this scene, and couldn't help feeling a little emotional. The genius training camp has been held for so many sessions, and there have been people who conquered everyone with absolute strength before. But just 3 days after 2 months of training, he has conquered everyone. Lin Mo is the first one. Due to some special reasons, Lin Mo was removed from the training camp. Considering your strength, we will change our strategy and invite 4 instructors from the military to give you a brand new training. Others, disband. Lin Mo, follow me. After leaving this sentence, Sun Qian left. Lin Mo was removed from the training camp? Why? Was he fired? It's okay to be fired. With him around, I feel like I'm wasting my life. Hearing that Lin Mo was removed from the training camp, everyone was shocked, and some people also breathed a sigh of relief.
Staying with a monster like Lin Mo for 2 months is a kind of destruction to their confidence. Is it because I can't afford to play?
I just broke 2 pieces of glass. After following Sun Xian into the monitoring room, Lin Mo spoke helplessly. 3 days later, go to Sand City, which should be more suitable for you. Sun Xian put a piece of paper in front of Lin Mo. Take this, you can leave now. Lin Mo picked up the paper, which was just a simple pattern on it, like an eagle with its wings spread.
Below the eagle is Sun Xian's signature. Okay, actually I'm reluctant to leave here. Lin Mo sighed. After all, those who successfully pass the training camp will be recommended to Beijing Wushu University. When you leave there, Beijing Wushu University will be vying for you. Sun Xian said lightly, then glared at Lin Mo, take the certificate and leave.
Lin Mo looked at her speechlessly, took the certificate and turned to leave the monitoring room. I really feel like a waste after just one look. Zhang He's voice sounded, and this guy walked in from the other side of the door with a smile on his face. I'm still smart, waiting outside, so I won't be hit. When he passes the special training of the eagle, we will still meet, but I don't know how much he will grow by then. Sun Xian glanced at him. At that time, you will be hit even harder. So in order to avoid being hit too hard by then, I decided to train hard from now on. Zhang He spoke loudly with a firm look on his face.
You finally have some fighting spirit. Sun Xian nodded with satisfaction. Will you come with me to the gravity room for training for a few days?
Forget it, it's only 9 o'clock now. I'm going to take a nap, and we'll talk about it in the afternoon.
Zhang He yawned, turned around and left the monitoring room.
Lin Mo left without disturbing anyone, and walked out of the gate of the training camp with his school bag.
These people are too crazy.
In order to run a training camp, they turned the whole mountain into a gravity training venue. After seeing the role of the gravity room, Lin Mo immediately understood the source of the pressure when he climbed the mountain. Without the pressure at the beginning, Lin Mo's speed down the mountain now seems to be flying.
Dear, I can't walk anymore, you carry me. On the mountain road, a couple was going down the mountain.
The girl's forehead was full of sweat, and she looked at her boyfriend beside her tenderly. The boyfriend was strong, with a height of 1.9 meters, with tendons all over his body, and exuding a strong blood and energy.
Honey, you are so amazing. You can run so fast even with me on your back.
You are the best. The girl lay on her boyfriend's back and said with admiration. Of course. The boyfriend said proudly, before I became a warrior, I often trained in the mountains. Climbing and descending the mountain are just routine operations.
I dare say that no one can match my speed of descending the mountain. Crackling. Crackling.
As soon as the voice fell, a sound similar to the jumping of electric current and the sound of trees breaking came from the untrodden wild road beside. The two looked in the direction of the sound and were immediately scared to open their mouths. Not far away from them, a figure quickly passed by, and the light blue arc kept jumping on his body. The dead branches around were swept by the arc and directly broken. In the shocked eyes of the two, the figure quickly disappeared from their sight. Just now, the girl looked at her boyfriend with some stammering.
Illusion, it's all an illusion.
No one can exceed my speed on this mountain road. The boyfriend was pale and murmured, yes.
It must be an illusion. After Lin Mo ran down the mountain in one breath, he took out his mobile phone to check the time and nodded with satisfaction. Not bad, a little faster than I expected.
The thunder breathing method seems to be able to burst out stronger power when the blood and qi are squeezed to the limit.
Lin Mo frowned as he left Zishan.
When he got to the highway, Lin Mo got on the bus home and arrived at the gate of the community half an hour later.
Xiao Mo? Didn't you go to the genius training camp? Why are you back again?
At the gate of the community, several ants who were chatting saw Lin Mo and were shocked.
Oh, come back to rest for a few days, and leave in a few days. Lin Mo responded casually and entered the gate of the building.
Looking at Lin Mo's back as he left, several ants looked at each other, and their faces showed meaningful expressions. I heard that the training camp lasts for 2 months and no one is allowed to leave.
I think Xiao Mo was probably kicked out of the training camp.
Kicked out of the training camp?
Isn't he very powerful? I saw his deeds on TV yesterday. What's so powerful about him?
You don't know that this kid from the old Lin family was a waste more than a month ago.
My grandson is his classmate.
My grandson said that this kid ate a lot of chi and blood pills. He looks very strong, but he's actually not very good. Otherwise, why would he be kicked out of the training camp? TSK, I was wondering how could the old Lin family produce such a powerful genius. Several old ladies were talking about it, and pedestrians on the road heard it. If they were interested, they hurried over to listen. In this way, the news of Lin Mo's return spread in just a few dozen minutes.
Some people even said that Lin Mo was kicked out because he was useless in the training camp. Because it was said with details, many people believed it to be true, for revenge.
Sure. In the Li family, Li Daming was leaning on the sofa and looking at Shirley in front of him.
I have found someone to confirm it. It is indeed true.
Lin Mo has returned from the training camp. People in their community are spreading rumors that he was driven back. Some insiders say that he was abolished.
Shirley with hatred on his face, Mr. Li, the time for revenge has come.
Destroyed, Li Daming paced back and forth in the room with a hesitant look on his face.
Dad, what are you still hesitating about? Our Li family has become a joke in Jinling now.
I still dare not go to school. The way you knelt in front of Lin Mo that day was like a dog.
Li Wei's face was full of hatred and he gritted his teeth and said, "Shut up. If you, a loser, weren't inferior to others, would I be in such a mess?"
Li Daming glared at Li Wei with anger on his face. Shirley, find someone to figure things out. If Lin Mo was really abolished, already, his eyes flashed with hatred, but he was still extremely cautious.
Mr. Li, please wait a moment. I'll ask someone to bring the insider over.
Shirley took out his cell phone and sent a text message. 10 minutes later, the door of Li's house was pushed open, and a younger brother walked in with a middle-aged man. The middle-aged man looked at Shirley with a look of fear on his face.
Lei, brother Lei, what do you want from me? The middle-aged man said in a panic.
The middle-aged man has been idle all year round and is a well-known gangster in the community, so he naturally knows Shirley's name.
Let me ask you an answer. If you dare to tell a lie, you should know the consequences. Shirley stared at the middle-aged man. Lin Mo is back? I heard you say that he was eliminated in the training camp?
The middle-aged man was stunned for a moment, then nodded repeatedly. He must have been destroyed. I heard that a super genius came to the training camp and crushed other students all the way. Many students were eliminated in the second level of the entrance examination. Wasted. The remaining students had their brains injured when they were trained by that super genius. Lin Mo came back at this time, and his brain must have been injured by the super genius when he was measuring his mental power.
Super genius? Li Daming looked at the middle-aged man. What do you mean?
I have a brother who works in the military. Yesterday, the military received a call from the training camp, saying that someone had a problem during a mental test and was seeking help from the military. At that time, the military headquarters dispatched several captains of King Wu level, but after arriving there, they heard that the student who took the mental test was not only fine, but actually passed the test. A martial artist level student's mental power has reached the level of a first-grade martial king. Many students at the scene were mentally shocked and were sent home.
Lin Mo must be one of them.
The middle-aged man was extremely sure, speaking as if he had seen it with his own eyes.
A warrior-level person actually has such strong mental power?
Shirley had a look of shock on his face, and after a long time he said bitterly, compared with those geniuses, we people are really useless.
He looked lonely.
Once upon a time, he also wanted to reach the pinnacle of martial arts, but in the end he didn't even reach the realm of a warrior.
Okay, I understand, you can get out. Shirley waved his hand and had the middle-aged man taken out. Martial King level.
After the middle-aged man was taken away, Li Daming also showed a look of reverence on his face. Xiaowei, the Li family will do everything to support you in the future.
You must surpass the warrior level and hit the realm of King Wu.
Once the Li family has a strong man at the level of King Wu, they will have further capital. In Ningjiang district, the Li family can be considered a wealthy family, but due to lack of strength, they are not considered a big family in Ningxiang.
Once they have a strong man at the level of King Wu, the Li family can even gain a foothold in the entire Jinling.
Dad, don't worry, I will try my best. Li Wei nodded heavily. Before that, let's vent our bad breath first.
That's right. The Li family is also a famous family in this area.
What happened last time had a great impact on the Li family. Taking advantage of this opportunity, I want to let those who are watching the joke know that offending my Li family will not end well. Li Daming's eyes flashed with hatred and he spoke slowly. You're right, he crippled my legs, I'm going to break off his limbs. Shirley said harshly. Li Wei also stood up with excitement on his face, and the two of them couldn't wait to walk outside.
Wait a minute. Li Daming suddenly said, Shirley, I remember you have a senior brother who opens a martial arts gym in Jiling?
There is a senior brother, but the relationship is not very good. Shirley shook his head. Otherwise, if I was beaten like this time, he wouldn't have stopped taking action.
How strong is he?
3rd grade warrior.
If I ask him to take action, how much will it cost? You want to ask him to take action?
Shirley said with surprise on his face. Lin Mo is just a loser with a broken brain.
Is he worthy of a 3rd level warrior? I always have a very bad premonition, so be cautious.
Li Daming frowned and said, your senior brother is a 3rd level warrior.
Even if Lin Mo is not deposed by then, he will not be your senior brother's opponent. It's not necessary. Shirley frowned. Wait a moment, I'll give him a call.
Shirley took out his cell phone and dialed his senior brother's number. A few minutes later, Shirley hung up the phone. Senior brother agreed to take action, but his price is not cheap, 3 million.
It costs 3 million to deal with a waste, why doesn't he grab it?
Li Wei screamed, Dad, don't worry about him, let's go ourselves, I can completely torture Lin Mo with one hand.
I trust my intuition.
Li Daming looked at Shirley, give me the phone and I'll talk to him. Shirley nodded, took out his mobile phone and handed it to Li Daming. Li Daming took the phone and dialed senior brother Shirley's number again. 10 minutes later, Li Daming hung up the phone with a relaxed look on his face.
Okay, let's go. Mr. Li, have you reached an agreement? Shirley looked at Li Daming. It's a deal.
Li Daming nodded, I will take action for 3 million at a time.
If I don't take action, I only need to pay 500,000. In this way, we have insurance. Nothing goes wrong.
Li Daming had a confident smile on his face. As the head of the Li family, he must remain calm at all times and not be dazzled by hatred. He felt that he did a good job this time.
Dad, I have another idea. Li Wei stood aside and rolled his eyes. Don't we want to avenge our shame?
I have an idea. A few minutes later, Lin Daong and Wang Ping, who were working in the martial arts gym, received a call. Your son was kicked back from the training camp.
We are about to come and kill him. Do you two old guys want to go back and take a look? After receiving the call, Lin Daong and Wang Ping's expressions changed drastically.
They hurriedly asked for leave from the martial arts school and ran home.
Was a first-class warrior? Hey, it's done. If I guessed correctly, those two old guys should be rushing back.
Then we can catch them all in one go.
Li Wei hung up the phone with an excited smile on his face. The young master is smarter.
Shirley also smiled. Do these two old guys really think they can escape the clutches of my Li family? Li Daming just smiled and didn't care about the life and death of the two rotten fish and shrimps. On the other side, Lin Daong was riding a battery car, and Wang Ping was sitting in the back seat with a worried look on his face.
Xiao Mo, are you at home? Wang Ping dialed Lin Mo's number and asked eagerly the moment she got through. I'm at home. Lin Mo nodded. What's wrong with you? We're fine. Just wait at home. We'll be home soon. Wang Ping hung up the phone and looked at Lin Daong with an ugly face. Xiao Mo was really driven home. What should I do? Go back first.
Lin Daong had a sullen face and couldn't help but increase the speed of the battery car to the maximum. 10 minutes later, Lin Daong and Wang Ping entered the community. Far away, I saw several old ladies sitting together, discussing something in a low voice. When they got closer, they really heard Lin Mo's name.
Aunt Wang, what did you just say happened to our little Mo?
Wang Ping asked with a calm face.
Xiaomo's mother, please go back and take a look.
Your Xiao Mo has been ruined, and Wang looked at Wang Ping with pity. I heard from Xiao Tsong that his brain is broken. Xiao Tsong knows someone in the military department. What he said should be true. The ladies nearby also spoke in agreement. Wang Ping's body trembled, and if Lin Daong hadn't helped her up, she might have fallen to the ground. Xiao Mo, Wang Ping broke away from Lin Daong and ran upstairs staggeringly. Lin Daong was afraid that Wang Ping would fall when he went upstairs, so he quickly followed him.
The two opened the door and saw Lin Mo sitting on the sofa.
Xiao Mo, Wang Ping rushed forward and almost tripped to the ground.
Lin Mo quickly stood up and supported her. Mom, why are you back? Don't you work at a martial arts gym? Let Mom take a look. Wang Ping looked Lin Mo up and down, especially on his head. You're not hurt, are you? No. Lin Mo shook his head. How could I be injured?
The training camp is a piece of cake for me. When Wang Ping heard this, her face changed drastically, and she turned to look at Lin Daong, the child's father. Xiao Mo's brain is really broken.
What should we do?
Lin Daong patted Wang Ping on the shoulder. Xiao Mo should be fine.
After hearing her husband's words, Wang Ping's mood calmed down a lot. Xiao Mo, why are you back? Doesn't the training camp last for 2 months? The instructor asked me to leave the training camp.
He said that the training camp is not suitable for me, Lin Mo said with a smile. Just when he was about to tell his parents that he would participate in the Condor special training program later, Wang Ping and Lin Daong looked
at each other and smiled, saying, it's okay, as long as you don't get injured. It's fine if you're kicked out of the training camp, it doesn't matter. Your mother is right.
Although the genius training camp is very powerful, we can still get into college without training camp. Xiao Mo, don't feel too uncomfortable and don't put too much psychological pressure, Lin Daong patted Lin Mo's shoulder.
Our family is rich now.
When Dad gets you some more chi and blood pills tomorrow, you can hit a higher level.
Dad,
Lin Mo was about to say something, but stopped, and instead looked up at the door.
What a warm family gathering.
Li Daming walked in with a few people, with a sarcastic smile on his face. It's a pity that such a warm scene will soon turn bloody. Hey, Lin Mo, why isn't your sister at home?
It's better for the family to be neat and tidy. Li Wei gave a bad laugh. It's okay. After we deal with them, we can find his sister.
I heard that his sister is pretty good. I can give it a try then, Shirley also said with a sinister smile.
Didn't you kneel down enough last time? Are you here again to seek death?
Lin Mo's eyes darkened and he said in a cold voice.
Lin Mo, please stop pretending to us.
We all know that you were kicked out of the training camp and your brain was injured by a genius you thought was powerful. Li Wei sneered. Kneel down and beg me. I can leave you a whole body, snapped. As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Mo rushed forward and slapped him in the face. After Li Wei spun around twice, he fell to the ground, spitting out more than a dozen teeth from his mouth. He covered his face and looked at Lin Mo in shock. Aren't you crippled? Why are you still so strong?
Is it strong?
Lin Mo's eyes were cold and he raised his foot and stepped hard on his arm. With a click, Li Wei's hand bones were completely shattered. Shirley's face changed slightly. Lin Mo had not yet activated his energy and blood, so he could not judge Lin Mo's strength, but judging from the speed just now, Lin Mo should not have been defeated.
Mr. Li, we made a miscalculation. Shirley looked at Li Daming and whispered. Miscalculation? When has Li ever miscalculated? Li Daming sneered and looked out the door. Director Lu Qi, it's time for you to take action.
As the words fell, a figure flashed in. Lu Qi was wearing a martial arts robe, with short hair standing on end like steel needles, and a scar on his face, making him look extremely ferocious.
Director Lu? Lin Daong's face suddenly changed when he saw Lu Qi. He had seen Lu Qi's introduction in the advertisements around the school. This is a third-grade warrior.
I'm sorry, I took money from others to help them get rid of disasters.
Lu Qi looked at Lin Mo's family with pity and spoke slowly. Are you sure you can kill me?
Lin Mo stepped forward and looked at Lu Qi without fear.
Lu Qi looked at Lin Mo seriously and smiled lightly. I'm not a fool. After taking this job, I checked your information.
It's really amazing to be a first-grade warrior at such a young age, but compared to me, you are still far behind." He paused, and the blood and chi in his body slowly dissipated. In an instant, the whole living room was filled with blood and chi. Lin Daong and others' faces changed drastically, and they almost fell to the ground. Li Daming stepped forward and pulled Li Wei aside, with hatred on his face. "Director Lu, kill them. Kill them and the reward will be doubled." Lu Qi's eyes lit up and he slowly stepped forward. Lin Mo shook his head and said helplessly, "Is your information not updated?" When Lin Mo was in the limelight on campus, he had not yet broken through to the second-grade warrior. When he broke through later, he went directly to the training camp. So except for those who got his latest information and knew that he was already a second-grade warrior when he entered the camp, the rest of the people still thought that Lin Mo only had the strength of a first-grade warrior. In fact, Lin Mo really wanted to tell them now. Times have changed, even the latest information is outdated, and his current strength should have reached the third grade. Update? Lu Qi was stunned for a moment, then sneered, "You want to delay time? Think someone will come to save you? You have no chance." Lu Qi rushed towards Lin Mo while speaking. Vajra finger. Lu Qi performed martial arts, golden light lingering on his two fingers, and grabbed towards Lin Mo's heart. Roar. A tiger roar came out of Lin Mo's mouth, and the terrifying sound waves directly shattered all the windows in the house. Lin Mo's parents were standing next to Lin Mo, so they were less affected, but they still covered their ears and showed a look of pain on their faces. As for Li Daming and others, they fell to the ground with a muffled groan. Lu Qi was the first to be hit. At the moment the sound wave was emitted, his forward movement stopped suddenly, and a look of pain appeared on his face, but he couldn't move at all. Tiger fist. Lin Mo punched out with both fists, and with a muffled sound, Lu Qi was directly blown away. With a bang, Lu Qi fell to the ground along the wall. He looked at Lin Mo with despair on his face. Third grade warrior. You are a third-grade warrior, communicate more. Lu Qi's voice was hoarse, and his face was full of despair. Third rank? How is it possible? Impossible? Before he left Jinling, he was only a first-rank warrior. It's only been a few days, how could he reach the third rank? It must be fake. Li Daming and others stared at Lin Mo with disbelief on their faces. What's impossible? Lin Mo stepped forward and broke Lu Qi's hands with a click. Weren't you kicked out of the genius training camp? Li Daming pointed at Lin Mo and said sternly, I have already found out that there is a super genius in the training camp. When testing mental strength, he injured many people. You must have been mentally damaged at that time. How could you be fine? Do you think there is a possibility that the super genius you are talking about is me? Lin Mo spoke slowly with a smile on his face. It's really you? Li Daming and others trembled all over, and they realized that only this could explain everything in front of them. Plop! Li Daming knelt on the ground again and cowed out desperately, Lin Mo, please forgive me this time, I promise there won't be a next time. I am willing to compensate, I am willing to hand over everything of the Li family. Lin Mo ignored him, but looked at Lu Qi on the side. Lu Qi's hands were broken by Lin Mo, and he trembled all over when he noticed Lin Mo's gaze. Lin Mo, I am willing to compensate, I am willing to transfer the martial arts hall to you, let me go. Lu Qi's face was full of panic. As a third-grade warrior, facing Lin Mo, he couldn't raise the thought of resisting at all. Third-grade warriors have one death exemption right? Lin Mo looked at him and suddenly spoke. Yes, Lu Qi's heart sank, and he vaguely guessed what was going to happen later. I don't want to see them again. Lin Mo pointed at Li Daming and spoke lightly. Lu Qi's heart trembled, just as he expected. After getting up from the ground, Lu Qi walked towards Lu Daming and others with an expressionless face. Dad, Mom, please step aside first. Lin Mo didn't want his parents to see the bloody scene. Xiao Mo, we won't leave, we want to watch. Lin Daong stared at Li Daming and others with hatred on his face. If it weren't for your strength improvement this time, what would happen to our family? I dare not even think about it. We want to watch them die. Your dad is right, we want to watch.
Wang Ping stepped forward and held Lin Dayong's hand, saying firmly. Lin Mo nodded and looked at Lu Qi. Lu Qi took a deep breath, and murderous intent flashed in his eyes. Sorry, Mr. Li, if you don't die, I will die. Lin Mo, you can't do this, you can't kill us. Li Daming's face was filled with fear. If we die, the security guard will not let you go. You, puff. Lu Qi stepped on Li Wei's chest, and it collapsed immediately. Li Wei stared with blood foam and debris flowing out of his mouth, and died instantly. Li Daming, who was speaking, shut up instantly and his face turned pale. With a thud, Shirley collapsed on the ground, as if he had accepted his fate, lowering his head and waiting to die. Bang! Lu Qi stepped forward and kicked Shirley on the temple. Shirley was dead. Mr. Li, it's your turn, please go. Lu Qi gritted his teeth and looked at Li Daming. You, Li Daming pointed at Lu Qi, and just as he said a word, Lu Qi's foot had already stepped on his throat. With a crisp sound, Li Daming's neck fell weakly to the side. Li Daming was also dead. Ha, Lu Qi exhaled a long breath, forced a smile and looked at Lin Mo. Mr. Lin, are you satisfied? Of course I am satisfied. Lin Mo smiled and nodded, took out his mobile phone, and pressed a set of numbers. A few minutes later, the security captain Wu Di appeared at the Lin family with a pair of security guards. Looking at the three bodies on the ground, Wu Di looked solemn. Lin Mo. Wu Di looked at Lin Mo. Didn't you attend the training camp? I'm back again. Lin Mo smiled and said, Captain Wu, a vicious incident happened in my home. The murderer is Director Lu. You can ask him about the details. Captain Wu, I killed him. Before Wu Di asked, Lu Qi had already admitted the crime. Wu Di had already recognized the person lying on the ground. As the captain of the security team, he was also very clear about the grievances between Lin Mo and the Li family. Therefore, he knew very well that the accident in front of him was definitely not as simple as Lin Mo said. But Lu Qi on the side had already pleaded guilty, and the subsequent interrogation was generally a process. Wu Di hesitated whether to take Lin Mo back. As the captain of the security team, he had the responsibility to find out the truth. Lin Mo, are you okay? At this time, a voice sounded. Two people rushed in from the gate. The leader was the principal of number 3 middle school, Chen Xingji, and behind him was the head teacher Zhang Lianchang. We heard that you were kicked out of the training camp, so we came to see you. This is the healing medicine prepared by the school for you. Chen Xingji took out a wooden box and was about to hand it out. Then he saw the body on the ground. This, Chen Xingji and Zhang Lianchang were stunned. You two carry the body out. Wu Di waved his hand. It was not a big deal to leave the body here. Several security guards quickly carried the body out. Thank you, Principal Chen and Teacher Zhang. Lin Mo quickly put the wooden box away. He had recognized that the box contained a pill for recovering mental trauma, and one pill was worth up to 600,000. Why do I feel that you don't need it very much? Chen Xingji looked at Lin Mo in confusion. Yes, I need it too much. Lin Mo nodded repeatedly. You don't know, I had a headache for several hours after I came back. Zhang Lianchang and Chen Xingji were speechless. However, they also realized that the reason why Lin Mo came back was not because he was sent back because of injury, but because of other reasons. Lin Mo. Just as the two were thinking about the reason why Lin Mo came back, another voice sounded. Outside the gate, Yi Qing walked in with Mr. Yi. Yi Qing also held the pill box in her hand and handed it to Lin Mo. I heard that you were injured. This is a pill for treating mental trauma. Lin Mo took it with a smile, feeling that this time he came back in vain. In this short time, he had received 1.2 million pills. Wu Di, who was standing by, was stunned. He knew that Lin Mo was highly regarded in school, but he didn't know that Lin Mo had such a good relationship with the Yi family. Ah, congratulations. At this moment, two hearty laughs rang out. Louis brought Wu Yang in. Unlike Yi Qing and others, they were holding gift boxes in their hands. However, after entering, the smiles on their faces froze. Wu. Director Wu. Wu Di looked at Wu Yan with a surprised look on his face.
He saw that Wu Yang didn't come for the murder case, but for some other reason.
Everyone was also looking at them, and began to guess the reason for their arrival. They said congratulations when they entered the door. What's the happy event of the Lin family?
Yi Chaochuan was old and shrewd, and soon found clues from the words of the two. After thinking of this, his face changed slightly.
Could it be that Lin Mo was spotted by that big family in the training camp and became a live-in son-in-law? Then our Yi family suffered a great loss? If we had known, we would have betrothed Qinger to Lin Mo. Yi Chaochuan felt a little regretful. Chen Xingji looked at Lu Yi curiously. Master Lu, is there any good news? Ah? You don't know yet? Lu Yi was stunned for a moment. I saw you coming here, and I thought you knew.
Lin Mo's performance in the training camp was so outstanding that he was jointly recommended to the Condor Special Training Camp by 2 instructors.
Condor Special Training Camp?
The faces of the people present showed puzzled expressions. They had never heard of this name.
Is the Condor Special Training Camp better than the Genius Training Camp? Lin Daong looked at Lu Yi and couldn't help asking.
Compared to the Divine Eagle Training Camp, the Genius Training Camp is like a child playing house. Lu Yi couldn't help but explain with a smile. The Genius Training Camp is for college entrance examination candidates, while the Divine Eagle Training Camp is for the top genius students from various martial arts universities across the country and young geniuses from various forces, families, and even the military in China. Their strength is at least at the warrior level, and some geniuses have even reached the martial king level. Lin Mo is the first person to enter the Divine Eagle Training Camp as a warrior in the past 30 years. The first in 30 years.
Everyone's face showed a look of shock. Then 30 years ago, there were other people like Lin Mo?
Yi Qing couldn't help asking.
30 years ago, there was no Divine Eagle Training Camp. Louis spoke deeply. Lin Mo is the first person.
The first person. Everyone took a breath with shock, and looked at Lin Mo with awe. Okay, Lin Mo congratulated us and we will go back. Louis smiled and said, Brother Lin, if there is anything later, just find me directly. Lin Daong nodded repeatedly.
Everyone looked at Lin Daong with envy.
The deputy leader of Jinling Woming said this, which still had a certain weight.
The reason why Lin Daong, an ordinary person, could make such a promise was entirely because his son was Lin Mo. After Lu Yi and Wu Yan left, Wu Di also saluted and left. Compared with before, Wu Di looked at Lin Mo with a little more awe in his eyes.
Lu Qi, who was also taken away, regretted it to the extreme. If he had known that Lin Mo had such a background, he would never have participated in this matter.
Qinger, Grandpa has something to do, so I'll go back first.
Yi Chaochuan saw that the time was almost up, and he also stood up and prepared to leave. Principal Chen, Teacher Zhang, shall we go together? Chen Xingji and Zhang Lianchang were stunned for a moment, then smiled and nodded and said, okay, let's go together. Yi Qing, Lin Mo's martial arts talent is amazing, you two should have a good exchange.
Chen Xingji looked at Yi Qing deeply.
Yi Qing was a little confused, but soon understood what they meant, and couldn't help blushing. Warm reminder, if you find that clicking the next page will force you to jump to other websites, please use the chapter error or contact us at the bottom to inform us, we will handle it as soon as possible. Thank you for your understanding. On the plane, a high-speed train passed quickly. In the carriage, a young man lay on the table and fell asleep.
Sitting on the seat next to him was a young girl.
Opposite the girl is also a young man and woman. At this moment, the young man opposite is talking loudly.
A big event happened in the Genius Training Camp this time.
There was a super genius who, with his strength as a warrior, passed the first-grade Martial King's mental test and was directly qualified to enter the Divine Eagle Special Training Camp. Wuyin, are you telling the truth? The girl next to the young man had a look of shock on her face. How can a warrior have such strong mental power?
Of course it's true.
Young Wuyin glanced at the girl opposite, raised his voice a little more, and said, my brother is a member of this Genius Training Camp, and he told me this personally. But also because of that genius, this training camp is unprecedentedly difficult, with a lot of training every day.
My brother has finished training every day and doesn't even have the energy to eat. It's so miserable.
However, my brother said that in less than a week, his blood value increased by 4 points. the young man said loudly with a show-off look on his face.
4 o'clock? Really?
The girl said with envy on her face, I only gain 2 points of energy and blood in a year. I wonder if I can be admitted to the provincial martial arts university.
Don't worry, Hu Xing.
When my brother comes back, I will ask him to tell me the training method of the genius training camp. Then I will take you to practice together and make sure that your energy and blood value will skyrocket. Wu Ying said, and looked at it specially. He glanced at the girl opposite, Li Duo. When the time comes, you can also practice with me and have an impact on the capital martial arts university.
You are almost at 8 points of blood now. You have 2 months left.
If you work harder, you may have a chance to impact the realm of a warrior.
Thank you, no need.
Li Duo glanced at the sleeping young man beside him and couldn't help but said, Wu Ying, please lower your voice.
Didn't you see someone resting?
Hey, look, he's about the same age as us. He must be a student about to take the college entrance examination.
He can't sleep in such an environment. He must not be a hard-working student. Wu Ying smiled lightly and expressed his concern for Li Duo about other men. I felt a little unhappy.
Li Duo frowned slightly. She didn't like Wu Yin's arrogance. After a slight silence, her eyes fell on the young man. The young man was lying on the table with his face sideways. Under the light, the young man's face was sharp and handsome.
It's so beautiful. Li Duo whispered involuntarily. Duo, what did you say? Hu Xing asked from the opposite side. Nothing.
Li Duo shook his head repeatedly, while his cheeks were slightly red. Wu Ying, who was on the opposite side, heard clearly. He looked at the young man with an ugly expression on his face. At this moment, in a dream,
Lin Mo opened a new copy.
Opposite him, there were several cat demons covered in purple poisonous gas. Compared with the previous cat demons, the strength of these cat demons is higher than that of 4th grade warriors.
Tiger Fist.
Lin Mo rushed towards the cat monsters like a tiger descending the mountain. His fists roared, smashing the cat demon's body into a pulp. After the hearty battle, Lin Mo let out a sigh of satisfaction.
5 chi and blood pills. I just entered the dungeon. If you don't drop something good for me, I will suffer a big loss.
Feeling the increase in chi and blood in his body, Lin Mo cast his gaze on the light group suspended in the distance. Putting the light ball away, Lin Mo woke up from the copy and opened his eyes.
You're awake. Did we wake you up because we were too loud?
Li Duo looked at Lin Mo, who raised his head, and his heartbeat couldn't help but skip a beat.
So lovely.
Lin Mo exuded an aura that fascinated her, especially those pair of star-like eyes, which she could not forget after just one glance. Lin Mo looked at the girl in front of him, slightly stunned.
Oh, my name is Li Duo, nice to meet you. Li Duo stuck out his tongue, stretched out his hand towards Lin Mo, and introduced the two people opposite him to Lin Mo. My name is Lin Mo, nice to meet you. Lin Mo nodded to them. His eyes lingered on Wu Ying for a moment, and his brows furrowed slightly. Lin Mo felt hostility from him. Do I know him?
Lin Mo recalled it and found that he didn't know this person.
You must be a senior in high school, too.
The college entrance examination is approaching, and everyone is thinking of ways to practice unexpectedly and increase their chi and blood.
I see that you were sleeping just now. Is your chi and blood value too high, so you don't need to practice anymore? Wu Ying looked at Lin Mo and asked angrily. That's right. Lin Mo nodded.
He had already seen Wu Yin's strength. He had about 8 points of health, which was still some distance away from being a warrior. This kind of strength is not bad, but compared with Lin Mo, it really looks like garbage. Before leaving Jinling, Lin Mo measured his chi and blood. At that time, his chi and blood value had reached 38 points. He just finished another copy in his sleep, and now his health value is definitely over 40, reaching the realm of a 4th-level warrior.
The Yi family is pretty good.
This time they collected a total of 50 chi and blood pills for me. During the 3 days in Jinling, Yi Qing moved directly into the Lin family. Mr. Yi euphemistically called it an exchange between shareholders.
Lin Mo's parents regarded Yi Qing as their daughter-in-law.
If it hadn't been for the special training time, Lin Mo felt that his parents might have arranged the marriage for him.
Is that right? Wu Ying raised his eyebrows, somewhat unhappy with Lin Mo's attitude. You should be a warrior if you can say this. Wu Ying, why do you always ask people about their strength? Li Duo couldn't help but say, didn't you see that Lin Mo didn't want to say it?
I don't think he doesn't want to say it, but he's embarrassed to say it.
Wu Ying smiled lightly, urged his own blood and qi, and pressed towards Lin Mo. 8.2 blood and qi, do you feel the pressure? Awesome. Lin Mo nodded.
He didn't want to respond to Wu Yin's provocation at all.
Seeing that Lin Mo didn't respond to his provocation, Wu Yin thought Lin Mo was timid, and his expression became more arrogant.
See, I just released a little blood and qi, and he didn't dare to speak.
Wu Ying looked at Li Duo. Duo, you haven't been far away, you don't know the complexity of people's hearts.
Some people like to pretend to be deep and deceive young girls like you who are not experienced in the world.
Li Duo didn't respond, but glanced at Lin Mo.
When Wu Yin's blood pressure came over just now, she could clearly feel the disdain from Lin Mo.
It felt like an eagle in the sky looking down at an ant. Wu Yin, who felt that she was superior to Lin Mo, had a look of arrogance in her eyes and said with a smile, by the way, you probably haven't heard of the Eagle Training Camp.
I've only heard of the Genius Training Camp.
Hu Xing shook her head. You just said that a warrior has obtained the qualification to enter the Eagle Training Camp.
So, this training camp should be similar to the Genius Training Camp.
You're totally wrong.
Wu Ying shook her head and said with respect, the Eagle Training Camp is aimed at warrior-level strongmen. The genius I told you about is a special case. I'll tell you a secret, the venue of this Eagle Training Camp is in Sand City. Also, my uncle is the driver of the special training camp.
When you get off the car later, I can ask my uncle to take you there. Let's see what the special training camp looks like.
Although we can't go through the gate to see it, it should be okay to take a look from a distance.
Really?
Hu Xing's eyes lit up. Great, I admire those geniuses the most. I will be satisfied if I can see them from a distance.
Of course it's true. Wu Ying smiled and nodded, then looked at Li Duo. Duo, you will go with us later to see what a real genius is. However, I can only bring 2 people. My uncle will definitely not be willing to take more, so Lin Mo, you can't go.
Of course, with your current strength, it will have a bad impact on your mentality to come into contact with so many geniuses at once, so forget it.
Okay. Lin Mo nodded. Forget it, I won't go either. I'm not even a warrior now. Seeing so many warrior-level strongmen at once will also affect my mentality. Li Duo glanced at Lin Mo and shook his head.
Wu Ying opened his mouth, but in the end he didn't say anything. But he glared at Lin Mo fiercely. He thought that it was Lin Mo's appearance that ruined his good deeds. Otherwise, he would definitely show off in front of Li Duo. Dear passengers, the next stop is Shacheng Station. Just at this moment, a voice came from the carriage. We're here. Wu Ying said with a smile, Hu Xing, come with me.
Li Duo, are you sure you don't want to go with us?
Yes, Duo, let's go together. After the tour, we can ask Uncle Wu Ying to take us to the training center. Otherwise, I'm not sure about you, a girl. Hu Xing pulled Li Duo. I heard that there are many illegal taxis in Shacheng. Yes, not long ago, there was a girl who was taken away by an illegal taxi. When she was found, her kidneys had been dug out, Wu Ying also said quickly.
Li Duo glanced at Lin Mo, and finally nodded.
After a slight hesitation, she said,
Wu Ying, can you ask your uncle to bring one more person?
It will be dark soon, and it is not safe for Lin Mo to go alone.
He is a grown man, what is unsafe about it?
Wu Ying smiled faintly. Besides, didn't he say that he is very strong? Why should we worry about it?
Okay, let's go quickly.
The car will start soon. Wu Ying glanced at his mobile phone and urged anxiously.
Hu Xing nodded and ran after Wu Ying.
Li Duo bit her lip, but finally did not catch up. Lin Mo, let's go together, and take care of each other.
Wu Ying, I thought about it and still can't leave Lin Mo behind.
You two go first, I will take a taxi with Lin Mo later. Wu Ying looked at Lin Mo hatefully, said nothing, and trotted with Hu Xing all the way, and soon disappeared in the crowd. Lin Mo looked at Li Duo with some surprise. He didn't expect this girl to be so kind-hearted.
Don't you really want to see what the Special Eagle Training Battalion looks like? Lin Mo looked at Li Duo and asked with a smile. Of course I do. Li Duo stuck out her tongue, but I can't leave you alone. Don't worry, I'll ask later if I can let you in to take a look.
Lin Mo said with a smile.
Into the door? Li Duo was stunned for a moment. What door to enter?
On the other side, Wu Ying took Hu Xing into a bright black car, and the two sat in the back seat, their faces full of expectations.
Uncle, hasn't that person come yet?
Wu Ying looked at the middle-aged man who was driving.
He's on the same bus as you guys, so he probably hasn't come out yet.
The driver said with a smile, we'll see each other later, so you'd better seize the opportunity to see if you can build a good relationship with him.
It will be good for you if you communicate more.
Uncle, don't worry, I will definitely build a good relationship with him.
Wu Ying nodded with a smile.
At this time, the driver looked out the window and said with a smile, he's here.
So young.
Hearing this, Wu Ying and Hu Xing couldn't help but look out the window at the same time.
Genius in the young.
Outside the car window, Lin Mo and Li Duo were walking towards them.
Why are they?
Wu Yin's face changed slightly and he looked at the driver. Uncle, is he the one you want to pick up?
Probably.
The driver smiled and nodded, quickly opened the door and walked out.
Impossible.
Wu Ying shook his head and said solemnly, Lin Mo was so frightened by my energy and blood in the car that he didn't dare to speak.
How can he be from the Eagle Special Training Camp with such strength? Could it be that Lin Mo is hiding his strength?
Hu Xing said hesitantly.
Impossible.
Wu Ying shook his head, and then his eyes suddenly lit up. I know, he must know that my uncle is the driver of the special training camp, so he wants to pretend to be someone from the special training camp so that he can show off in front of Li Duo one time.
That must be it.
Wu Ying put a smile on his face, opened the car door and walked out. Let's see how I expose him.
Lin Mo, I didn't expect that we would meet again.
After getting off the car, Wu Ying took the lead and stood in front of the driver. What's the matter? I don't want to take you with me in the car, so you want to pretend to be a camper from the special training camp and get in the car, right?
Li Duo also looked at Lin Mo in surprise.
She didn't expect that the car Lin Mo was taking her to was actually a car from the special training camp.
But, how could Lin Mo be a member of the special training camp? How old is he?
Wu Ying, what's going on?
Do you know each other?
The driver looked at his nephew and asked with a frown.
Of course I know him.
Wu Ying smiled as he used his qi and blood to suppress Lin Mo on the high-speed train. He can't even bear my qi and blood, how can he be qualified to participate in the special training camp? Besides, uncle, although you pick up people every day, you don't have any photos of them. Lin Mo took advantage of this loophole and pretended to be from the special training camp.
How about Lin Mo, am I right?
Wu Ying had a proud smile on his face and looked at Lin Mo with provocative eyes.
You are so smart.
Lin Mo couldn't help but give him a thumbs up, and then looked at the driver. You are Master Wu Kaiwu, right?
This is my letter of introduction.
As he spoke, he took out the recommendation letter signed by Sun Qian and Zhang He from the backpack behind him. At this point, you still have to pretend to me. Just find a blank piece of paper and think you can get away with the first two names. Wu Ying clasped his hands in fists and looked at Lin Mo disdainfully. The driver Wu Kai took a look at the recommendation letter from Lin Mo's hand, and then shouted fiercely at Wu Ying, shut up. But, Wu Ying was startled, but still insisted on explaining a few words. Buzz. At this moment, Lin Mo took a step towards him, the energy and blood in his body instantly dispersed, and he pressed towards Wu Ying. Thump. Wu Yin's face turned extremely pale in an instant. From Lin Mo's energy and blood, he felt the murderous intention that made him tremble.
So strong. He's going to kill me. Two thoughts flashed through Wu Yin's mind, making him extremely desperate. Mr. Lin, please get in the car. Seeing this scene, Wu Kai deliberately raised his voice and shouted, while eagerly opening the car door for Lin Mo. Thank you.
Lin Mo's energy and blood dissipated like an ebbing tide, and then he looked at Li Duo. Where are you sitting?
I'll sit in the back. Li Duo came to his senses at this time and quickly sat in the back row. Then I'll take the passenger seat. Lin Mo smiled and nodded, then got into the passenger seat. He is actually really a member of the Condor Special Training Camp. Li Duo, who was sitting in the back row, stared blankly at Lin Mo's side face. He is obviously about the same age as me, but he is so strong? What level is he now? What's wrong? Sensing Li Duo's gaze, Lin Mo turned around and asked with a smile. Lin Mo, what's your strength? 4th grade warrior. Lin Mo said with a smile, the person you mentioned before who came out of the genius training camp is me. What? Li Duo couldn't help but exclaimed, are you that monster? Monster? Lin Mo suddenly had black lines all over his head and his face was speechless. Li Duo's scream also attracted the attention of Wu Yin and Hu Xing. They looked at Lin Mo with shock on their faces. Mr. Lin is young and promising. Wu Kai complimented with a smile, and then said hesitantly, Mr. Lin, my nephew is usually arrogant. Can you spare him this for the sake of his young age? Once. Let's drive. Lin Mo glanced at Wu Yin outside the window and said with a smile. It's just a minor character, and it's not a big mistake. You can't kill someone with one punch, right? Thank you, Mr. Lin. Wu Kai nodded and started the car. Seeing the car getting further and further away, the pale faces of Wu Yin and Hu Xing recovered a little. Thank you for letting me see that there are so many geniuses in China. Outside the door of the special training camp, Li Duo looked at Lin Mo with an inexplicable meaning in his eyes. Half an hour ago, the two of them arrived at the special training camp in a car. For Lin Mo's sake, Wu Kai took Li Duo around the special training camp. After seeing a real strong man, she realized how big the distance was between herself and Lin Mo. Uncle Wu, please send me out. Li Duo calmed down, looked at Wu Kai, and said with a smile. Okay. Wu Kai nodded, Mr. Lin, get off the car here. Someone will pick you up later. I'll take Miss Li to where she wants to go first. Goodbye. Lin Mo nodded and waved to Li Duo. Goodbye. Li Duo looked at Lin Mo who was walking away, and sadness surged in her heart. Goodbye, I guess we will never see each other again. After seeing Li Duo off, Lin Mo walked around the camp with his bag on his back. After a while, he came to an outdoor training ground, and saw a group of people standing there from a distance. In front of them was a huge stone tablet. In front of the stone tablet stood a young man, wearing a purple leather jacket, with short light red hair standing up like steel needles, and a long sword on his waist, looking like a knight. Long Hong Sword Chi. The young man suddenly roared, drew out his long sword, and slashed at the stone tablet. The light red sword energy surged out, and the stone tablet as high as 100 meters actually trembled slightly. So strong. Lu Hai is really too strong. This strength is not much worse than those people in the Condor Special Training Camp. There was an exclamation from the crowd. The young man named Lu Hai shook his head. Compared to them, I am still far behind, otherwise I would not even be qualified to be one of them. Lu Hai, you are too modest. Everyone knows that you missed the first test because of seclusion on the day of selection. Otherwise, you would definitely be one of them. Lu Hai smiled and was about to say something, but suddenly felt that someone seemed to be looking at him, so he looked in the direction of Lin Mo. When did such a young boy come to the camp? He doesn't look like a college student, at most a senior high school student. Hey boy, where are you from? Do you know where this is? Hurry up, if you want to come here, wait until you are in the top 10 of the Provincial Martial Arts University. Someone in the crowd looked at Lin Mo and shouted with a smile. Lu Hai smiled and walked towards Lin Mo. Little friend, you must have sneaked in. It's okay, you yearn for the strong, this is a good thing. Brother will take you around later. I can't enter the entire camp except the site of the Shenying Special Training Camp, but you can go to other places without any obstacles. But you have to promise brother that you will study hard after you go back, okay? Lu Hai looked at Lin Mo. Although the two were of similar age, he still spoke to Lin Mo in an elder's tone. No need. Lin Mo smiled and shook his head. Someone will pick me up later. Someone will pick you up? Lu Hai was stunned for a moment, then smiled and turned back to the crowd. It seems that another young man from a big family has spent money to find connections to come here for a formality. TSK tisk, it's good to have money and power. We worked hard to get into the top 10 of the school to have this opportunity, but others can have it before graduating from high school. Lin Mo listened to these people's unreserved words and sighed helplessly in his heart. It seems that he was misunderstood. What's your name, kid? We'll be training together in the future, so it's a good opportunity to get to know each other. A young man stepped forward and looked down at Lin Mo with a condescending look. Let me introduce myself first. My name is Zhao Fong, I'm 20 years old, a freshman at Shachang Martial Arts University, and a 4th grade warrior. 4th grade warrior? Lin Mo glanced at Zhao Fong and nodded slightly. Shachang Martial Arts University is a provincial university. Being able to reach the level of a 4th grade warrior in the first year shows that his talent is still very high. My name is Lin Mo, Jinling No. 3 Middle School, senior year. Lin Mo smiled and stretched out his hand. My strength is also a 4th grade warrior. You are a 4th grade warrior? After hearing Lin Mo's words, many people showed shocked expressions on their faces. Ha, there are geniuses who can reach the 4th rank in the 3rd year of high school, but they are definitely not in Jinling. That's right. Although Jinling has many geniuses, these top geniuses are generally concentrated in Tianlong, Jingcheng, Gangcheng, and Xincheng, which are super first-class martial arts cities. After all, Jinling is a rising star, and it is far behind in terms of resources and status. At such a young age, he can lie without changing his expression. His psychological quality is still good. Almost no one believed Lin Mo's words. Zhao Fong chuckled and said, since we are all 4th rank warriors, why don't we have a fight? He planned to kill Lin Mo directly and suppress his spirit. Okay. Lin Mo nodded. He just wanted to see if the training in the past few days had any effect. The two stood about 10 meters apart, and with Lu Hai's shout, the fight began. Whoosh! Zhao Fong was determined to kill Lin Mo instantly, so he used his most familiar body movement martial arts as soon as he attacked, and at the same time, he urged his blood and chi to condense on his fists, preparing to launch the strongest attack. Roar! Just as he approached Lin Mo, a whistling sound rang out. Tiger Roar Attack. Lin Mo directly launched the Soundwave martial arts. With the blessing of the martial arts field, Lin Mo has raised the proficiency of this martial arts to the intermediate level. The attack power has reached a terrifying 487. Buzz! Zhao Fong, who was hit, paused, and stood there as if he had lost his soul. Tiger Fist. With the advanced proficiency of the Tiger Fist, Lin Mo even hit more than 500 points of attack power. Bang! Zhao Fong fell heavily to the ground and fainted directly. A group of people looked at Lin Mo and were completely dumbfounded. Is he really a 4th grade? Someone stared at Lin Mo and murmured. Is he really a 4th grade? Lin Mo stared at Zhao Fong, who was lying on the ground, too weak. Lu Hai, who was standing aside, had his pupils contracted, and his heart was filled with turbulent waves. He had such terrifying fighting power in his 3rd year of high school. If he went to college. Lu Hai was from Beijing Wuda University, and was currently a 3rd-year student. His strength had already reached the level of a 3rd-grade warrior. If Lin Mo entered Beijing Wuda University, would he overshadow him? Thinking of this, Lu Hai's eyes suddenly sank, and he walked towards Lin Mo. You are so young, but you have such a vicious mind. It was just a sparring match, but you actually killed me. Lu Hai said, and the blood and energy in his body had already covered Lin Mo. Lin Mo's face changed slightly, and he gritted his teeth to keep himself in place. Lu Hai sneered, kneel down and apologize. Lin Mo stared at him with a cold look. You are quite tough. Lu Hai said coldly, it's a pity that this toughness is used in the wrong place. I have to teach you a lesson for not correcting your mistakes. Scorching Sun Palm. He raised his right hand and slapped Lin Mo's chest. The light red blood turned into flames. Even though he was 1 meter away, Lin Mo still felt the heat. He has murderous intentions towards me. This palm strike will either kill me or injure me. Lin Mo's heart sank.
Seeing that the palm strike had already fallen, a look of determination flashed in his eyes. Buzz. Lin Mo imitated the way of confrontation during the mental power test and covered Lu Hai with his mental power.
Lu Hai, stop! A light shout sounded.
In the distance, a figure was approaching quickly, but it was too late.
Bang!
The hot palm print hit Lin Mo's chest, causing him to retreat repeatedly, and a streak of blood flowed from the corner of his mouth.
Lu Hai, you are crazy. The man looked at Lin Mo with blood at the corner of his mouth, his face gloomy.
At this moment, Lu Hai kept the action of striking, standing there, motionless. The man became even more angry and pointed at Lu Hai and said, I will report today's events.
When the time comes, plop.
Before he finished speaking, Lu Hai suddenly fell on his back. Everyone looked at Lu Hai, who was lying on the ground, and their mentality exploded.
What happened? Lin Mo had vomited blood, so why did Lu Hai faint? Could it be that he pretended to faint to escape punishment?
Some people had such thoughts in their minds, and then they admired Lu Hai, too smart.
Plop.
At this time, Lin Mo on the side also fell to the ground.
Another fainted? Everyone was stunned for a moment. These two people are acting. Only the visitor noticed something wrong and went forward to check on the two people. Mental damage. The final result shocked everyone. The reason for the two people's fainting was mental damage. Could it be? The man looked at Lin Mo, his pupils were like an earthquake, and he thought of a sentence about Lin Mo, you guys take Lu Hai to the hospital. After that, he personally carried Lin Mo and rushed away.
An hour later, in the special training camp's special hospital, Lin Mo slowly opened his eyes. The first thing that came into view was a girl in a pink nurse's uniform. She had a sweet look, fair skin, and a perfect figure.
You finally woke up.
The young nurse saw Lin Mo open his eyes, and a look of surprise appeared on her face. Lu Chuan, the person you sent here is awake.
Lu Chuan? Lin Mo rubbed his head. The side effects of forcibly using mental power as a means of attack were too great. Just now, his head almost exploded.
However, Lin Mo estimated that just at that moment, Lu Hai had endured at least 5 points of mental power attack. For a third-grade warrior, this was already quite terrifying. If you can avoid using this method in the future, you must not use it. If you use it too much, you will die. Lin Mo warned himself in his heart, and then looked up at the door. The sound of messy footsteps sounded, and a young man walked in with several middle-aged men.
Lin Mo, you are finally awake.
The young man was Lu Chuan.
He looked at Lin Mo with a little excitement.
Let me introduce you, these are the instructors of the special training camp. The three middle-aged men in front of him were the deputy instructor of the special training camp, Lei Meng, the special instructor Yanxia, and the trainer Jian Gu.
Okay, Lu Chuan, don't talk nonsense.
Lei Meng pulled Lu Chuan away and stood in front of Lin Mo, expectantly saying, Lin Mo, when you were sparring with Lu Hai just now, did you use mental attacks? Lin Mo hesitated for a moment, then nodded. The special training camp must have his information, so there is no need to hide anything about this matter.
You can use mental attacks at the warrior level.
Haha, great, we actually found a telekineticist of a warrior.
Telekinetic master?
Lin Mo was stunned for a moment when he heard this term for the first time.
Telekinetic master is a person who can freely control mental power before reaching the realm of martial king.
Yanxia said with a smile, although you are only a 4th-grade warrior, you used mental attack to knock out the 3rd-grade warrior Lu Hai. This is enough to show that your control of mental power has reached the level of a 1st-grade telekinetic master.
1st-grade telekinetic master. Lin Mo was still full of doubts. We will pass all the relevant information about telekinetic masters to you.
Lei Meng said with a smile, in the special training later, we will conduct special training for telekinetic masters.
I hope you can gain something. Okay, Lu Chuan, the rest is up to you. I will report this matter to the higher-ups.
This time Sun Xin and Zhang He have made contributions. After Lei Meng took the remaining 2 people away, only Lu Chuan and Lin Mo were left in the room. Let me introduce myself again.
My name is Lu Chuan. I am from Beijing Wuda. I am currently a senior and a martial king.
Lu Chuan said with a smile.
Martial king.
Lin Mo looked at Lu Chuan in shock. The man in front of him was only 5 years older than him, but he was 2 realms higher than him, stronger than Sun Xian and Zheng He of the same age. At the same time, the campers of the Divine Eagle Special Training Camp, we will spend 2 months together in the future. In short, the special training camp is just one sentence: as long as you have points, you are the king. It took Lu Chuan more than 2 hours to explain the basic situation of the Divine Eagle Special Training Camp. The training in the special training camp is relatively easy, but if you want to stay in the camp, you need a lot of points. Points can be obtained through tasks issued by instructors and instructors, or they can be obtained through private rewards. You are lucky. Instructor Lei just gave you 100 points as a reward. Lu Chuan showed an envious look on his face. 100 points can be exchanged for a full 10 low-level qi and blood pills.
Lin Mo was shocked. He didn't expect the value of points to be so high. Okay, you came the latest, I'll take you to meet everyone.
Lu Chuan clapped his hands, got up and walked out of the ward. Lin Mo followed him, and when he passed by the nurse, he was asked for her contact information. Arriving at the training base of the special training camp, Lin Mo felt a terrifying pressure coming from all directions. This feeling made his blood boil, but at the same time he couldn't help trembling. They are all training, so the blood and qi are seriously dissipated. If you feel uncomfortable with your current strength, go out and get some fresh air. Lu Chuan looked at Lin Mo, who had an ugly face, and smiled.
Lin Mo didn't say anything, just nodded. He looked around, and there were people training on almost all the fields.
The blood and qi were surging. Although he was a little unbearable, he still liked the scene.
Stop for a moment, introduce a newcomer to everyone. Lu Chuan shouted.
The blood and qi calmed down, and many people looked at Lin Mo with a scrutinizing look on their faces. Lin Mo, a 4th grade warrior, Lu Chuan deliberately paused for a while, wanting to see the expressions of the crowd. But everyone looked normal, and there was no intention of looking down on Lin Mo, 1st grade telekinetic master. Lu Chuan added with a smile on his face.
Wow!
The whole venue was boiling all of a sudden. The people who had been calm before looked at Lin Mo with shocked expressions on their faces. A 4th grade warrior actually reached the level of a 1st grade telekinetic master.
It's too scary.
Yan Ming, you became a 1st grade telekinetic master when you were a 3rd grade warrior. Compared with this kid, you are not so good. I heard from my brother that this kid only stayed in the genius training camp for 3 days, and he beat those geniuses badly. There are people beyond people, and there are heavens beyond heavens.
What are you sighing about? You are about to become a 3rd grade telekinetic master. Why are you pretending to compare with us?
Discussions from all directions sounded, and Lin Mo listened carefully with a smile on his face.
There was no doubt, no contempt, only amazement and praise. Welcome, brother Lin Mo.
Lu Chuan glanced at everyone, suddenly raised his voice, and clasped his fists to Lin Mo.
Welcome, brother Lin Mo. After Lu Chuan's voice fell, everyone present saluted Lin Mo with a fist. This is the highest etiquette among martial arts practitioners. It represents recognition and goodwill.
Lin Mo looked solemn and quickly responded with a fist. A wave of blood was stirring in his heart, and he was full of expectations for the special training life in the next 2 months. Because Lin Mo had just arrived, after showing his face in front of everyone, he was brought to the dormitory by Lu Chuan. The dormitory requires 5 points a day, and the daily food allowance is 5 points, so even if you don't take any tasks, your current points are enough for you to live for 10 days.
Lu Chuan brought Lin Mo daily necessities and took him to the door of the dormitory. Okay, you have 1 night to adapt, and tomorrow is the start of special training life.
After leaving this sentence, Lu Chuan turned around and wanted to leave.
Brother Lu.
Lin Mo quickly stopped him. When can I see the relevant information of the telekinetic master?
Lin Mo was full of curiosity about the telekinetic master.
During the fight with Lu Hai, he was able to knock out a 3rd-rank warrior with the strength of a 4th-rank warrior. This was simply a fantasy, but with his mental power and unexpectedness, he did it.
If he could better master the skills of a telekineticist, his combat power would be even better. Young people are all impatient. Luchuan pointed to the golden card inside Lin Mo's daily necessities. The card is the pass for the entire camp. You can check information about telekinesis masters in the data room. The reference room not only provides these materials, but also many basic skills of telekinesis masters. You can spend points to study, of course it's not cheap, thank you. Lin Mo thanked him with a smile. Luchuan waved his hand and turned around to leave. After Luchuan left, Lin Mo sorted out his daily necessities, then took the card and went out. Lin Mo had already written down where the reference room was when he accompanied Li Duo to visit the camp. After swiping his card at the door of the review room, Lin Mo felt heartbroken when he saw that the balance on the card suddenly dropped by 5 points. Through the search, Lin Mo quickly located the location of relevant information about telekinesis masters. Spending 5 points again, Lin Mo browsed through relevant information. First-grade telekinesis masters also have several practical skills, such as mental power perception, which can manipulate mental power and sense nearby situations. This skill allows me to take the upper hand in battle. Lin Mo found a skill that was more suitable for him to learn, and then quickly checked the number of points required. 100 points, why don't you go grab it? Lin Mo couldn't help but cursed and quickly left the reference room. The power of the tiger knuckles. It takes a lot of points to exchange for spiritual perception. I have to find a way to earn more points. In the past few days, Luchuan said that there are only 2 ways to earn points: rewards for completing tasks and rewards from instructors and others. Let's take a look at the things dropped in the dungeon first, and then go see what acceptable tasks are available tomorrow. Lin Mo made up his mind and took out the things he had previously obtained in the dungeon. Toxic Elvis teeth. Looking at the item information in the light group, Lin Mo had a smile on his face. The last ingredient for making a finger tiger is ready. Lin Mo took out the design drawing of the finger tiger and glanced at the prompts on it. His heartbeat couldn't help but accelerate. Once the yellow level 3rd grade weapon is successfully made, my combat effectiveness will definitely skyrocket. Lin Mo placed all the materials on the table in front of him, then took out the demon pill he got after killing the giant bear in school last time and put it aside. According to the requirements of the design drawings, Lin Mo assembled the materials step by step, while constantly tempering them with his own blood. A touch of blood wrapped around the material, and not long after, a light red weapon appeared in front of Lin Mo. Venomous tiger finger. Because the material contains poisonous Elvis teeth, it will inject venom into the opponent's body when attacking, causing the opponent to lose vision in a short time. Good stuff. Lin Mo looked at the information on Jihu with a smile on his face. Picking up the demon pill, Lin Mo poured the power of chi and blood into it. After a while, the demon pill began to melt, and finally turned into a drop of earthy yellow liquid, which dripped on the finger tiger. The drop of liquid trembled twice and then disappeared on the finger tiger. Lin Mo read the Jihu's information again and found that it had an additional function: the wearer could double his own strength. Twice the strength. Lin Mo's eyes lit up and he put the finger tiger on his hand. Diamond finger. Lin Mo used his martial arts skills, and the bloody finger tiger was covered with a layer of golden light. The sound of breaking wind sounded, and Lin Mo felt that the air was about to be torn apart by him. The attack power has increased by at least 80%. Lin Mo was shocked in his heart. The 3rd grade Huang level weapon had such a terrifying effect on martial arts. Coupled with the additional poisoning effect, even if I encounter bangs again, I may not lose so quickly. Suppressing the excitement in his heart, Lin Mo put away his finger tiger, sat cross-legged on the ground and began to practice. A night of silence. Early the next morning, Lin Mo went directly to the mission hall to see if there was any mission suitable for him. Because it was not yet time for training, there were many people in the mission hall. When Lin Mo arrived, many people smiled and said hello. Lin Mo, the tasks currently released are basically for warrior-level experts, so you may not be able to find a suitable task to gain points. Luchuan walked out of the crowd and said with a smile, but I recommend you choose to challenge the task. Every time you complete a challenge, you can get points ranging from 50 to 100. Thank you for letting me know.
After Lin Mo thanked him, he came to the challenge task publishing interface. These are all challenges that push the limits.
Who is this? The attack power of the Vajra finger can reach more than 3,000.
And this, I gained 96 points of chi and blood in one day. I must have swallowed a high-level chi and blood pill.
Lin Mo couldn't help but look surprised when he looked at the contents of the challenge mission.
You can try the attack power of martial arts and use the martial arts with which you are most proficient.
Lu Chuan smiled and gave his suggestion. Can I borrow a weapon?
Lin Mo thought of his finger tiger. With the bonus of the finger tiger, he might be able to attack with higher attack power.
Do you have weapons? Lu Chuan said with a surprised look on his face. Then I recommend you to try actual combat with weapons.
With the help of weapons, defeating someone with a higher level than yourself will be considered as completing the task. The last person to complete the task defeated a warrior who was 3 levels higher than him with a second-level yellow-level dagger. We have puppets that can be used to simulate actual battles. You can choose the level yourself. Do you want to try it?
Lin Mo nodded, followed Lu Chuan to the actual battlefield, and spent 10 points to redeem the right to use the actual combat puppet. Test the blood value before use. Lu Chuan pointed to the measuring instrument on the side. This is related to whether you have completed the challenge mission. Lin Mo put his hands on the measuring instrument, and after a moment, Lin Mo's blood value appeared on the screen. 46.4. Close to a 5th grade warrior. Lin Mo was also shocked when he saw this data. In just a short time, he had increased so much health value. 4th grade warrior, I suggest you challenge a 7th grade warrior. I want to try being a 9th grade peak warrior. Lin Mo rejected Lu Chuan's suggestion and adjusted the puppet's health value to 99 points. He is only a little short of a 1st grade warrior. Bang! As soon as the actual battle began, Lin Mo was punched by the puppet and almost flew backwards. It's so powerful. Although it's a puppet, its real combat effectiveness should be quite high. Lin Mo's face changed slightly, and he took out the finger tiger and put it on his right hand. Diamond finger. Lin Mo used his martial arts skills, and with the addition of strength from the diamond finger, he directly left claw marks on the puppet's body. Boom! At the same time, Lin Mo punched out, leaving a deep dent in the puppet's body. Bang bang bang! After several strikes, Lin Mo completely adapted to Jihu's attack method. He began to punch continuously, leaving traces on the puppet's body. It looked shocking. That's Lin Mo? Many people gathered around, their hearts trembling as they looked at Lin Mo, who kept attacking. This attack speed and power make me feel like a first-class warrior. This kid is too strong. If he reaches our level, I don't dare think about what he will become. Amidst the exclamations of a group of people, Lin Mo performed the tiger fist. Along with a tiger roar, everyone vaguely saw a colorful tiger appearing behind Lin Mo. Amid the power of blood and energy, the puppet was punched through the chest and fell completely to the ground. Lin Mo defeated the 9th grade warrior with the strength of a 4th grade warrior. After the brief shock, there was a long cheer. Lin Mo also had a smile on his face. The challenge was successful. Congratulations, I got 50 points. Lin Mo looked at the extra 50 points in the card, but couldn't smile. Because he had already spent 40 points yesterday plus today, and now adding 50 points, he only had 110 points. If he redeemed it for mental perception, he wouldn't even have enough points to eat. Lin Mo, as your assistant instructor, I will personally reward you with 50 points. A voice sounded. Lei Mang walked slowly in a green camouflage uniform and looked at Lin Mo with extremely satisfied eyes. Seeing that the points in his account had turned to 160, Lin Mo finally laughed. Thank you, Instructor Lei, I have to leave beforehand. Lin Mo couldn't wait to redeem his spiritual perception. When he came to the consultation room again, Lin Mo directly spent 100 points to redeem the skill of mental perception. At this time, it was also training time for the special training camp. Lin Mo came to the training room and followed everyone to train martial arts and cultivate chi and blood. Lei Mang, what do you think of this guy Lin Mo? Not far away, 2 figures were standing there,
paying attention to Lin Mo, it's very good.
After you get to college, you should make faster progress.
Lei Meng looked at Lin Mo with appreciation. Yesterday, I heard that he read a lot of things in the Qinyan Master's database. So I personally rewarded him with 50 points to exchange for spiritual power-related martial arts.
I wonder if this kid has other plans. Lei Meng and Jiang Ge stood together, watching Lin Mo discussing in a low voice. I hope he won't disappoint us.
Lei Meng nodded and left with Jiang Ge behind his back. At the special training ground, Yan Xia summoned everyone in front of him and said with a smile, "You guys have been in the special training camp for almost a week. I would like to ask you if you know why our training content is not to improve your chi and blood, but to find ways to train you to master weapons?"
After a brief silence in the crowd, everyone expressed their opinions. After Yan Xia listened with a smile for a few minutes, he turned his attention to Lin Mo. Do you know?
A battle between martial arts masters must ultimately be a battle of weapons. Only by mastering weapons extremely skillfully can you avoid death in the subsequent battles. After witnessing the scene of the last campus murder, Lin Mo knew full well the cruelty of the journey of cultivation.
You are right.
It's like you directly defeated the 9th grade warrior with the finger tiger in your hand. This strength is indeed very strong, but part of the reason is that you have the advantage of the weapon. Lin Mo nodded in agreement, because he knew very well that without Jihu, he would not be able to defeat the puppet.
Like martial arts, all weapons also have proficiency.
When your proficiency with a certain weapon reaches the top level, that weapon will become a part of your body. Knives, spears, swords, halberds. Yan Xia looked serious and explained the importance of weapons. There is a saying in the Chinese martial arts world that if someone can completely master all weapons, then this person will definitely have a chance to stand at the pinnacle of martial arts. With a look of reverence on Lu Chuan's face, he said slowly, "The perfect martial arts refers to those who have mastered the use of all weapons and fully exerted themselves to their limits."
Lu Chuan is right.
Yan Xia nodded. "So, I hope that you will master the basic skills of all weapons in these 2 months.
This will lay the foundation for you."
The day's special training ended quickly, and Lin Mo dragged his tired body directly back to the bedroom.
Spiritual perception.
Lin Mo took out the exchanged skills, with an excited look on his face, and the fatigue in his body seemed to disappear. Lin Mo sat cross-legged on the bed and started practicing according to the instructions above. He closed his eyes and tried to control his mental power. Gradually, his mental power turned into tentacles and extended in all directions.
Younger one, here comes the older one.
It's a strange feeling. I closed my eyes, but I can see everything within 20 meters around me clearly. In the bedroom, Lin Mo closed his eyes tightly and raised the corners of his mouth slightly. He had a similar experience in the genius training camp before, but compared with the current perception skills, everything he saw with his mental power was like a mosaic. Mental power perception is one of the most basic skills of a mind-reading master, but with this skill, a mind-reading master can anticipate the enemy in battle. With Lin Mo's current mental power, the perception skill only lasted for a few minutes, and the splitting headache appeared again. Opening his eyes, Lin Mo took out the blue medicine bottle he had taken before. Because he had used it once, there was not much medicine left in the bottle. I hope this thing can give me some more surprises. Lin Mo raised his head and drank the liquid in the medicine bottle.
In an instant, a cool feeling rushed into his mind.
Lin Mo enjoyed this coolness, and at the same time he could clearly feel that his mental power was increasing. After a moment, Lin Mo opened his eyes and used his spiritual perception again. This time, the range of spiritual perception expanded to about 25 meters. Lin Mo could clearly see that all the campers in the surrounding dormitories were practicing, and Lin Mo even saw a female camper dressed coolly in the bedroom. I didn't mean it. Lin Mo quickly retracted his spiritual perception, trying to get rid of the scene he had just perceived.
After calming down, Lin Mo's thoughts became active again. Can spiritual perception be improved through the martial arts field?
Thinking of this, Lin Mo took out a blood and chi pill and swallowed it.
After entering the dream, Lin Mo chose the martial arts field. Sure enough,
seeing that there was a spiritual perception option and the floating options in front of him, Lin Mo's face showed an excited smile. Lin Mo chose the spiritual perception without hesitation, and then a line of text appeared in front of him, blood and chi pill consumption times 10.
Are you kidding me?
10 blood and chi pills were consumed for one spiritual perception.
It's too much. Lin Mo couldn't help complaining.
But now the chi and blood pill has been consumed, Lin Mo can only accept it. Entering the martial arts arena, the Goblin Lord did not appear. In front of Lin Mo, there were 2 huge millstones.
How should this thing be used? Lin Mo approached the millstone, his face full of confusion.
The moment he stretched out his hand and touched the millstone, he felt a sharp pain in his head. The huge millstone turned slowly, and at the same time Lin Mo felt as if his spirit was being pulled out. This thing is grinding my mental power. Lin Mo quickly realized the role of the millstone, endured the severe pain, and gritted his teeth to persist.
Lin Mo could feel that his mental power began to become purer as the millstone was grinding. An hour later, Lin Mo opened his eyes.
Ha! He exhaled a long breath, and then struggled to stand up from the bed. Plop! The moment he stood up, Lin Mo bent his knees and knelt directly on the ground. At the same time, his muscles were trembling all over his body.
When the millstone was grinding his mental power, it was also a blow to his body.
It's already past 2 o'clock, so I don't need to sleep in the second half of the night. Lin Mo changed his clothes and started practicing the thunder breathing method.
Lin Mo, are you awake? A knock on the door woke Lin Mo up from his practice.
He got up and opened the door, and saw Lu Chuan standing outside.
Lin Mo, come with me.
Lu Chuan came up and took Lin Mo's hand and ran outside.
Brother Lu, where are you taking me?
You'll know when you get there,
Lu Chuan said without looking back.
After a while, the two came to the place where Lin Mo and Lu Hai had fought before. From a distance, they saw a group of people standing there. When they heard the footsteps, the group of people turned around and their eyes lit up when they saw Lin Mo. Here they are.
Uncle Lu, he is Lin Mo.
With Lin Mo's current strength, he can still hear their conversation clearly even from a distance.
Are they waiting for me?
Lin Mo looked at their eyes with a puzzled look on his face.
Lu Chuan glanced at Lin Mo and nodded silently.
When the two approached, the crowd automatically made way, revealing the 3 people standing in the middle. The middle-aged man and the middle-aged woman were obviously a couple, and the other was a young man of the same age as Lin Mo. In addition to the 3 of them, there was another person squatting on the ground, staring at the ground. Lin Mo knew this person, it was Lu Hai who had fought with him. Lin Mo followed his gaze and looked at the ground, and was speechless for a while. There was nothing on the ground except a group of ants. Could it be that the mental impact damaged his brain? Lin Mo saw the problem at a glance. However, Lin Mo did not regret it at all, because if he had not used his mental power forcibly at that time, he might have died now.
Lin Mo.
You are finally here. The middle-aged man saw Lin Mo, his eyes suddenly became extremely cold, and a stream of blood pressed directly towards Lin Mo.
Mr. Lu, please calm down.
Lu Chuan spoke lightly, and at the same time, mental power surged from his body and covered the middle-aged man. 2 different forces of chi and blood confront each other and then cancel each other out. Sure enough, the Eagle Special Training Camp is full of geniuses, and they have such terrifying strength at such a young age. The middle-aged man looked at Lu Chuan deeply, then looked at Lin Mo, raised his hand and pointed at him and said, "This man is so powerful with his spirit.
My son was severely injured. I don't know how the training camp will end.
If the special training camp wants to protect Lin Mo, then I will naturally report it to someone at a higher level." Mr. Lu, there is a misunderstanding about this matter, Lu Chuan stepped forward and said, "We also showed you the video of that day. It was Lu Hai who took the initiative and had murderous intentions towards Lin Mo. If Lin Mo hadn't resisted at that time, he would probably have died. If you die, you will die. If a kid appears out of nowhere, he will die." The middle-aged woman's face was full of resentment, and she walked towards Lin Mo step by step. "Do you know how hard Xiaohai works? Don't you know how much our family has paid for Xiaohai? Just because of you, all our previous efforts were in vain.
Damn you. Damn it."
After saying that, he rushed towards Lin Mo desperately. A warrior-level warrior. Lin Mo raised his brows. He had already put the finger tiger on his hand and assumed a defensive posture at the same time.
Mrs. Liu. This is a special training camp and belongs to the military.
Although your husband has a position, he still doesn't dare to act wild here. If you dare to take a step forward again, don't blame me for being rude. Lu Chuan's voice was low, and at the same time, his own energy and blood were covering the middle-aged woman. Feeling the power of qi and blood in Lu Chuan's body, the middle-aged woman's expression changed slightly and she stood still a few meters away from Lin Mo. Can the special training camp do whatever they want just because of their special status?
I'm going to file a complaint against you.
Not only will that bastard Lin Mo be complained by me, but you will be complained too. Seeing that she couldn't beat Lu Chuan, the middle-aged woman simply sat down on the ground and started wailing. I heard that there is a rule in the special training camp that peers of the same age can compete with each other. The middle-aged man looked at the young man beside him and said calmly, Lu Yang, you are about the same age as Lin Mo.
Let's compete with Lin Mo.
Yes, father. Lu Yang glanced at Lin Mo, then nodded and walked towards Lin Mo. Lu Yang, challenge Lin Mo on my behalf to fight to the death, until death.
Lu Yang spoke loudly with determination on his face.
At the same time, he took out a piece of white paper from his body, bit his fingertips and wrote a line on it, duel to the death, life or death depends on heaven.
Life and death. Lin Mo looked at the bloody signature and looked helplessly at Lu Chuan aside. Can I refuse?
According to the regulations of the special training camp, you cannot refuse. Lu Chuan shook his head. If you refuse, you will have to give up your status in the special training camp.
Do you think you can beat me? Lin Mo looked at Lu Yang.
The two were similar in age, but Lu Yang's energy and blood were much stronger than Lin Mo's.
Lu Yang, 9th level warrior, please.
Lu Yang did not respond to Lin Mo's words, but threw his life and death gesture towards Lin Mo.
After receiving the certificate of life and death, Lin Mo wrote his name on it with a pen.
Put. There was a burst of laughter from the crowd. You are so cowardly that you don't even dare to write words in blood. Lin Mo looked towards the crowd, and the one who had just spoken was a young man who was relatively close to Lu Hai. These words made me suddenly no longer in the mood for a duel, Lin Mo said, raising his hand to tear the life and death form into pieces.
Lin Mo, what do you want to do?
The middle-aged man looked at Lin Mo, his eyes filled with anger. I want him to slap himself and apologize to me. Lin Mo pointed at the young man and said with a smile.
The young man looked at Lin Mo with a mocking face. Are you stupid? Just because you want me to apologize? Isn't what I said the truth? That's no more.
Lin Mo simply tore up the situation of life and death and turned around to leave.
Apologize.
The middle-aged man looked at the young man and shouted coldly. The expression on the young man's face froze. He looked at Lin Mo, and after a long time he said unwillingly, yes. I'm sorry. And slapped myself in the face.
Bang bang.
The young man gritted his teeth and slapped himself hard twice.
Actually, it only takes one slap.
Lin Mo shook his head. You actually slapped yourself twice, TSK. The young man's face suddenly turned red with anger, and he stared at Lin Mo. After a long time, he turned around and left the place.
You feel more comfortable, shall we continue?
Lin Mo picked up the fragments of life and death, selected an unwritten fragment from it, and wrote his name.
Life and death, you make up the rest yourself. Lin Mo threw the fragments to Lu Yang.
Lu Yang glared at Lin Mo fiercely, then bit his finger and wrote his name on it, as well as the previous 8 characters.
Can we compete now?
Lu Yang stared at Lin Mo coldly. Since you are so eager to seek death, then I will help you. Lin Mo stared at Lu Yang with cold eyes and spoke slowly.
Mode. It's ridiculous. My son Lu Yang is only one step away from becoming a warrior. Who do you think you are, Lin Mo?
The middle-aged man sneered and spoke. The middle-aged woman on the side looked at Lin Mo even more bitterly. Yanger, kill him to avenge your brother. Kill. Lu Yang shouted coldly and rushed towards Lin Mo. Roar.
Tiger roar impact. The sound waves covered Lu Yang like a wave.
Liu Yang's body trembled, he felt his head buzzing, and his movements became much slower.
Kill me?
By the time Liu Yang came to his senses, Lin Mo was already in front of him.
Bang!
Lin Mo used the tiger fist and hit Liu Yang with terrifying force. In an instant, Liu Yang flew backwards and hit the ground heavily.
So strong!
Everyone exclaimed, looking at Lin Mo with shock in their eyes. He was obviously much stronger than Lin Mo, but he was beaten down.
Younger, middle-aged men and women couldn't help shouting, "Use weapons!"
Liu Yang got up from the ground and took a dagger from somewhere in his hand. The dagger flashed with cold light, its sharpness was overwhelming.
Weapons of the 3rd level or above of Huang rank. Everyone exclaimed. With Liu Yang's strength in this dagger, Lin Mo will definitely lose no matter how powerful he is in combat. Death!
Liu Yang rushed forward again, and the sharp dagger slashed directly towards Lin Mo's neck.
Just you?
Lin Mo's cold voice sounded, and at the same time, his golden fingers were already pointing towards the dagger.
Bang! The dagger suddenly broke into 2 pieces.
Seeing this scene, everyone felt numb. It was a 3rd-grade Huan-level dagger, and it was broken by Lin Mo with just 1 finger.
Puff!
After breaking the dagger, Lin Mo didn't stop moving his hand, and directly hit Liu Yang's chest with his fist and finger tiger. Red blood continued to overflow down his chest, and Liu Yang's body fell heavily to the ground on his back. Died, someone in the crowd said such a thing, and then there was a roar.
Am I right? A 9th-grade warrior was beaten by Lin Mo. A 3rd-grade Huang-level dagger is as if it's made of tofu, horrible. Lu Chuan also looked at Lin Mo with shock. He was extremely talented and could defeat his opponents across 2 small realms even when he was in the warrior realm.
But Lin Mo crossed 4 realms and killed Liu Yang, who was holding a yellow-level 3rd-grade weapon.
This combat power is so terrifying. You killed my son, you take your life.
The middle-aged woman rushed towards Lin Mo desperately with red eyes.
Buzz!
Lin Mo punched, the wind blowing from his fist, and he stopped a few centimeters away from the middle-aged woman.
You want to die?
Lin Mo said coldly.
The middle-aged woman's strength is only that of an 8th-level warrior. In a real fight, Lin Mo can kill her instantly. Lin Mo. The middle-aged man looked at Lin Mo and said sternly, "How can you be my son's opponent?
You must have used the ability of a Mind Shi master."
I am going to kill you. The middle-aged man is far more powerful than Lin Mo. If he takes action, Lin Mo will definitely die. Isn't it appropriate for Mr. Liu to do this?
Lu Chuan took a step forward and said calmly, "Life and death are in my hands. Life and death are determined by fate." He used Nian Shi master, he didn't. Lu Chuan said calmly, "At the beginning of the battle, a restriction was opened in the middle of the battlefield, and mental power cannot be used.
This is impossible. How could a 4th-grade warrior be my son's opponent?"
The middle-aged man had a look of despair on his face, unwilling to accept this result at all.
"If I use my mental power, your son's death will be even worse."
Lin Mo put his hands behind his back and said calmly, "If I step into the warrior realm, you can come to me and fight to the death at any time." After saying that, he turned around and left. Looking at Lin Mo's back, the faces of the middle-aged man and middle-aged woman were full of despair.
With Lin Mo's current fighting power, if he really stepped into the realm of warriors, how could they be Lin Mo's opponents? But now if he wants to attack Lin Mo, the special training camp will not agree. "Xiao Hai, let's go home." The middle-aged man's face was cold. He stepped forward to pick up Liu Yang's body, and then looked at his son Liu Hai. "My Liu family will do everything possible to cure you, and wait for you to come back to avenge your brother." Liu Hai was one of the people here, and he and Lin Mo were barely the same age. If he were to kill him in the decisive battle with Lin Mo, no one would have anything to say. There was a silly smile on Liu Hai's face, and I couldn't understand what he was talking about. In the special training camp, Lin Mo caught everyone's attention as soon as he appeared. Bang bang bang. I don't know who took the lead, but a group of people immediately applauded. "Lin Mo, good job. Awesome, you have defeated your opponents across 4 realms. You should be number one in the entire special training camp.
Lin Mo, facing the compliments from all directions, Lin Mo nodded to everyone with a smile on his face.
You can kill Liu Yang without using any mental power. This Lin Mo is quite powerful.
Not far away, Lei Meng looked at Lin Mo, his face full of appreciation.
Could it be a special physique?
Yan Xia couldn't help but said, I heard that the Huanglong group has recruited many strong men with special physiques, and some of them are known for their combat prowess.
This kind of physique is called a battle body. Could Lin Mo be a battle body? Battle body?
Lei Meng raised his eyebrows and said in a deep voice, if this is true, then we must report it to the higher-ups immediately.
Observe further, this kid is already a mind-reading master. If he also has a battle body, that's too scary. The two looked at Lin Mo and couldn't help but tremble in their hearts.
Lin Mo, who was completely unaware of all this, began to contact weapons in the special training camp. He deliberately chose brass knuckles as the first weapon to contact, and combined with the several boxing techniques they currently mastered, Lin Mo felt that his combat power seemed to have improved a lot. There is no corresponding martial arts for brass knuckles, but all boxing techniques can be performed through brass knuckles. What's more, there is a demon pill in my brass knuckles, which can double the power. Lin Mo had a smile on his face as he practiced the special features of the brass knuckles over and over again. At night, in the bedroom of the special training camp, Lin Mo took out a qi and blood pill as expected, swallowed it, and entered a dream. Looking at the options in front of him, Lin Mo spent 4 qi and blood pills and chose the martial arts arena. Here, he tried to improve his proficiency in the brass knuckles. 3 hours later, Lin Mo opened his eyes with an unsatisfied look on his face. The proficiency of the brass knuckles should be improved. Do you want to try it in the dungeon? Lin Mo's eyes lit up, and he finally took out another qi and blood pill and swallowed it. This time, Lin Mo did not continue to enter the martial arts arena, but chose the dungeon. Unlike before, this time, in addition to the dungeon that Lin Mo had cleared before, there was another option in front of him. Abyss mode. Looking at the bloody 4 words, Lin Mo felt a fear rising from the bottom of his heart. Consume 10 qi and blood pills. Lin Mo was shocked. He prepared a lot of qi and blood pills for this special training camp, but after several nights of consumption, there are only less than 30 left. If he spends 10 more qi and blood pills to brush the abyss. Isn't it just 10 qi and blood pills? I want to see what kind of monsters can appear in the abyss. Lin Mo gritted his teeth and directly selected the abyss mode. In an instant, Lin Mo felt that the scene in front of him had changed. The familiar scenery in the original copy disappeared, replaced by an extremely depressing atmosphere. There was no sunlight in the sky, but everything around could be seen. It seemed that there were unknown light sources around. Is this the abyss? Lin Mo tried to search the surroundings with his mental power, but found nothing. 10 qi and blood pills, just let me take a look at the surrounding scenery? Lin Mo couldn't help but complain. The surrounding space was much larger than the previous copy, so he directly chose a direction to move forward. That is qi and blood grass. As soon as he walked a distance, Lin Mo's eyes widened. He saw a blood grass not far away. He hurried forward, pulled up the blood grass by the roots, and tried to put it into the space of his brain. What Lin Mo didn't expect was that he succeeded. Everything encountered in the abyss can be taken away. Lin Mo was a little surprised and made such a judgment in his heart. After walking forward for a distance, Lin Mo collected another 3 blood grasses in succession. Just when Lin Mo thought that today's harvest was over, a sound of footsteps suddenly sounded in the distance. Something is approaching. Lin Mo's face changed slightly, he looked around, and finally jumped onto a big tree next to him. He carefully gathered his mental power and looked in the direction of the footsteps. Soon, a figure slowly walked out of the bushes in the distance. It was green all over and held a wooden stick in its hand. Goblin! Lin Mo breathed a sigh of relief, jumped down from the tree, and looked at the goblin in front of him. Invader! The goblin screamed and smashed Lin Mo's head with a wooden stick. Is this all the monsters in the abyss can do? Lin Mo smiled and punched the goblin. Bang! After a loud bang, Lin Mo's face changed drastically. The whole person quickly stepped back a few steps. He stood there looking at the goblin in front of him, his expression became solemn. A warrior-level goblin. At the moment of the fight, Lin Mo had already felt that the goblin's strength had reached the warrior level. Fortunately, his IQ is not high. If it is higher, I will be finished. Lin Mo felt so lucky. Although the goblin in front of him had the strength of a warrior, it could not cause much damage to him. In the next few minutes, Lin Mo fought with the goblin with brass knuckles and finally killed the goblin. As before, a warm current flowed into his body from the goblin. Just as Lin Mo was feeling the strength of this warm current, footsteps sounded from afar. The dense footsteps sounded like countless ants migrating. Listening to these footsteps, Lin Mo's face changed immediately. Clam fight. The dense footsteps came from far away, and Lin Mo felt his scalp tingling. He stood on a high place and looked far away, and almost cried out. At least 30 goblins were walking towards him only a few dozen meters away. Moreover, Lin Mo saw several tall goblin lords among the goblins, and they were full of blood. Don't find me. Lin Mo hid in the tree helplessly. If so many goblins really rushed towards him, he would have no chance of survival. Soon the goblins came under the big tree, and Lin Mo's heartbeat began to speed up. Step. With a light sound, one of the goblins suddenly stopped and looked up. Lin Mo's heart was about to fly out of his throat, for fear of being discovered. Fortunately, this goblin just took a look and continued to move forward. It took a long time for all the goblins to leave. Lin Mo waited until they left before he let out a long sigh. No, I have to leave here quickly. This kind of place is not for me to come now. Lin Mo made up his mind and prepared to find a place to hide. After the effect of the chi and blood pill ended, he would leave automatically. Boom boom boom. At this moment, Lin Mo suddenly heard a booming sound coming from a distance. Isn't this the direction where the goblins left? Lin Mo hesitated and walked in that direction. The closer he got, the louder the boom became. In the end, Lin Mo felt that the ground seemed to be shaking. It's the sound of fighting. Something is fighting with the goblins in front. Lin Mo immediately raised his spirits and approached there lightly. A few minutes later, Lin Mo climbed up a big tree and looked towards the center of the battle. Oh my god! Looking at everything in front of him, Lin Mo couldn't help but exclaimed. About 30 meters away from him, stood a 5-meter-tall black gorilla. It had strong limbs, bulging chest muscles, a pair of earthy yellow eyes flashing with fierce light, and a half-broken corpse in its mouth. It swallowed the goblin alive. This chimpanzee is so fierce. Lin Mo couldn't help but exclaimed. The chimpanzee was surrounded by the group of goblins that Lin Mo had just seen. They were led by several goblin lords and attacked the chimpanzee. The number of goblins was large. Even though they were not as strong as the chimpanzees, they had the upper hand with their number advantage. Puff! One of the goblin lords inserted the bone knife in his hand directly into the thigh of the chimpanzee. Roar! The chimpanzee roared, and his strong arms beat his chest like a drum. The sound was chilling. Puff! The huge body jumped up and hit the goblin lord heavily. With a puff, green liquid splashed out, and the goblin lord was directly crushed to death. So strong! Lin Mo couldn't help but exclaimed. This chimpanzee may have reached the level of Martial King. If he met it, he would basically be beaten to death and eaten in one encounter. Just when Lin Mo was shocked, he suddenly felt a warm current in his body. What's going on? Lin Mo felt the increase in his chi and blood value, and a puzzled look appeared on his face. After a moment, he looked at the goblin lord who was crushed into blood mud not far away. Could it be that after the chimpanzee killed the goblin lord, I can still get the chi and blood improvement? Just when Lin Mo was puzzled, the chimpanzee grabbed the goblin and pulled it hard. The goblin was directly torn into several pieces. It stuffed it into its mouth, and Lin Mo felt a warm current flowing into his body again. It's true. The chimpanzee killed the goblin, and I can still get the chi and blood value. Lin Mo looked at the remaining dozen goblins with a look of surprise on his face.
If all these goblins are killed, I will make a lot of money.
Lin Mo looked at the chimpanzee and cheered for him silently in his heart.
Boom! Boom! Boom!
The ground shook, and the chimpanzee clasped his fists and pounded the ground hard.
The goblin was immediately shaken into a mess, and the chimpanzee took the opportunity to attack.
After clasping his hands, they were as hard as stone.
None of the ordinary goblins could withstand its attack. So cool! So cool! Lin Mo couldn't help laughing.
In this short while, his blood value increased by at least 5 points. Roar! Just as Lin Mo was immersed in the joy of his blood value skyrocketing, he suddenly felt a pair of eyes staring at him.
Bang bang bang!
The ground shook, and the gorilla actually found Lin Mo hiding in the book and was running towards him furiously.
It's over! Lin Mo's face turned pale in an instant.
After sliding down from the tree, he ran away desperately. Roar! The roar sounded again. Lin Mo looked back and almost laughed out loud.
The legs of the running chimpanzee were pierced with arrows.
Behind the chimpanzee stood 2 other goblin lords, who shot arrows at the chimpanzee's legs at the same time. With a plop, the chimpanzee fell to the ground, unable to even stand up. These 2 goblins are so insidious, they actually coated the arrows with poison. Seeing that the wound on the chimpanzee was bleeding black blood, Lin Mo's eyes suddenly lit up.
If this chimpanzee dies, can I also get chi and blood?
Also, if a monster of this level dies, there must be items dropped. The poison chimpanzee on the other side fell into a rage, and directly left Lin Mo and turned to continue attacking the goblins. The chimpanzee in anger was almost a killing machine. The goblins in front of him were like blank paper and could be easily torn apart. Lin Mo stood on the tree, feeling the chi and blood constantly flowing into his body, and couldn't help but scream.
Hoo hoo hoo. Not long after, all the goblins were smashed into meat paste by the chimpanzee.
Lin Mo noticed that there were 2 light balls around the dead goblins.
Ah, there are still items dropped? Find time to go down and pick them all up. Lin Mo looked at the chimpanzee.
Because of a series of killings, the speed at which the toxins flowed in his body accelerated. Now it began to breathe heavily, as if it was going to die at any time.
The last gasp of a dying horse. Lin Mo was extremely excited.
He simply jumped down from the tree and walked towards the chimpanzee step by step. Seeing Lin Mo coming towards him, the chimpanzee was extremely angry and bared his teeth at Lin Mo more than once. Lin Mo crossed his arms and stopped about 10 meters away from the chimpanzee. The wounds on the chimpanzee's legs had begun to swell, and even pus and blood flowed out, looking extremely miserable. And Lin Mo found that the breath of this chimpanzee was also constantly weakening. A few minutes later, the chimpanzee collapsed on the ground weakly, lying on his back, with his chest rising and falling slowly. Lin Mo was not in a hurry, so he stood not far away and waited. He didn't believe that a monster at the level of king of martial arts would die so easily.
Sure enough, a few minutes later, the chimpanzee raised his head and looked at Lin Mo, and even roared at Lin Mo twice.
This roar seemed to be full of strong unwillingness.
Bang! Its head hit the ground heavily, and it was completely dead. The chimpanzee is dead. Huge profits.
Lin Mo's face immediately showed an excited look and he took 2 steps forward. Buzz! A huge force of energy and blood poured directly into Lin Mo's body. His body was trembling slightly, enduring the rush of energy and blood, and his meridians were twitching, as if they were about to burst. Within the dantian, the energy and blood are like a sea, rolling continuously, setting off waves of energy and blood. Lin Mo's forehead and body were covered with sweat, but there was a determined look on his face. After staying up for more than an hour, the pain on Lin Mo's body slowly disappeared. In front of him, the chimpanzee's body had disappeared, replaced by a faint light dancing slowly in front of him.
It's so cool. This is the so-called snipe and clam fighting for the fisherman's profit.
Lin Mo put the light ball away, and then moved forward to put away the few light balls. After Lin Mo discovered that the things here could be taken away, his mind suddenly became more active. He began to rummage through the corpses to see if there was anything good in them. To Lin Mo's disappointment, these monsters seemed to have no pursuit of weapons. After searching around, he only saw some bone knives or stone hammers on the ground. Basically, they are all weapons without grades. There is a first-grade yellow-grade weapon, but it is far behind compared to my stick. However, since I met him, I was not polite and took him away directly. The value of Huang-level first-grade weapons is more than 500,000 yuan. Lin Mo felt very good after picking up 500,000 yuan for nothing. Roar! At this time, another roar sounded, but this roar was too far away, but Lin Mo still felt as if his body was about to explode. Damn, there's a new monster here. Lin Mo felt the breath coming from the distance and almost immediately deduced that this was a terrifying monster. Sure enough, trees in the distance fell down one after another, and a huge body was running towards here. That was a fierce tiger, far more powerful than what he had seen in the talent training camp. Lin Mo saw cracks starting to appear on the ground and extending towards him. Run! It's too late. Lin Mo smiled bitterly. Could it be that he was going to die here? At this moment, Lin Mo felt that his body had become unreal. The effect of the qi and blood pill is over. Lin Mo showed a surprised smile on his face. Ha, what can you do to me, no puff? The tiger's body fell from the sky and pounced on the place where Lin Mo was standing. The moment it fell, Lin Mo's body disappeared. The tiger looked at Lin Mo, who disappeared beneath him, his huge tiger face full of doubts. Hoo-foo-foo, it scared me to death. It scared me to death. In the bedroom, Lin Mo opened his eyes suddenly, breathing heavily. He was soaked with sweat. Recalling the critical moment just now, Lin Mo couldn't help but feel scared. If the medicine hadn't ended at the right time, he might have been crushed into a pulp by now. However, this wave is not a loss. Lin Mo smiled with a smile on his face, and 4 balls of light hung in his mind, one of which fell from the chimpanzee. It must be a good thing. Lin Mo looked excited and took out all 4 glimmers of light. Qi blood grass, it's scary to see how good this quality is. It's still an intermediate level qi blood grass. With previous experience in refining low-level qi blood pills, Lin Mo already had some experience in identifying poisonous qi blood grass. According to his judgment, what the Goblin King dropped should be an intermediate qi blood grass. This kind of qi blood grass is a necessary elixir for refining intermediate-level qi blood pills. However, the output is rare, and one plant can be sold for about 1 million. One plant is 1 million. Lin Mo looked at the 2 intermediate qi blood grasses in front of him as if he saw money. With 2 million in hand, this single ball of light can already offset the amount of qi and blood pills I consumed this time. Lin Mo was very excited. After entering a copy of the game, my strength increased, and I got so many good things for nothing. The most important thing is that the consumption of qi and blood pills was replenished. Thank you for taking a look at what's inside the other 3 light groups. Lin Mo rubbed his hands and opened another light group. It is still an intermediate qi blood grass. 4 million in hand. After the 3rd light group opened, Lin Mo's eyes suddenly lit up. Finally, it's not qi shui chao, this is a design drawing. A Xuanjie first-grade glove. Lin Mo took a look at the design materials and took a breath of air. All of them are materials that can only be produced by the abyss. I can't go to the abyss to die. Lin Mo was a little depressed. The design of a Xuanji boxing glove was right in front of him, but he couldn't make it. Put it away first, improve your strength, and find an opportunity to enter the abyss again. Lin Mo made up his mind. If you want to wander in the abyss, you must at least have the strength of the king of martial arts, otherwise it will not be enough to watch. Putting away the design drawing, Lin Mo's eyes fell on the last light group. This is a ball of light produced by chimpanzees. Chimpanzees are very powerful. If they were not poisoned, these goblins would not be enough to fill the gap between his teeth. It's a pity that the boat capsized in the gutter in the end. Lin Mo felt a little sorry, but he was also really happy. If the chimpanzee hadn't been poisoned, he would have gotten so many good things. Lin Mo had a smile on his face, and he was grateful to the gorilla and goblin in his heart. After gathering his thoughts, Lin Mo opened the last light group. Looking at the things inside the light ball, Lin Mo fell into deep thought. It was a palm-sized yellow card with no words on it.
What is this? Lin Mo looked at the yellow card. Could this chimpanzee have played basketball before he died? Yellow card?
He reached out and took the yellow card in his hand, and the information about the yellow card instantly appeared in his mind. Empowerment card. This empowerment card can empower the holder, and the empowerment attribute is Earth attribute. Lin Mo savored the information in his mind, and his expression was very wonderful. What the hell is Earth attribute? That gorilla doesn't look like a monster with Earth attribute. Looking at the card in his hand, Lin Mo hesitated. Empowerment. Finally, Lin Mo gritted his teeth and made his own decision. On the road of martial arts, one must seize every minute. If you are timid and worried about gains and losses, it will inevitably affect your Tao heart. Accompanied by Lin Mo's cold shout, the empowerment card flashed twice, and then slowly merged into Lin Mo's body. After the card disappeared, Lin Mo looked at a loss. Is it empowerment as agreed? Why don't I feel that I have an extra Earth attribute? Lin Mo was speechless. The Earth attribute should be mainly defensive. Lin Mo thought about it, stood up, took out a dagger, and stabbed his palm fiercely. But what Lin Mo didn't expect was that the dagger only scratched his hand, but there was no substantial damage. It's really defensive. According to my current judgment, after becoming an Earth attribute, I can at least withstand any attack below the third rank of warrior. Lin Mo stood up and almost cried out. The rest is to see how much my blood value has increased. Lin Mo is extremely looking forward to the measurement results. Blood Society. In front of the Qi and blood meter, Lin Mo placed his hands on it, and after a moment, he looked at the screen. 59. Lin Mo took a breath of cold air. He guessed that his Qi and blood value would skyrocket, but he didn't expect that his Qi and blood value would increase so much. I'm just a little bit away from the level of a 6th grade warrior. Lin Mo smiled. This time he entered the Abyss dungeon and made a lot of money. And this boxing glove. Lin Mo took out the design and carefully read the required materials on it. The most important material should be this demon ape hand. I don't know where I can get this thing. In the design, many materials can be purchased through the martial arts field, only the demon ape hand needs to be dropped in the dungeon. Let's talk about it when we have a chance. Lin Mo packed up everything and went to the special training classroom to prepare for class. But when he stepped into the classroom, everyone looked at him in surprise. Lin Mo, why are you here? Lu Chuan looked at Lin Mo, a little surprised. Why can't I come? Lin Mo was full of doubts. Isn't it class time now? But you haven't been to class for 7 days. Lu Chuan frowned and said, we all thought you felt that you couldn't keep up, so you practiced in your bedroom. 7 days? Lin Mo was startled, took out his mobile phone and took a look, and was stunned. His Abyss dungeon lasted for 7 days this time. Too scary. Lin Mo suppressed the shock in his heart, smiled and said, I'm tired of sleeping in the bedroom, so I came out for a walk and went to class by the way. As soon as Lin Mo finished speaking, a group of people rolled their eyes at Lin Mo sleeping in the bedroom. Who would believe it? Someone couldn't help laughing and said, could it be that he secretly took Qi and blood pills in the bedroom? You guessed it. Lin Mo smiled and nodded, has anything happened recently? Speaking of which, there is really one thing. Lu Chuan slapped his head and said with a smile, you were away for these 7 days, and the points should have been almost used up. There is a task here. Do you want to try it? Task? Lin Mo immediately became interested. If he kept earning points by challenging tasks, Lin Mo would feel that he had little sense of accomplishment. Come with me. Lu Chuan took Lin Mo to the place where the tasks were posted, and pointed to a task on the screen. A hiding place of the Dark Blood Society was found outside the Sand City. After investigation, there are 5 3rd-grade warriors, 1 9th-grade warrior, and about 20 other warriors. This is the information of the task. You can take a look. If there is no problem, you can choose to take it. After completing it, you will get more than 200 points. Such a simple task, why don't you take it? This task is obviously prepared for you. If any one of us takes this kind of task,
we will definitely be stabbed in the back. Lu Chuan put the information in Lin Mo's hand and turned away. Lin Mo opened the information and read it carefully.
According to the description in the information, the people of the Dark Blood Society have captured many children near the Sand City.
Now those children should be locked up in the hiding place of the Dark Blood Society.
So this time the task is to cooperate with the people of the Public Security Bureau to complete the rescue of the children and kill those members of the Dark Blood Society.
It's best to kill them all.
Lin Mo looked at the task requirements, and after a moment of silence, he chose to take on this character.
More than 30 warrior-level masters, the strongest of whom is at the 9th grade warrior level.
It is indeed a challenge for me, but it is not too dangerous. After Lin Mo accepted the task, he immediately received a phone number on his mobile phone. The owner of the number is Leng He, the deputy director of the Shacheng Public Security Bureau and one of the partners in this mission. Lin Mo called Leng He, but he didn't expect that she was actually a woman. After Lin Mo explained the reason for the call, Leng He just told him an address. Without special circumstances, the special training camp cannot be left, but after Lin Mo accepted the task, he was approved to leave the special training camp. The moment he stepped out of the special training camp, Lin Mo took a deep breath, raised his hand to stop a taxi, and reported the address of the Public Security Bureau. Young people who know their mistakes and can correct them still have a chance. Reform yourself after you go in, Uncle is counting on you. After the driver sent Lin Mo to the door of the Public Security Bureau, he sincerely exhorted him.
Lin Mo was speechless for a while.
This idiot driver actually thought he was a prisoner who came to the Public Security Bureau to surrender.
This train of thought is simply amazing.
After entering the Public Security Bureau, 2 security guards immediately came up and looked at Lin Mo with a vigilant look.
What are you doing here?
One of the security guards reached for his waist with one hand and shouted at Lin Mo, I'm looking for Leng He. Lin Mo took out his mobile phone and called Leng He again. A few minutes later, Leng He walked out of the Public Security Bureau.
After seeing Leng He's appearance, Lin Mo's eyes widened immediately.
Black long boots and a tight leather jacket perfectly outlined her figure.
Are you the person Lei Meng mentioned?
Leng He looked at Lin Mo with a scrutinizing look in his eyes. How old are you?
18. Lin Mo smiled and said, Captain Lang, hello.
He reached out to Leng He, but the latter looked at him and took out his phone helplessly.
After a while, the call was connected, and Leng He shouted into the phone, Lei Meng, are you kidding me?
I asked you to arrange a suitable support for me, but you arranged a younger brother for me. Look at how skinny he is.
When he enters the Dark Blood Society, we will have to allocate manpower to take care of him if we don't kill anyone.
Lin Mo stood aside, and he understood at this time. Leng He thought he was too young, and was worried that he would be timid when fighting with the Dark Blood Society. Lin Mo's eyes swept around the Public Security Bureau, and finally walked to a sandbag in the hall.
Bang!
Lin Mo punched the sandbag, and with a muffled sound, the whole sandbag exploded directly, and the sand inside flowed all over the floor. Leng He, who was on the phone, heard the voice and instinctively wanted to curse, but when she saw Lin Mo standing in front of the sandbag, her eyes lit up slightly. This sandbag is actually customized with special materials, and it is impossible to break it with half the attack power. To blow it up, at least more than 1000 attack power is required.
Could it be that this kid looks young, but is actually a warrior-level warrior? Leng He looked at Lin Mo and silently calculated. Director Lang, am I qualified now?
Lin Mo blew the sand on his hand and looked at Leng He.
Welcome to join our task force.
Leng He hung up the phone directly and stretched out his hand to Lin Mo. Lin Mo glanced at it, then stretched out his hand and shook it.
This woman looks heroic, but her hands are very smooth.
Captain Lang, please introduce your arrangements to me.
I will fully cooperate with you here.
Lin Mo withdrew his hand and looked at Leng He. At present, our plan is to find someone to pretend to be a child, infiltrate the enemy, and then cooperate with the inside and outside to catch them all in one fell swoop. According to our statistics, the Dark Blood Society kidnaps children between the ages of 10 and 16. You are exactly 18 years old.
If you make some changes, you should look very young.
We will make some changes to your image based on the results. Lin Yi said, nodding to the security guard next to him. Soon, several people came out from the back, pressed Lin Mo directly on the stool, and began to make up for him. More than an hour later, Lin Mo looked at himself in the mirror and felt like crying but had no tears. His wheat-colored skin was now frighteningly white after being applied with foundation. In order to highlight the softness of Lin Mo's current image, the makeup artist even specially painted lipstick and eyeshadow on Lin Mo. I am too embarrassed to see anyone. If I complete my mission, will there be a TV reporter interviewing me? I don't want to be interviewed by then. Lin Mo looked at Lung He and said with a smile. Don't worry, it's not my turn to be interviewed even if I am interviewed. Lung He rolled his eyes at Lin Mo and said lightly. However, after saying that, Lung He couldn't help but look at Lin Mo a few more times. It must be said that handsome people look good no matter how they put on makeup. At this moment, Lin Mo, with lipstick and eyeshadow, has a strange beauty. Zhang He, Li Quan, you two go to gather people and let them gather in the hall. This time, I ask everyone to be prepared to die in battle. Lung He's voice was solemn. They have participated in similar actions more than once, and every time there are countless familiar people falling in front of them. Lung He really didn't want to see his companions die in front of him, but when it really came to the time to step forward, Lung He never backed down. You follow the address we gave you and guard there. Remember, you can't act rashly before entering the Dark Blood Club. I know your strength is not bad, but if a group of people rush up, you can't be their opponent at all. Lin Mo nodded, indicating that he knew. After taking a look at the address above, he left the Public Security Bureau alone. Half an hour later, Lin Mo came to a park in the suburbs of Shachan. Because it is close to the suburbs, even though this park is large in area, there are still not many people visiting. In addition, the sun was about to set, and most people had gone back, so the whole park was empty. Lin Mo found a vacant spot and pretended to be taking pictures. At this time, Lin Mo noticed the footsteps behind him. Fourth-rank warrior. Lin Mo felt the strength of this person and breathed a sigh of relief. Don't move, kid, if you dare to move, I'll kill you. Behind him, something cold pressed against Lin Mo's back. With this action, Lin Mo had at least 10 ways to dodge and subdue the person behind him. But Lin Mo gave up the opportunity to subdue the person behind him. Soon, Lin Mo was taken to a car and soon arrived at the branch of the Dark Blood Society in the suburbs. Wrong. Pushing open the iron gate, Lin Mo saw a small courtyard surrounded by high walls, and facing the gate were 4 tiled houses. Go in. The middle-aged man behind him put a dagger against Lin Mo's waist and shouted in a deep voice. Lin Mo pretended to be frightened and walked forward. When he got close to the house, Lin Mo smelled an unpleasant smell. Lin Mo used his spiritual perception to cover the house in front. The house was quiet, but Lin Mo used his spirit to see people lying on the ground one by one. There were also several figures lying there, no life, obviously, people were dead. With a creak, the door was pushed open a crack, and a beam of light shone in. Lin Mo saw several children curled up in the corner. They were looking at Lin Mo and the man behind him in panic. The room was full of children. Lin Mo looked around and did not find anyone guarding it. Is the intelligence wrong? There aren't that many warriors here? Lin Mo frowned, and then he was kicked into the house. Lin Mo used the force to fall directly to the ground, turned around and looked outside. There was only this one man in the whole yard. Lin Mo's eyes flickered, and he silently evaluated in his mind whether to take action now, kill the man, and then take everyone away. Something's wrong. Soon, Lin Mo found something unusual. He gently moved to the side, then raised his hand and knocked on the ground. Dong dong dong. The sound from the ground was very unusual. There was a secret room underground. Lin Mo tried to penetrate his spiritual perception into the ground little by little. In just a moment, Lin Mo's face showed a look of shock. There was actually a huge secret room under the house. Inside the secret room, there was a group of people standing, 3 of whom had the most terrifying aura, at least reaching the warrior realm. I was deceived. There's something wrong with the intelligence. Lin Mo had a bad premonition in his heart. Lin Mo didn't know Lang He's strength, but he was sure that Lang He's strength would not exceed Sun Qian's. But even if Sun Qian was here, she would probably lose to 3 warrior-level warriors. First send someone to spread false news, and then attract the people from the Public Security Bureau, so as to catch everyone in one fell swoop. The Dark Blood Society is so calculating. Lin Mo's eyes flickered, looking at the direction of the gate, constantly thinking about countermeasures. A 4th-grade warrior, with my current strength, I can kill him instantly, but after killing him instantly, I can escape by myself. He turned around and glanced at the remaining dozen children lying on the ground shivering. No, if I leave, they will all die. Lin Mo glanced at the corpse in the corner, and his eyes became firm. When Lang He comes, I will find a way to warn them. At that time, Lang He and the others may be able to save these hostages. Lin Mo made up his mind. Soon, Lin Mo heard footsteps coming from outside the gate, followed by a smoke bomb thrown in. Lin Mo opened his mental perception and saw a group of security guards falling down from the courtyard wall, holding pistols and walking in step by step. The figure walking in the front was Lang He. At this moment, her blood and chi were fully revealed. Lin Mo also instantly judged her approximate strength as 6th-grade warrior. A 6th-grade warrior may not be enough. There is a 9th-grade warrior among their group. Creak. Accompanied by a slight sound, Lin Mo saw a door appear on the ground, and the strong man in the secret room slowly walked out. The 3 people in the front are powerful, and their blood and chi values have reached the realm of 9th-grade warriors. Took the bait. The leader sneered, these idiots really thought that we caught the children for sacrifice. In fact, they didn't expect that our real target is these people from the Public Security Bureau. Hee, President, can I enjoy the woman in the front later, and then kill the sacrifice? Another man with a sinister smile on his face, couldn't wait to speak. Put away your face. If you want to open a crack for a moment, all the sacrifices must be the purest. The man called the president said coldly, if the people above know that you have this idea, do you know what the consequences will be? What? You can't be a man. The president glanced at his lower body and spoke lightly. The man heard this and immediately shut his mouth obediently. President, when are we going to do it? I can't wait. Another man licked his lips with a bloodthirsty smile on his face. Killing these children is not fun at all, it's more interesting to kill these security guards. When he completely relaxes his vigilance, it's our turn, roar. The president of the Dark Blood Club branch didn't finish his words, and a roar suddenly sounded behind him. Then the 3 of them felt as if their heads were hit hard by a stick, and everything in front of them became blurred. Tiger Fist. Lin Mo rushed up from the ground and knocked down the lustful man on the right with one punch. With the power of the brass knuckles, this punch directly broke the man's spine. The man had reached the 7th-grade warrior realm, but he was still seriously injured by Lin Mo's terrifying attack. In fact, the man never thought that someone would sneak attack him. Bang! Lin Mo didn't even look at the man lying on the ground, but smashed the iron rod in his other hand towards another bloodthirsty man on the left of the branch president. Also a 7th-grade warrior, this man's physical strength is much more terrifying. With a crisp sound, the rod in Lin Mo's hand broke into 2 pieces. That was a yellow-grade 1st-grade weapon. It was actually broken by a flesh and blood body. Captain Lang, be careful, there is still a 9th-grade warrior left. Lin Mo roared at the outside of the gate. Bang! At this time, the bloodthirsty man punched Lin Mo in the chest. Even though Lin Mo was prepared, this punch still made Lin Mo spit blood and retreat several steps crazily. Outside the gate, Lang He was stunned when she heard the roar, because she had heard that it was a tiger roar attack. And according to the information, Lin Mo happened to be able to perform a tiger roar attack. So, Lin Mo inside had a fight with someone. Too impulsive, too much love to show off. These were the first things that came to Lang He's mind. But as Lin Mo performed the tiger fist, Lang He could clearly hear someone fall to the ground, and she also felt the strength of Lin Mo's opponent. Stay alert, the intelligence is wrong, there is a strong man inside. And it is a very powerful existence. Lang He spoke loudly to the group of people behind him, and then raised his hand and waved, attack and defense formation. As the voice fell, the security guards behind him moved and formed a neat team. Step by step, they walked inside.
Bang!
The door was directly knocked open by a figure. When Lung Yi saw the person lying on the ground, a look of shock suddenly appeared on her face. Lin Mo.
She never thought that Lin Mo was thrown out. Be careful, he is a 9th grade warrior.
Lin Mo pointed at the president of the branch and spoke with difficulty. The strength of the 9th grade warrior is too strong, and he can blow people away with just one slap.
9th grade.
Lung Yi's face changed wildly. She couldn't beat such a powerful opponent.
I'll deal with the strongest one. There's still one injured one left.
All of you warriors and above should attack together. At this point, face is no longer important. What's important is to rescue the hostages. Leng Yi obviously took this into consideration, so he asked all the security guards to go together. Accompanied by the sound of footsteps, a group of security guards rushed towards those warriors with weak strength. And Lin Mo joined the ranks of besieging the killing warrior. Lin Mo's strength was lower than that of the people around them, so during the whole process of encirclement and suppression, Lin Mo did not attack many times. But with the poisoning function of the brass knuckles, Lin Mo reduced the strength of the killing warrior a lot in a very short time. Puff! Accompanied by a muffled sound, one of the people who surrounded and suppressed the killing warrior held a dagger and directly cut the trachea on the neck of the killing warrior. After watching the killing warrior fall to the ground, Lin Mo breathed a sigh of relief.
What are you still doing? Get out!
Lin Mo looked at the child hiding in the corner and shouted loudly. Perhaps awakened by Lin Mo's voice, a group of children trembled all over and then ran outside crying. On the other side, Leng Yi's battle with the branch president was coming to an end. The branch president was obviously stronger than Leng Yi, so Leng Yi had been injured in many places and was about to lose.
Help Captain Lang!
Lin Mo shouted at several warrior-level security guards, and several people rushed up immediately. Lin Mo was still wandering around as before, and at the same time he kept attacking, using brass knuckles to consume the blood value of the branch president. It has to be said that brass knuckles are really disgusting weapons. Lin Mo, a 5th grade warrior, actually relied on sneak attacks again and again to poison the branch president's whole body. It can be seen that the branch president's eyes are full of red bloodshot, which looks extremely terrifying. The branch president's skin is also covered with purple, and the breath on his body is beginning to become weak. At this time, he had already noticed something was wrong, and his eyes were full of anger when he looked at Lin Mo. I will kill you. He rushed towards Lin Mo, wanting to drag Lin Mo to die with him before he died. But how could Leng Yi let him succeed? The figure flashed, and he directly blocked in front of Lin Mo, and at the same time punched the branch president in the chest. Puff! The branch president spit out a mouthful of blood, looking at Lin Mo and others with resentment. Everyone, it's time to show our loyalty to the Dark Blood God. Since we can't use the enemy's blood to summon the descendants of the Dark Blood God, then use the blood of our believers. After the voice fell, the branch president raised his hand and slapped his head. With a muffled sound, the branch president's head exploded directly, and the whole person fell to the ground, and soon there was no breath. The members of the Dark Blood Society who were fighting with the security guards saw this scene, and they roared and ended their lives with weapons. There was more and more blood, and the whole yard was full of blood, which looked extremely terrifying. The smell of blood was nauseating, and some young security guards turned pale. Captain, they are all dead. As for the hostages, except for the one who was tortured and killed by them at the beginning, the others are fine. They are just frightened. Our people are comforting them. A security guard came up to report the situation, but he was only halfway through his words when he exclaimed and pointed inside the tile house, Captain! Captain, what is that, coming? The young security guard widened his eyes and pointed at the tile house in panic. Following the direction of his finger, everyone turned around. That is, at this moment, the sun was setting, and the tile house seemed to be shrouded in black fog. 2 fist-sized balls of light flickered, and there was a faint chewing sound accompanied by breathing. Snap! A bloody arm was thrown out and fell to the ground. Everyone's pupils contracted, and a look of horror appeared on their faces. Be alert! Leng Yi's face was pale. The previous battle had made her exhausted. Now facing the unknown existence in the room, she felt a sense of powerlessness in her heart. Ka-ka-ka, a crisp sound came, and then the door of the entire tilehouse shook a few times, and then it was thrown out directly. Get out of the way! Lang He scolded lightly, and at the same time rushed to the side. Bang! The door frame fell to the ground and broke into pieces. At the same time, the tilehouse collapsed directly at this moment, and the whole yard was filled with smoke and dust. Lin Mo had already stepped back a few steps, standing not far away with his eyes narrowed, staring at the direction of the tilehouse. The smoke and dust slowly dissipated, and a dark figure appeared there. Before he could see its specific appearance clearly, Lin Mo heard the sound of people swallowing saliva around him. When the smoke and dust completely dissipated, its appearance was also exposed to everyone. It was 3 meters tall, standing there, and its entire head looked like a wild boar, with blood and residual meat hanging on its 2 long canine teeth. Roar! It suddenly roared, and then pounced on a security guard. Puff! The security guard's head was slapped into a rotten watermelon by it, and then he was chewed by the leg. Ah! Monster! The monster is coming! In the crowd, I don't know who shouted first. Such a scene is enough to scare people. The messy footsteps sounded, and a group of security guards were scared and ran outside in a hurry. Bang! The gunshots rang out, and the first person who rushed to the door staggered and fell to the ground. There was a bloody hole on the back of his head. Whoever dares to step out of the door will end up like this. Lin Mo raised the gun and spoke coldly. After saying this, Lin Mo threw the gun back to the frightened security guard standing aside, and then put on brass knuckles and stood in front of the monster step by step. Lin Mo was right, whoever dares to leave will be treated as an escapee. Lang He also stood beside Lin Mo. If this thing runs away, the people around will suffer. I have notified the Public Security Bureau. We just need to defend here. Fight him. The group of people standing at the door also reacted at this time, roared, and stood in front of the wild boar monster again. Roar! The wild boar monster roared and rushed towards everyone. The sound of gunfire continued, and bullets rained down on the wild boar monster. But the bullets couldn't hurt this thing because of its thick skin and flesh, and even angered it. Continuous kicks. Lang He rushed forward with gritted teeth, and when he was still a few meters away from the wild boar monster, he directly picked it up and kicked it continuously. Bang! The wild boar monster grabbed Lang He and slammed it to the ground. Roar! Tiger roar attack. While attacking with sound waves, Lin Mo also rushed forward. Bang! Tiger fist. During this period, Lin Mo spent a lot of time and chi and blood pills to finally improve the Tiger Fist to a high level of proficiency. The attack power also reached nearly 800 at once. However, what Lin Mo didn't expect was that such an attack strength hit the wild boar monster, just like hitting a rock. Bang! The wild boar monster kicked over, and Lin Mo flew up. Eagle step. At the moment of taking off, Lin Mo performed another martial art. Bang! This step just happened to step on the top of the wild boar monster's head. Bang! Lin Mo heard a slight cracking sound. Awah! The wild boar also roared, and kept slapping its head with both hands, trying to drive Lin Mo down. The weakness is on the top of the head. Lin Mo looked at this scene and understood the reason directly. The moment he jumped off the wild boar monster, he saw a deep wound on its head. It has an old wound on its head. I should have cracked his skull with my foot just now. Lin Mo said to Lang He, "Can you still stand up?" Lang He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, looked at the wild boar monster coldly, and did not respond to Lin Mo kill. A roar came from Lang He's mouth. "I don't have the means to attack in the air, I'll hold him, you find a way to attack again just now." As soon as the voice fell, Lang He gritted his teeth and pounced on the wild boar monster. Fists and feet exchanged, and muffled sounds continued. Wounds also appeared on Lang He's body. Lin Mo wandered around, constantly looking for opportunities. Whoosh! Finding an opportunity, Lin Mo rushed forward in one step, stepped on the wild boar monster's body and jumped up. Eagle step.
Bang!
This time the wild boar monster seemed to be prepared, and the moment Lin Mo fell, it tilted its head to the side. This kick directly hit the wild boar monster's shoulder. Puff! At the same time, the wild boar monster punched Lang He's heart, and a bloody hole instantly appeared there.
Captain Lang!
Lin Mo's eyes turned cold.
This attack would definitely kill Lang He.
Kill it! Lang He's eyes sparkled, and he grabbed the boar monster's hands. The boar monster went crazy, and Lang He's wounds became more and more.
Let's die! Lin Mo roared, stepped on the boar monster's shoulder and jumped up. Buzz!
Lin Mo controlled his mental power to condense into a beam, and covered the head of the boar monster in front. In just this moment, blood flowed out of Lin Mo's mouth and nose, and his eyes turned red in an instant.
Puff!
At the moment Lin Mo fell, he felt a hot stream falling on his face. That was the blood flowing from the wild boar. The mental power condensed into a beam was so terrifying that it directly smashed half of the boar monster's head.
Bang!
Lin Mo fell heavily to the ground, and the last scene he saw was the scene of everyone rushing towards him.
Somewhere.
Roar! A roar sounded, and the birds in the dense forest screamed and fled. Next to a huge corpse stood a black bear of even larger size. If Lin Mo were here, he would definitely recognize that the corpse on the ground was the giant bear he saw in the abyss before. The standing giant bear was holding a goblin in his hand. It was wearing a crown and was obviously one of the goblins that escaped. The goblin lord's face was full of fear, and he waved his hands and gestured to the black bear.
Puff!
After getting his answer, the black bear used both hands to tear the goblin in half and stuffed it into his mouth. As for the corpse of the giant bear on the ground, it was also torn into pieces by the black bear and swallowed up cleanly.
Roar! Human! You will come again. When you come again, I will tear you apart.
The black bear's mouth actually made a human voice, and the whole dense forest was suddenly shrouded in an atmosphere of fear.
An entire hospital. Serious loss of chi and blood. Damaged mental power.
Wounds all over the body. In a daze, Lin Mo heard many voices ringing in his ears.
Save. At any cost. And Lang He, at any cost. A majestic voice sounded, and then Lin Mo fell into a coma completely.
At the same time, in the top hospital in Sand City, a group of doctors were looking at the young man lying on the bed in front of them.
It's amazing.
In that situation, he forcibly used mental power to kill a monster comparable to the king of martial arts.
Save. Do everything you can to save him.
He is still young and has unlimited possibilities in the future.
You don't need to say that. If the monster gets out, who knows how many people will die. We in Sand City owe him a favor.
Faced with the seriously injured Lin Mo, a group of doctors tried their best to rescue him. At the same time, chi and blood pills, healing pills, and tonics to restore mental power were fed to Lin Mo as if they were free. But Lin Mo's body is like a bottomless pit. No matter how many chi and blood pills are stuffed into his stomach, they will be digested quickly.
The chi and blood value is still low. Keep feeding.
But I have already given you almost 20 chi and blood pills. I said I would do whatever it takes, don't you understand?
I understand. The game is loading.
Lin Mo, who was in a coma, looked at the screen in front of him and was suddenly confused.
How did I get here?
Lin Mo looked at the options in front of him, and finally smiled bitterly. Forget it, no matter what the reason is, it would be a pity not to use such a good opportunity to practice. Looking at the door of the next dungeon flashing in front of him, Lin Mo walked in without hesitation.
Chi and blood pill consumption x10.
Looking at the prompt in front of him, Lin Mo's heart sank. He didn't bring many chi and blood pills.
After entering the dungeon, Lin Mo couldn't help but raise his eyebrows.
Because everything he saw was completely different from what he saw before. The dungeon here was not in the forest, but in a temple built of stones. The entire temple was in ruins, with broken walls and ruins everywhere. Lin Mo was walking inside the temple, and he didn't know how big the temple was. Whoosh! At this moment, a sound of breaking wind was heard, and Lin Mo quickly dodged to the side. Although he moved quickly, he was still hit on the shoulder. Lin Mo stood aside, looking at the thing that had just attacked him. It was a light pink tentacle, as thick as a calf, with densely packed suction cups on it. If people with trypophobia see these things, they will definitely faint. Octopus? Lin Mo blinked, put on brass knuckles and rushed to the root of the tentacle. He ran a long distance in one breath, but the tentacles in front of him seemed to have no end at all. Whoosh! A sound of breaking wind was heard, and a dagger shot towards him from Lin Mo's back. This time Lin Mo was well prepared, and his body directly tilted to the side to avoid the attack. At the same time, Lin Mo turned around and saw the creature that had just attacked him. It was a humanoid creature wearing a robe, holding a dozen daggers in his hands. Whoosh! Another dagger shot over. Lin Mo dodged it with a side flip, and picked up the dagger that fell on the ground. You're playing tricks, I want to see what you are. Lin Mo rushed towards the humanoid creature with the dagger. Whoosh! The humanoid creature looked at Lin Mo rushing over, and threw the dagger calmly. Roar! Tiger roar attack. The sonic attack caused his movements to be a little slow. Taking this opportunity, Lin Mo increased his speed and rushed forward. Puff! The dagger pierced directly into its heart. Plop! The humanoid creature fell to the ground, and the robe on his body fell off. What the hell is this? Lin Mo looked at the body covered by the robe and couldn't help but exclaimed. Its body was similar to that of a human, but it was covered with strange patterns all over its body, and its face was covered with traces of knife scratches. There seems to be a pattern at the heart, but it's a pity that I cut it. Lin Mo looked at its heart and felt a little regretful. He continued to chase the tentacles and entered the next room. There was still a humanoid creature wearing a robe here. With the previous experience, Lin Mo moved faster this time. However, when killing, Lin Mo used other methods. Looking at the head rolling to the side, Lin Mo finally saw the pattern at the heart. It was a sun, but it looked extremely blood red, like a drop of blood dripping when it was formed. A sun formed by a drop of blood. Lin Mo instinctively realized that this pattern might be unusual. After cleaning up several rooms in succession, Lin Mo looked at the Lord's room in front of him and hesitated. It's come to this point, there is only one Lord left, what's there to hesitate about? Lin Mo gritted his teeth and rushed directly into the Lord's room. Whoosh! Whoosh! As soon as he entered the door, Lin Mo heard the sound of the dagger shooting and the sound of the tentacles falling. Lin Mo couldn't help but curse, because the dagger and tentacles directly blocked all his escape routes. Ding! Lin Mo threw brass knuckles at the dagger, and with a slight sound, the dagger fell to the ground. There was also a crack on the finger tiger. The third-grade Huang rank dagger was almost destroyed by the dagger. Lin Mo was shocked. Looking at the dagger on the ground, he felt extremely regretful. Because it wasn't a dropped item, Lin Mo couldn't bring it back to reality. After dodging the dagger, Lin Mo also saw the lord of this room. It was still a humanoid creature wearing a robe, but what was different from the one seen before was that its robe had a light blood color. Buzz! A spiritual power enveloped him. Lin Mo looked shocked. The lord in front of him could actually use spiritual attacks. Not strong enough? Lin Mo soon felt it. The lord's attack strength was only 6 points at most, and so far it couldn't cause much damage to Lin Mo. You can't do it. Lin Mo sneered and rushed forward with a dagger. Whoosh! What Lin Mo didn't expect was that the lord's movement speed was extremely strange and extremely fast. After an afterimage, the lord actually walked around behind Lin Mo. Puff! The dagger penetrated directly into Lin Mo's shoulder blade, and the severe pain made Lin Mo couldn't help but scream. Aha! Lin Mo endured the pain and thrust the dagger behind him. The lord didn't seem to expect Lin Mo to be like this, so he was directly stabbed by the dagger. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Lin Mo's dagger kept cutting. Whoosh! The huge tentacles fell again, but this time, when Lin Mo dodged, he pushed the lord behind him under the tentacles. Puff!
The terrifying power left a deep mark directly on the ground. The Lord's body also exploded in an instant.
Gentle blood flowed into Lin Mo's body, and a ball of light appeared in front of his eyes.
Something else fell.
Lin Mo was a little surprised, stepped forward to pick up the light ball, and left the dungeon. What he didn't expect was that he still hadn't woken up from the game and was still on the selection page. Continue to draw pictures, or Lin Mo finally chose to upgrade all the remaining skills to advanced proficiency. Time passed by, and more than half a month had passed before I knew it. It stands to reason that he should wake up. He has consumed more than 40 chi and blood pills. If he doesn't wake up, our hospital will go bankrupt. It's not enough to apply for another part, but did we make a wrong treatment plan? Logically speaking, he should be awake. Lin Mo heard this conversation in a daze, and then opened his eyes slightly.
I'm in the hospital? Are those chi and blood pills given to me by the hospital? Are they free?
Listening to the conversations around him, Lin Mo's eyes, which were about to open, slowly closed again. Free chi and blood pills, it's a waste not to take them, Lin Mo thought to himself, and several doctors who were discussing fiercely on the side suddenly closed their mouths at the same time. Just now there was a fluctuation on the instrument, which seemed to be a sign of waking up. I seemed to see his eyes blink once. Several doctors looked helpless, and one of the elderly simply slapped Lin Mo's thigh.
Pa! Get up and get out of here!
The old doctor almost roared this sentence.
Ouch!
Lin Mo sat up from the bed holding his thigh, and when he noticed the eyes of everyone, he smiled awkwardly. Just woke up, I just woke up. Hurry up and handle the discharge procedures for him, and let the Public Security Bureau reimburse the medical expenses. 45 chi and blood pills, are you a pig? Why don't you die of it? The old doctor was highly respected, and he pointed at Lin Mo and beat his chest and stamped his feet. 45 chi and blood pills. Lin Mo's eyes lit up, that's nearly 10 million. A big profit. Just as he was about to turn around and leave, Lin Mo paused. Captain Lang. How is it? The heart is damaged, and it took a lot of money to reshape the heart, but the martial arts skills are gone. Several doctors looked a little gloomy. I should only be able to do some idle jobs in the future. Lin Mo exhaled, said nothing, and turned around and left the ward. After leaving the hospital, Lin Mo directly stopped a taxi and reported the address of the Shenying Special Training Camp. The driver was looking for topics to chat along the way, and Lin Mo just closed his eyes and felt the chi and blood power in his body. Chi and blood are full. I always feel that I am different now. The hospital gave me 45 chi and blood pills. Will my martial arts level reach the warrior level? The warrior level means a chi and blood value of more than 100. In addition to the time he spent in the hospital, Lin Mo only took more than 2 months to turn himself from a waste into a warrior. Walking into the training camp, Lin Mo walked forward along the familiar road. Lin Mo was back. When passing the training ground, many people noticed him. I heard that he took a task, but he didn't come back for nearly 20 days. TSK, a simple task took 20 days, is this the so-called genius? Shoo, don't talk, Lu Hai is coming. He's coming. I heard that Lu Hai is going to make trouble for Lin Mo, wait and see. A group of people separated the road and let Lu Hai go out. The Lu family spent a lot of money to cure Lu Hai, and made his strength go to the next level, reaching the level of a 4th-grade warrior. At this moment, there was no smile on his face, and he walked step by step to Lin Mo. You blocked my way. Lin Mo glanced at him and spoke lightly. Lu Hai just stared at him coldly, without moving or speaking. I count to 3, if you don't leave, you will die. Lin Mo raised a finger. 1, as the words came out, a murderous intent steamed from his body and enveloped him forward. Lu Hai felt as if he had fallen into an ice cave, full of coldness. 2, at the second exit, Lin Mo took a step forward at the same time. The distance between the two was instantly shortened to about 1 meter. The killing intent and anger intertwined and rushed towards Lu Hai. Lu Hai's face changed wildly, and he was about to say something with trembling, but Lin Mo had already raised his fist. Tiger, fist. At the last exit, Lu Hai had already turned and ran in the opposite direction. At the moment he ran away, Lin Mo punched out with both fists.
Boom! The sound of breaking wind was like thunder, and Lu Hai even felt that the ground was shaking. With a plop, Lu Hai fell to the ground in fear. Waste! Lin Mo walked past him and left this extremely indifferent word. Lu Hai curled up there, not daring to say a word. Seeing this scene, everyone was sighing in their hearts. From then on, Lu Hai's martial arts heart had been destroyed, and there would be no major progress in the future. After dealing with this small incident, Lin Mo went straight to the blood and chi test room. Lin Mo, you're back? In the test room, Lu Chuan looked at him with surprise. I heard that you killed the wild boar monster and saved many lives. I heard that the higher-ups are going through the process to give you an honorary certificate. I heard that the reward is an intermediate blood and chi pill. That's a full 2 million. When everyone saw Lin Mo, they also surrounded him and looked at him with envy. It's a pity that Captain Lang, who was on a mission with me, was seriously injured, Lin Mo said helplessly. At least she doesn't have to worry about the rest of her life. Her position is leisurely and there will be no danger. Lu Chuan patted Lin Mo's shoulder. By the way, Instructor Lei said that he would reward you with 150 points. You made a lot of money with these. Lin Mo nodded and walked towards the tester. You have been in a coma in the hospital for so long. It is normal that your blood and chi value has not increased. Don't worry too much. Just practice well later, someone around comforted him. But halfway through his words, he froze, staring at the computer screen with his mouth slightly open. Others looked at the screen as if they had seen a ghost. 112. Looking at the numbers on the screen, a group of people gasped and felt their scalps numb. The injury that took nearly 20 days to heal in the hospital actually increased so much energy and blood. Already, become a warrior? Lu Chuan was such a steady person that he couldn't help but raise his hand and pat the tester twice while looking at the screen. Isn't this thing broken? Lin Mo, change the tester. Lin Mo smiled, walked to the other tester, and put his hand on it. It's still 112. You've really become a samurai. Everyone looked at Lin Mo and no longer knew how to control the expressions on their faces. It should be so. Lin Mo nodded. Can I accept the challenge mission with my speed increase? It should be okay, Lu Chuan nodded stiffly. Then he saw Lin Mo taking out his mobile phone and choosing the challenge task, which was the fastest way to increase his energy and blood. After accepting the task, it soon showed that the challenge was successful, and Lin Mo earned another 100 points. I'm afraid no one will break this challenge for many years. Lu Chuan murmured while looking at Lin Mo. With the completion of the task of killing the Dark Blood Society, Lin Mo got another 150 points. By the end, Lin Mo became the person with the highest points in the entire camp. You'll have a great time for the rest of the month. Lu Chuan looked at the points on Lin Mo's card with an envious look on his face. By the way, according to the camp regulations, you have now become a warrior and are eligible to choose a martial skill. Remember, you must find the martial arts that suits you best, not the one with the highest level. After Lin Mo thanked him, he went to the martial arts storage room. After verifying Lin Mo's level, the guard gave him a sign. After you go in, you have half an hour to choose. By then, whether you have chosen the right one or not, you have to come out. The gatekeeper dropped these words calmly and continued to take a nap on the recliner. After Lin Mo entered the storage room, he looked at the martial arts skills with a look of shock on his face. What I lack now is movement skills. If I could choose a movement skill, Lin Mo searched in the storage room, but body and martial arts were always relatively rare, so after searching for a long time, he still found nothing. The time is coming. If you really can't find any movement or martial arts skills, you can only find one with a relatively higher level. At this moment, Lin Mo noticed a martial art placed in the corner of the shelf. Baji collapsed. Third level Xuanjie martial arts. Lin Mo's eyes lit up, and he immediately picked it up and took a look at the introduction. It can double a person's attack power. Those with basic proficiency and above can exert at least twice the attack power, and the intermediate level corresponds to 4 times the attack power. If it is linked to advanced proficiency, it will be able to exert 7 times the normal attack power. Go one step further, reach the perfect level of proficiency, and get 8 times the attack to win the prize.
Calculated based on Lin Mo's current most powerful skill, the Tiger Fist. If it is linked to perfect proficiency, then one punch will have an attack power of nearly 9,000. Even a peak warrior may not be able to withstand such terrifying power. Just choose it. Lin Mo took the chosen martial skill, turned around and left. Examination. Jinling, high-speed rail station. Finally back. Lin Mo carried his bag and looked at everything familiar, with a smile on his face. The 2 months of special training camp life are over. Tomorrow is the day of the college entrance examination. He finally returned to Oris Hill the day before. I'm finally back. I've lost a lot of weight and must have suffered a lot. Father Lin Daon drove Lin Mo home and spoke with a distressed look on his face. Why don't I see that he has lost weight? He feels like he has become much stronger. My sister Linya, who was sitting in the back row, couldn't help but say. Snap. Lin Mo casually threw a wooden box in the back row, a gift for you, and then reorganized the language. Linya opened the wooden box, took a look at the contents, and suddenly took a breath of air. Ah! Chi blood pill. Thank you, brother. Brother, you worked hard during the special training. After the little girl said this, she started to slap Lin Mo's back with a flattering smile on her face. Wait until you advance to become a warrior, Lin Mo reminded. This is an intermediate chi and blood pill. Intermediate chi and blood pill? Linya, who was holding the wooden box, shook her hand and almost threw the chi and blood pill to the ground. Lin Daon was also shocked, and he braked and stopped the car on the side of the road. Xiao Mo, just keep such a valuable thing to yourself. Your sister can just use the primary chi and blood pill. It's okay, I won't be short of chi and blood pills in the future. Lin Mo smiled and shook his head. He still had it in his hand, but was he worried that he wouldn't have enough chi and blood pills? That night, Lin Mo had a good meal with his family. Even though tomorrow was the day of the college entrance examination, Lin Mo still practices step by step, but he no longer takes chi and blood pills to improve his chi and blood through dreams. The next day, Lin Mo came to the municipal test center alone, and the students from number 3 middle school were placed in a corner of the test center. Obviously bullying. What's so great about number 1 middle school and number 2 middle school? Isn't it just that there are a few third-level warriors? That's right, if Lin Mo were here, he would definitely crush him. What do you think is Lin Mo's strength now? Can he reach the level of a 4th-grade warrior? I don't know, but it should be almost. Several people were discussing there, looking at the students from number 1 middle school and number 2 middle school, with unwillingness written on their faces. TCH, do you really think that the strongest person among us in the 2nd class is only as strong as a 3rd-grade warrior? You are simply ignorant. Let me tell you this, if the Lin Mo you are talking about comes, the strongest person among us can crush him to death with one hand. Lin Mo is a person who participated in the Genius Training Camp, and was also selected to participate in the Special Training Camp. Are there any of you in number 2 middle school? So what if it doesn't happen? Our number 2 middle school still overwhelms you. When you test your energy and blood later, be sure not to let us from number 2 middle school get in front of you, otherwise you will definitely be hit to pieces. The students from number 2 middle school looked at everyone in number 3 middle school arrogantly and said the most hurtful words. The people in number 3 middle school could only stare, speechless. Okay, shut up and wait patiently. If you have time to argue, why not practice for a while? Chen Xingji walked over with Zhang Lianchang, looking at the students of number 3 middle school with a majestic look on his face. Principal, because the position of the students in the 3rd middle school is targeted, the energy of the students in the 3rd middle school is not high right now. When the energy and blood are measured later, the energy and blood may be lower than usual. The education department is going too far. Chen Xingji scolded, the principals of number 2 middle school and number 1 middle school are simply inhumane, and they actually resorted to tricks on this kind of thing. So what if you use tricks? A leisurely voice sounded, and the principals of number 2 middle school and number 1 middle school walked over side by side. Principal Chen, don't you know that the number of students admitted to the college entrance examination each year affects the amount of teaching resources? Our number 2 middle school and number 1 middle school have led the way for so many years, and we are used to enjoying it.
We can't be the same as your number 3 middle school. That's right, if your students don't live up to expectations, what's there to say? The principal of number 1 middle school looked at the students of number 1 middle school. Everyone must show their strongest momentum later. If they get good grades, I will reward the students with the strongest momentum. 1 chi and blood pill for each person. Okay. The words of the principal of number 1 middle school immediately caused the students of number 1 middle school to shout. 1 chi and blood pill costs 200,000. Not every family can afford that much money casually. The same goes for number 2 middle school. As long as you can achieve the chi and blood level of a Tao warrior, you will be rewarded with a chi and blood pill. The words of the principal of number 2 middle school also aroused cheers from everyone. For a time, the momentum of number 1 middle school and number 2 middle school overwhelmed everyone. It's over, the momentum of number 3 middle school is sluggish, and the chi and blood tests may show a lot of drops in chi and blood later. Zhang Lianchan looked at Chen Xingji. Principal, please say something quickly. It's useless. Chen Xingji shook his head. The overall strength of number 3 middle school is weak, and now it is suppressed in terms of momentum. It's useless to say anything. Chen Xingji shook his head with an ugly expression. At this moment, he saw Lin Mo walking slowly from a distance. Lin Mo. Seeing Lin Mo, Chen Xingji's eyes suddenly lit up and he hurriedly greeted him. Why are you here just now? It's good to come, it's good to come. Zhang Lianchang also ran to Lin Mo. You have been training in the special training camp for 2 months, how much has your level improved? A 6th grade warrior? Lin Mo shook his head. Where's the 5th grade? Lin Mo still shook his head. 4th grade is not bad. Zhang Lianchang sighed and said, we will arrange for you to go up for the test earlier. Remember, you must burst out with all your strength, let your blood and chi inspire everyone, and let those guys from number 1 and number 2 middle school feel what it means to be terrified. Ha ha ha, a 4th grade warrior dares to say that he makes us terrified? The principal of number 2 middle school heard the conversation here and sneered, you should give up number 3 middle school this year. Isn't it good to be the bottom of Jinling? Principal, I think he should be the first to go. I'm worried that when the students from number 1 and number 2 middle school go on stage, there will be no chance for number 3 middle school. The principal of number 1 middle school said with a faint smile. Chen Xingji was silent for a moment, looked at Lin Mo, and said with gritted teeth, Lin Mo, you will be the first one to go up later. Don't feel pressured, just show your true strength. Don't feel any pressure, no matter what, we won't blame you. Yes, a 4th grade warrior is also very strong. At least it can inspire many people. Zhang Lianchang also patted Lin Mo's shoulder. Come on. Lin Mo asked hesitantly, are you sure you want me to use all my strength on them? I'm worried that I can't control the moment when my blood and chi burst out. It will be bad if I hurt them. Ha ha ha, hurt us? The principal of number 2 middle school laughed. I want to see how you hurt us. Everyone listen to me, if Lin Mo goes up to test his blood and chi later, everyone get closer and observe carefully to see how he can't control that little blood and chi. It's the same for number 1 middle school. Everyone get closer and feel what the breath of a strong man is. The principal of number 1 middle school also laughed and spoke. The students of number 3 middle school looked at them with anger, and Chen Xingji and Zhang Lianchang's faces became extremely ugly. At this time, the chief examiner came up with 2 deputy examiners. Now I announce that the college entrance examination has begun. This college entrance examination will assess you from 3 dimensions. The first item is the burst of chi and blood. We will judge whether you are qualified based on the value of your chi and blood burst. The ranking order has just been updated as required. Now please ask Lin Mo to come up and take the test. Come on. You must perform exceptionally well. Everyone in number 3 middle school looked at Lin Mo and couldn't help but speak. The students of number 2 middle school and number 1 middle school looked at Lin Mo as if he were a clown. Lin Mo walked up to the test platform step by step, looking at the dark crowd below, and couldn't help but say, why don't you stay away? What nonsense, start quickly. Hurry up, I can't wait. A group of students couldn't help but speak.
Okay, then I will be more restrained later. Lin Mo nodded helplessly, and then posed a posture of chi and bloodburst, my all.
Pretending. It's really ridiculous. The more you pretend now, the more embarrassing you will be later.
I'll wait and see. The students from number 1 middle school and number 2 middle school looked at Lin Mo on the stage with mocking looks on their faces. At this time, Lin Mo let out a light drink, and the energy and blood in his body poured out like a river bursting its banks. Buzz! The power of chi and blood burst out, sweeping towards the people in front of him like a strong wind.
Something's wrong.
The faces of the two principals changed drastically and they wanted to rush forward to protect the students, but it was too late.
Thump! Thump!
The muffled sound was endless, and a group of students lay on the ground in a mess like bowling balls that had been knocked over. The students who had mocked earlier were particularly serious. Their faces were all pale, and there was even blood on the corners of their mouths. On the stage, Lin Mo slowly gathered his energy and blood. Looking at the people who fell down in the audience, a smile appeared on his lips. This is the full strength you asked me to use. The students in number 1 middle school and number 2 middle school were livid, and the two principals stared at Lin Mo coldly.
The blood value, 114.
The examiner announced the final measurement results based on Lin Mo's sudden burst of energy and blood.
114. Listening to this number, a group of people's eyes widened. Warrior? Lin Mo became a warrior? This unlucky boy has turned out to be a warrior.
Zhang Liansheng said with an ecstatic look on his face.
When he asked about Lin Mo's level earlier, he felt a little disappointed.
He didn't expect that Lin Mo would bring them such a huge surprise.
Ha ha ha, a samurai actually came out of our number 3 middle school.
This kind of situation is rare even in big cities with prosperous martial arts.
Chen Xingji's old face turned into chrysanthemums with a smile.
He looked at Lin Mo, who was simply better than his own.
A biological son should be kissed even more.
As for the students of number 3 middle school, they looked at Lin Mo blankly, and then let out a burst of cheers. You've become so strong. In the crowd, Yi Qing's eyes flickered as she looked at Lin Mo and murmured to herself. Previously, she still had the courage to walk side by side with Lin Mo, but now, Lin Mo has already left her far away.
Ah, what else do you have to say? It's too miserable for you.
You're all lying on the ground in such a miserable state. Don't let your hair slip during the test later. The students from number 3 middle school were so angry that they looked in the direction of number 1 middle school and number 2 middle school.
The students from number 1 middle school and number 2 middle school looked gloomy.
When they looked at Lin Mo, their faces were full of fear. The dripping momentum must have a huge impact on the chi and blood test. The two principals looked ugly, gritted their teeth and shouted at many students, "This is just the first test, our overall level will definitely crush them.
Don't be afraid.
Everyone stand up for me, and the reward I just mentioned will be doubled." After some encouragement, the students finally stood up, but compared to before, there was still a huge difference. When it comes to energy and blood, number 1 middle school and number 2 middle school will definitely be greatly reduced.
Chen Xingji looked at the students of number 3 middle school. On the other hand, our momentum is great.
This year may give birth to the best college entrance examination in the history of number 3 middle school.
Score. The following test verified Chen Xingji's conclusion.
A large number of above-average students in number 1 middle school and number 2 middle school performed abnormally, and some even only performed at half the level. On the other hand, here at number 3 middle school, the results of the chi and blood test were much better than expected.
Some students even performed exceptionally and reached the level of warriors.
Chen Xingji and Zhang Lianshan looked at Lin Mo with excited smiles on their faces, as if they were looking at their treasures. The young man is very good. How old are you this year? I want to recruit a close disciple. One of the examiners stepped forward and looked at Lin Mo with admiration.
Thank you, senior.
This junior already has a teacher. Lin Mo refused with a smile.
It's normal.
The old man nodded, with a look of regret on his face.
Since when did you have a teacher? Zhang Lianshan pulled Lin Mo and whispered, "Do you know who this old man is?"
This man is a professor at the Beijing Martial Arts University, and his strength has reached the peak of king martial arts. Teacher, do you think there is no strong person behind my current cultivation speed?
Is it possible?
Lin Mo chuckled at Zhang Lianchan and blinked.
Zhang Lianchan showed a look of realization and nodded deeply. That's it. Teacher understands. Lin Mo, good job. The next step is the martial arts test.
Just use your strongest martial arts to achieve the greatest attack power. Chen Xingji on the side came up and patted Lin Mo with a smile on his face.
Shoulders. Principal, you don't know. I just broke out and consumed too much.
I may not have much attack power when I use my martial arts later. Lin Mo had a troubled look on his face.
Chen Xingji was speechless for a moment. You kid, you are planning on me, aren't you?
Okay, I'll give you a subsidy.
3 qi and blood pills will do.
Almost, I should be able to exert 70% of my power by then. 5 qi and blood pills.
Don't push yourself too far. Chen Xingji looked helpless. Thank you, Principal, I am willing to dedicate everything to number 3 middle school.
Lin Mo's face was immediately filled with a smile, and he patted his chest and promised, don't worry, I will definitely give them a big surprise later.
Chen Xingji and Zhang Lianchan's eyes lit up.
We just like surprises. On the other side, the two principals looked at the dejected students, with expressions of hatred written on their faces.
Who are you looking down on? This is just the beginning, what's a little mistake? So what if you're a warrior?
The college entrance examination is fair, and he will comprehensively examine all your indicators.
If one of them is not good, it will lower the total score.
His qi and blood value has now reached the level of a first-grade warrior, but can the attack power of martial arts reach this level? Zhou Yang, your stone-breaking fist has reached the master's level of proficiency, and the attack power can even reach 1000.
So what if you're a warrior? Can you reach such a terrifying attack power?
And Du Chang, your pious Han palm is also at the master's level of proficiency, and the attack power can reach at least 800.
What are you afraid of?
The two principals pointed out several strong men and spoke loudly. The eyes of the people who were named showed brilliance, and gradually became confident. Yes, their qi and blood values are not as good as Lin Mo's, but their maximum attack power is terrifying, and they may not lose to Lin Mo. We'll let him go first later, and when he's at his most proud, you guys will do your best to attack and scare them to death. This time, we must slap them in the face.
Understood.
A group of students mustered up their courage again and responded loudly.
Okay, in the next round, 3 martial arts will be tested. Candidates can use them freely. The maximum attack power they can hit will be used as the judging standard. Next, the first one. Lin Mo. The examiner looked at Lin Mo and nodded at him for the first time. Off stage, several principals looked a little emotional. All those who can serve as examiners are important figures in the martial arts university. Such figures may not even be taken seriously by the principals.
But now when facing Lin Mo, they will take the initiative to nod. This is enough to show that in their eyes, Lin Mo's value has exceeded that of these principals. My martial arts attack range may be a bit large.
Can you let them stay a little further away?
Lin Mo pointed at the students from number 1 middle school and number 2 middle school standing in front of him.
Who are you trying to scare? We are 2 meters away from you now. No matter how powerful your martial arts are, what can you do to us?
The student named Zhou Yang said coldly.
I'll stand here and see what you can do to me.
Du Chang also looked at Lin Mo with indifference. Lin Mo, I heard that you should have taken a lot of qi and blood pills to have the current qi and blood value, but your real strength may not be that strong, so just go ahead and do it.
If something goes wrong, we will be responsible.
The two principals said lightly.
You really are. You won't cry until you see the coffin. Lin Mo shook his head inside.
The next moment, his expression became extremely solemn.
Looking ahead, he punched out. Stone-breaking fist. Master-level proficiency. Boom!
This punch actually produced a sonic boom, which means that the punch speed has reached an extremely terrifying level.
Step. Zhou Yang and Du Chang Lianlian, who were the first to bear the brunt of it, took 2 steps back, their faces a little pale. Attack power. 1100.
The examiner's eyes flickered, and when he read out the number, his face was full of excitement. Being able to witness the birth of a strong man with their own eyes is something worth showing off for the examiners. Lin Mo, from the current point of view, can already be regarded as one of the top students. Tiger Fist. Roar. Lin Mo shouted lightly, and punched out with both fists, accompanied by a tiger roar. Ah! Zhou Yang screamed. Just a moment ago, he seemed to see a tiger pounce on him. He staggered back, and fell to the ground all of a sudden. As for Du Chang, he gritted his teeth and stood there, but everyone could see that his legs were shaking. 1080. The examiner read out the attack power value again, his voice trembling, because this number represented that the Tiger Fist had also been cultivated to the master level. Eagle Step. Lin Mo made another move, stepped on the platform, jumped high, and then stepped hard at the highest point. Crack. On the ground, several cracks were directly stepped on the hard floor tiles. Attack power. 657. The attack power of this martial art is obviously much lower than the previous 2 martial arts, but the examiner's excitement is not much lower than before. Because they saw the specialness of Lin Mo's martial art. This is an ability to strike from above, which is very rare among low-level martial artists. And Lin Mo not only mastered this martial art, but also cultivated it to an extremely high level. Examiner, why don't I take the 3rd test together? Lin Mo turned and looked at the examiner. After all, I will definitely be the first to go on stage later. Several examiners looked at Lin Mo. This proposal was obviously not in compliance with the regulations, but they discussed face-to-face for less than a minute and nodded at the same time. They actually agreed to Lin Mo's request. The 3rd test is that the candidates can demonstrate a special ability of their own as a bonus point. The examiner looked at Lin Mo with encouragement on his face. Just show it, your current score should be enough to rank first in Jinling. The bonus points are not so important. Lin Mo stood on the stage, looking at the students of the 1st middle school and the 2nd middle school. Or, you give way, the next attack may be terrifying. Swish! As soon as the voice fell, a group of students rolled and crawled away from Lin Mo. A few seconds later, there was no one in front of Lin Mo. Buzz! Lin Mo released his mental power, covering the front, and the range of perception continued to expand, and finally stopped within a range of 20 meters. My demonstration is over. After a few seconds, Lin Mo gathered his mental power and looked at the examiners. It's over? What the hell? How can I feel everything? We were fooled by this kid. Damn, he is fooling us. The students who ran away earlier looked at each other, and immediately rolled up their sleeves in anger to find trouble with Lin Mo. Even if he fooled you, so what? Can you beat him? A student from the 3rd middle school on the side spoke slowly. The person who was so excited that he wanted to go up and fight with Lin Mo before trembled, silently adjusted his sleeves, and pretended to look away. Don't talk. Yi Qing glanced at the students around him, then raised his hand and pointed at Principal Chen Xingji not far away. You and them, your expressions are very solemn. Something may have happened just now that we can't detect. A group of students looked in the direction of his finger and were stunned. Chen Xingji's face was filled with astonishment, but his eyes were filled with excitement. The other 2 principals were unwilling to believe, and their eyes staring at Lin Mo were also extremely complicated. How could this be possible? The principal of the 2nd middle school spoke slowly. How old is he? He is obviously just a warrior. How could he? I don't believe it. How could Jinling produce such a talent? No, it's a monster. The principal of the 1st middle school also spoke with difficulty. Chen Xingji's astonished expression disappeared little by little, replaced by an excited look. Ha ha ha, great! Great! The 3rd middle school is going to be famous now. Ha ha ha! Chen Xingji took 2 steps towards Lin Mo, but as if he felt it was not appropriate, he stood in place, and actually clasped his hands in front of Lin Mo, performing a courtesy between martial artists. This scene shocked most people. The principal actually performed this courtesy to the students of the school. What they didn't expect was that the two principals who had originally targeted Lin Mo also sighed lightly, and then made the same move.
Zhang Lianchang and several other teachers followed. Etiquette between martial artists.
Lin Mo stood on the stage, watching the scene below. His expression became solemn, and he clasped his fists to return the greeting.
What is going on? A group of students felt confused and looked at them blankly.
Okay. At this time, the three examiners standing on the stage shouted in unison. The examiner smiled excitedly and stepped forward to pat Lin Mo on the shoulder. It's rare, it's really rare.
You can go back now. In the next few days, there should be many schools contacting you, but I hope you can choose Beijing Wuda. I can make the decision. As long as you choose Beijing Wuda, the tuition for 4 years will be waived, and the school can also provide you with a scholarship of 500,000 yuan and 5 primary blood and chi pills every year. Old man Jean, you are too stingy. Another examiner chuckled and stepped forward and said, Lin Mo, if you choose Tianlong Wuda, the tuition will be waived, and you can be given a scholarship of 1 million yuan and 5 intermediate blood and chi pills every year. Tianlong Wuda and Beijing Wuda are rich and powerful, and we can't compare with Nanwan Wuda, but if you choose Nanwan Wuda, the tuition for 4 years will be waived, and all the training rooms in the school will be open to you for free for 1 month every year. Hiss, the students in the audience couldn't help but take a breath of cold air when they looked at the three examiners. They all saw it for the first time that they started to snatch students at the college entrance examination. Especially the conditions offered by the three people were more excessive than the other. The last one is that although Nanwan Wuda did not give material rewards, students who can take the college entrance examination know that the cost of using the university's training room starts at 100,000 yuan each time. 1 month a year, this fee is already terrifying to the extreme. As for Tianlong Wuda and Jingcheng Wuda, although they did not give such generous conditions, according to the enrollment news over the years, they also gave Lin Mo the highest treatment. Who can tell me what happened just now? Some students felt like they were going crazy. They could accept that Lin Mo was better than them, but they couldn't accept that they didn't know where Lin Mo was strong. Principal, what's going on? Zhou Yang looked at his principal and couldn't help but speak. Zhou Yang, you have to admit that in this world, some people are born to be the protagonist. You are already very powerful, but you have to accept that there are people who are stronger than you. Principal, tell me what is going on. I can accept that he is stronger than me, but I want to know where he is strong. Zhou Yang had an unwilling look on his face. I always want to know where the gap between me and him is. Yes, Principal, please tell us the reason. Several top students surrounded him with the same unwilling look on their faces. They are all top students. They are usually high up in school and look down on many students. This is the first time that he has been stepped on hard by someone. He just used mental power and released mental perception. This is a mental martial art that can perceive everything that happens within a certain range. You are all top students and should know what this means. Mental power, mental perception? A group of students had desperate looks on their faces, as if they had lost their souls. Zhou Yang glanced at Lin Mo standing on the stage, and felt that the figure had become extremely tall. Even just a glance made him feel suffocated. Spiritual power. He actually mastered spiritual power. The square formation of students from the 3rd middle school, Chen Xingji explained what had just happened. A group of students were stunned at first, and then cheered. Too strong, the warrior realm actually mastered spiritual martial arts. Over the years, the 3rd middle school has been suppressed by the 2nd and 1st middle schools. This is the first time they are proud of it. You are so strong. Yi Qing looked at Lin Mo with a complicated expression. Which school will you choose in the future? Lin Mo walked down the platform step by step and came to Chen Xingji and Zhang Lianchang. Principal, Teacher Zhang, I didn't disappoint you. Ah, you kid more than didn't disappoint us. Chen Xingji patted Lin Mo's shoulder. You made us proud. Lin Mo, you are the pride of the teacher. Zhang Lianchang smiled with red eyes. Okay, your assessment is over, now hurry back. Chen Xingji glanced at the test bench and lowered his voice. During this period, there should be many schools contacting you. You must keep steady and maximize the benefits. Students like you, these schools must fight for it. I understand.
Lin Mo nodded, greeted his classmates, and turned to leave the examination room.
Oops, I forgot to tell him that we should get together after the exam.
Lin Mo's monitor exclaimed.
Wait until the exam is over, I'll help you contact him.
Yi Qing bit her lip and said first.
Okay, with the beautiful Yi, Lin Mo will definitely come.
The squad leader smiled and nodded. Beautiful girl, Yi Qing smiled bitterly in her heart and said nothing more. Lin Mo's college entrance examination is over, and their college entrance examination has just begun.
It's over?
After leaving the examination room, Lin Mo had an unreal feeling. Looking back 3 months ago, he was still a poor student with a blood value of only 0.8, but now, he has entered the warrior realm and is being fought over by several universities at the college entrance examination site. These universities were out of his reach 3 months ago, but now he can choose them. Standing at the gate of the community, several old ladies looked at Lin Mo, their eyes lit up again.
Xiao Mo is back. I remember you took the college entrance examination today. Why did you come back so early?
I came back first after it was over. Lin Mo said with a smile.
It's not even 10 o'clock yet, and it's over.
My grandson took the college entrance exam last year until after 5 in the afternoon, and he got into Tianlong No. 3 Wuda, a first-class university. An old lady said with a proud look on her face.
Your grandson is amazing.
Lin Mo gave the old lady a thumbs up.
It's just SOSO, Xiao Mo, if you can get into No. 3 Wuda, I'll let my grandson protect you. He's in school now, and he's a student union officer. He has a lot of power. Thank you, old lady.
I'm a little tired after the exam, so I'll go upstairs to rest first. Lin Mo nodded politely and turned into the stairwell.
TSK, this kid from the Xiaolin family may not have ideal test scores this year.
That's right, how can a truly ideal test be completed in 1 hour?
He probably won't pass the exam. I heard that this kid is pretty good, and he even went to a genius training camp. How come he failed the college entrance exam? It's probably because of his bad mentality.
I tell you, the mentality of the college entrance exam is very important. My grandson had a very good mentality back then, and he was finally admitted to Tianlong No. 3 Wuda, which is a first-class university, just 1 step away from a key university.
Lin Mo could still hear the discussions of several aunties in the corridor. He couldn't help shaking his head.
Li Daming and his son must have listened to these aunties and mistakenly thought that he, Lin Mo, had become an idiot. As a result, they came to provoke and eventually both died.
Rumors kill people.
Lin Mo sighed, pushed the door open, and saw his parents sitting on the sofa staring at him.
You didn't go to work? Lin Mo smiled and looked at his parents. You are taking the college entrance examination today. We asked for leave.
We didn't go with you because we were afraid you would be nervous, Wang Ping explained, then stood up and said, Why is it over so soon?
Did you not do well in the exam? What nonsense!
Lin Daong glared at his wife, then looked at Lin Mo with a smile. How is my son?
Can he be admitted to the provincial Wuhan University?
Not bad, Lin Mo smiled and said, Don't worry, your son, I am being sought after by several universities.
Both Beijing Wuhan University and Tianlong Wuhan University want to give me a scholarship. You are just bragging. It's not time to fill in the application form yet.
Wang Ping slapped her son, but seeing that her son was joking with her, the couple was relieved. At this moment, a noisy sound suddenly sounded downstairs. Outside the gate, more than a dozen cars drove into the community. Several aunties who were chatting before immediately became interested and surrounded them.
What are you doing?
This is a high-end community. One of the aunties was from the property management committee, wearing a red armband, and surrounded them.
Hello, auntie, we are looking for Lin Mo, one of them said with a smile.
Children seeing a group of people walking upstairs in a mighty manner, the gossip fire in the hearts of the aunties burned again.
What's going on? Could it be that the boy from the old Lin family offended someone? Look at how many cars came at once. No way, these people I see are all well-mannered, they don't look like bad people. Can a bad person be on his face? He probably got into trouble outside. Think about it, This kid doesn't even take the college entrance examination seriously, how can he be a good kid? Several aunties lowered their voices and kept talking. That's right, look at my grandson. After the college entrance examination, he stayed at home and waited for the scores to come out. That's what a good boy looks like, unlike the kid from the old Lin family. He's not a good guy at first glance. No, look at what's written on this car. An old lady pointed to the words printed on one of the luxury cars and read, Beijing Martial Arts University. This is Beijing Martial Arts University. The car over there seems to be from Tianlong Martial Arts University, and the one in the front seems to be from Nanwan Martial Arts University. Admissions office. These are all the top martial arts universities in China. Why are they looking for Lin Mo? It's really the admissions office of those universities. Could it be that the child from the old Lin family will be admitted to these schools in advance? Impossible, absolutely impossible. When my grandson was admitted, he followed the procedures in a disciplined manner. He had to wait until the scores came out before he could fill in his application. How could a school take the initiative to come to his door? The old lady who boasted about her grandson looked unbelievable. The other old ladies shook their heads and said nothing. At this moment, Wang Ping heard a knock on the door and quickly got up to open it. Then he stared at the dozen people standing at the door in a daze. You are, hearing Wang Ping's words, Lin Daong thought someone was coming to make trouble again, so he pulled out a baseball bat from under the table and walked over. What do you want to do? Lin Daong pointed at the people in front of him with a baseball bat, his voice cold. You two must be Lin Mo's parents. We are from the admissions office of Wuhan University, and we come here today to ask Lin Mo to apply for our school. The person in charge of the admissions office of the first few colleges and universities smiled and said. Admissions office? Lin Daong and Wang Ping looked at each other, their faces full of confusion. This is our ID, and the relevant information of the school. The person in charge of the admissions office of Beijing Wuhan University took out a business card and relevant certification materials and handed them to Wang Ping with both hands. Hello, Director Hua. After Wang Ping took a look at the name on it, she quickly greeted him with a smile on her face. I'm from Tianlong Wuda, my last name is Zhou. I'm from Nanwan Wuda, my last name is Sun. A group of people quickly told their identities. Hearing the names of these schools, Wang Ping and Lin Daong looked at each other and saw excitement in each other's eyes. Come in quickly. Wang Ping and Lin Daong quickly invited people in. The house is too small to accommodate so many people. Please forgive me, Wang Ping apologized. Lin Mo, get up quickly and let the teachers sit down first. No. A group of people waved their hands and looked at Lin Mo with a scrutinizing look on their faces. You are classmate Lin Mo, we hope you can join Beijing Wuda. As long as you are willing to join, we can double the conditions we originally offered. Isn't it just doubling? We, Tianlong Wuda, will also accompany you. Nanwan Wuda will naturally accompany you to the end. In the room, a group of admissions directors of Wuda rushed to offer various generous conditions, fearing that Lin Mo would not choose their school. At the same time, the ants downstairs heard the voices coming from upstairs, and all of them showed envy on their faces. The children of the old Lin family are really amazing. It would be great if my grandson had half of him. Yes, Lin Mo has been promising since he was young. I held him once back then, but you didn't see that when he was just 1 month old, his little bird was very beautiful. Listening to the voices around her, the old lady who had been boasting about her grandson before felt a little uncomfortable. His grandson was originally the only child in the community who was admitted to a martial arts undergraduate university. He has always been envied by everyone in the community, but now Lin Mo suddenly appeared, and his grandson suddenly lost his original status. The old lady had an unhappy look on her face, took out her mobile phone and called her grandson. My dear grandson, tell me if there are any schools that will go to other people's homes to admit students? Yes, Tianlong University often goes to students' homes to admit students, competing with other universities for students. Hearing her grandson's words, the old lady's face changed slightly. Are Tianlong Wuda and Jingchen Wuda the best schools? They are the best and top universities in China.
But if we talk about the best universities, they are not really. The grandson's words immediately made the old lady's face excited. Which two schools are the best?
Huaxia Military University and Huaxia Wuda.
When the old lady's grandson said the names of these two schools, his tone was full of respect.
Ha, I knew Lin Mo was not an outstanding child. If he was outstanding enough, why wouldn't these two schools recruit him?
The old lady spoke loudly with an excited look on her face, as if she had found evidence. At this moment, a burst of engine sounded. At the entrance of the community, a green military vehicle slowly drove in and finally stopped downstairs.
These guys are very fast.
An old man slowly walked down from the car, wearing a green uniform and with a majestic look on his face. Several old ladies shut up instantly and looked at the old man in awe. Sisters, which floor does Lin Mo live on? The old man looked at the old ladies and immediately showed a gentle smile on his face. On the third floor, the old lady who boasted about her grandson before hurriedly said, "Do you want me to help lead the way?"
"No, we can go up by ourselves."
The old man smiled and nodded, then slowly walked upstairs with two people. Huaxia Military University, one of the old ladies pointed at the car and whispered. The old Lin family's ancestral tomb is smoking. One of the old ladies murmured.
There is also a Huaxia Military University. I wonder if anyone will come, but even if they don't, it's amazing.
Several old ladies looked up at the direction of Lin Mo's house with envy on their faces.
Dong dong dong.
The people who were talking at the Lin family were suddenly interrupted by a knock on the door. The door was not closed, so I came in by myself.
Please forgive me,
the old man said with a smile.
Mr. Han. Seeing the old man, several admissions office directors quickly stood up and gave up their seats on the sofa.
A group of people were shocked. Mr. Han was already in a semi-retired state, and he actually came to recruit students in person today. It can be seen that Lin Mo's potential has attracted the attention of Mr. Han. Old man, when did Lin Daong and Wang Ping see such a scene? Seeing this scene, they quickly stood up. You are Han Yi from Huaxia Military University. The old man smiled and said.
Han Yi?
Lin Daong was stunned for a moment, and always felt that the name was familiar. Your son is very good, so we come here this time, hoping that Lin Mo can join Huaxia Military University. Han Yi said with a smile, and then looked at Lin Mo on the side. Lin Mo, join the military university, this is your only choice.
What can the military university give me?
Lin Mo asked with a smile. The military university can give you countless challenges, allowing you to break through your own limits in constant challenges. Han Yi said with a smile. Beijing Wuda, Tianlong Wuda and Nanwan Wuda are all the top schools in China. But these schools still focus on training students.
Talents like you need to be trained in different ways.
And our military university can give you the best of all ways. We can even take you deep into the abyss to find those monsters and hunt them with your own hands. Han Yi said this slowly with a smile on his face.
Enter the abyss. Hunt monsters.
Lin Mo's eyes lit up immediately. Hunting monsters can quickly improve practical ability, which is exactly what Lin Mo wants. Other schools have offered many good conditions. I wonder what kind of conditions the military university is going to give me. Lin Mo looked at Han Yi calmly and spoke slowly. The military university can only give you challenges. Han Yi shook his head. Even the qi and blood pills require you to complete tasks or earn money to buy them yourself. Lin Mo was speechless for a moment. The old man in front of him didn't give him any benefits, but the Chinese military university was very attractive to him. Old man, you have to give me some benefits. Lin Mo had a helpless look on his face, otherwise it will be difficult for me to choose. You kid, you have already made a choice in your heart, and you still want something from me. The old man smiled and said.
I'm going to wait a little longer.
Lin Mo shook his head. Huaxia Wuda hasn't come yet.
Maybe they can offer better conditions.
No need to wait, our military university and Wuda have different enrollment directions. Han Yi shook his head. Military university's target is those geniuses, martial arts geniuses. And Wuda's target is those talents with special systems.
You haven't shown any special physique so far, so Wodo won't be interested.
Old man, don't lie to me.
Lin Mo had a helpless look on his face. Okay, then, I choose military university. Finally, Lin Mo made his own choice.
Boy, you will understand how correct your choice this time is. Hani stood up, took out a metal plate from his body and handed it to Lin Mo, then stood up and left. Seeing that Lin Mo had made his choice, a group of people could only stand up and say goodbye. Looking at the plate in his hand, Lin Mo always felt that he had lost a lot.
Ding!
Just when Lin Mo was sighing, his mobile phone suddenly rang.
Yi Ching?
Looking at the caller's name on the phone, Lin Mo was stunned for a moment, then pressed the answer button.
Is it time to distribute dividends again?
Lin Mo asked with a smile.
All you know about dividends is dividends. Don't worry, you will get the money.
Yi Ching said unhappily, but because of this sentence, her nervous mood calmed down a lot.
Today's college entrance examination is over.
Because of some people, everyone's scores are better than expected, so we are going to celebrate.
I want to invite you, a busy man, to join us. Do you have time?
Yi Ching's voice came from the phone.
Miss Yi invited me, of course I have time. Location and time? Jiling Villa, the time is 6 p.m.
Yi Ching left this sentence and hung up the phone directly.
How is it, did Lin Mo agree?
The monitor stood aside, looking at Yi Ching nervously.
Agreed. That's good.
The monitor showed an excited smile on his face, even happier than he got a good score in the college entrance examination.
Do you have activities tonight?
Zhang Lianchang and Chen Xingji stood aside and heard the conversation between the two people. They immediately came over.
We are going to get together. After entering college, I don't know if we will meet again.
The class monitor answered honestly. That's right, Zhang Lianchang and Chen Xingji seemed to be hesitant to speak.
Teacher Zhang, Principal Chen, I wonder if you have time tonight. If so, can we get together?
Yi Ching saw the purpose of the two at a glance and took the initiative to invite them.
Of course I have time. The two nodded repeatedly. Tonight at Jiling Villa, 6 o'clock, we will meet there.
After achieving the goal, Chen Xingji turned around and left with Zhang Lianchan with a smile. A group of students were speechless. Generally, teachers would not attend student gatherings, let alone the high-ranking principal. But this time, the principal was so proactive. It was obvious that all this was because of Lin Mo.
6 o'clock in the afternoon.
Lin Mo got out of the car, looked at the entrance of the hotel in front of him, and said silently, "It's too luxurious," and then he walked in. "Lin Mo, you are finally here, but you are 1 minute late, so it's not too much to punish you with 3 glasses of wine." The squad leader saw Lin Mo coming and immediately smiled, holding the wine glass to greet him.
Lin Mo took the wine glass with a smile and drank 3 glasses in a row.
It is obvious that Lin Mo became the final protagonist of today's party, and even Chen Xingji and Zhang Lianchang were complimenting him intentionally or unintentionally. Feeling the strangeness of the people around him, Lin Mo felt a little uncomfortable, but soon he was relieved. In the martial arts, there is always a high and low, there are always people who have to stand at the top, and there are always people who have to be eliminated. Lin Mo doesn't know what the future will be like, but at least now, he has killed his way out of these people in front of him and become the protagonist among them. "Lin Mo, Grandpa called me and said that he would give you half of the income from the Qi and blood pill." Yi Ching sat next to Lin Mo and whispered. Lin Mo was stunned for a moment, then smiled and shook his head. "No, just do it as before." As Lin Mo's cultivation level improved, the money from the sale of primary Qi and blood pills was no longer enough. In the future, he needed intermediate Qi and blood pills or even advanced Qi and blood pills, so that he could meet the consumption of dungeons and martial arts fields. "What are you two whispering about?" The squad leader next to him was obviously drunk and couldn't help but come forward. "Lin Mo, I heard that many schools came to your house to recruit students today. What are the conditions they offered? Which school did you choose in the end?" The squad leader's words immediately made everyone at the banquet quiet down, and they all looked at Lin Mo curiously. Needless to say, it must be Beijing Wuda, after all, it is the top martial arts university in China. I think it's Tianlongwuda. You can study abroad in the future. The martial arts environment abroad is much better than in China, and there are more opportunities. Lin Mo is not the kind of person who worships foreign things. I think Lin Mo may choose Nanwanwuda. You have to know what a good training room means. That is something that money can't buy. The trainers of Nanwanwuda are the best in the whole of China. A group of people said their guesses one after another. Even Zhang Lianchang and Chen Xingji on the side looked at Lin Mo curiously. None of them. Lin Mo shook his head. He didn't know if Huaxia Military University was a confidential school, so Lin Mo couldn't say it. None of them? You can't just go abroad. The class leader widened his eyes. Awesome, did those people abroad know your grades so quickly? Lin Mo, did you choose one of those two schools? Chen Xingji looked up at Lin Mo and suddenly spoke. Lin Mo nodded and said, President Chen also knows those two schools? Of course I know. In fact, when you go to college, you will know those two schools. This is not a secret. Chen Xingji smiled. Is it Huaxia Military University or Huaxia Martial Arts University? Military University. It is indeed Military University. Chen Xingji nodded and looked at everyone. In fact, you should be able to understand what these two martial arts universities represent just by listening to the names. These two schools are above all martial arts universities. Hiss. After hearing what Chen Xingji said, a group of people took a breath of cold air and looked at Lin Mo with envy in their eyes. Awesome. Envy. As it should be. Everyone was shocked and expressed their opinions. If you can perform well in college, you will have a certain chance to become a part of these two schools. Chen Xingji added, so, everyone, work hard. A group of students were inspired, and their eyes were filled with enthusiasm. The more wine they drank, the more sadness appeared on everyone's faces. With Lin Mo's current health level, this amount of wine is not enough to make him drunk. After Chen Xingji and Zhang Lianchan left, the students completely let themselves go. Going for a walk? Yi Qing stood in front of Lin Mo and asked with a smile. Lin Mo nodded, and the two left here alone, walking on the path of Jinling Villa. Yi Qing didn't speak, and Lin Mo didn't speak either. Which school are you going to apply for? Lin Mo finally broke the silence and asked, looking at Yi Qing's side face. It should be Beijing Martial Arts University. As a comprehensive martial arts university, Beijing Martial Arts University is very strong in alchemy. I plan to focus on alchemy in the future. Yi Qing looked at Lin Mo. Wait until I improve the recipe for the primary qi and blood dan. After that, I will severely reduce the dividend for you. Lin Mo smiled. Huaxia Military University and Beijing Wuhan University are not far apart. If you have anything, you can come to me at any time. Yi Qing nodded, and the two fell into silence again. Actually, I have always been paying attention to you. You don't know that when you were a freshman in high school, you actually became the idol in many people's hearts. Yi Qing mustered up the courage to look at Lin Mo. At that time, your energy and blood were worth it was very high, but I didn't expect it to drop so much later. So I suddenly became synonymous with waste? Lin Mo said with a smile, that was indeed the darkest moment of my life. But from the beginning to the end, I felt that you would get out of the darkest moment. Yi Qing looked at Lin Mo and said firmly, now it is proof that my idea was right. You really shocked everyone's jaws. Shocked everyone. Lin Mo smiled. In fact, he really wanted to say that he was just a loser, but even if he said this, no one would believe it. The summer vacation is long. What are you going to do? Yi Qing looked at Lin Mo as if something happened. Is it going to the mountains to practice or some other way? Lin Mo was stunned for a moment and then said, I had a plan. I am ready to use force to make friends. Make friends with force. Yi Qing had a look of surprise on her face. The so-called making friends by force is the legendary journey of thousands of miles. Challenge all the strong men of his generation along the way. If he can be crushed all the way, then this martial artist will naturally have an invincible mentality in his heart. On the way to martial arts, an invincible mentality is very important. However, it is easier said than done to crush them all the way. Many geniuses and strong men have chosen this path, but they don't know that there is a world outside the world and there are people outside the world. Often, they are beaten to pieces as soon as they walk a certain distance, which ruins their martial arts aspirations. Therefore, generally people who take this road need to be very cautious.
You are very powerful, but there are many strong people in China. Some ancient martial arts families have special ways of cultivating martial arts. Their strength will not be weaker than you. I'm worried that your invincibility will be affected. Actually, this choice is a decision I made after thinking about it for a long time.
Lin Mo said firmly, I will be fully prepared before setting off.
Moreover, I will not travel all over China at once. I will proceed step by step.
Before I finish my sophomore year, I will complete the entire process of making friends through martial arts. Lin Mo wants to temper himself, but this does not mean that he has no brains. However, Lin Mo firmly believes that if he is given time, any martial arts family or any 1,000-year-old foundation will be defeated by him. Seeing that Lin Mo had already made a decision, Yi Qing stopped trying to persuade him, because she knew very well that after a man made a choice, the best way for a woman to do it was to support him. When the two of them went back, Lin Mo clearly felt that everyone looked at them strangely.
This left Lin Mo a little confused. It was quite late and everyone was preparing to go home.
The task of escorting Yi Qing naturally fell on Lin Mo. Lin Mo stopped a car and sent Yi Qing to the gate of Ye's house.
You're finally here, kid. I've been waiting for you for a long time. Mr. Yi was guarding the door.
When he saw Lin Mo arriving, he immediately went to greet him.
Mr. Yi. Lin Mo saluted quickly. What do you want from me? Of course something happened.
Mr. Yi nodded. Your kid stole the show in the college entrance examination this time. I'm worried that if I don't please you, I won't have a chance in the future, so I'm taking this opportunity to give you something.
You follow me. Investment.
Yi Chaochuan had a smile on his face and waved to Lin Mo. Lin Mo, what do you think of Qinger?
Yi Chaochuan, who was walking in front, suddenly spoke.
Very good. Lin Mo didn't think too much and answered directly.
But Yi Qing was different.
After hearing Lin Mo's words, her cheeks suddenly turned red.
Grandpa, why are you asking this?
Yi Qing stamped her feet and said, I'm ignoring you. After leaving these words, Yi Qing ran away.
This girl.
Yi Chaochuan laughed twice. When I arrive in the capital in the future, Qinger will be taken care of by you.
Make sure you don't put him in any danger, just treat me as a favor to you.
As Yi Chaochuan said this, he actually cupped his hands towards Lin Mo. Lin Mo quickly stepped aside and said, the old man has offended me. Students should take care of each other.
Between classmates?
Yi Chaochuan glanced at Lin Mo, laughed twice, and stopped talking. The two walked in tandem. Lin Mo put his hands behind his back and looked at the Yi family in the night. As one of the major alchemy families in Jinling, the wealth accumulated by the Yi family is astonishing. The entire Yi family courtyard is modeled after Su's garden design, which is antique and full of charm.
If you like it here, I can ask someone to clean a house for you. You can come and stay for a while if you have nothing to do.
Yi Chaochuan did not look back, but said with a slight smile as if he could see Lin Mo's movements.
Mental strength.
Lin Mo was startled and looked at the old man in front of him with respect in his heart. This turned out to be a martial arts cultivator at the level of a martial king. They are all made from pills. Their real combat power may not be as good as that of an 8th grade warrior. Yi Chaochuan explained with a smile, with your talent, if you reach 5th grade or above, I will definitely not be your opponent.
Senior is so humble. Lin Mo said solemnly, may I ask what your spiritual power is now?
It should be about the same as you. Yi Chaochuan shook his head. It has just arrived at 12 o'clock.
12 points of mental power? Lin Mo was stunned for a moment. So weak?
His current mental strength has definitely exceeded this number.
You look like you deserve a beating.
Yi Chaochuan looked at Lin Mo's face and frowned slightly. After a while, they stopped in front of a gate.
This is the warehouse of my Yi family. On weekdays, even the direct children are not eligible to enter.
Yi Chaochuan said as he opened the door of the warehouse, you are the first to enter the warehouse of my Yi family.
People with foreign surnames.
Lin Mo didn't speak, his eyes were already attracted by the things in the warehouse.
The first thing that caught his eye was a dagger, all blood red, exuding a terrifying evil aura. What a heavy evil spirit! Lin Mo couldn't help but sigh as he looked at the dagger. A yellow-level item dagger.
Someone once used this dagger to kill hundreds of people, and eventually formed such a terrifying evil spirit. Yi Chaochuan introduced, however, the owner of this dagger was eventually killed by a king of martial arts. The dagger was also put up for auction. I originally spent nearly 100 million to buy this dagger.
Did you see the knife over there? It's called the blood knife.
Yi Chaochuan pointed to a big knife on the knife stand on the side. It is the weapon of a peak martial king.
It is close to the first level of Xuanjie.
It is extremely terrifying. In the warehouse, in addition to knives and daggers, there are too many other weapons, all of high quality.
The Yi family is really rich. Lin Mo sighed with emotion. However, these weapons did not attract him. After all, he now had a design drawing of the glove in his hand. There are all kinds of martial arts over there. Yi Chaochuan had been paying attention to Lin Mo's expression, and couldn't help but feel a little surprised when he saw that he didn't show any interest. You know, when most people see these weapons, they will definitely want to take them for themselves. This kid is extraordinary. Yi Chaochuan led Lin Mo to the martial arts area.
There was a whole row of bookshelves, which were divided into 4 major categories based on the classification of heaven, earth, black and yellow, and then each major category was divided into 9 levels. There is no one above the first level of the prefecture level.
The highest one is only the 9th grade of Xian level. Have a look and see if anyone is interested? Yi Chaochuan introduced with a smile.
Lin Mo's eyes swept along the martial arts skills line by line. He had always wanted to find a physical martial arts technique. It's a pity that this kind of martial arts is too precious, even the Yi family doesn't have it.
5 Elements Fist, 9th level of Xuanjie.
Lin Mo set his sights on the highest level of martial arts.
You want to choose 5 Elements Boxing? Yi Chaochuan looked at Lin Mo, stunned for a moment, and then he was relieved. This kind of martial arts requires you to wait until your strength reaches the peak of Qingwu before it can involve changes in Tao Qi and blood. Before this, even if you master this kind of martial arts, it will be useless. I advise you to choose something more practical. No need, I will choose 5 Elements Fist. Lin Mo shook his head. You should know that with my current cultivation speed, it will be a matter of time before I reach the peak of Qingwu. The peak of Qingwu is easier said than done, Yi Chaochuan shook his head, especially now that you have been admitted to the Huaxia Military University. You may not know what this school means. Lin Mo was trying to get more information about the Huaxia Military University. When he heard Yi Chaochuan's words, he immediately looked at him with curiosity. Sir, tell me, I'll listen. Of course, Huaxia Military University is one of the top 2 schools in China, but you have to know the reason why Huaxia Military University is top. Every year, the Chinese army enters the abyss, and more than once, all students have to go in to experience it. This resulted in a very high casualty rate for the Chinese army. One year, there was not even a single graduate. You have to know that the students recruited by Huaxia Military University every year are the top ones. As long as they grow up steadily, they can reach the peak of Qingwu. But how many people have really grown up? Martial arts is cruel. Lin Mo sighed with emotion.
But he didn't care. From the moment he set foot on the road of martial arts, he had a firm mind and an invincible heart.
Since you have made your choice, I won't advise you anymore.
Yi Chaochuan thought for a while and then led Lin Mo to the pill area. Originally, according to my idea, you can only choose one of the 3 areas, but I really like you, so I will make an exception. You take this thing. Yi Chaochuan picked a pill box in the pill area and threw it to Lin Mo. This is the vitality pill. As long as you still have a breath, after swallowing it, you can be alive and active. However, you can only use it once in your life. My Yi family only has this one, so I give it to you now. Yi Chaochuan's words shocked Lin Mo. Looking at the elixir in his hand, his heartbeat was beating crazily. Old man, this is too precious, I can't have it. Lin Mo thought for a while and returned the pill.
This thing is almost equivalent to an extra life.
The old man has not long to live, but he gave this thing to him. This favor is really too great. Just take it. Besides, I have other purposes for giving you these things. Yi Chaochuan glared and said, after arriving in the capital, you have to help me take good care of Qinger. If her life is in danger, I hope you can use this elixir to save her. Don't worry, old man. Lin Mo nodded heavily and put away the elixir. Okay, go and rest, I've already asked someone to prepare a room for you. Yi Chaochuan smiled when he saw Lin Mo's elixir. The two left the warehouse and went all the way to the front of the guest room. What a rich energy! Lin Mo stood at the door of the guest room and couldn't help but sigh. That's natural. The entire guest room is made of the dregs of the qi and blood pill through special treatment. You should know very well that my Yi family's elixir recipe is not as good as the one you gave me later, so the residue after refining the elixir using the Yi family's elixir recipe still has a lot of medicinal properties in it. After being made into building materials, the remaining qi and blood will be continuously emitted for people to absorb. What a luxury! Lin Mo sighed, then opened the door and walked in. The room is also very luxurious, with a super large bed and many things made of gold. Okay, let's rest early. I'm going back first. Yi Chaochuan turned and left. Lin Mo waited until he left, quickly sent a message to his family, and then opened 5 Elements Fist and started reading. 5 Elements Fist, as the name suggests, is to transform the power of qi and blood into energy in the 5 forms of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, and then blast it out. If the 5 elements boxing can be cultivated to the highest level and the 5 elements can be transformed freely, this type of boxing technique can even be compared to earth-level martial arts. Lin Mo memorized the general content of the boxing technique in his mind, then entered the space in his mind and looked at the ball of light hanging in his mind. This thing was dropped from a previous copy, and Lin Mo never had the chance to check what it was. It would be great if it were martial arts, preferably body martial arts. Lin Mo thought like this and then opened the light group directly. Lin Mo held his breath and looked at the thing inside the light ball. It was a scroll. Opening the scroll, a line of words came into view: ghostly shadow. Ghost shadow trace, body and martial arts skills, can show ghost-like body skills in battle. If it is connected to the extreme, it can even be invincible in a battle of the same level. Because all attacks of the same level will be ineffective against you, they can't lock on to your location. Lin Mo looked at the introduction above and felt his heartbeat beating crazily. Get rich, get rich. I couldn't have been a European emperor in my previous life. Lin Mo looked at the ghost shadow martial arts in his hand and couldn't help laughing. Whatever he wants comes, Lin Mo feels that he is either the European emperor or the chosen one. Keeping the above content in mind, Lin Mo began to try ghost shadowing. He has plans to travel thousands of miles, and he will inevitably encounter many powerful enemies along the way. Improving his strength is one of Lin Mo's most urgent needs at the moment. Although the 5 Elements Fist is powerful, he cannot use it now. The ghost shadow is different. This kind of powerful movement and martial arts can elevate Lin Mo's strength to a new level. Shadow, it is indeed a yellow grade 9th grade martial arts. In the room, Lin Mo could not hide the excitement on his face and looked at the scroll in his hand. His breathing was heavy. In the past few hours, he had been practicing the ghost shadow body movement, and now he was just getting started. He took out a blood and qi pill and swallowed it. A familiar feeling came over him, and Lin Mo lay directly on the bed. The game is loading. Lin Mo entered the martial arts arena, looked at the several options in front of him, and selected the Ghost Shadow. Ghost Shadow, a 9th grade Earth grade martial arts. At the moment when the martial arts were selected, such a line of introduction appeared in front of Lin Mo. Looking at this line of text, Lin Mo was stunned. 9th grade Earth grade? Isn't it 9th grade Yellow grade? When he took out the scroll before, Lin Mo saw it clearly. This was a 9th grade Yellow grade martial arts. How come it became a 9th grade Earth grade after arriving at the martial arts arena? Wrong? Just when Lin Mo was doubting his life, the text in front of him continued to appear. The martial arts are incomplete, and can be upgraded by completing the fragments. The fragments exist in the dungeon, hiss. Lin Mo took a breath and almost jumped up in excitement.
In other words, as long as I complete the fragments, the martial arts can be continuously upgraded and eventually become the 9th grade of the Earth rank?
After reaching this conclusion, Lin Mo felt that his heart was about to jump out of his chest. Originally, the 9th grade of the yellow rank was already very rare, and now Lin Mo was given a 9th grade of the Earth rank martial arts.
I'm rich.
The 9th grade of the yellow rank is already so terrifying. If it is really upgraded to the 9th grade of the Earth rank, it will be terrible. Thinking of this, Lin Mo's face was full of expectations. Before the journey of thousands of miles, improve the proficiency of the ghost shadow trace first. Lin Mo thought so, and the message of deducting chi and blood pills X20 appeared in front of him. Lin Mo felt that his heart was about to stop beating. 20 chi and blood pills were deducted at once.
Isn't this going to kill him?
Lin Mo started to practice with tears in his eyes. The main feature of the ghost shadow me trace body technique is that it is uncertain, like a shadow, like a ghost, like a virtual or real. In the martial arts arena, Lin Mo's figure kept flashing and changing, and at the same time, it can be vaguely seen that his figure seemed to have turned into two colors, transparent and gray. The two colors of the figure kept flashing alternately, and it was impossible to distinguish the real from the fake. Time passed, and when Lin Mo opened his eyes, it was almost dawn.
20 chi and blood pills, I practiced the ghost shadow me trace to the intermediate proficiency. I really don't know whether it is a loss or a profit.
Lin Mo looked at the few chi and blood pills left on his body and couldn't help but smile bitterly. Getting up from the bed, Lin Mo tried to practice with the thunder breathing method.
The environment of the Yi family is very good.
The thunder breathing method continuously refines the spiritual energy around and allows them to continuously sink into the body. In a trance, Lin Mo seemed to have thunder flowing around him, and a sound like water flow came from his dantian. That was the sound of chi and blood flowing, like thunder. Crack! In the whole room, most of the objects were covered by thunder. After a slight sound, all the glass around was shattered. Such a huge movement attracted a large number of people from the Yi family to come and check. Through the broken window, everyone saw Lin Mo who was practicing inside.
Isn't this the guest invited by the old man? Is he practicing now? What's wrong with him? It seems like there are arcs jumping on his body. Computer special effects. Are you stupid? Can your computer special effects make it look like this? Too scary, look at his dantian, it's just like the ocean.
Everyone spoke up and kept praising Lin Mo. Yi Qing came out in pajamas, looking at Lin Mo surrounded by lightning, her eyes full of shock. It should be some kind of breathing method. Yi Chaochuan stood beside Yi Qing, stroking his beard and said, "This kid is really shocking. He actually has such a terrifying breathing method."
Breathing method? The young man's eyes lit up immediately. Since it is a breathing method, can Lin Mo also give it to us?
Shut up! Yi Chaochuan's face sank, staring at the people of the Yi family, and said coldly, "I warn you, no one should try to get Lin Mo's breathing method. If I know that someone is forcing or using despicable means to get the breathing method from Lin Mo, don't blame me for being rude."
After leaving this sentence, Yi Chaochuan turned around and left.
A group of people were scolded for no reason, and their faces were inexplicable.
"Sister, what's the matter? I'm also for the good of the Yi family."
The young man who spoke earlier looked aggrieved.
"Can you pass on the alchemy technique of my Yi family to others?"
Yi Qing looked at the young man in front of him and couldn't help laughing. The young man was stunned for a moment, then shook his head.
"If that's the case, how can you ask Lin Mo to pass on the breathing method to our Yi family? What's more, Lin Mo has such a terrifying breathing method at such a young age. Do you think there is a terrifying martial artist behind him? Many martial artists take inheritance very seriously.
If Lin Mo passes on the breathing method to us, the Yi family will inevitably suffer revenge from this mysterious strong man, and then the entire Yi family will no longer exist.
Are you willing to see this scene?"
Yi Qing stared at the young man who spoke earlier, with a smile on her face, and spoke slowly. The young man shook his head subconsciously. He had already felt that it was indeed a bit too much to ask Lin Mo to do this.
"Sister, I was wrong."
The young man bowed his head and apologized. Yi Qing smiled and turned back to her room. Unconsciously, you have surpassed me so much. I have to work hard, at least I can't be left too far behind by you. Yi Qing whispered and began to practice. In just a short while, my blood value has increased by at least 0.5. After finishing today's practice, Lin Mo felt the condition of his body and showed a satisfied look on his face. After saying hello to Yi Chaochuan, Lin Mo stood up and prepared to leave. At the gate, the young man who had humiliated Lin Mo before was standing respectfully beside the car and opened the door attentively. Grandpa asked me to be your driver today to make amends for you. The young man smiled and said, My name is Yi Yifun. Good name. Lin Mo nodded. Where are you going? The young man had a very correct attitude and had completely regarded himself as a driver. Go home, I'll send the address to your navigation. Lin Mo sat in the co-pilot, sent the location, and closed his eyes. Mr. Yi, I encountered a few problems when I was practicing, and I want to ask you for advice. Yi Yifun is very smart. He understands that Yi Chaochuan asked him to send Lin Mo to gain something in the process. So he seized this opportunity and kept asking questions. Lin Mo was very patient and told him everything he knew along the way. Mr. Yi, this is my phone number. If you have anything later, just call me directly. After sending Lin Mo off the car, Yi Yifun was very tactful and did not drive away. The entrance of the community is still filled with the original few ants. Before Lin Mo arrived, they were still chatting leisurely about family matters. The moment she saw Lin Mo, the old lady in the lead immediately stood up. Little Mo, come here quickly, I heard that your college entrance examination results this year are very ideal, and many good universities want to recruit you, right? The aunt who often boasted about her grandson rushed up to block Lin Mo's car immediately when she saw him. Yes, but this matter is still confidential, Lin Mo casually said a word and evaded the matter. The faces of several old ladies were a little ugly. After all, they did not get the first-hand information they were interested in. Watching Lin Mo leave, one of the old ladies spit a mouthful of thick phlegm on the ground fiercely. Tisk, look at his face, that looks like he was spoiled to the sky. Isn't it just that he got into a lousy university? When he grows up and comes out, isn't he still moving bricks like a migrant worker? In the end, he is just a migrant worker with a higher blood value. That's right, and I heard that many people there died in less than a year, several ants whispered to Lin Mo's back. In fact, at such a long distance, Lin Mo could hear everything clearly. I can't die even if you die. Lin Mo shrugged indifferently, then continued to go upstairs. The old ladies became more and more addicted to scolding, as if they wished Lin Mo would die sooner. Bang, bang, bang. At this moment, there was a solemn sound of footsteps on the ground. At the entrance of the community, two teams of soldiers walked in step by step with sonorous steps. They looked stern and looked straight ahead. Several old ladies stood up involuntarily and stared at the two teams of soldiers blankly. The leader wore a green military hat and his chest was full of seals. He was a big boss at first glance. You guys stay where you are, I'll go up and take a look. After the big boss said this, he took the red admission letter and stepped into the door. At this moment, Lin's family. Lin Mo was talking to his parents about the reason why he didn't come home at night. When they heard that Lin Mo was staying overnight at Yi Qing's house, the faces of his parents were immediately filled with smiles. I thought it was a big deal. It's just a night at a classmate's house. It's okay. Wang Ping waved her hand nonchalantly, and looked at Lin Mo with pride in her eyes. Dong dong dong, there was a knock on the door. The boss was already standing at the door, smiling at Wang Ping, who came to open the door. Hello, Ms. Wang, I am the Deputy Director of the Admissions Office of Huaxia Military University. I came here to tell you that your son has been admitted by us. This is the notice, and these are all related certificates. The boss took out a series of things and placed them in front of Lin Mo and Wang Ping. Linya, who was standing aside, looked at this scene with envy on her face, and even drooled. Classmate Lin Mo, I'm waiting for you at school. After saying these words, the boss turned around and left with a smile. After everyone left, the whole family gathered around him and looked at the admission notice and a lot of documents in Lin Mo's hand. Why is this notice so heavy?
Could it be made of some mysterious metal?
Lin Daong opened the admission notice and took a look at the contents inside. He was suddenly surprised. This material is indeed made of some kind of mysterious metal. The metal doesn't look like gold, but like meteorite.
Meteorite? Lin Mo was stunned for a moment. Is it the kind of metal used to forge third-grade yellow-level weapons and above? It's that kind of metal.
Lin Daong nodded. I didn't expect that the Huaxia Military University would be so generous. This piece of meteorite iron is enough to make a dagger. A third-grade yellow-level dagger is worth at least tens of millions.
The family looked at the admission notice with shocked expressions on their faces.
It's a gift worth tens of millions.
Huaxia Military University is really powerful.
Wang Ping's face was full of pride. As for her sister Linya, she was looking through a pile of cards on the table. Oh my god, this is actually a clothing customization card from Huaxia Uniform Company.
With this card, you can customize 4 sets of clothes every year. This is a transportation card within China. With this card, no matter where you take any kind of transportation, everything is free.
And this one, Linya couldn't help but place the cards in her hand on the table one by one, with a look of shock written all over her face.
Brother, can you give me one?
Linya looked at Lin Mo with a flattering look on her face.
You don't need it right now. When I get to school, I can consider lending you the card.
Lin Mo smiled and patted Linya's head. By the way, the child's father, Xiao Mo, was admitted to the Huaxia Military University.
Are we going to hold a college entrance banquet? Wang Ping suddenly looked at Lin Daong. Last year, the grandson of Li Dashan's family downstairs was admitted to the university.
He held a banquet for 3 days, and everyone praised his grandson who was admitted to college.
Not long before Xiao Mo's college entrance examination, Anli spread the news that our little Mo would not be able to get into any good university. I have been holding my breath in my heart. This time, I have to handle it properly. I invite my relatives and friends to come and take a look, and let them read Xiao Mo's notice. Wang Ping rubbed the notice in her hand as if she were rubbing a treasure. Yes, it must be a big event.
Lin Daong waved his hand. Go and book a hotel now, and then invite people to attend the college entrance banquet.
All relatives and friends will come. I want it too. I want it too.
Linya raised her little hand and said excitedly, I invite my classmates to have a big banquet together.
Is that okay?
Okay.
It must be lively this time.
Lin Daong immediately agreed. Xiao Mo, you must invite teacher Zhang and Principal Chen.
We must thank them. Lin Mo nodded and expressed his understanding of his parents' exaggerated behavior.
After all, because of Lin Mo's low blood value, his parents had been worried about this matter. They would also be laughed at from time to time in
front of relatives and friends. I feel like I can't lift my head up.
Now that Lin Mo is shining brightly in the college entrance examination, it is normal for the two of them to want to make a big show.
As for Zhang Lianchang and Chen Xingji, as long as Lin Mo invites them, they will definitely be very happy to participate.
After Lin Daong got Lin Mo's approval, he immediately started to prepare happily. Since it was a college entrance banquet held in a hotel, it was very easy to order a banquet. After making a phone call, within 15 minutes, the hotel manager came to visit in person.
Mr. Lin, Mrs. Lin, do you want your young master to hold a college entrance banquet at the Jinling Hotel?
The manager's face was full of excitement. That's right, our hotel has an unkind invitation.
We want to hold a banquet for young Master Lin at the hotel.
Part of the photo shoot of the banquet was later hung on the wall of the hotel.
Of course, as compensation, the hotel will bear all the expenses for this study banquet. No matter how many tables your relatives and friends have, we will give them all for free. Everything is free. Lin Daong gasped. The cost of Jinling Hotel is not low.
Each table starts at least 5,000. Adding tobacco and alcohol, the cost may reach 7,000 to 8,000. The Lin family has many relatives and friends. If all of them were free of charge, the hotel's losses would be more than 100,000.
No, we can't let the hotel suffer.
With this money, Lin Daong was about to say something, but was directly interrupted by Lin Mo raising his hand. "Dad, the hotel also has good intentions. It's better not to postpone it." Lin Mo looked at the manager aside and said with a smile, "But I have a condition. I can only take one photo, and no false advertising is allowed." The Lin family has many relatives and friends. If they were to entertain guests, there would be 8 or 10 tables at least. Calculated based on Lin Mo's dividends from the Yi family, Lin Mo wouldn't take this amount of money too seriously, but in fact, this amount of money is actually not much for Lin Mo, because it must be consumed at least every time he practices. More than 10 qi and blood pills, that is more than 2 million in funds. The speed of the Yi family's dividends could not keep up with the speed of Lin Mo's consumption. Therefore, for Lin Mo, it is also possible to save money. After discussing the matter of the college entrance banquet, Lin Mo got up directly and entered the bedroom to prepare for practice. According to the plan, Lin Mo would leave home after the college entrance banquet. He roughly estimated that if it didn't work from Jinling to the capital, he should be able to get to the school before the start of school. For this 1,000-mile journey, Lin Mo even prepared a detailed map, and marked the strong men of the same age in each town on the map. Lin Mo was ready to fight all the way and forge his invincible heart with an invincible attitude. Before that, he had to improve himself all the time. After taking out the qi and blood pill and swallowing it, Lin Mo entered the game again. This time, Lin Mo chose to enter the dungeon to accumulate qi and blood in combat experience. When he first stepped into the new dungeon, Lin Mo felt a wave of heat coming towards him. Not far away from him stood a figure covered in flames. This figure was extremely tall, and his entire face was wrapped in flames. He couldn't see his specific appearance at all. He held a whip in his hand. When he saw Lin Mo, he swung the long whip and fanned Lin Mo's back. The flames rose and jumped more than 10 meters high in an instant. After Lin Mo dodged, the whip fell to the ground and directly ignited the green grass, causing the green grass in the entire room to disappear quickly. Lin Mo snorted and directly fought with the flame monster. The ghost shadow, coupled with the master-level proficiency of the Tiger Fist, is enough to shock many strong men. At this moment, the flame monster was hit by Lin Mo's fists from different angles. After just a few minutes, the flames on the flame monster were extinguished a lot, and the true appearance was also revealed in front of Lin Mo, another humanoid monster. It retains most of the characteristics of the human race. Lin Mo looked at the appearance of the flame monster and couldn't help but speak. The monster's face was a woman's face, and the flames on the proud chest were slowly disappearing, revealing a graceful figure. Is it a human mutation? Lin Mo didn't know how to answer this question, so he simply killed the monster with a punch and entered another room. This room is completely different from the other room. Looking closely, there is a transparent monster in the room, and like the flame monster, it is a human body. But the monster in this room exudes coldness all over, constantly spreading to the surroundings. The terrifying cold air directly freezes the surroundings, and the color of frost can be seen everywhere. Without giving Lin Mo any time to recover, the monster covered in ice rushed towards him with a terrifying roar. Lin Mo used the ghost shadow phantom to move sideways from the monster. When he appeared again, he had already clenched his fists and smashed the back of the ice monster. With a click, the terrifying force directly caused cracks to appear on the body of the ice monster. With a low roar, Lin Mo used the tiger roar shock, and the sound waves directly expanded the cracks on the ice monster, and finally broke it. Use mental power to find the weakness of the ice monster, and then use the tiger roar shock to send a shock wave of a specific frequency to the weakness, directly disintegrating the ice monster. Lin Mo was seriously thinking about the possible problems of the method he had just used. At the end, he smiled. There was no problem with this method at present. It can be used as a killing move. If it is suddenly used, few people can defend it. Lin Mo made a serious summary with a smile on his face. In the next 2 rooms, Lin Mo encountered Thunder Goblin and Golden Goblin respectively. They were not weak, but Lin Mo quickly found their weaknesses and quickly passed the level. Standing at the door of the Lord's room, Lin Mo was stunned for a while, and then it showed that he could not continue to brush the map. If he wanted to enter the Lord's room, he had to swallow more qi and blood pills. But the maps that Lin Mo had just brushed all started with more than 20 qi and blood pills.
Dong dong dong. A knock on the door woke Lin Mo up.
When he opened the door, Linya, who was dressed up, was standing at the door. "The hotel is booked.
Dad said we have to go there early."
Relatives and friends should come early in the morning. Linya has become more talkative during this period, and the relationship between the brother and sister has become much closer. When Lin Mo and Linya arrived, everyone's eyes on the table immediately gathered. Lin Mo saw Yi Qing, Zhang Lianchan, Chen Xingji and others, as well as other classmates. "Xiaoya, come here." At this time, Lin Mo heard someone behind him whispering Linya's name.
"Brother, I'm going to entertain my classmates now."
After saying this, Linya sat next to her classmate.
"Xiaoya, you told me last time that you have a lot of things your brother passed on in your house. Do you have any left if I buy them now?"
A girl blushed. "I want your brother's underwear." Lin Mo paused, resisting the urge to look back, his heart churning. "Oh my god, are all the girls nowadays so bold?" Warm tips: if you find that clicking the next page will force you to jump to other websites, please use the chapter error or contact us at the bottom to let us know. We will handle it as soon as possible. Thank you for your understanding.
Of Miles.
Have you heard that the kid from the old Lin family held a graduation banquet yesterday, and all the big shots in Jinling City went? I heard that he also gave a lot of gifts. The vice leader of the Wu League directly gave 3 intermediate qi and blood pills, a total of 6 million.
6 million is nothing.
The Yi family gave a yellow level 3rd grade martial arts, which is said to be very powerful. In the community where Lin Mo lives, several aunts gathered together and discussed loudly. The old lady who originally boasted about her grandson is no longer there. Because the recent topics are all about Lin Mo, the old lady is very unhappy and has broken up with the group of old ladies.
By the way, where is Lin Mo? I haven't seen him since the graduation banquet ended yesterday.
I heard that he went on a trip to see other people's children.
He knows how to combine work and rest.
Unlike the bastard in our family, he only knows how to play games all day long. Several old ladies kept talking about everything about Lin Mo, with envy on their faces. At this moment, the protagonist being discussed was carrying a backpack and heading north. His first destination was Zhucheng. It is said that there is a genius in Zhucheng. He is now a sophomore. He is very strong and has reached the level of a 2nd grade warrior.
I can try to challenge him. Lin Mo whispered.
His blood value has now reached 132. He is still a long way from the 2nd grade warrior, but he still wants to try to fight with a 2nd grade warrior. Zhucheng is not far from Jinling, but Lin Mo chose the slowest way to move forward. He walked all the way, using this process to continuously consume blood value, and at the same time he was slowly practicing the ghost shadow body method. The thunder breathing method was completely mastered by Lin Mo in this process, and he has reached a high level of proficiency. When he was running the breathing method, thunder jumped around him, and a steady stream of blood power entered his body, making his blood value continue to grow. The thunder breathing method is really strong.
Lin Mo sighed again.
Every time his proficiency improved, he had a new understanding of the power of the thunder breathing method. On the national highway, Lin Mo, who was moving forward, was stopped by 2 young men on motorcycles.
"Boy, you are alone."
The young man squeezed the brake and turned the throttle at the same time, making the motorcycle roar like a beast. The other young man looked at him frivolously through the helmet.
"What's the matter?" Lin Mo responded calmly.
"We 2 brothers are traveling, but we don't have enough money, so we need your support." The young man said casually. His eyes already fell on the backpack behind Lin Mo. "No." Lin Mo shook his head. "Or you can rob it yourself."
"Boy, do you know what you are talking about?"
The young man who had been watching coldly laughed, suddenly lifted the front of the motorcycle, and then fell on Lin Mo's head.
The motorcycle weighs at least 1 meter.
If an ordinary person is crushed, he may be crushed to death. But it can only be said that the 2 young men were too unlucky to meet Lin Mo bang. Lin Mo punched the tire, causing it to explode. At the same time, a huge force flipped the car to the ground. The arrogant young man fell heavily to the ground, looking at Lin Mo in horror.
"With such little strength, you want to rob people?"
Lin Mo sneered and stepped on the young man's thigh, breaking his leg. The other young man was almost scared to death when he saw this scene. He turned the car around and tried to escape at high speed.
Want to leave?
Lin Mo pulled off the helmet of the young man on the ground and threw it out. There was a sharp friction sound, and the speeding motorcycle fell to the ground. The young man on the car was thrown out, rolled on the ground for a long distance, and fell on the side of the road and screamed.
Why do you have to rob people?
Lin Mo walked towards the other young man.
You can't do anything to me. I am a member of the Dark Blood Society.
The young man quickly brought out his identity. If you dare to touch me, will the Dark Blood let you go?
Dark Blood Society?
When these three words were mentioned, Lin Mo immediately thought of the bodies in the dark room.
Crack! Crack! Two crisp sounds came, and Lin Mo unceremoniously crippled both of his legs.
He took out their mobile phones, called the police station, and reported the location. After that, Lin Mo fumbled around on them for a while, took out a few thousand yuan, and then left. Of course, before leaving, Lin Mo gently pressed the motorcycle on the broken legs of the two young men. With the motorcycle, it was basically impossible for the two to escape. Looking at Lin Mo's back as he left, the two young men looked desperate.
Who would have thought that they were the ones who robbed, but in the end, they became the ones who were robbed.
Two wastes, no strength, dare to learn to rob others. Looking at the banknotes in his hand, Lin Mo couldn't help complaining. However, although the money was not much, it was at least enough for his expenses in the next few days. The early practice of martial arts cultivation is to improve qi in blood, so the consumption of food is huge, and the main thing is meat.
Before dark, Lin Mo arrived at Chucheng, a city between Jinling and Zhucheng. I haven't heard of any genius-level peers here.
Lin Mo found a hotel to stay in and ordered a large table full of meat.
Miss, are there any genius martial artists in Chucheng? It would be best if they were about my age and very powerful.
Lin Mo called the waiter and asked curiously. About the same age as you, but very strong, the waiter showed a thoughtful look on her face. After a few seconds, her eyes lit up and she said, "We have a man named Lin Mo in Chucheng. I heard that he is already very young.
He has reached the level of a warrior and his talent is astonishing, Lin Mo?"
Lin Mo was stunned. "This Lin Mo you are talking about, how come I heard that he is from Jinling?" "Jinling and Chucheng are so close, they are the same," the waiter said with an indifferent expression, "and our Chucheng will become part of Jinling sooner or later."
"Okay, thank you."
Lin Mo was speechless and sent the waiter away with 100 yuan as a consulting fee. Lin Mo was actually not surprised by this result.
Geniuses are not found everywhere.
Although today is the era of high martial arts and everyone practices martial arts, it does not mean that everyone can embark on the path of martial arts cultivation. It would be great if one person among thousands of people can become a martial artist and reach the realm of a warrior.
Among 100,000 people, one person can reach the realm of a warrior.
If you want to reach the level of a warrior at Lin Mo's age, there is only one chance among millions of people.
You still have to enter university. Only in university can you see geniuses from all over China.
Lin Mo whispered, "However, it is summer vacation now, and college students should be on vacation, so you can see how powerful they are."
Where?
Lin Mo finished his meal quickly, then returned to the room, swallowed a qi and blood pill and fell asleep.
Consume qi and blood pill X10. Lin Mo entered the dungeon again, and the original dungeon was just halfway through.
Entering the Lord's room, Lin Mo saw a humanoid creature. He was 2 meters tall, covered in pitch-black armor, and even his face was covered, leaving only a pair of scarlet eyes.
Upon noticing Lin Mo's entry, the Lord snorted coldly and rushed towards Lin Mo.
His speed was so fast that he arrived in front of Lin Mo almost instantly.
Whoosh!
The fist was wrapped in breaking wind and hit Lin Mo's head. Lin Mo Guiying Mizone wanted to dodge directly, but was blocked by a fist coming from the other direction.
Bang! With no other choice, Lin Mo could only raise his hands and forcefully receive the punch.
The terrifying force spread to Lin Mo's body along his hands.
He moved his feet and took a few steps back.
Before Lin Mo could stand firm, the Lord had already charged forward again.
Bang!
Lin Mo raised his leg and kicked the Lord's arm.
In this blow, Lin Mo used the attack method of eagle tread. The Lord was in pain and kept retreating. Then he yelled and charged again. A smile appeared on Lin Mo's face. Now his strength has reached the level of a first-level warrior, and the Lord in front of him is at most a third-level warrior. Although he is stronger than Lin Mo, the Lord does not have much intelligence. I have the advantage.
Lin Mo sneered, relying on ghost shadows and the experience accumulated from playing games to keep wandering around the Lord.
Puff!
Lin Mo tried to use Gravel Fist to attack the Lord's exposed skin, but the method worked, and large amounts of dirty blood flowed out of the Lord's body.
Since it works, then just wait to die. Lin Mo sneered.
When Lin Mo opened his eyes again, he had successfully eliminated the Lord, and there was a glimmer of light in his mind.
The Lord is not weak, I wonder what good things will drop.
Lin Mo looked at the light ball that had been taken out, his eyes bright. The ghost shadow that dropped last time has given Lin Mo a huge harvest, and the one that dropped this time should be no worse than the last one.
Open the light group and there is a ring inside. The ring was completely black and looked very ordinary, but at this moment it was floating in front of Lin Mo. Could it be like the ring inside Dupo, with an old man sleeping inside?
Lin Mo looked at the ring in front of him, a little unsure. After hesitating for a long time, Lin Mo reached out and held the ring in his hand, then put it on his index finger.
Buzz! For a moment, Lin Mo felt a force constantly washing through his body.
This power is like hot magma, entering the meridians along the fingers, and then rushing through the body. This feeling was extremely painful, and with Lin Mo's current strength, he couldn't help but scream.
Snap!
Lin Mo quickly took off the ring with a look of fear on his face. There was a mark on his finger, which looked extremely ferocious.
It was left when the ring was worn on it. What the hell is this? It almost got me cremated.
Lin Mo was still frightened and looked at his arm. The hot power entered his body through his arm at that time.
Something's wrong. Why is there old skin falling off on my arms?
It looks like dirt expelled from the body after tempering. Lin Mo's eyes lit up and he noticed his changes. Journey of thousands of miles. Lin Mo looked at the ring hanging in front of him with a shocked look on his face. This thing is tempering my body and reducing the impurities in my body. Lin Mo quickly thought of the reason for all this.
What a good thing!
Lin Mo couldn't help but grab the ring in his hand, gritted his teeth, and put the ring on his hand again.
Hiss!
He couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. The hot feeling hit him again, as if lava was flowing in his meridians. Lin Mo's eyes kept paying attention to the time. In less than 3 minutes, he felt like he couldn't bear it anymore and his body was about to burst.
He took off the ring and put it away. Seeing another layer of old skin appearing on his body, he quickly got up and washed it, then changed his clothes.
It feels like the strength of my physical body has improved a lot. Lin Mo felt the changes in his body, and a smile appeared on his face. As a martial artist, you need to use the power of chi and blood to make your physical body stronger. Now this ring seems to be furthering that process.
Found a treasure.
Lin Mo felt ecstatic in his heart and glanced at the white sky. After washing up, Lin Mo went to the restaurant to have breakfast before going on the road again.
At noon that day, Lin Mo came to Zhucheng. Let's go to the martial arts arena first.
Generally, talented students like this will spend their summer vacation in the martial arts arena. Lin Mo stopped a taxi and after giving the address, the taxi driver stepped on the accelerator and rushed out.
Young man, you are not very old. Why are you going to the martial arts field so late? Young people must work hard to practice. Don't be like me. When you get older, you can only drive a taxi. The driver is a nice person and looks at it.
Lin Mo persuaded seriously.
Thank you, master. I'm actually pretty strong.
Lin Mo said with a smile. Young man, stop bragging after me.
You are strong. How strong can you be? Can you compare to that boy named Lin Mo in Jiling?
And our genius Kong Shun has reached the level of a second-grade warrior. I heard that he is also in the martial arts field today. You can just see what a true genius is.
Zhucheng is not big. 10 minutes later, Lin Mo arrived at the entrance of the martial arts arena.
The martial arts arena is an official institution, so the martial arts arena in every city is huge and has complete functions. Lin Mo walked into the martial arts arena and was immediately greeted by a beautiful young lady.
Hello, are you training, or do you want to buy chi and blood pills?
A new batch of chi and blood pills has recently arrived at the martial arts arena.
They are all refined by the Yi family.
They are very effective and have a high absorption rate, the young lady said enthusiastically.
Promoting. No, then why don't you buy a ticket for the Genius Answer session?
The genius student Kongshan will give a live lecture and answer questions.
The ticket price is only 1,000 yuan. Kongshan's speech?
Lin Mo was stunned for a moment, then took out 1,000 yuan and put it in the young lady's hand. Please help me buy a ticket for the speech.
Not long after, Lin Mo entered the lecture hall with the ticket.
There was still an hour before the speech started, but the entire hall was already overcrowded.
Many young girls were holding photos or light signs in their hands and kept shouting Kongshan's name.
Good guy, it's a big star-chasing scene. Lin Mo sighed with a smile, then squeezed into the crowd, found a suitable viewing position and sat down. Time passed by minute by second, and soon dynamic music sounded, and a figure walked out from behind the curtain.
Ah, it's Kongshan, he's so handsome. Kongshan, we love you.
A group of girls cheered loudly.
Lin Mo sat among them and couldn't help but want to cover his ears.
On the stage, Kongshan was wearing a very sexy suit, his hair was meticulously styled, and he had a faint smile on his face. Listening to the cheers from all around, Kongshan raised his hands and pressed them down twice. Thank you all, thank you all.
Can you please be quiet first?
The idol's words were more effective than the words of his own mother. The group of girls who had been crying and howling before immediately closed their mouths and looked at Kongshan on the stage in a daze.
Thank you all for coming to my lecture.
Today I am mainly talking about some of my feelings on my personal spiritual path. Kongshan smiled and then began to talk about some of his experiences at Wuhan University in Beijing. Lin Mo watched a group of people excitedly take out pens and paper and start recording.
It's indeed very good. It's all very basic cultivation experience. This Kongshan is an honest kid.
Lin Mo nodded, and his evaluation of Kongshan improved a lot.
One of the most basic martial arts skills we usually master is called Singlong Fist.
This boxing technique was refined by a senior based on the movements of the Wolf King when he was hunting.
This boxing technique is extremely fierce and extremely lethal. I can show you a demonstration.
Kongshan scratched his head, and then he opened his posture on the podium, as if he was going to practice a boxing technique.
Wait a minute. Lin Mo shouted loudly, since this is a demonstration, why can't we have a battle? After the words fell, everyone's eyes fell on Lin Mo. The little girls who were standing next to Lin Mo immediately looked at Lin Mo with disgust. Where is this idiot who dares to fight against Senior Kongshan? Are you desperate or do you want to be famous? I want to be famous.
Senior Kongshan, accept his request and kill him. A group of fans were full of malice towards Lin Mo and shouted loudly. Lin Mo had a helpless look on his face. He could only ignore them and quietly wait for Kongshan's choice.
Classmate, how old are you? Kongshan looked at Lin Mo, with a hesitant look on his face.
I'm 18 this year and will go to college soon.
Lin Mo smiled and said, I've always heard of your name and want to fight you. 18 years old.
Everyone exclaimed, and looking at Lin Mo's appearance, they couldn't help shaking their heads.
You're not even a college student. You still need to practice well after graduation. When you go to college, we can fight once. The premise is that you can enter Beijing Wuda. Kongshan smiled and didn't take Lin Mo's challenge seriously.
He just regarded Lin Mo as a child who wanted to challenge a strong man. Senior Kongshan, I think you can consider it. Lin Mo took a step forward, and at the same time, the blood and chi in his body were released, covering Kongshan.
Buzz.
In an instant, Kongshan's face changed slightly, and his eyes were full of shock when he looked at Lin Mo. Kongshan raised his eyebrows and finally nodded. Okay, let's go to the martial arts area. What? Senior Kongshan actually accepted his challenge. Senior Kongshan should not want to make him lose face. just to see how Senior Kong Shun abuses him later. The crowd did not feel the blood and chi power that Lin Mo had just burst out. Under the control of mental power, Lin Mo's control of blood and chi power is much stronger than that of ordinary people. A group of people ran towards the martial arts area in a mighty manner. Lin Mo put his hands behind his back and walked up to the martial arts stage step by step. Kong Shun walked up with a solemn expression on the opposite side. Wanlixing? Kong Shun looked at Lin Mo and asked such a question. Lin Mo nodded. Kong Shun's expression became more serious. Awesome. I don't dare to go to your step at all. Wanlixing, what you need is an invincible heart. No matter when, keep the belief that I am invincible. But once such a belief is defeated once in a competition, it will be shattered immediately. So Kong Shun didn't have the courage to go on a journey of thousands of miles. Facing Lin Mo, who dared to take this step, he admired him very much. I will do my best. Kong Shun spoke loudly, and at the same time he clasped his fists towards Lin Mo. Etiquette between martial artists. Lin Mo returned the greetings solemnly. The next moment, both sides took up their positions, and the entire martial arts stage suddenly became quiet. The people below the stage couldn't help but hold their breath, and an inexplicable pressure came over them. What's wrong with this guy? He stood in front of Kong Shun and didn't look afraid at all. Not only didn't he look afraid, I felt a little scared when I looked at him. What's going on? This guy may not be simple. Didn't you notice that the look in Senior Kong Shun's eyes has changed? A group of students were not all brainless fans. Looking at the atmosphere on the stage, they all felt something was wrong. Whoosh! Kong Shun was the first to attack. He shouted coldly and directly used the Tsanglong fist. At the moment of performing the boxing, he pounced on Lin Mo with fierce eyes like a wolf king. What a strong murderous aura! Lin Mo couldn't help but sigh. The essence of the Tsanglong fist should be this murderous aura. At the moment of gushing out, if you are not in a good state of mind, you may be directly scared silly. Roar! Tiger roar attack! Lin Mo roared like a tiger, and the visible sound waves flew out of his mouth. Kong Shun's expression changed slightly, and the Tsanglong fist was interrupted directly. The whole person rolled in the air, and then crossed his hands across his chest. Bang! A muffled sound came, and the sound waves were blocked by his arms. What a strong defense! Lin Mo said with a smile. I am a second grade, you are a first grade. You said that my defense is strong, are you humiliating me? Kong Shun looked helpless. Come again. He rushed up again, but this time, he performed a body movement martial arts, and the whole person on the stage turned into 3 afterimages. It's hard to tell the truth from the false. If I use mental power, this kind of physical martial arts is just a decoration for me. But I can't use it. Lin Mo smiled lightly. Step. Lin Mo stepped on the stage fiercely and jumped up. The height was more than 3 meters. At this time, Kong Shun appeared where Lin Mo was standing. Boom! This punch hit the ground directly from top to bottom. On the martial arts stage, a huge crack spread out in all directions. Kong Shun punched a big hole in the stage. The attack missed, and Kong Shun instinctively felt bad and wanted to dodge, but it was too late. Lin Mo seemed to have predicted his prediction, and Eagle Step fell from the air. When the Eagle Step with advanced proficiency was used, the attack power had reached a terrifying 1,200. Bang! This kick stepped on Kong Shun's shoulder, causing him to half kneel on the ground. Kong Shun lost. Cremation ring. A group of people stared at the scene in front of them with their eyes wide open and their mouths half open. Kong Shun half knelt on the ground, with a look of surprise and calmness on his face. I lost. Kong Shun said softly, you are very strong. Lin Mo jumped down and helped Kong Shun up at the same time. I also took some advantage. You don't need to explain so much, losing is losing, this will only make me practice harder, and sooner or later I will surpass you. Kong Shun interrupted Lin Mo with a smile and spoke slowly. Seeing that Kong Shun's mentality was not affected, Lin Mo nodded, then jumped off the stage and prepared to leave. You have such strength before going to college,
Who are you? Under the stage, someone looked at Lin Mo's back and couldn't help shouting. Everyone also looked at Lin Mo, waiting for Lin Mo's response. Kang Shun's eyes fell on Lin Mo's back, with a faint smile on his face and a clear look in his eyes. My name is Lin Mo, the voice came from Lin Mo. Everyone was stunned when they heard this. He is Lin Mo. Lin Mo. He actually came to Zhucheng. Wan Lixing. He is really traveling thousands of miles. I don't want to say anything, Lin Mo is so handsome. Traveling thousands of miles alone, tempering his invincible heart. Taiku La. Those who had previously expressed contempt for Lin Mo immediately changed their tone and praised Lin Mo instead. In the crowd, several fairies had thrown away Kang Shun's photos, took out their mobile phones to take pictures of Lin Mo's back, raised their hands high, kept shaking, and still called Lin Mo's name. Without Lin Mo knowing, his first team of brainless fans appeared. After leaving the martial arts arena, Lin Mo came to the reserved hotel. After opening the room, Lin Mo lay directly on the bed. Kang Shun is so strong. Although this battle was won, it was also very difficult. If you are not careful, he will be suppressed by his blood value. Lin Mo seriously recalled the gains and losses of today's competition and made a serious summary. In Zhucheng, the only known genius is Kang Shun. Lin Mo's next destination is Luzhou City. Luzhou City is different from Zhucheng. As the provincial capital, Luzhou City's martial arts strength far exceeds that of Zhucheng. In addition, the entire city has a long history, so there are many martial arts families. I may be able to use the most traditional way to challenge them. After recalling the battle, Lin Mo planned his next goal. There are two martial arts families in Luzhou City, the Gao family and the Sun family. The Gao family is relatively low-key. On weekdays, all the direct descendants are trained within the family, so it is difficult to judge their depth. The Sun family is different. The Sun family is relatively high-profile. Every year, they will launch a direct disciple to suppress the first place in the college entrance examination in Luzhou City that year with their strength. This year, the disciple launched by the Sun family seems to be called Sunzone. It is said that he is only one step away from being a third-grade warrior. Stronger than Kang Shun. The high school student suppressed by Sunzone seems to be called Lu Chao. He is the son of the richest man in Luzhou City. He relies on qi and blood pills and various top-level medicinal materials to build up the strength of a warrior. There is little point in challenging Lu Chao, so Luzhou City's target should be Sunzone. Lin Mo stood up from the bed, took out the ring and took a look, gritted his teeth and put it on his hand again. Ah! A scream sounded, and Lin Mo began to torture himself again. No words were spoken all night. The next morning, Lin Mo washed off the dirt on his body and prepared to leave. But he didn't expect to be stopped directly by the people from the Public Security Bureau. You are Lin Mo? Please come with us. The two security guards looked at Lin Mo politely. We suspect you are related to a homicide case. Murder case? Lin Mo was stunned for a moment, and after calming down, he said, What exactly happened? I should have the right to know. Otherwise, with your strength, I want to leave, and you can't stop me. The two security guards looked at each other, and one of them said, Kang Shun, who fought with you yesterday, is dead. Kang Shun is dead? Lin Mo was stunned for a moment. Yesterday's fight was actually a competition. Neither of them had any killing intentions. When Lin Mo suppressed him in the end, he did not cause much harm to him. How could someone die? I'll go with you. At the same time, I want to see the body. Lin Mo wanted to take a look at the body to determine whether Kang Shun died in his hands. After following the security guards to the police station, Lin Mo saw Kang Shun's body with approval. The murderer attacked from the back, and the shot caused the heart to rupture. The forensic doctor said the cause of death. Lin Mo nodded. There was a dark mark on Kang Shun's back, which looked like it was left after some kind of attack. Damn Lin Mo, you dare to come to see my son. At this moment, a voice sounded, and two figures outside the door rushed towards Lin Mo.
One of the middle-aged women had a resentful look on her face and stretched out her hands to Lin Mo. Lin Mo frowned and dodged.
Humph. Die. The middle-aged man snorted coldly and punched Lin Mo in the heart.
Warrior. Lin Mo's eyes shrank. The middle-aged man in front of him turned out to be a warrior. He quickly dodged and looked at the middle-aged couple in front of him with a cold face. These two people should be Kong Shun's father and mother. Mr. Kong, Mrs. Kong, the dead cannot be resurrected, my condolences, a voice sounded, and the deputy director of the Public Security Department walked in. Mr. Lin was invited by us to cooperate with the investigation, and now he has been basically eliminated as a suspect.
What do you mean by eliminating suspicion?
My son died after competing with him. He must have killed my son. You two should arrest him quickly. The middle-aged woman screamed, and at the same time rushed towards Lin Mo with bared teeth and claws. Lin Mo turned aside and stared at them, thoughtfully. Mr. Lin, please don't leave Zhucheng in the past 2 days. We may want to find you at any time to learn about the situation, the deputy director of the Public Security Department said politely.
Lin Mo nodded. In that case, I will go back first.
You should know my address.
If you have anything, just go to me directly.
After saying these words, Lin Mo turned around and left. The sheriff's department was not close to the hotel, but Lin Mo did not choose to call a taxi, but walked slowly on the street.
10 minutes later, Lin Mo stopped at the entrance of an alley. Mr. Kong can't wait so soon?
Looking back, Kong Shuan's father, Conway, was standing there, looking at him gloomily.
How did you know I would follow?
Conway said coldly.
Because your target is me, you can't just watch me go.
Lin Mo smiled lightly, but, in order to deal with me, you killed your own son with your own hands.
Isn't it a bit too vicious? How do you know we killed him? Conway's eyes flashed, neither denying nor admitting.
The punch just now was exactly the same as the one that hit Kong Shun, and apart from the injuries from the fight between me and him, Kong Shun was only left with the mark of this punch. So the person who killed him should have done it when he was completely defenseless.
You are his father and fully meet these conditions.
Lin Mo gave his own speculation while staring at Conway.
You can't even defeat someone whose level is lower than your own. It would be a shame to be alive.
Conway sneered, as for you, you must die.
Conway's eyes were full of murderous intent, and he almost said this through gritted teeth.
So, you killed me not because I defeated your son, but because of other reasons.
Are you from the Dark Blood Society?
Lin Mo suddenly thought of a possibility.
Smart. So smart.
Conway praised in admiration. Now that you know everything, you can go and die. As soon as he finished speaking, Kong Shun rushed towards Lin Mo. Third-grade warrior. Feeling the surging energy and blood, Lin Mo instantly estimated Conway's strength. Faced with such a powerful force, all Lin Mo can do is to avoid the edge for the time being. Whoosh! The ghost shadow was cast by Lin Mo, and the whole person disappeared from the place. At the same time, mental perception spread to the surroundings. Facing Conway's strength, he had to deal with it with all his strength.
100 battles boxing technique.
Conway roared and punched with both hands. You could see a dozen fist shadows appearing in front of him, almost surrounding his entire body. This kind of boxing technique is very terrifying, with the sound of breaking wind and constant whistling.
Bang! Lin Mo couldn't dodge and was punched on the shoulder. With a click, Lin Mo knew that his left shoulder should be broken.
Damn it, why haven't those guys from the Public Security Department come yet? Lin Mo said helplessly. When he just left, he winked at the deputy director of the Public Security Department. Being able to sit in that position, it's impossible not to understand him.
The meaning of Tiger Roar Impact.
Lin Mo began to fight back, roaring in his mouth, and rushed towards Conway. Conway sneered and dodged, and at the same time punched Lin Mo again on the chest. A sharp pain almost made Lin Mo faint, and at the same time a mouthful of blood spat out from his mouth. Lin Mo looked at Conway with cold eyes. Only a short time had passed before he was injured. If he continued to fight, the injury would only get worse.
You forced me.
Lin Mo yelled, took out the ring from his body,
and was about to put it on his hand. "It looks good, this thing belongs to me." Conway looked at the ring in Lin Mo's hand, his eyes flashed, he rushed over and snatched the ring away. "Give it back to me." Lin Mo had a panicked look on his face and rushed towards Conway desperately. With a mocking smile on his face, Conway took the ring and put it directly on his ring finger. Hiss! The moment the ring was put on the hand, a hot breath flowed down the arm to every part of the body. Conway felt like his body was on fire. "Damn, there's something wrong with this thing." Conway reacted in just a moment and wanted to take the ring off his hand. But Lin Mo had already sneered and rushed forward. "You've already put it on, don't take it off in a hurry." He desperately grabbed Conway's hands and held them tightly. Conway's face turned ugly and painful, and he roared, desperately trying to get free. But no matter how injured Lin Mo was, he kept holding onto his hand. Puff! There was a soft sound, and Conway's body suddenly burst into flames. Warm reminder, if you find that clicking the next page will force you to jump to other websites, please use the chapter error or contact us at the bottom to inform us. We will handle it as soon as possible. Thank you for your understanding. The flames were surging, and the high temperature caused the air to distort a little. Lin Mo took 2 steps back, looking at everything in front of him, with an excited smile on his face. With a jingle, the ring on Conway's hand fell to the ground and slowly floated up. Lin Mo grabbed the ring in his hand, wiped it clean, and then put it away. What a good thing, it can not only temper the body, but also help people cremate. Lin Mo had an excited smile on his face. At this time, the deputy director of the Public Security Bureau came here with a group of people. Looking at Lin Mo standing there with a silly smile, he couldn't help but frown. "You winked at me just to let me see you grinning?" The deputy director looked a little ugly. He found a lot of security guards to come together, but he didn't expect to be fooled by Lin Mo in the end. "The ashes under your feet are Conway's. He just wanted to kill me and I solved it." Lin Mo pointed at the ashes under the deputy director's feet and said lightly. The deputy director's expression changed slightly. Only then did he notice that there were obvious signs of burning on the ground. He couldn't help but take 2 steps back. "You said Conway wanted to kill you?" "Not only did they want to kill me, they killed his son themselves." Lin Mo raised his hand and pointed to the distance. "There is a camera there, you can see it for yourself." The deputy director was silent for a moment and looked at a security guard behind him. The security guard took out his mobile phone and made a call. A few minutes later, the deputy director's mobile phone vibrated and received a video. Clicking on the video, it was the conversation between Lin Mo and Conway and the whole process of Lin Mo killing Conway later. Burned to death directly? The deputy director looked at the video with a surprised look on his face. "What means did you use?" "Mysterious power from the east." Lin Mo smiled lightly. "You don't want to find out my personal tricks. It is a taboo for martial artists to inquire about each other's registration." The deputy director knew that he had just said something wrong, and he could only cough lightly to cover up the matter. "I want to know why Conway wants to kill you." The deputy director frowned. "I can't find any reason." "Maybe you can find the answer from his wife, or maybe Conway is actually a member of the Dark Blood Society." Lin Mo gave his own guess. "Go check it now." The deputy director turned around and gave his order again. It must be said that Zhu Cheng is very efficient. 10 minutes later, the Public Security Bureau caught Conway's wife and obtained the address and specific strength of the Dark Blood Society in Zhu Cheng in the shortest time. "There is also a first-class warrior?" Lin Mo showed a cold smile on his face. "In that case, don't blame me for being rude." Lin Mo stood aside and had already heard the strength and address of the Dark Blood Society in Zhu Cheng clearly. After leaving this sentence, Lin Mo turned around and left. "Lin Mo, what are you going to do?" "This is our Public Security Bureau's business. I warn you, don't get involved." The deputy director shouted at Lin Mo's back. But Lin Mo didn't even turn his head back, turned around and walked towards the address of the Dark Blood Society. An hour later, in a villa in the suburbs of Zhucheng. Conway, this idiot, actually killed his own son. Doesn't he know that this behavior is extremely stupid?
A middle-aged man in the villa spoke loudly.
President Zhu, Mr. Kong should have his own plan.
A woman chuckled and said, however, the task assigned to us by the superiors must be completed. If Conway can kill Lin Mo this time, it will be a great achievement.
Bang!
As soon as the voice fell, the door of the villa was kicked open, and Lin Mo rushed in alone.
If you want to kill me, I'm here now, come and kill me.
In the villa, dozens of people living on the first floor slowly walked out, staring at Lin Mo with murderous intent.
Kill! One of the young men roared and rushed towards Lin Mo.
He has reached the level of a third-grade warrior at a young age, and is the best among these people.
Tiger Fist.
Lin Mo punched out with both fists. With Lin Mo's current strength and proficiency, he used this martial art again. Its attack power can be said to be extremely terrifying.
Bang!
The man who rushed up was instantly broken into 3 pieces and fell to the ground, with blood splattering all over the place.
Trample, trample, trample. Dozens of people retreated one after another. The people living on the first floor were relatively weak.
The one who just attacked was already the strongest among them, but was killed by Lin Mo with 1 punch.
How could they be Lin Mo's opponent? Trample.
Lin Mo took a step forward, and everyone took a step back. Student Lin Mo is so capable that he dared to rush to our branch. It seems that he doesn't take the Dark Blood Club seriously at all. President Zhu walked down step by step, followed by a young woman with light makeup on her face, but she gave people a charming feeling. I am a person who emphasizes revenge.
With the strength of you people, I can completely deal with it. What is worth my attention for a mere branch?
Lin Mo's voice was full of contempt, and President Zhu's face turned livid.
Bang! President Zhu jumped down from the 2nd floor.
The moment he landed, he rushed forward and rushed towards Lin Mo. Whoosh! Lin Mo dodged directly with a ghostly shadow, and at the same time, he went around and punched him in the back.
President, be careful. The female assistant who was following President Zhu changed her expression and couldn't help shouting.
Whoosh! Lin Mo took out the dagger he carried with him and threw it out directly.
With a muffled sound, the female assistant closed her mouth forever. However, this roar did have a physical effect on President Zhu. President Zhu turned around suddenly and punched Lin Mo in the heart.
Buzz! Lin Mo's eyes flashed, and he directly activated his mental power.
Suddenly, the big net woven by mental power enveloped President Zhu. Puff! President Zhu trembled, and the whole person stood in place. After a long while, he spit out a mouthful of blood and fell straight to the ground. Is there anyone among you who wants to avenge Conway and your president?
Lin Mo looked at the people in front of him and asked with a smile. A group of people looked at each other, but no one was willing to stand up and avenge President Zhu.
A mob. Lin Mo gave his own evaluation coldly, and then went straight to the 2nd floor.
The Zhucheng Dark Blood Club branch has been established for a long time, and there should be a lot of good things left. Under the watchful eyes of everyone, Lin Mo entered the president's room. The first thing that caught his eye was a large bed that could accommodate at least 4 people, followed by a rocking chair by the window. These two are very good at enjoying themselves. Lin Mo's spiritual perception had not disappeared, so as soon as he entered the room, he found the least clean place. The whole room was full of the scent of President Zhu and the woman who had just been killed by Lin Mo. Lin Mo walked straight to the safe next to the desk. After trying a few times, he still couldn't open the lock. You forced me to do this. Lin Mo stood up and whispered, now get out of here obediently. Maybe there is room for negotiation.
I'll count to 3. If you don't come out, 1. 2.
Just when everyone thought that Lin Mo would count to 3 step by step, Lin Mo suddenly punched the safe. With a bang, a huge force penetrated the safe, revealing the contents in front of Lin Mo: chi and blood pills, healing pills, and funds. Lin Mo roughly counted them. There were more than a dozen chi and blood pills in the safe, and there was no shortage of healing pills.
These people were bullies and had so many things on them.
They were quite capable.
Since I found it, I won't be polite.
Lin Mo smiled and collected all the collected things.
As for the cash, Lin Mo collected it. There is a layer in the safe.
Just as Lin Mo was about to get up and leave, he suddenly wanted to use his mental power to scan the entire room again. This time, there was really an unexpected gain. Lin Mo, who had just received the cash and other things, actually found a secret compartment in the safe.
Lin Mo opened the secret compartment without hesitation and saw the contents inside.
Martial arts. Lin Mo recognized what was inside at a glance. After taking it out and taking a look, Lin Mo smiled. It's actually a method to strengthen the body. Maybe it can be used with the cremation ring. Lin Mo had already figured it out in his mind. At the same time, he opened the martial arts and took a look at the content. Crane-shaped fist. A brand new martial arts created based on the crane. It is extremely powerful. When it is practiced to the strongest, it can even kill a martial king with one punch. When practicing to a high level of proficiency, it should be able to exert half of the power of the crane-shaped fist. Only half of the power, there should be few people of the same level who can compare with it. I picked up a treasure. The crane-shaped fist is a treasure comparable to the tiger fist. The grade is the royal grade, but they are all very powerful.
Lin Mo was a little happy. In addition to some big families, there are many hidden masters in the whole China. How many complete martial arts can they have?
Now Lin Mo directly got a martial arts, which is undoubtedly an improvement in his strength. Packed up the looted things and put them directly in the storage space in his mind. At this time, Lin Mo had an astonishing 50 blood and chi pills on his body. According to Lin Mo's current cultivation technique, 50 chi and blood pills may be used up in 3 or 4 times. We have to find a way to make money. Lin Mo was a little helpless and walked down the stairs step by step. Even if no one was watching, a group of people stood there honestly, like parents waiting to be scolded.
Hand over all the money on you, and I will let you go.
Lin Mo said with a faint smile. When everyone heard this, they immediately smiled on their faces. After searching for a while, Lin Mo found that there were tens of thousands of extra income in his pocket.
Finally, I have money.
Lin Mo sighed, and at this time, the deputy director of the Public Security Bureau came late with his men.
Give it to you.
Lin Mo looked at the confused deputy director of the Public Security Department, smiled, and then turned and left. A group of people looked at Lin Mo's leaving figure and almost went crazy.
Didn't you agree that you would let us go after collecting our money? Why did you hand us over directly to the sheriff's department? Someone couldn't help but yell.
I said I'd let you go, but I don't know if the Public Security Department will let you go.
Lin Mo said without looking back.
This kid actually destroyed a branch of the Dark Blood Society by himself. After Lin Mo left, the deputy director of the Public Security Department looked at the Dark Blood Club skeleton lying on the ground, with shock on his face.
With this guy gone, will the credit for wiping out the Dark Blood Society branch belong to us? One of the security guards couldn't help but ask.
The deputy director turned back to glare at them and nodded angrily. A group of people immediately showed smiles on their faces, and their hearts were full of gratitude to Lin Mo. After Lin Mo left the scene, he returned directly to the hotel. Today's harvest was really too great, and he had to sort it out.
First of all, the medicines collected by the Dark Blood Society suddenly supplemented what Lin Mo was currently lacking.
The most important thing was that Lin Mo got a new boxing technique.
Crane-shaped fist. Lin Mo looked at the martial arts manual in front of him with an excited smile on his face.
After reading the boxing manual from top to bottom, Lin Mo started practicing in the hotel room. I feel that this boxing method is somewhat similar to tiger boxing. They are both evolved from the habits of certain animals. When practicing crane-shaped boxing, do you also need to see how the red-crowned crane attacks? While Lin Mo was practicing, this thought came to his mind. A few hours later, Lin Mo had a preliminary grasp of the crane-shaped fist, so he took out the chi and blood pill and swallowed one. After entering the martial arts arena, there were still 10 chi and blood pills, and Lin Mo got a chance to practice the crane-shaped fist. In the martial arts arena, Lin Mo practiced this boxing technique again and again according to the above instructions. After all 10 chi and blood pills were consumed, Lin Mo raised his proficiency in crane fist to the intermediate level. Just when Lin Mo was about to exit the martial arts arena, he suddenly saw a line of text appearing on the martial arts arena.
5 Beast Fist?
Lin Mo was pretty sure he saw these words, but Lin Mo only saw a rough outline of the specific content behind them.
5 Beast Fist, what the hell?
Lin Mo frowned and opened his eyes from his sleep. After thinking for a while, he took out another chi and blood pill and swallowed it. In the martial arts arena, Lin Mo looked at the options in front of him with a look of surprise on his face.
5 Beast Fist, 2/5, this time, he saw it all. 2 out of 5 means that I have mastered 2 types of 5 Beast Fist, right? 2 types, could it be said to be the Tiger Fist and the Crane-shaped Fist?
Lin Mo suddenly thought that the 2 boxing techniques he had mastered were all related to some kind of beast.
5 Beast Fist.
If all the 5 boxing techniques are mastered to master level proficiency, it will undergo a qualitative change and evolve into a brand new boxing technique, and the grade will directly reach the 3rd level of the Earth level.
3rd level boxing skills.
Lin Mo couldn't help but exclaimed, martial arts that could reach this level would be extremely terrifying. I don't know what the remaining 3 boxing techniques are.
You can't let me collect them aimlessly. Lin Mo was helpless. Let's wait until we get to college.
As one of the 2 top universities in China, Huaxia Military University may have news about the 5 Beast Fist.
Lin Mo finally withdrew from the martial arts arena, and it was almost dawn. After changing his clothes, he left Zhucheng and prepared to go to Luzhou City.
Still walking, Lin Mo's speed improved greatly this time.
That night, Lin Mo had already arrived at Luzhou City. Sun Zong's strength is not weak. He is only 1 step away from being a 3rd-grade warrior. I can challenge him first, and then find a way to find out who is the strong one in the Gao family this year. Lin Mo took out his cell phone and dialed Yan Kai's number. Let me go, you kid can still think of me.
Yan Kai's voice on the phone was full of excitement. I heard that you chose Huaxia Military University, and you and I will not be the same people in the future. Yan Kai was someone Lin Mo met at the Genius Training Camp. He came from the Yan family in the capital. Lin Mo only found out later that this boy's family was extremely wealthy. The Yan family is one of the major martial arts families in the capital, with many talented people. The accumulation of hundreds of years has allowed the Yan family to master many powerful martial arts. There is even a saying that the Yan family has been inheriting martial arts since hundreds of years ago. However, at that time, martial arts had not flourished and could not be promoted to a higher level, but at least the martial arts experience had been accumulated over the years. Years of business have given the Yan family a deep understanding of the entire Chinese martial arts landscape. Believe it or not, after I arrived in the capital, I went directly to Yan's house to beat you up? Lin Mo said angrily, I need your help with something. Hearing that Lin Mo had something to ask him, Yan Kai immediately stopped his teasing tone. What's the matter? If I can help my brother, I will do my best to help. If you have any information about the Gao family and the Sun family in Luzhou City, please give me a copy. Also, I want to know how many people of the same age as me in the Gao family are there? Who is the strongest? The Sun family is too high profile. I have a lot of information here, which will be sent to your phone later. However, the Gao family is too low-key, so I don't have much information. I only know that the strong man in the Gao family this year seems to be a Qi mind master. His Qi and blood values should not be as high as yours, but his mental power is definitely much stronger than yours. Nian Qi master. Lin Mo's eyes lit up. Since becoming a Nian Qi master, Lin Mo has been able to come into contact with too few Nian Qi masters. If the Gao family really has a Qi Nian master, Lin Mo can just take this opportunity to have a good communication. Is there any way to challenge this Nianqi master? Lin Mo asked. Challenge the Gao family's Qi master? Yan Kai was stunned for a moment. You kid is crazy. You should be very aware of the horror of mental power. If we really use mental power to collide, you will definitely not be an opponent. No, why are you challenging the Nianqi master? Are you on a journey of thousands of miles? There was a sound of something being touched on the phone. You are crazy.
You started traveling thousands of miles before going to college. Do you know that in this process, if you lose once, your invincibility will be damaged, and you will regret it later? Too late. You said it too late, I have already started. Lin Mo said helplessly, it's better to tell me your method quickly. I can't wait to fight against the Chi Master. Inside the Luzhou City martial arts arena. Crane-shaped fist. Lin Mo used the crane-shaped fist, holding the fist seal with both hands, as sharp as a crane's beak, and blasted forward with the sound of breaking wind. Opposite Lin Mo stood a young man of about 20 years old. He was dressed in black linen clothes and had a solemn look on his face. Lin Mo, if you can defeat my Sun family's leg skills, you will win this battle. The young man is the Sun Zong of the Sun family. Lin Mo found him the second day after arriving in Luzhou City, and the two agreed to fight. Sun Zong is very powerful and is very proficient in both boxing and kicking skills. But Lin Mo was equally terrifying. With his martial arts skills such as Tiger Fist and Tiger Roaring Impact, he almost tied with Sun Zong. Even because Lin Mo mastered the thunder breathing technique, he could continuously refine chi and blood. During the battle, he was vaguely aware of he overpowered Sun Zong. After image legs. Sun Zong shouted loudly, pushed his legs hard, and flew up diagonally. The sound of breaking wind continued. During the time when his whole body was stuck in the air, Sun Zong kicked Lin Mo at least 100 times. The legs were covered with shadows, looking like a black barrier. Lin Mo didn't dare to be careless, so he used the crane-shaped fist, and with the fist marked like a crane's beak, he directly broke through the black light curtain. Puff! A piece of blood spattered down, and Lin Mo's fist hit Sun Zong's leg directly, causing 2 deep blood holes to appear there, which looked extremely terrifying. Sun Zong staggered back a few steps and looked at Lin Mo with shock on his face. His strength was comparable to that of a third-grade warrior, but he actually lost to Lin Mo, a man who had not yet reached the realm of a second-grade warrior. I lost. Sun Zong's eyes flickered for a moment, and finally he bowed his head and admitted defeat. Then, he took out some powder from his body and sprinkled it on the wound. This is the healing powder prepared by my Sun family. It can stop bleeding and heal injuries. Sun Zong shook the bottle in his hand and explained. Healing? Lin Mo thought of the healing pill he got from the Dark Blood Society, so he took one out of his body, crushed it, and pressed it on Sun Zong's wound. Sun Zong didn't expect Lin Mo to help him treat his injuries, and was a little surprised for a moment. We are just competing, not fighting for our lives. Lin Mo smiled, what's more, I also want to get the invitation letter from you. You are so worthless. I said I would give you the invitation, so I will definitely keep my word. Sun Zong took out an invitation letter from his body and handed it to Lin Mo, who doesn't know that I, Sun Zong, am the most honest person. Thank you. Lin Mo took the invitation solemnly, opened it and took a look, with a smile on his face. The invitation was a bet made before the two men fought. The Gao family will hold a banquet tonight, and there will be a battle between peers, and even the Qin Yin masters of the Sun family will take action. This was Lin Mo's only chance to fight against the Sun family's Qin Yin master, and he didn't want to miss it. This kid is so strong. When he arrives in the capital, he will definitely attract a lot of people's attention. Sun Zong looked at Lin Mo's leaving figure with a playful smile on his lips. I want to take a look at those guys in the capital. What kind of expression will it look like then? In the evening, Luzhou City, Gao family. Lin Mo got out of the taxi and looked at the antique door of the Gao family with a surprised look on his face. Since the rise of martial arts, the Gao family has been rising all the way. I heard that the current head of the Gao family, Gao Yi, is very powerful and has even reached the peak of King Wu. The direct descendants of the Gao family are not simple now, and all of them are top-notch geniuses. The Qi master from this generation of the Gao family is called Gao Ming. He is slightly older than me and has lower Qi and blood levels than me, but it is said that his mental power is much higher than mine. Coupled with the accumulation of the Gao family over the years, there should be many martial arts related to Nian Qi masters. As Lin Mo walked, he recalled the information he got from Sun Zong. After checking the invitation letter on Lin Mo, the guards of the Gao family let Lin Mo in. The Gao family banquet is one of the more famous events in Luzhou City. By the time Lin Mo entered the Gao family, the hall of the Gao family was already full of people.
Lin Mo even saw Sun Zong, who was defeated by him earlier, among them.
You guys came so late.
Sun Zong took the initiative to step forward, led Lin Mo to the Sun family, and introduced Lin Mo to everyone. It turns out that you are Lin Mo from Jinling. It's incredible that you have achieved such a state at such a young age.
Speaking of which, Lin Mo, at your age, shouldn't you find a girlfriend? I have a sister who is only 3 years older than you. Do you want to get to know her?
Sun Zong stepped forward and asked with a wink.
No, thank you.
Lin Mo waved his hands repeatedly. Women will only affect the speed of my punches. A group of people looked at Lin Mo and couldn't help but roll their eyes. The old head of the Gao family is here. At this moment, someone shouted. Everyone closed their mouths and looked at the old man who came out of the inner hall. The old man was in good spirits and looked to be only 60 or 70 years old, but Lin Mo knew that the old man in front of him was at least 80 years old.
Gao Yi, the current head of the Gao family, is also the pillar of the Gao family's rise. I've met Senior.
A group of people saluted Gao Yi, with admiration on their faces. Lin Mo, like everyone else, cupped his fists and saluted Gao Yi.
Thank you for giving the Gao family this face.
Gao Yi laughed heartily and energetically. The main purpose of inviting everyone here this time is that everyone should be able to come out.
Gao Ming, come out and show everyone.
After the voice fell, a young man walked out of the crowd. Unlike Sun Zong, Gao Ming wore a white shirt, suit pants, black leather shoes, and his hair was combed meticulously.
He is a delicate person.
Lin Mo gave a comment with a smile.
This Gao Yi is indeed extraordinary. Just standing there makes me feel pressured and feel that my mental power is suppressed.
Sun Zong lowered his voice and said to Lin Mo. Lin Mo was stunned for a moment, then nodded. In fact, he didn't feel any of the feelings that Sun Zong said. Gao Ming's mental power may be really strong, but I always feel that it should be comparable to mine. Lin Mo was a little suspicious, but he didn't say anything, but looked at everyone silently. Gao Ming meets all the seniors and classmates. Gao Ming clasped his hands together with a smile on his face. Gao Ming exclaimed, his eyes fell on Lin Mo, and a look of shock appeared on his face. My classmate, your mental power seems to be very strong. After the voice fell, Gao Ming actually spread his mental power and covered Lin Mo's body.
Gao Ming, don't be rude. Seeing this scene, Gao Yi couldn't help but shout. Everyone also looked at Lin Mo with pity.
Such a terrifying mental power covering the past, ordinary people simply can't bear it.
Masters.
Buzz. For a moment, Lin Mo felt as if his head had been hit by a hammer. He was dizzy and his eyes became blurred.
What a terrifying mental power!
A group of people exclaimed. Some of them did not directly bear the mental attack, but they still felt the terrifying pressure. Lin Mo was the first to bear the brunt of the pressure and felt like his whole body was about to be torn apart.
Gao Ming, stop! Gao Yi shouted again. Grandpa, I want to play with him.
Gao Ming had a playful smile on his face, without any intention of stopping. If I guess correctly, he is also a Qin Yen master.
You should know how good a Qin Yen master is. It's rare. I want to have a good communication with him. Also a Mind Shi master? A group of people looked at Lin Mo with surprised expressions on their faces. Especially Gao Yi, whose old face was filled with surprise, and his eyes kept looking at Lin Mo. I'll go. If you are a Qi master, then my sister may not be worthy of you.
Sun Zong murmured, watching Lin Mo's eyes shining, as if he wished he could send his sister to Lin Mo right now same in bed. Faced with the crowd's noise, Lin Mo did not respond. The roar in his mind dissipated and his eyes became clear.
Disperse!
Lin Mo roared, his eyes suddenly clear, and a light flashed in his eyes.
He's actually a Mind Shi master. Seeing this scene, everyone couldn't help but exclaimed.
Because at this moment, Lin Mo's forehead seemed to be distorted, which was due to the fluctuation of mental power spreading around.
Interesting. He is indeed a Qi master.
Gao Ming showed a smile on his face and said coldly, come again.
Buzz.
On his forehead, there was a slight flicker of light, and hazy energy shrouded Lin Mo's psychic attack.
Gao Ming used a mental attack. Someone exclaimed. Although Lin Mo is a mind chi master, he probably hasn't really practiced martial arts related to mental power yet. How can he be a brilliant opponent? Some people couldn't help but speak.
Lin Mo looked serious. He had only practiced spiritual perception.
At this moment, he seemed to see his spiritual power turning into a steel knife and slashing towards him. Break it for me.
Lin Mo's eyes were determined, and his forehead seemed to be shining with light. His mental power also shrouded forward, forming a barrier in front of the steel knife, blocking the steel knife. There seemed to be a clanging sound in the entire hall. Lin Mo's condensed barrier and the steel knife were constantly rubbing against each other, and the two people's mental power was dissipating crazily.
What a terrifying mental power! This kid's mental power is not weaker than mine. Gao Ming looked solemn, feeling Lin Mo's mental power. He couldn't help but exclaimed.
This kid probably hasn't practiced martial arts related to mental power, but now he can fight Gao Ming with mental power. Nianqi masters have their own inheritance, and various techniques need to be passed down from master to disciple, but Lin Mo seems to have seen the secret of mental attack methods based on his clever attack methods.
This kid is so extraordinary.
Lin Mo should have used spiritual perception at the beginning, but facing the brilliant spiritual blade, he actually condensed a spiritual shield in front of him. Although the shield was not very powerful, Lin Mo's spiritual power seemed to be wiped out.
Endless, this kid is extraordinary. A look of surprise appeared on Gao Ye's face, and he looked at his grandson. Let's go and fight. There are not many Qi Nian masters in Jinling and Luzhou City. Since you two met today, here we are, let's have a good chat. Lin Mo, my Gao family will not bully you. This is the martial arts of the spiritual blade, Gao Yi whispered, groped for a while, and then threw out a scroll. The scroll unrolled in the air and then hung there. Lin Mo took a look and saw that the content above was quite simple. Coupled with the things Lin Mo had mastered previously, it became even easier to master the spiritual blade. Spiritual blade. Lin Mo roared and used spirit blade. This time, Lin Mo's forehead was also glowing, and his mental power turned into a steel blade and slashed towards Gao Ming. Gao Ming snorted coldly and used the same method to kill forward. Ding! Although everyone could not use their mental power, they could feel the shuddering aura at the moment when their mental powers collided. This power puts great pressure on the spirit. Although I am about to enter the realm of King Wu, I still feel the pressure. Indeed, the Nianqi master is indeed too powerful. As the king of martial arts, although I have many means to kill the two of them, but, in terms of spiritual power, I am definitely no match for them. The Qi Mind Master is simply a bug. While everyone was amazed, Lin Mo and Gao Ming had already fought against each other more than 10 times. Spiritual sword formation. At this time, Gao Ming gave a light drink and performed his second spiritual martial skill. The mental power turned into several long swords of about 1 meter and shrouded Lin Mo. Lin Mo used the spiritual blade and at the same time condensed his spiritual power into a shield, shrouding it forward. Ding ding ding. The shield made a soft sound and then shattered instantly. At the same time, Lin Mo's spiritual blade was also cracked, and the flying swords continued to intertwine, tearing the spiritual blade into pieces. Lin Mo had to use Ghost Shadow to avoid this terrifying mental attack. Old senior, this is unfair. Lin Mo dodged and looked at Gao Yi. Your grandson used a spiritual force martial art that I don't know. It's not good for the Gao family to win. Everyone was dumbfounded, because they all understood that Lin Mo was asking for the martial art of the spiritual sword array. But the spiritual sword array is a spiritual force martial art of the first level of the Shen level. How could the Gao family easily take it out? The Gao family has been low-key for so many years, but it has collected a lot of good things. But you are the first person who dares to ask us for martial arts blatantly, Gao Yi smiled. Facing Lin Mo's rudeness, he didn't care much. After thinking for a moment, he took out a scroll from his body and threw it out. The scroll unfolded, and the content inside was the spiritual sword array. A group of people's eyes lit up, and they wanted to snatch the scroll away. This is a martial art related to spiritual power, which is more precious than ordinary martial arts.
But the above content is too complicated for people with low spiritual power.
After reading it for only 1 minute, it feels like the head is about to split.
Lin Mo seized this opportunity, stared at the scroll carefully, and wrote down the contents bit by bit.
Soon, Lin Mo tried to use the mental sword formation, and it was successful.
In front of him, the mental power condensed into 3 short swords and slashed forward.
"Humph, you are not my opponent,"
Gao Ming said coldly, and also condensed 3 swords and slashed towards Lin Mo's sword.
Crack! An unexpected situation occurred.
The sword formation condensed by Lin Mo's mental power actually cut off Gao Ming's condensed sword. Gao Ming raised his eyebrows, and after the battle, he was directly angry. He even had to use other martial arts.
"Stop, Gao Ming, you have already lost." Gao Yi raised his hand and interrupted Gao Ming's action directly. "Grandpa, I can beat him," Gao Ming said loudly with an unconvinced look on his face. "Grandpa Gao Ming is right. If we really fight, I may not be his opponent. Please allow us to continue fighting," Lin Mo also said sincerely. Everyone's face was full of excitement. The battle between Chi masters was very rare, and today's battle between Gao Ming and Lin Mo opened their eyes.
One was born in a martial arts family, with strong strength and perfect use of various martial arts. The other was a genius born in Jinling. Not only was he powerful, but his talent was even more jaw-dropping. How complicated the spiritual martial arts were, but Lin Mo could almost master them with just one look. So, they really wanted to see the two of them decide the winner. Gao Yi glared at his grandson and said helplessly, "Are you stupid? You have been fighting with him for so long, and my Gao family has only produced 2 spiritual martial arts. If the fight continues, the remaining family assets of my Gao family will be learned by him. Also, do you really think you are his opponent? This kid didn't use his full strength at all." Gao Ming was stunned for a moment, then looked at Lin Mo. "Senior Gao, you misunderstood, how could I not use my full strength?" Lin Mo scratched his head. "Gao Ming and I are really tied." "Tie the winner, right?" Gao Yi was so angry that he blew his beard and glared. "I won't use any martial arts later, but for this competition, I'm going to add a prize." Gao Yi fumbled around for a while, and finally took out a blood-colored stone the size of a fingertip. "This is the Qi and Blood Stone. In the remaining time, whoever can defeat the opponent in the shortest time will get this stone." "Qi and Blood Stone?" Lin Mo was stunned for a moment, not knowing what it was, but he could feel a strong Qi and blood force escaping from the stone. "It's Qi and Blood Stone. The Gao family can actually get this thing." "What is Qi and Blood Stone?" "A kind of ore, containing strong Qi and blood force. The effect is the same as Qi and blood pill, but the Qi and blood content is higher than Qi and blood pill, and there is no limit to the absorption ratio of this stone. It can reach 100% absorption." Lin Mo stood there, heard their conversation, and had a general understanding of Qi and Blood Stone. "Then this thing has no special effect on me. I can also achieve 100% absorption with Qi and blood pill." Lin Mo whispered in his heart, there was a magical dream, and his absorption ratio of Qi and blood pill was frighteningly high. However, since I can't get the spiritual martial arts, there is really no need to waste time. Lin Mo looked serious and looked at Gao Ming. "You also know that I am traveling thousands of miles, so don't blame me for defeating you with the power of martial arts." As soon as the voice fell, Lin Mo rushed towards Gao Ming. Ghostly trace. Lin Mo left a residual image in the original place in an instant, and when he appeared again, he had come to Gao Ming's side, less than 2 meters away from Gao Ming. Roar. Tiger Roar Impact. Mental Perception. Mental Blade. Lin Mo used 3 martial arts at the same time. Under the vibration of the sound wave, Gao Ming felt that his eyes were black. When he regained consciousness, the mental blade had already arrived in front of him. At this time, it was impossible for Gao Ming to dodge. Looking at the mental blade hanging in front of him, Gao Ming's face turned pale instantly. Lost. Dead. These 2 thoughts flashed through his mind instantly. Disperse. A faint shout sounded, and Gao Yi took a step forward. As the voice fell, the mental blade shattered instantly. So strong. Lin Mo looked at Gao Yi's move, and his expression suddenly became serious. The control of mental power by the peak of the martial king has reached a very terrifying effect, and it can be so accurate. Lin Mo sighed in his heart. Gao Yi attacked and directly shattered the daggers with his mental power, but did not hurt anyone around him. This is the ultimate mastery of mental power, which is simply terrifying to the extreme. I lost. The crisis disappeared, and Gao Ming only felt his back was soaked. Finally, he took a deep breath and slowly walked. At this time, there was a burst of exclamation in the crowd. Gao Ming is very strong, but Lin Mo is stronger. At the last moment of the fight, Lin Mo did not give Gao Ming any chance to fight back. In less than a minute, Gao Ming was defeated. Boy, you are very good. Are you interested in joining the Gao family? As long as you join the Gao family, I guarantee that your status is the same as any direct disciple of the Gao family, and all the martial arts of the Gao family will be open to you. Wow! Everyone exclaimed and looked at Lin Mo. The Gao family is very low-key and pays attention to inheritance. In all these years, I have never heard of outsiders becoming a member of the Gao family. But now Gao Yi actually threw an olive branch to Lin Mo. Thank you, Senior Gao, but I'm already a student at Huaxia Military University, so I can only refuse. Lin Mo also chose to refuse after a brief moment of daze. Join the Gao family, we will not restrict you from going to Huaxia Military University. Gao Yi said with a smile, and the Gao family will also bear all your expenses during your university years. Thank you for your kindness, Senior, I appreciate it. Lin Mo smiled and refused again. A look of regret flashed across Gao Yi's face, and he handed the Qi and Bloodstone in his hand to Lin Mo. Old Fu keeps his word, this thing is for you. Remember, the Qi and Blood power contained in this Qi and Bloodstone is equivalent to 3 intermediate Qi and Blood pills. Don't swallow it directly at once, it is easy to burst the meridians. You should try to absorb its Qi and Blood power when practicing, or cut it open and take it little by little. Thank you, old senior, I know. After taking the Qi and Blood stone, Lin Mo smiled. It was equivalent to 3 intermediate Qi and Blood pills. According to the price of Qi and Blood pills, the small piece of stone is worth 6 million. The most important thing is that if ordinary people take this Qi and Blood stone, the probability of absorption is 100%. Then its price must be higher than Qi and Blood pills. This is indeed a great gift. At a banquet, the guests and hosts were all happy. After Lin Mo walked down from the competition stage, he was flattered by many families and forces. After a round, Lin Mo's phone had several more chat accounts of young girls. After declining Gao's invitation to stay overnight, Lin Mo returned to his hotel after leaving Gao's house. Looking at the Qi and Blood stone in his hand, Lin Mo did not rush to cut it open, but took out a Qi and Blood pill from his body and swallowed it directly. The game is loading. Unlike the previous scenes, the scene that Lin Mo saw after entering the dream this time changed. Dungeon, martial arts arena, exchange shop, abyss. Lin Mo looked around. Originally, he was in a forest, but now, he seemed to be in an ancient building. However, the surrounding buildings have collapsed, leaving only ruins. In front of him, there were originally only 3 options, but now there was one more. Exchange store. Lin Mo's eyes were bright. As a veteran player of the game, he certainly knew what an exchange store was. The exchange store is the entrance to receive benefits for Krypton Gold players. As long as I recharge, I can become stronger. Let's first see what the rules of this so-called exchange store are and what the specific gameplay is. Lin Mo chose the exchange store without hesitation. The light in front of him changed, and the scene around him changed. The place turned into an antique shop. In front of Lin Mo was a huge cabinet with hundreds of grids on it. Most of these grids are empty, with only a few of them containing items. Consume Qi and Blood pill times 10. Just when Lin Mo was about to check what was placed in the grid, this prompt suddenly appeared. Lin Mo was confused. He hadn't chosen anything yet. How could he have consumed 10 Qi and Blood pills? You can't enter just once and consume 10 Qi and Blood pills. Lin Mo thought of this possibility and couldn't help but curse habitually. Goyu's plan. After gathering his thoughts, Lin Mo looked at the grid closest to him, which had a wooden box on it. Open the box and there lies a nail inside. Poison Elvis's nails. Lin Mo had already obtained this material before, so he recognized it with just one glance. The exchange price is 60 points of Qi Bloodstone. 60 points of Qi and Bloodstone. Lin Mo was stunned for a moment, and then immediately realized that the Qi and Bloodstone on his body that was the size of a fingernail was equivalent to providing 30 points of Qi and blood. The nails of the poisonous Elvis in front of me are actually worth 60 points of bloodstones. What a trap! Putting down the wooden box, Lin Mo looked at the things in another grid. Scroll, martial arts? Lin Mo was a little excited. He picked up the scroll and took a look. His eyes suddenly lit up. It's not a martial skill, it's a design of a weapon, an exquisite Tang Dao. Worth 500 bloodstones. 500 bloodstones? Why don't you go and grab it? What a trap! Lin Mo put down the scroll, feeling extremely regretful. There is a red bottle in the last grid. The bottle contains a red liquid that looks like blood. Qi and blood replenishing liquid can instantly replenish 10 points of Qi and blood, and the exchange price is 30 Qi and bloodstones. Instantly replenish energy and blood? Lin Mo looked at the bottle in front of him, and his heart moved. Although there are only 10 points of Qi and blood replenishment, in a life and death battle, the replenishment of Qi and blood is very important. If there are countless such bottles, then in the same level of battle, you can definitely be invincible. What a good thing! Lin Mo sighed with emotion, but had no intention of exchanging it. The reason why the exchange store is opened is that I have a Qi and bloodstone on my body. I will continue to use the Qi and bloodstone in the future, and I can even use the Qi and blood pill to find ways to purchase the Qi and bloodstone. Currently, Lin Mo's monthly dividend from the Yi family is about 20 million, which would only be 100 Qi and blood pills. For ordinary people, so many Qi and blood pills are enough, but for people like Lin Mo, 100 Qi and blood pills are nothing. Therefore, if you want to improve your level as soon as possible, you still need to broaden the sources of funds. After leaving the exchange shop, Lin Mo directly chose to enter the martial arts field. Today, I got 2 spiritual martial arts skills from the Gao family. For Lin Mo, this was a piece of cake in the sky. Spiritual blade consumes 30 Qi and blood pills per training session. As for the spiritual sword formation, it is even more terrifying. Each training consumes up to 100 Qi and blood pills. Sure enough, mental martial arts consume too much, but these 2 martial arts are very strong. If I can really upgrade to advanced proficiency, it will definitely improve my strength a lot. In the end, Lin Mo chose to practice the spiritual blade. After consuming 30 Qi and blood pills, Lin Mo had less than 30 Qi and blood pills left. At this rate, I may not be able to make it to school, and the Qi and blood pills will be exhausted. Lin Mo said helplessly. After choosing the spirit blade as the target of training, the entire martial arts arena changed. The original Goblin Lord disappeared and was replaced by a humanoid creature. Qi Master. Lin Mo looked at the creature in front of him and immediately understood his profession. It's possible that, like the mutilated corpses, they are all humans from the future? Lin Mo made some guesses about the creatures in front of him. The battle between the Nian Qi masters began again, and this time Lin Mo had a clear feeling that the creature in front of him had a much better grasp of the Nian Qi master's martial arts than he did. Under his control, the spiritual blade can actually change into various formations and even turn. Using mental power to control the spiritual blade, this kind of control is simply too terrifying. Lin Mo sighed with emotion, and at the same time used the spiritual blade to fight against him. Throughout the night, Lin Mo was immersed in the battle, gaining new insights every time, and his mastery of mental power suddenly became much more proficient. After a night of training, I finally improved a lot of proficiency. Lin Mo opened his eyes with a smile on his face. After a night of training, his proficiency with the spirit blade was raised above the elementary level. Although there was still a certain distance from the intermediate level, it would not be too different. The attack intensity has increased a lot. Now even if I face Gao Ming again, I am confident that I can defeat him directly with the spiritual blade. Lin Mo got up, packed up, and embarked on a new journey. According to the plan, he will not have any battles in the next period of time and needs to get to Ruqing as soon as possible. The martial arts system in Ruqing is different from all the martial arts systems in China.
It is said that they entered Taoism through Confucianism and entered martial arts from Confucianism. I can't wait to feel the charm of this martial arts. Lin Mo was walking on the national highway with an expectant look on his face. The thunder breathing technique was used to the extreme by Lin Mo. When walking every day, he continued to improve in this magical breathing technique. The vitality and blood values have also steadily improved. 10 days later, Lin Mo's eyes suddenly lit up when he looked at the tall tower in front of him. Finally arrived in Yuzeong. Taking out his mobile phone and taking a look at the relevant information Yen Kai gave him, Lin Mo first found a hotel to stay in. After sleeping for a night, he came to a nearby park early the next morning. Hey! Ha! From a long distance away, he heard a shouting sound. That's someone practicing boxing. Martial arts. I'm full of energy, but I can't feel the slightest bit of energy and blood. The voice sounds like that of a middle-aged person, but when you reach middle age, why can't you feel the slightest fluctuation of energy and blood power? Lin Mo followed the sound and walked there, while also analyzing it carefully. When he got closer, Lin Mo was startled. What he saw in front of him was not a person practicing martial arts at all, but several middle-aged men practicing boxing with a group of teenage children. The middle-aged men all have the typical Ruching burly style, with very tall height and build. As for the children behind them, all of them have big eyes and serious expressions as they practice boxing with the adults. Lin Mo was startled as his eyes swept over the little guys, because these children actually had energy and blood fluctuating in their bodies, and one or two of them seemed to be not far from the realm of warriors. What the hell, these kids look like they're only in their teens, and they're going to become warriors. Is it because my eyes are dazzled, or are they too late to mature? Lin Mo stared at the children and couldn't help but sigh. You can't be like me and just compare yourself. After gathering his thoughts, Lin Mo looked at the big men who were taking the lead in boxing practice. You really can't feel the slightest breath of blood from their bodies. It's just that ordinary people have nothing to do with martial arts cultivators. It's just that the revival of Gaowu has begun, and everyone in China is practicing martial arts. It's impossible for anyone to not have any fluctuations in qi and blood all over his body. But the men in front of them had no energy or blood fluctuation at all. Have you seen a ghost? You're not even as good as a child? Lin Mo couldn't help but use his mental perception to shroud the front. Buzz. What Lin Mo didn't expect was that his mental power was blocked by an invisible wall when he was still 1 meter away from them. He tried several times but failed to bring his mental power close to them, so he had to give up. At this time, one of the middle-aged men suddenly stopped. The next moment, Lin Mo felt that danger was approaching, and when he wanted to avoid it, it was already too late. The middle-aged man who stopped didn't know when he had arrived in front of Lin Mo. Before he could react, he slapped him on the chest. This slap didn't seem to have any energy or blood fluctuations, but Lin Mo instinctively felt the danger approaching. Ghostly. He used Ghost Shadow without hesitation and moved out sideways. Ha! The middle-aged man let out a sigh, but without seeing him looking at Lin Mo, he turned around and grabbed in the direction of Lin Mo. Just when Lin Mo was about to run away again, he suddenly felt pain in his shoulder. The middle-aged man was already standing behind him, and a hand was grabbing his shoulder. Boy, you are spying on us practicing boxing. You must not be a spy. The middle-aged man chuckled. Although his face was simple and honest, there was a dangerous light in his eyes. Uncle, I am a student who has just graduated from high school, and I am about to rush to the capital to go to university. Lin Mo quickly took out the admission notice from Huaxia Military University. I heard that Rucheng martial arts is very different, so I came here to learn more. Chinese Military University? The middle-aged man glanced at the admission notice, then looked Lin Mo up and down, and nodded slightly. Not bad, very good. You have already reached the level of a warrior at a young age, and you are only 1 step away from being a second-grade warrior. Lin Mo was a little surprised. Before coming to Rucheng, he took a special measurement. During this period, his blood value had reached 191, which was indeed only 1 step away from being a second-grade warrior. It is almost impossible to judge a person's strength so accurately without the help of any instrument.
Generally, people with high levels can see the strength of those with low levels, but it is only a rough range.
It is too difficult to be so precise. Uncle is so awesome.
Lin Mo restrained himself and complimented sincerely, and then said with a smile, Senior doesn't have any fluctuations in blood value.
Why do I feel powerless when facing Senior? That's because the realms between you and me are so different.
The middle-aged man chuckled, I have reached the realm of King Wu, so of course you will feel in danger when facing me. As for the lack of fluctuations in qi and blood you mentioned, that is one of the characteristics of applying Confucianism to martial arts. Look at them, the middle-aged man pointed at a group of children who were practicing martial arts seriously in the distance. The energy and blood in their bodies is sufficient, and you should be able to feel it, but as their cultivation deepens, the fluctuations in energy and blood will also decrease. When we practice martial arts, Confucianism and Taoism have no idea. Confucianism and the power of qi and blood merge with each other. In this process, Confucianism dissolves the murderous spirit in the power of qi and blood, making the whole person peaceful. The middle-aged man talked eloquently and talked about the various characteristics of applying Confucianism to martial arts.
Lin Mo nodded, feeling inspired. The capital is not far from Confucianism. If you have time, you can come at any time.
We can tell you the characteristics of incorporating Confucianism into martial arts, and you can also practice martial arts with us.
The middle-aged man was very generous.
He pulled Lin Mo and was about to start teaching. Lin Mo quickly said, Uncle, I am on a journey of thousands of miles.
Ruching is the last city.
I want to ask if there are any suitable peers who are similar in strength to me.
I want a challenge.
A journey of 10,000 miles. The middle-aged man looked at Lin Mo and finally nodded, You are ambitious, but as far as I know, there should be no one in the entire Ruching who is your age and has similar strength.
But there is someone who is older than you and has slightly higher strength than you. I wonder if you have the courage to fight with him.
Lin Mo's eyes lit up. He was a little older and stronger than him, so he could accept it when the time came. Senior, please tell me his name. No, I made a phone call and this kid came right away. I brought him up back then, and now he's gone to teach students at the Capital Martial Arts University, the middle-aged man said as he took out his cell phone and made a call.
10 minutes later, Lin Mo saw a man in a white shirt and black suit pants running towards him in a hurry. Second uncle, are you looking for me?
Su Jing, his name is Lin Mo. He is 3 years younger than you, and his level should be only slightly lower than yours. He is currently on a journey of thousands of miles.
Do you want to compete with him?
Su Jing looked at Lin Mo and her eyes suddenly lit up.
Hello, classmate Lin Mo. In fact, I have heard your name a long time ago. I didn't expect to have the opportunity to meet you today.
Su Jing took the initiative to extend her hand to Lin Mo. Some time ago, Professor Hai sent a message to the school. Temper, saying that the Chinese military does not respect martial ethics. Lin Mo was speechless. After all, Wuhan University in Beijing did offer him an olive branch, but Lin Mo refused.
I can fight you, but you have to accept one of my demands. Su Jing looked at Lin Mo and said seriously. Confucian City. Request?
Lin Mo looked at Su Jing with a puzzled look on his face.
This was the first time they met. What could Su Jing ask for? Come with me into the Ruching Temple. Su Jing looked at the middle-aged old man beside him. Second uncle, I have a hunch that if I let Lin Mo and I enter the Ruching Temple together, we will definitely gain something. Ruching Temple? Lin Mo was stunned.
He had never heard of this place, but judging from the name, it must be a very important place.
However, is this kind of place really accessible to an outsider like him?
Lin Mo noticed that several middle-aged men who were teaching boxing not far away also stopped and looked at them seriously.
Let him enter the Ruching Temple?
Su Jing's second uncle showed a shocked look on his face. The temple is an important place in my Ruching, and Lin Mo is an outsider. Not to mention whether it is legal to let him enter, the temple's repulsive force against outsiders may kill him directly.
Lin Mo frowned. Is it dangerous to enter the temple?
As long as you, uncle, agree, the rest depends on Lin Mo's own choice. Su Jing smiled and looked at Lin Mo. Entering the temple is of great significance to Ruching.
Of course, if you really get the recognition of the temple, you can also get a huge opportunity.
You may not know that although the practice method of my Ruching martial arts is not kept secret, even if ordinary people learn it, they can't master it thoroughly like us Ruching people, so it's difficult to exert its power. Once you get the recognition of the Ruching temple, the integration of Confucianism and martial arts will be more thorough.
I just want to know what your purpose is.
Lin Mo ignored what Su Jing said, but looked at him and spoke lightly.
There is a way for everyone in Ruching to go further in the temple. Su Jing told the truth, it's just that we have never been able to enter it completely, so, you can't get the things in the temple completely, how can I help you get them?
Lin Mo shook his head, forget it.
You are different.
Su Jing shook his head.
Although I don't know what is different, I just know that you are different.
I still say that, promise me to enter the temple with me, and I will fight you. Lin Mo hesitated for a while and finally nodded. He also had a hunch that he was sure that he could get something in the temple.
I promise you. Lin Mo finally nodded. Okay, since you want to try, then try it.
Finally, the middle-aged man nodded and glanced at the other men. The other men also nodded, obviously agreeing with their plan.
Let's go to the martial arts arena.
The fight between two warriors, this part can't stand the toss. The middle-aged man put his hands behind his back and walked to the side. Lin Mo and Su Jing looked at each other and finally followed. 10 minutes later, the three of them came to the Ruching martial arts arena. Unlike other places, there was a huge statue erected in the Ruchang martial arts arena.
It was a white-haired old man, 8 feet tall, holding a scroll in one hand and a measuring ruler in the other.
His eyes were majestic. Although it was just a statue, just one look at it made people feel awe.
Let's start.
The middle-aged man said lightly.
Su Jing nodded, and in an instant, his momentum changed. The battle between the two was about to break out. Boom!
Su Jing took the lead and punched out, the ground trembled, and the sound of breaking wind exploded.
Spirit shield.
Lin Mo did not dare to be careless, and directly condensed a huge shield with his mental power. This was researched by himself and he was quite skilled in using it. With a bang, cracks appeared on the shield and spread in all directions.
Bang!
The shield cracked, and a faint smile appeared on Su Jing's face. The Chi Master's methods are indeed powerful, but they are still too weak for me. As soon as Su Jing finished speaking, several swords appeared behind the broken shield, clanging and exuding murderous intent.
Shoot!
Lin Mo spoke lightly, and the sword shot out directly at the moment the voice fell.
Su Jing's expression changed drastically.
This was a mysterious spiritual martial art. He did not predict it, so he was directly hit by one of the swords and a wound appeared on his body.
Ghost Shadow!
Lin Mo shouted in a low voice, his figure flashed, and he punched out at the same time.
Crane Fist. Tiger Fist.
Lin Mo used two kinds of boxing, fierce and domineering, and smashed towards Su Jing with the sound of breaking wind.
Don't you want to see what it's like to use Confucianism to enter martial arts? Today I will open your eyes.
Su Jing's voice fell, and the momentum on his body changed again. A Confucian spirit surged out, and even the fist wind became gentle.
Boom!
Although the elegant fist is not as domineering and fierce as before, its power has doubled. The power of Confucianism can make the fist less murderous, and at the same time the power seems to have increased. Lin Mo's eyes lit up, and he discovered the power of Confucianism.
But you don't seem to be strong enough.
Lin Mo said lightly.
After tempering all the way, he already had an invincible heart.
The thunder breathing method was running, and Lin Mo's blood power surged.
Boom!
The fist sounded, and Lin Mo punched Su Jing.
Tap tap tap.
Su Jing retreated continuously, and a trace of blood flowed from the corner of his mouth.
I lost.
In the end, Su Jing did not continue to attack, but directly admitted defeat.
Lost?
Lin Mo raised his eyebrows.
It was too easy to win this battle.
He had not truly understood the power of Confucianism and Taoism. Even if I continue to fight, I will lose, so I might as well save some energy. Su Jing said with a smile, her whole body looking clean and tidy.
This is the true essence of Confucianism and Taoism.
Lin Mo shook his head helplessly. The so-called Confucianism and Taoism are just Go Taoism. Su Jing looked embarrassed. He had a strong ability to calculate the power of qi and blood, so every time he fought, he deliberately calculated the consumption of qi and blood and refused to consume more. Now, he already knew the outcome of the battle with Lin Mo, so he was unwilling to continue to waste his energy and blood. You have won this battle, it's time to fulfill your promise. Su Jing calmed down and spoke slowly.
Lin Mo nodded.
He couldn't say whether this attitude was right or wrong, but since the goal had been achieved this time, it was settled. He nodded and followed Su Jing and the middle-aged man out of the martial arts arena. The entire Confucian city was very big, but what Lin Mo didn't expect was that the temple they were talking about was actually underground in the martial arts arena.
As for the entrance to the temple, it is the eyes of the statue. This statue is of a Confucian sage.
Legend has it that thousands of years ago, Confucian sage was a teacher. He was over 50 years old and had not shown any talent in martial arts. But one day, when a monster appeared, the Confucian sage entered the highest realm of martial arts, killed the monster, and guarded Confucian city for nearly 1,000 years.
Monster? Guarding Ruching for 1,000 years? Entering the highest realm of martial arts in one day? Lin Mo had a shocked look on his face.
What Su Jing said just now was really shocking.
How could monsters appear thousands of years ago?
Thousands of years ago, martial arts did not appear at all.
Guard for 1,000 years? Guard what? Lin Mo had too many questions in his mind.
He looked at Su Jing and the middle-aged man, waiting for their answers.
Let me tell you.
The middle-aged man took a step forward, looked at Lin Mo and said, the reason why Ruching is different is because this is the first place on the entire blue star where monsters appear. Confucian sages were the founders of martial arts. However, martial arts was destroyed over thousands of years and only began to appear in the last 100 years. The whole of China calls this the Confucian city, because they want to regard this place as a seat of martial arts, and the seeds will always sprout. But thousands of years have passed, and the seeds of Confucianism and Taoism still have not sprouted, and even the method of using Confucianism and martial arts to reach the pinnacle of martial arts has disappeared. Lin Mo stood there without speaking for a long time. Today's news was really shocking and he needed time to digest it. Let's do business first, and we'll talk about the rest later. After a long time, Lin Mo spoke and looked at the eyes of the statue in front of him. The huge statue is hundreds of meters high.
How easy is it to enter the temple through the eyes?
This is a technique unique to our city of Ruching, and I leave it to you today. The middle-aged man said slowly, this is a technique unique to our city of Ruching. I hope you won't spread it to others. As he spoke, he took out a scroll from his body and placed it in front of Lin Mo Yanxiang Shu. First grade Xian level. Lin Mo's eyes suddenly lit up when he saw the introduction of martial arts. This martial art has only one function, which allows people to fly into the air in a short period of time, but the height is limited to about 30 meters.
If you combine Yanxiang technique with eagle step, will the effect be better?
Lin Mo suddenly thought of eagle step.
If combined with Yanxiang technique, the power will be doubled. The Yanxiang technique is very simple. You only have 1 hour.
Su Jing said with a smile, although it is a first-grade Xian level martial art, it is very simple to practice. It took me 40 minutes, Lin Mo nodded, slowly unfolded the scroll and took a look at Yanxiang Shu from beginning to end. It is indeed very simple. As a Xian level martial art, his method of moving qi and blood is simple. Let me try it. With a smile on Lin Mo's face, he slowly urged the method according to the method of moving qi and blood recorded in Yanxiang Shu.
Move qi and blood.
Soon, bloody lines appeared on Lin Mo's body, which was the boiling power of qi and blood. My body has become a lot lighter, Lin Mo had a look of surprise on his face, and then he pushed hard with his feet. The next moment, he was flying into the air. Under the gaze of Su Jing and the middle-aged man, his body suddenly jumped to a height of 30 meters.
Tread.
Lin Mo stood at this height, stepped on the belt around the waist of the statue, and then jumped again. 60 meters. This time Lin Mo jumped directly onto the statue's shoulders. After performing the yin xiang technique for the third time, Lin Mo grabbed the eyelashes of the statue with one hand and hung there.
He actually succeeded.
Su Jing and the middle-aged man stared blankly at Lin Mo with their eyes wide open.
Especially Su Jing.
It only took him 1 hour to practice yin xiang technique, and he was considered the fastest person in Ruching.
This is something he has always been proud of. But now, how long has Lin Mo used it? 10 minutes? What are you still doing? Come up!
Lin Mo shouted at Su Jing. Su Jing finally came to her senses, gritted her teeth, and jumped up. Who would have thought that this eye is the way to enter the temple? Lin Mo stood on an eyelash and spoke quietly. Beside him, Su Jing looked at Lin Mo with a complicated expression. Yin Xiang Shu is one of the most basic martial arts in Ruching.
Although it is simple, not everyone can learn it.
And Lin Mo not only took only more than 10 minutes to completely master this martial art, but also used it more fluently than Su Jing. I was only 30% sure at first, but now I am 50% sure. After looking at Lin Mo for a long time, Su Jing slowly opened his mouth and said this. Without waiting for Lin Mo to respond, he walked directly into the eyes of the statue.
Rumble!
A burst of machine amplification sounded, and the eyes of the statue split to both sides, like opening a door. Behind the door was pitch black. With a little light, Lin Mo could see that there should be countless steps behind the door.
Let's go!
Su Jing spoke, and then walked in front.
Lin Mo followed him into the door.
After the two entered the stone gate, the crack behind them closed directly, and the entire space became dark.
Lin Mo took out his mobile phone and turned on the screen to illuminate the road in front of him, but when he turned on the screen, he found that the light of the mobile phone could not spread out at all, and could only illuminate an area the size of a palm. This place, there is no light.
Su Jing said lightly, there are stone steps under our feet.
When we walk to the end, it should be the location of the hall.
Should?
Lin Mo was stunned and looked at Su Jing. What does this mean?
Should mean that I don't know where the hall is, because no one has ever been able to walk to the end of the stone steps. Su Jing's voice began to become ethereal, as if it was far away from Lin Mo. After hearing his words, Lin Mo suddenly felt that he had been cheated. He looked back at the closed stone door and couldn't help but sigh. It was too late to turn back at this time. Lin Mo could only grit his teeth and walk forward along the stone steps. The whole area was dark, and he couldn't even see the steps under his feet clearly. Lin Mo tried to use his spiritual perception, but after the spiritual power spread to the surroundings, it instantly dissipated like a drop in the ocean. The spiritual power cannot perceive the situation under my feet, and I don't even know what is on both sides of the steps. Lin Mo tried to stretch out his hands and perceive both sides, but his hands touched nothingness. At this point, he could only move forward. After carefully moving forward for half an hour, Lin Mo suddenly had a feeling that there was something wrong with the steps. We were above the eyes of the statue. According to the height of the statue, the eyes were only 10 meters away from the top of the head, but why did I walk up for so long and haven't reached the end?
Half an hour is enough for me to reach the top of my head.
Lin Mo realized that something was wrong and simply stopped. According to Su Jing and his second uncle, the temple should be underground, and I should go down. Lin Mo turned around and was about to return. But after walking a few steps, he suddenly found that he was still walking up.
Why are you still going up? I remember it shouldn't be like this.
Lin Mo stopped again, then turned around and walked to the other side. A few minutes later, Lin Mo sighed and smiled bitterly. It seems that there is something wrong with this step.
No matter which direction I go, I am going up.
If the temple is really in the basement, then I will only get farther and farther away from the temple. He simply stopped and shouted Su Jing's name in one direction. After the voice was shouted, it quickly dissipated in this space. The temple is below, I should go down. Lin Mo sat cross-legged in the same place. After calling Su Jing a few times, he didn't hear his voice, so at this time, Su Jing should have disappeared. Go down. Lin Mo gritted his teeth and walked up desperately. This time he used the ghost shadow to run for several hours in one breath. Finally, he stopped when his physical strength was exhausted, and stood there, breathing heavily.
Click.
A crisp sound came from under Lin Mo's feet. Although he couldn't see what was under his feet, when Lin Mo bent down to pick up the things under his feet, his expression became solemn. "A leg bone," Lin Mo said as he continued to grope forward. Soon, a solemn look appeared on his face. There were more bones in front. If Lin Mo guessed correctly, this should be a complete human skeleton, but many years have passed and only the eerie bones of the body are left. It seems that this road is blocked. Those people did not disappear, but died here. On the steps, they can't escape at any time. Lin Mo quickly realized the ultimate secret here. If he speculated, then those people were exhausted to death on the steps. I can't go up anymore. If I continue, my end will be the same as theirs. Lin Mo's eyes were firm, and he slowly walked to one side of the steps. He carefully moved to one side and finally came to the edge of the steps. He took a deep breath and jumped directly down with both feet. Lin Mo took a deep breath and was ready to scream. But the expected feeling of falling did not appear. Just 3 seconds later, Lin Mo felt his feet step on the ground. I've landed. Lin Mo had a look of surprise on his face, and he chose a direction to move forward. There were no steps under his feet, which proved that Lin Mo had walked out of the previous strange steps. Su Jing, jump down to both sides. As long as you jump down, you will be fine and can directly contact the temple. Lin Mo shouted several times in succession, and the whole hall was echoing his voice, but after a long time, Su Jing's figure still did not appear. After waiting for a long time, there was no sign of Su Jing, so Lin Mo could only choose to move forward by himself. The hall was still dark, but Lin Mo found that his mental power was no longer restricted. That is, a lamp? Lin Mo's mental power spread to the surroundings, and finally found an ancient bronze lamp. Lin Mo hurried forward and lit the wick in the ancient bronze lamp. After a few seconds, the lamp was lit. In such a huge space, only one lonely lamp seemed so small, but it was precisely because of this little ancient lamp that everyone had hope buried in their hearts. In the next half hour, Lin Mo used the light to light up all the lights in the temple little by little. The whole hall suddenly became bright, and at the moment when the hall was lit, Lin Mo almost screamed in fear. In front of him was a pair of huge earth-yellow eyes, which were staring at him at the moment. In just a moment, Lin Mo felt as if he was soaked in ice water, and the cold feeling made him feel like he was about to solidify. The information obtained by spiritual perception was fed back to Lin Mo little by little, and his eyes gradually became normal. Ha! It turned out to be just a corpse. Finally, Lin Mo let out a long breath and spoke with great ease. The result of spiritual perception just now has told him that the owner of the pair of eyes in front of him is dead. Since it is a dead thing, Lin Mo is not so afraid, but takes 2 steps back and looks at all the monsters in front of him. The forehead is cracked, the heart is shattered, and there is no normal bone in the whole body. All of them are broken. The one who killed this monster must be a peerless strongman. The first person Lin Mo thought of was the Confucian sage, because according to legend, the Confucian sage had killed a monster many years ago, and the one in front of him might be the one recorded back then. At this time, Lin Mo finally saw the whole picture of the monster in front of him. This is a creature with vertical horns on its head. That is, just when Lin Mo was about to identify what the monster in front of him was, he suddenly saw an ancient coffin standing at the back of the monster. Monster camel coffin, who is buried in this coffin? With this idea in mind, Lin Mo ran directly to the back of the monster. When Lin Mo reached the back of the monster, he realized how huge the stone coffin in front of him was, at least several times the size of an ordinary coffin. The material is very special. It should not be made of ordinary wood or stone. There are many scenes of giant beasts fighting in ancient times on it. On the coffin on the other side, there is a carving of a middle-aged man with his hands behind his back, facing the monster alone. This man looks similar to the Confucian sage outside. Could it be the Confucian sage himself? Then the person buried in the coffin should also be the Confucian sage himself. Lin Mo showed an excited smile on his face, and climbed directly onto the back of the monster and appeared next to the ancient coffin. From a close distance, the whole ancient coffin is very simple. Although there are many carvings on it, the content is basically the same, and it even records the deeds of the Confucian sage killing the monster under his feet. A strong man at the peak of martial arts, a Confucian sage. Lin Mo's eyes became eager. Since he has come to this point, it is natural to open the coffin. With Su Jing not there, Lin Mo felt that there was no need to wait any longer. Anyway, there would be a dispute when he left. With this idea in mind, Lin Mo walked directly to the last ancient coffin, and at the same time, he used both hands to forcefully open the coffin lid. A majestic aura instantly came to his face, and Lin Mo carefully opened a small gap and saw the old man lying in the coffin. Thousands of years have passed, and the old man's appearance has not changed at all, still looking the same as the statue. So, Lin Mo's guess was right, the person lying in the coffin was the Confucian saint himself. So what would the Confucian saint himself leave for the people of Confucian City? Lin Mo looked at the body in the coffin eagerly. Confucian saint. The blood of the Confucian saint. Lin Mo looked at the old man in the coffin with a solemn expression on his face. This is a legendary Confucian sage whose inheritance has been continued for thousands of years. What is even more shocking is that thousands of years have passed and the body of the Confucian sage has been well preserved, as if he were still alive. Lin Mo, a later student, pays homage to the Confucian sage. Lin Mo took 3 steps back, cupped his fists and bowed deeply to the coffin. After 3 bows, Lin Mo stepped forward again and carefully looked at the situation inside the coffin. There was really only one body and nothing else. Su Jing said that there may be opportunities in the temple. Now that I have found the coffin of the Confucian saint, why can't I find anything? Lin Mo frowned. At this moment, footsteps sounded, and Su Jing ran over from a distance. Lin Mo, have you found the remains of the Confucian saint? He approached the coffin and looked at the corpse inside, with a look of surprise on his face. After kneeling before the coffin like Lin Mo, Su Jing stepped forward, took out a dagger, and slashed her arm hard. Blood instantly surged and dripped on the body. The Confucian sage is the ancestor of our Confucian city. If you want to start the inheritance, you need the same bloodline as the Confucian sage. Su Jing looked at the corpse and explained to Lin Mo at the same time. Just as he was speaking, the body inside the coffin actually reacted after it was stained with blood. The pale silver light continued to flash and condensed around the corpse. Looking at the silver light, Su Jing's face showed a smile. Call. At this moment, a flame suddenly appeared on the whole body. The silver flame was as cold as ice, and the silver frost spread along the body. Come back. Lin Mo took 2 steps back and yelled at Su Jing. Su Jing took a step slower, and Inchuan climbed up along his right leg. Come here. Lin Mo yelled and stepped forward to pull Su Jing back. In less than a second, Su Jing's entire calf had been frozen. My legs, Su Jing reached out to touch her, but the moment she touched her calf, the entire calf turned into ice crystals and completely shattered. There was no trace of blood visible on the crack, and it was as smooth as a mirror. Why? Su Jing looked at his right leg with despair. He was a martial arts cultivator. Without his right leg, he would never want to enter the martial arts path again. If his current strength is higher than King Wu, he may be able to regenerate severed limbs with his super vitality, but his current strength is only that of a warrior. It is almost impossible to regenerate severed limbs. Lin Mo looked regretful and didn't know how to persuade him. It doesn't matter, maybe this is fate. Su Jing shook his head and looked at the coffin that was constantly emitting silver frost. If I can leave the peak martial arts method of the Confucian sage to Confucian City, my death will be worth it. Lin Mo nodded and said nothing. Soon the silver frost dispersed, and the two approached the coffin again. This time, the corpse in the coffin changed, and its entire face became sculpted, like an ice sculpture. Su Jing couldn't help but reach out and touch the body. Bang! Like glass shattering, the entire body suddenly shattered and turned into countless ice crystals flying and dissipating. Inside the coffin, a crystal clear forehead bone remained, and there was a drop of bright red blood beside the forehead bone. The remains. Su Jing was extremely surprised and reached out to pick up the remains. At this moment, the drop of blood suddenly hung in mid-air, as if staring at Lin Mo and Su Jing. Relic blood. The look of surprise on Su Jing's face became even stronger. If we get the remains in blood, a peak martial arts master will definitely appear in our Ruching in the future. However, the moment he spoke, the drop of blood suddenly flew up again and entered Lin Mo's body directly. Su Jing stared at this scene with wide eyes, and Lin Mo was also stunned by this sudden change. However, there was nothing special about the blood that entered Lin Mo's body. Lin Mo closed his eyes and tried to feel it, but he didn't notice anything. This can't be poisonous. Lin Mo looked at Su Jing aside and couldn't help but speak. Hearing this, Su Jing wanted to chop Lin Mo to death. It was the blood left by Confucian saints. Ordinary people couldn't get it, but Lin Mo was worried about whether it would be poisonous. That bone, Lin Mo quickly changed the subject and looked at the bones inside the coffin. This time Su Jing quickly picked up the remains and looked at Lin Mo with a wary expression. You have already obtained the blood, so I can't give you the remains. Lin Mo didn't speak, just looked at the bones in his hand. This should be the forehead bone. It looks crystal clear, and even has a faint silver light shining on it. It looks very mysterious. If you look carefully, the lines on it seem to form some kind of writing. Hiss. Lin Mo couldn't help but cover his head. After just looking at it for a while, he felt like his head was going to explode. It should be words engraved on the bones with mental power, but it's a pity that I can't understand them at all. Lin Mo felt a little regretful, but he had just received the blood, so Lin Mo didn't want to be too greedy about the bones. Now that we have the things in hand, let's leave. Lin Mo said. Su Jing bowed earnestly to the surroundings, then nodded. The exit should be in that direction. He pointed in a direction, and the two of them walked towards the exit at the same time. Su Jing had difficulty moving, so after half an hour, the two finally walked to the exit, passed through a door, and walked out from the right foot of the statue. At this moment, 3 middle-aged men were standing there, waiting for them. Su Jing, how is the situation? The three of them looked at Su Jing, and their expressions suddenly became serious. Your right leg is injured? At this point, the three of them exuded murderous intent and enveloped Lin Mo. Lin Mo squinted his eyes and secretly circulated the power of qi and blood. He had already made plans. If he really wanted to fight to the death, he would try his best to take one or two away. It has nothing to do with Lin Mo. It was the frost in the coffin that hurt me. Su Jing explained while taking out the bones from her body. These are the bones that were left behind after the corpse disappeared. It should be there is a secret method spread, but you can't recognize it without strong spiritual power. Do you need strong mental power? The 3 middle-aged men looked at Lin Mo. You should be a mind qi master, why don't you give it a try? Faced with such a good opportunity, it was impossible for Lin Mo to refuse. He nodded, took the bone, and started looking at it. Buzz. After taking possession of the remains, Lin Mo suddenly felt as if his mental power was suddenly rioting. When Lin Mo wanted to bring the bones close to his eyes and take a good look, he suddenly felt that the bones were enlarging in his eyes, and the lines seemed to come alive, twisting and rolling. Boom! The next moment, a thunder suddenly sounded in his mind, followed by a stream of warm liquid flowing down his forehead. Lin Mo raised his hand and touched it, and there was a wisp of blood. A wound opened directly between his eyebrows, and blood flowed out. Lin Mo was shocked. This bone was indeed extraordinary. He had only held it in his hand for a while, but before he had time to observe it seriously, it had already caused great damage to his mental strength. Are you okay? Su Jing quickly took the remains from Lin Mo's hand and looked at him nervously. Lin Mo shook his head and gasped, No, my mental power is too weak, I can't see anything at all, those lines seem to come alive, directly blasting in my mind, I can't do it at all bear. With a look of pain on his face, he held the statue with one hand and slowly sat on the ground. It seems that we can only find someone with stronger mental strength to take a look. Finally, the 3 middle-aged men spoke with regretful looks on their faces. By the way, besides this, do you have anything else in there? Su Jing's second uncle suddenly asked. Su Jing was stunned for a moment, and then said, Lin Mo got a drop of blood, but that drop of blood entered Lin Mo's body directly before I could react. He lost his blood and automatically searched for his master, choosing Lin Mo? The 3 middle-aged men had expressions of disbelief on their faces. Lin Mo didn't speak, just looked at them quietly.
He wanted to know what choices these people would make after learning that he had the blood. It seems that all this is God's will. Since the Confucian sage has chosen you, then that drop of blood is yours. We will also wait for you to decipher this piece of remains. We only hope that you will decipher the contents of the remains in the future. You can tell the truth. Lin Mo glanced at them in surprise and nodded without any hesitation. Thank you to the seniors. If Lin Mo's mental power improves a little in the future, he will definitely come to help you decipher the contents on the remains. Lin Mo made a promise. Because there was something wrong with Su Jing's right leg, the three middle-aged men were ready to try some methods to see if they could restore his right leg to its original state. After being delayed in Ruching for so long, Lin Mo calculated the time and decided that it was time to leave Ruching and report to the capital, so he stood up and left directly. After leaving Ruching, Lin Mo continued on the national highway and finally arrived in the capital the day before school started. The Huaxia Military University is not located in the core area of the capital, but is dozens of kilometers away from the capital. Fortunately, there was a hotel near Juanda. After Lin Mo booked a room, he sat cross-legged on the bed and looked inside. When I left Ruching, I had always paid attention to the changes in my body. After the drop of blood entered my body, it didn't seem to have any impact on my body. But when I looked inside myself, I couldn't find the drop of blood. Lin Mo was a little worried. Although the Confucian sage had the name of a saint thousands of years ago, God knows if the blood left in his body might have some other conspiracy? Lin Mo has read novels, and in many novels there are situations where blood and essence devour the physical body and replace it. Forget it, let's continue practicing. During this period of time, Lin Mo was busy on the road, and he never had the opportunity to use the qi and blood pill to practice. Tomorrow is the day of school. Lin Mo planned to practice all night, and he would be able to take a test tomorrow. After Lin Mo swallowed the qi and blood pill and entered the dreamland, he suddenly saw a drop of red blood hanging next to the original options. It's that drop of blood. Lin Mo looked shocked, finally discovering its whereabouts. Tempering bones in the dream, a drop of blood hung there, like a red sun, trembling slightly while releasing a dense blood light. Who would have thought that that drop of holy blood would finally appear here? Lin Mo stared at the drop of blood and frowned slightly. First of all, he was sure that this drop of blood was very unusual. After all, it was left by the Confucian sage. However, this drop of blood is now hanging there like an uncle, and cannot be touched, let alone how to use it. Is it just like other options, just choose it with your mind? This thought came to Lin Mo's mind. Then his eyes fell on the drop of blood, and he made a choice silently in his heart. Absorb 1/2 of the Confucian sage's blood, qi, and blood pill x20. Such words appeared in front of his eyes, and then Lin Mo saw the drop of blood vibrate a few times and explode in the air. Click! A bolt of bloody lightning exploded over the ruins not far away, and then the entire sky became gloomy. An extremely depressing feeling constantly invaded Lin Mo's heartbeat, as if something exciting was coming. Click! There was another thunderous explosion, and then raindrops began to fall from the gloomy sky. Lin Mo bathed in the raindrops and was shocked to find that those raindrops were actually blood-colored. When it drips on your body, you feel like you are being burned by lava. Lin Mo frowned. This feeling was very strange, because after the burning, a surging energy traveled through the body and continuously gathered in the dantian. The holy blood turns into the power of qi and blood, swims in my body, and finally gathers in the dantian. Lin Mo was a little surprised. Such majestic energy and blood power definitely exceeded the changes that 20 energy and blood pills could bring to him. However, Lin Mo felt a little regretful, because this was holy blood after all. If it only increased the power of qi and blood, it would be a bit inconsistent with its name. Just when Lin Mo felt the raindrops falling, the patter of blood stopped. The surging power of qi and blood was cut off, and Lin Mo felt that his dantian was filled with qi and blood. Just when Lin Mo thought he was leaving the dreamland, the scenery in front of him suddenly began to change. The original ruins disappeared instantly and were replaced by waves of heat. Blinking his eyes, Lin Mo realized that the location he was in was actually a piece of magma. Not far away, a bloody shadow was standing there, with lava flowing out from under his feet. Is that the shadow of the Confucian saint?
Lin Mo looked at the shadow in the distance in shock. It was so tall, like a pillar standing between heaven and earth. Hiss! Lin Mo couldn't help but take a breath of cold air due to the severe pain, because the power of qi and blood in his dantian suddenly exploded, burning directly in his body, turning into a stream of magma flowing in his meridians. The result of the hot qi and blood flowing in the body was that wherever the qi and blood passed through, it felt like being cut by a knife. Lin Mo even felt that his body was about to explode. Fortunately, the power of these qi and blood was gathering and finally flowed to Lin Mo's feet. Buzz! Lin Mo felt that his leg bones were trembling, because the power of qi and blood was completely attached to the leg bones, and the hot feeling made his two calves feel like they were on fire. Bang! Just when Lin Mo was about to sit down cross-legged, a soft sound suddenly came from his legs. Lin Mo felt that his leg bones were cracking, and he could even imagine dense cracks appearing on the crystal leg bones, and endless energy and blood flowing into the leg bones. At this moment, he felt that his legs were reshaped, and some things inside the leg bones disappeared, burned to ashes by the power of blood. Lin Mo quietly felt the changes in his body. The pain in his legs disappeared, replaced by an unspeakable feeling. It's the holy blood, he's tempering my bones. However, I remember that tempering all the bones in the body can only be touched when the king of martial realm is at its peak. Is it possible that I have already started this process? Lin Mo had a look of disbelief on his face. As a mind Shi master, he had already begun to cultivate spiritual power when he was in the warrior realm. This was already ahead of many people. Now he is still in the warrior realm and has actually begun to temper all his bones. I'm afraid no one would believe it. When Lin Mo opened his eyes, the sky was gradually getting brighter. He stood up from the bed and glanced at his legs. There was a thick layer of brown ash there. Lin Mo tried to knock it with his hands, and the layer of ash made a clanging sound like metal. Are there so many impurities in the leg bones and flesh and blood? Lin Mo looked a little embarrassed. It would be embarrassing if these impurities were considered to be dust on the body. Bang! In the end, Lin Mo held his calf with both hands and used force at the same time to break the layer of ashes, exposing Lin Mo's legs. It seems, the calves have become much slimmer. Lin Mo was feeling the changes brought about by his legs. Judging from the appearance, the original leg muscles were stronger, and at the same time, there was a faint light shining on the skin. After getting up and washing up, Lin Mo changed into clean clothes and kicked forward twice in the room. Whizzing! 2 blasts of wind sounded. Lin Mo had never learned any martial arts, but the speed and strength of his legs had reached such terrifying levels. Tempering the leg bones, the strength of my legs has definitely improved a lot, and there has even been a qualitative leap. Lin Mo was extremely surprised, looking at his legs. It really feels like I'm going to test whether my martial arts have changed now. Lin Mo couldn't wait. I glanced at the time and saw that there was still some time before the candidates registered, and apart from the Huaxia Military University, there was no other place nearby that could measure energy, blood, and attack power. Finally, Lin Mo came to the top floor of the hotel, picked some breakfast that he liked, brought it to the table nearby and slowly tasted it. The reporting work only started in 2 hours, so there was relatively plenty of time. Eat quickly, don't be late. Sitting next to Lin Mo was a couple who looked to be about the same age as Lin Mo. At this moment, the boy was urging the girl in a low voice. Isn't it still early? Besides, we are not the only 2 who want to sign up. Look at the person over there, he is not in a hurry when eating. The girl raised her finger and pointed at Lin Mo, somewhat he spoke displeasantly. Lin Mo paused lightly with the hand holding the fried dough sticks, and finally smiled without saying anything. Do you know how much the 2 of us paid for this opportunity? How much did our parents pay? The boy whispered, we spent so much money to gain admission to the foreign college of the Huaxia Military University. We can't do it just because of food. Report was delayed due to breakfast. The guy next to us, does he look like he's here to register at the Chinese Military University? I suspect that he just came to see off a friend, and passed by here specially to have a meal, so that he could pretend that he was also from the Chinese Military University. Keep your voice down, it's not good if others hear you. The girl glanced at Lin Mo worriedly. What's wrong?
Although we are students from the Outer College of Huaxia Military University, we are also members of Huaxia Military University.
If this person dares to do anything to us, Military University will definitely not let him go. The boy said with disdain. Opened his mouth, and then threw a half-eaten fried dough stick into the trash can, but then again, it's almost time for the two of us to leave. Military University has regulations.
When registering for students from the outer courtyard of Military University, it cannot affect the normal registration of students from the inner courtyard. We are all students from the Military University, why should we be treated differently? The girl was a little dissatisfied. The so-called inner courtyard students you call are really that good? Of course it's that good.
I heard that a great genius appeared in Oris Hill.
He became a first-class warrior at a young age.
I heard that he also started the practice of spiritual power. The man told a lot of information about Lin Mo. The girl's eyes were filled with stars when they heard this.
However, that kind of genius is too far away from us.
Only the man next door, we have severely stepped on him. The man had a smile on his face, and when he talked about Lin Mo, he was full of disdain.
Then let's go over quickly.
The interview will disturb the normal registration of the students in the inner courtyard. The girl hurriedly drank a piece of bread in front of her and pulled the boy out of the restaurant. I hope we won't meet each other then, otherwise it will be very embarrassing. Lin Mo looked at the two people leaving and spoke slowly.
September 1st, Beijing, Huaxia Military University. This place is about dozens of kilometers away from the main urban area of Beijing.
It is usually a deserted place, but now, the gate of the military university is full of cars.
Huaxia Military University's annual enrollment can be divided into the inner and outer courtyards.
The so-called inner courtyard is the top talents selected through the normal college entrance examination. Every year, no more than 100 students in the whole of China will enter. The outer courtyard is a paradise for Krypton gold bosses. In the outer courtyard, as long as your blood reaches the 5th grade warrior or above, and donate a large sum of money to the school, then you can have the qualification to enter the outer courtyard of Huaxia Military University. The cost of this donation often starts at 100 million. They are all rich people. Lin Mo came late after having breakfast at the hotel. Looking at the rows of luxury cars parked at the gate, his eyes were dazzled, and he couldn't help but sigh. According to the information I have learned, the number of students enrolled in the inner courtyard this year is 88, while the number of students enrolled in the outer courtyard is 10 times that of the inner courtyard, 880. According to my speculation, Huaxia Military University wants to use the tuition fees of students from the outer courtyard to subsidize the students of the inner courtyard. Lin Mo stood at the door and made his own guess, then walked towards the entrance of the military university. Such a big school doesn't even have a gatekeeper. Aren't you worried that the group of people from the Dark Blood Society will sneak in and kill people? Lin Mo looked at the unguarded gate and was a little surprised. There were many parents of students at the school gate, standing outside the gate reluctantly, looking at the children pulling the suitcases into the school. Their eyes were red. Son, study hard inside and strive to enter the inner courtyard from the outer courtyard. Daughter, seize the opportunity and choose a suitable husband in the inner courtyard. The revival of our family depends on you. Son, eat whatever you want in school, and tell mom if you don't have enough money. Similar voices were heard from time to time outside the gate. Uncle and aunt, you won't go in? Lin Mo looked at the parents next to him. They were wiping their tears. Not far ahead, a little girl in a black long skirt and pigtails was waving at them. Outsiders can't enter the school. The man wiped his tears and said, "Didn't you see the stone beasts placed on both sides of the gate? When outsiders enter the school, these two stone beasts will revive and kill people directly." Lin Mo looked at the two huge stone lions standing in front of the gate. They were more than 5 meters tall, with sharp eyes and blood on their teeth. Can this thing kill people? Lin Mo was a little confused, but he had no way to verify it now. You will know if it can kill people when you go in. The couple was not in a good mood. They glared at Lin Mo and were about to leave. Lin Mo didn't care, but walked to the side directly and raised his hand to touch the stone lion. Buzz! The stone lion actually trembled slightly, and then a numb feeling spread throughout Lin Mo's body.
Damn it, this stone lion actually has the power of thunder. Lin Mo was shocked. According to legend, some powerful warriors can master special elemental powers. The thunder element is one of the more powerful powers. Good stuff, worthy of being the Chinese military university.
Lin Mo exclaimed, and then raised his legs to walk towards the inside of the gate. The moment he walked through the gate, Lin Mo felt like something was wandering around his body. This happened in just a moment, but Lin Mo could sense it clearly. It should be a scanning process, used to confirm the identity and prevent people from the Dark Blood Society from entering, Lin Mo was thinking, and suddenly heard a muffled sound behind him. Looking back, Lin Mo saw an extremely bloody scene. A very beautiful woman was stuck at the entrance, and her delicate little face was full of panic. The power of thunder was surging around her body. Just when Lin Mo was considering whether to help, a flash of thunder flashed and directly shattered her body. The people who found the Dark Blood Society have been wiped out. A voice sounded above the gate, and the students who were still queuing immediately showed a look of fear on their faces. What a terrifying thunder power, it seems that we have to be careful. Lin Mo warned himself that although he was the strongest among his peers in Jinling, he should not forget that there are still many hidden families and powerful forces with a long history in this world. These places have a special way to cultivate geniuses. Lin Mo's strength is indeed very strong, but there is definitely a certain gap between him and the geniuses cultivated by these big families with all their efforts. Before registering, you need to check your blood and judge the attack power of martial arts. Please cooperate. After walking in the campus for a while, he saw the sign in front of him, which said the preparations before registration. Lin Mo stepped forward and got the sign for testing blood and martial arts attack power. What he didn't expect was that the girl queuing in front of him was the couple of parents that Lin Mo asked questions about at the door earlier.
Pang Xin.
Lin Mo glanced at the girl's name and nodded slightly. From the perspective of personality, this name is very appropriate. Health value 99. The strongest skill attack power. 1800. Just as Lin Mo was thinking silently, the person guarding the test machine had already reported the specific data. Many people around looked here, their expressions were either admiring or jealous.
It's quite strong. Is there a family called Pang in China?
Lin Mo was thinking silently, and at this time, the tester was already calling Lin Mo's name. Standing in front of the instrument for testing blood and qi, Lin Mo was really nervous. He pressed his hands on the instrument, and soon some words appeared on it.
201.
Lin Mo broke through the second-grade warrior. The blood and qi value directly reached more than 200.
Your name is Lin Mo?
The tester was shocked by Lin Mo's blood and qi value and couldn't help asking.
Lin Mo nodded, and didn't want to spend too much time on this matter, so he asked directly, should I test my martial arts?
The tester nodded and took Lin Mo to a relatively wide martial arts field.
You can start. There are not too many restrictions here. As long as you can exert your limits, they will be recorded as your results. The examiner looked at Lin Mo and smiled.
Lin Mo nodded, and directly activated the Yanxiang technique. The whole person jumped up and jumped into the air 30 meters away. The noise here startled many people. Those who were taking the entrance test and the old students all stared at Lin Mo blankly. Why jump so high? The martial arts attack power test requires attack power, isn't he an idiot? Is he jumping so high to hurt people with gravity acceleration? Isn't this the idiot I met at breakfast this morning? How can he come in? The young couple who had met in the restaurant before also came in. When they saw Lin Mo, they immediately showed a look of disdain on their faces. Eagle step. At this moment, Lin Mo's eyes flashed, and he performed eagle step directly in the air. Bang! Lin Mo hit the ground directly like a cannonball. The ground was obviously paved with bluestone slabs, but now there were cracks, spreading around like a spider web. The students who were still chattering before saw this scene and shut up. The examiner looked at the final number on the screen in his hand and couldn't help rubbing his eyes. I didn't see it wrong. 4022 attack power. The examiner looked at the number above and couldn't help but rubbed his eyes, as if he was afraid that he had seen it wrong. More than 4,000 attack power, this is about to catch up with the 6th grade warrior.
Doesn't he only have the blood and energy of a 2nd grade warrior now? Why is he so powerful? Someone couldn't help but ask. No one answered, they were all immersed in shock and couldn't get out of it. This is your entrance test score. The examiner smiled and put a document in Lin Mo's hand. Xiao Kong, this classmate is a student of the inner courtyard. You take him to the grade dormitory first. He is actually a student of the inner courtyard. How is this possible? Hearing the examiner's words, the boy in the original couple was stunned, and looked at Lin Mo with shock as he left here and walked towards the inner courtyard. And the girl next to him was looking at Lin Mo's back, already fascinated. Blood. My name is Kong Jia. I am 1 year older than you.
You can call me senior. Kong Jia walked in front of Lin Mo enthusiastically and said with a smile on his face. Hello, senior, please give me more advice in the future.
Lin Mo also nodded.
You are the first person to come to college with just a bag.
Look at them, they wish they could move their houses here.
Kong Jia pointed to the freshman beside him. They are either dragging huge suitcases, or simply carrying an oversized backpack. Anyway, those who can enter the Huaxia Military Academy are at least 5th level warriors, and it is no problem to carry hundreds of kilograms of heavy objects.
I just brought some changes of clothes. If I need anything, the school can buy it.
Lin Mo said with a smile, they have prepared it in advance, so they won't be in a hurry when needed. What Lin Mo said was fair and clear, and no one could be offended. Kong Jia took a deep look at Lin Mo, smiled and nodded. In front is the School History Museum, which records in detail some of the history and glorious deeds of Military University.
There are even corpses of monsters killed by seniors. You can go and see it when you have time.
But if you want to see the corpses of monsters, you need to. There are many credits. By the way, I forgot to introduce it. Military University's expenses are mainly based on credits. Credits can be obtained through examinations, competitions, tasks, and cash purchases. Of course, credits can also be exchanged for corresponding cash, but it is illegal for students to exchange cash privately, and if discovered, they will be warned. The school will release tasks from time to time, and you can get a lot of credits by completing the tasks, followed by exams, including cultural exams and practical exams. Kong Jia was very enthusiastic and told Lin Mo some commonly used knowledge one by one. Lin Mo nodded while listening.
This is the canteen.
As long as you have credits, you can even get a piece of monster flesh and blood brought back from the abyss. This kind of thing is very nourishing. If you eat a small piece, your energy and blood will increase a lot. Further ahead is the martial arts field. Military University is different from other schools. We have our own martial arts field, which has similar functions to the martial arts fields outside. The only difference is that if you want to buy something, you must exchange it for credits. Military University is a big place, and after walking for more than half an hour, the two of them arrived at the bottom of the dormitory building. The dormitory building is not very big and can only accommodate about 500 people at most. Accommodation does not consume credits, but if you want to have a good environment, you need to use credits.
I forgot to tell you. The school uses single-person dormitories.
The dormitories integrate many functions. I will give you a detailed introduction after entering. The two entered the dormitory door and found Lin Mo's room. The room was unexpectedly large, about 20 square meters. There was a screen hanging on the wall of the dormitory, which displayed various functions. This screen controls the key to the entire dormitory. Look, click on the Qi and Blood room, and the Qi and Blood stones preset in the room will be activated, and the Qi and Blood power of the stone chamber will be activated for the martial arts cultivators to absorb. However, the price is not cheap, 100 points per hour. I forgot to tell you, 10 yuan can be exchanged for 1 point. 10 yuan per point, then 100 points converted into cash is 1,000 yuan. 1,000 an hour. If you practice in this room for 1 day, you must spend more than 20,000. I am poor in literature but rich in martial arts. It turns out that martial arts cultivation is not something that ordinary people can afford. Lin Mo said with some emotion. And this, the pointing function, each point needs to consume 10,000 credits. It's a bit expensive, but the teachers who teach you martial arts are basically experts at the peak of martial arts. You will definitely benefit a lot from communicating with them. Kong Jie took Lin Mo to introduce the operation of various functions in the dormitory and the number of credits consumed. Credit points are required everywhere. Military university cannot move forward without credits, Lin Mo sighed with emotion. Can I see how many points I have now? Just swipe your card directly on the screen. Kong Jie pointed at the screen. Drop. Lin Mo put the student card in his hand on the screen, and with a soft sound, Lin Mo's personal information appeared on the screen. Number of credits, 1,000. Lin Mo looked at the 1,000 credits in his student ID card and was suddenly surprised. Is this a gift package for students? Lin Mo stared at Kong Jie, who was standing aside. Kong Jie was also stunned. Generally, freshmen are awarded 100 credits when they enter school, but now you actually have 1,000 credits. You are going to develop at a pace. Kong Jie showed an envious look on his face. I suspect it's because you performed very well in the exam just now and the school gave you points as a reward. Then I'll treat the seniors to a big dinner? Lin Mo smiled and waved the student card in his hand. You don't have to be so polite, Kong Jie waved his hand and refused. He felt a little weird that the new student invited the old student to dinner. Senior, you're welcome. What I'm going to eat later is the flesh and blood of monsters. It's very rare. Lin Mo looked at Kong Jie seriously. Senior, don't you really want to try how it tastes? Monster flesh and blood? Hearing these words, Kong Jie's face suddenly showed a heartbeat look. In that case, I'm not polite. In the end, Kong Jie was attracted by the words monster flesh and blood and followed Lin Mo to the restaurant. Let's go to the third floor. The food there is of good quality. Kong Jie took Lin Mo to the third floor. The consumption here was obviously much higher than below. Lin Mo only saw a few students sitting on chairs to eat. Lin Mo, the price here is not cheap. We just need to order one portion of flesh and blood, otherwise we won't be able to finish it. Kong Jie saw Lin Mo holding the menu and quickly reminded him with a smile. Lin Mo smiled and said, it's okay. At most, I can spend all the 1,000 points. I'm worried that you don't have enough 1,000 points, Kong Jie sighed in a low voice and spoke slowly. 1,000 points are not enough? What kind of meal can cost 10,000 yuan at a time? Then I must expand my horizons. Lin Mo said as he pulled out a stool and sat down. Boss, bring the menu. Soon, the second aunt in the cafeteria came to Lin Mo with the menu. After glancing at the contents of the menu, Lin Mo directly ordered a portion of monster flesh and blood. 1 pound of flesh and blood actually costs 100 points? The price of these monsters is actually just the lowest price. Sometimes the quality of the flesh is good, and the price will be more expensive. Once when I was having dinner with my friends, I saw someone order a piece of flesh that was said to be from the Monkey King. That meal cost a full 10,000 credits. 10,000 credits, that is 100,000 yuan. Although it is not a small amount for Lin Mo, it is not much either. After a while, the monster flesh ordered by Lin Mo was delivered to the table. Looking at the crystal clear flesh color, Lin Mo and Kong Jie's eyes suddenly lit up. This is definitely a good thing. Just smelling it makes people feel relaxed and happy, and the power of qi and blood seems to have changed. You all. This meal is so delicious. Kong Jie took out a tissue and wiped his mouth, then slumped on the chair with satisfaction. Lin Mo had a smile on his face and nodded with satisfaction. The monster's flesh and blood is indeed extraordinary. Although it is not as effective as the qi and blood pill, it tastes very good. After eating it, the whole body feels hot, and the power of qi and blood is greatly increased. But compared with the qi and blood pill, the increase in qi and blood is limited. Each of them ate a pound of flesh and blood, and the cost for each person was about 1,000 yuan. But the increased blood value will definitely not reach 0.01. Those who are willing to spend money to eat monster flesh are not short of money. Since you are willing to enjoy it, then you have to pay a sufficient price. On the contrary, in Juanda, if you want to improve your strength, buying chi and blood pills is much cheaper than outside. The price of each low-level chi and blood pill is 150,000. Lin Mo's eyes widened immediately. One chi and blood pill was 50,000 yuan cheaper than outside. Okay, Juanda has a lot of preferential treatment, you can experience it later. Kong Jie stood up and said with a smile, for the sake of you inviting me to dinner, I can tell you one thing. Lin Mo quickly sat up straight and looked at him seriously. Have a good rest tonight. There will be a gathering tomorrow. Try to be as high profile as possible. After saying these words, Kong Jie left directly. Be high profile? Lin Mo looked confused. I am such a low-key person, and if you ask me to be high profile, isn't it difficult for me? But, could it be that there are any benefits to being high profile? Lin Mo's eyes were bright and he was already looking forward to it. The chi and blood pills have been consumed, and this month's dividend has not been received. Fortunately, Lin Mo's thunder breathing technique has been upgraded to an advanced level of proficiency. When it is running, the power of chi and blood increases very quickly. A night of silence. Early the next morning, Lin Mo's cell phone dinged softly. I took out my phone and took a look. The information on it was exactly what Kong Jie said yesterday. Gather at the gym in half an hour. Lin Mo jumped off the bed, changed his clothes and then got up and headed to the gym. The military university gymnasium occupies a large area. There are 100 people in the inner courtyard and more than 300 people in the outer courtyard. With 400 people standing here, it still looks very spacious. On the rostrum, Lin Mo saw the boss who had previously come to his home in person to hand out the admission notice. That old man is the deputy director of the admissions office of Military University. He is also the vice president of Military University Yuan Kai. Someone spoke softly, looking at the old man with a look of reverence in his eyes. Yuan Kai, is he so powerful? Lin Mo couldn't help but ask. When Yuan Kai sent the admission notice, Lin Mo could only feel the majesty from him, but other than that, he couldn't feel any energy or blood. 50 years ago, he took Sanming students out on a mission, but they encountered a monster coming out of the abyss, and all 3 students were killed. At that time, he, who was in the realm of the 3rd-level martial king, fought his way into the abyss with one sword. 3 days after the battle, he was covered in blood and dragged the monster out of the abyss. If you enter the school history museum now, you can still see that monster. It's 5 feet tall. The students on the side described it excitedly, as if they had witnessed Yuan Kai's battle with their own eyes. Lin Mo glanced at Yuan Kai and was extremely shocked. 50 years ago, he had the strength of a 3rd-grade martial king. After so many years, how strong will he be now? Sure enough, no one in the military university should be underestimated. Lin Mo sighed with emotion. Yuan Kai stood on the podium and ended the welcome ceremony for the new students with 2 short sentences. Everyone can move freely below, and you can also learn from each other. A young man next to Yuan Kai said with a smile, make friends with force. High profile? How high profile? Lin Mo looked around and frowned. Soon, his eyes lit up and an idea came to his mind. I feel like if I do this, in the next 4 years of college, I should be a character that everyone shouts about. It's exciting to think about it. Lin Mo coughed lightly and slowly took a few steps forward. Bang! With a loud noise, Lin Mo punched the sandbag next to him. Hundreds of kilograms of sandbags were blown away with one punch, and sand was scattered everywhere. A few short people even had their mouthfuls filled with sand. I'll go, what's going on? Who are you, looking for death? A group of people were affected and couldn't help but search in the crowd. Lin Mo maintained his previous punching posture, standing there quietly, facing everyone's gaze, and raised his hand to wave. Is it you? Is it this guy? A group of people gathered around and stared at Lin Mo coldly. Who else is it if it's not me? Lin Mo said with a smile, didn't I just say that I would use force to make friends? I am a more enthusiastic person, so I plan to challenge all of you alone. In the last sentence, Lin Mo directly used Tiger Roar, the sound waves spread out, and the entire stadium seemed to be shaking. You can challenge all of us by yourself? You are really not afraid of death. Not to mention the people from the inner courtyard, even those of us from the outer courtyard can drown you with just a drop of spit.
A certain classmate from the outer courtyard couldn't bear it. Keep talking.
Forget it about the people from the outer courtyard.
Those who came in with money, what's there to say?
Lin Mo tried his best to ridicule.
With one sentence, people who had not planned to take action against Lin Mo couldn't help but gathered around him. How does it feel to be surrounded by more than 300 people at the same time?
Lin Mo looked at the crowd around him, without any worry on his face.
A group of people kept yelling at Lin Mo, and some of them couldn't help but mobilize their blood and energy, ready to take action. Roar! At this moment, Lin Mo suddenly roared at the surroundings. Tiger Roar!
During this period, Lin Mo had already improved his proficiency in Tiger Roar to a high level, and his attack power exceeded 2,000 at this moment. Buzz! The group of people closest to Lin Mo only felt a buzzing in their heads, and then they felt dizzy and fainted. With just one blow, hundreds of people fell to the ground. I told you that you can't do it, but you just don't believe it. I didn't even start, and you fell down.
Lin Mo chuckled.
Let's go together and let him know how powerful we are. Someone among the students in the outer courtyard spoke loudly.
Yes, there are so many of us, can't we beat him alone? Go! As the voice fell, nearly 200 people rushed directly towards Lin Mo. Lin Mo grinned, and the next moment, his figure flashed and disappeared. Where are the people? The first person who rushed out looked at the disappearing Lin Mo with a confused look on his face. Behind you! Someone exclaimed and couldn't help but remind him. The man was about to turn around when he was slapped on the neck and fell directly to the ground. Ghostly tracking. Lin Mo used martial arts to shuttle through the crowd, and at the same time, he kept hitting a group of people on the back of their necks with his hand knife. Groups of people fell down. Just 1 minute later, there were less than 100 people left in the outer courtyard of more than 300 people, and they dared not move. Lin Mo stood in the middle of a group of people who fell to the ground, looking around with contempt. Let the people from the inner courtyard come, you are really not good enough, Lin Mo said, and at the same time looked at a group of inner courtyard students who were watching the show in the distance. Outside college students should carry all the injured people down to rest first, and the inside college students should stay on the stage. Yuan Kai looked at this scene and smiled. The outside college students were relieved, and one by one they stepped forward to lift the students who fell to the ground and walked outside. Soon, all the outside college students left. On the campus, Kong Jia had just finished breakfast, and he couldn't help showing a nostalgic look on his face as he recalled the monster meat and blood last night. I don't know if Lin Mo did what I said. It's good to be high profile. In the stage of making friends with martial arts, as long as you show your strongest martial arts and attract everyone's attention, you will leave a good impression in front of Mr. Yuan. As he thought about it, he suddenly saw a group of people carrying students passing by him. What's the situation? So many people were injured and fainted? Poisoned? He looked at the outside college students who were carrying students and couldn't help frowning. Classmates, what's the situation with you? What's wrong with them? Kong Jia stepped forward and grabbed a student. Senior, they were beaten. The student's cheeks were slightly red. They were beaten during the martial arts session. The fight was so fierce. Kong Jia couldn't help but nodded. It seems that this year's freshmen are very motivated. Senior, you misunderstood. It's not that we are very motivated, but so many of us were beaten by one person. The student's face was already red. It was really shameful for one person to beat so many of them. Kong Jia also widened his eyes and looked at him in disbelief. One person beat nearly 200 students? How is this possible? It's true. We are students from the outer courtyard. He didn't feel satisfied after beating us, and now he is going to challenge all the students from the inner courtyard. The student left in a hurry after saying this. He had to leave, it was really too embarrassing. The outer courtyard is different from the inner courtyard. It is slightly weaker, but if so many people fight in a group, the martial artists above the warrior level will definitely not be able to compete. The most important thing is that he also wants to challenge the inner courtyard students.
As far as I know, the inner courtyard is basically full of martial artists above the first grade warrior level, and the strongest person has reached the level of the 5th grade warrior.
Can one person challenge so many people alone?
Kong Jia thought to himself, and he had already developed a great interest, and walked towards the gymnasium unconsciously.
One person challenges all the freshmen alone, this is too high profile. Wait, high profile?
Thinking of this word, Kong Jia suddenly had a possibility in his mind. Could it be Lin Mo? I remember he has the strength of a 2nd grade warrior, but Kong Jia couldn't help but speed up his pace, came to the door of the gymnasium, pushed open the door and walked in. When he saw the scene clearly, he was stunned. There were already many people lying around Lin Mo, and among the remaining standing people, nearly half were panting, obviously holding on.
Yan Xiangshu.
Lin Mo sneered, and the whole person soared into the air, and then from top to bottom, he used Tiger Roar and Spirit Blade. The combination of two different attributes of power produced an effect of 1 + 1 greater than 2. Visible sound waves rippled, and cracks appeared on the ground. Plop! Plop! The person who was still standing up before finally couldn't help but soften his knees and fell directly to the ground.
There were only a dozen people in the whole inner courtyard. Is this kid still a human?
Kong Jia stood at the entrance, and the whole person was stunned.
What is the concept of one person fighting so many students alone? This feat can't be accomplished even by the peak warriors. You all come together, why are you still standing there?
Lin Mo looked at the students up and down and said with a smile.
Let me do it.
Among the remaining people, a young man came out. He had dark skin and the fluctuations of blood and qi on his body were much stronger than Lin Mo.
Zhang Fen.
5th rank warrior. The young man introduced himself, and then rushed forward with a loud shout.
Lin Mo.
Lin Mo roared and also rushed forward. The two men's strengths were quite different, but Lin Mo was not afraid at all.
Stone-breaking fist. Mountain-shattering palm.
The two men punched and palmed, strong against each other, and kept colliding. Lin Mo smiled, such a collision was really too exciting. Qi and blood were consumed crazily. The two men were fighting in close combat, consuming qi and blood, and there was also a comparison of physical strength. After a few minutes of fighting, Zhang Fen's face was already shocked. His qi and blood value was higher, but after a series of collisions, his qi and blood value was not much. But Lin Mo seemed to be more and more courageous, and his qi and blood value seemed to have not decreased at all. The thunder breathing method is too extraordinary. There was a purple electric light jumping around Lin Mo, and a thunder force in his dantian wrapped around the qi and blood and kept stirring around. After fighting for so long, Lin Mo's blood and energy really didn't decrease at all.
Spiritual sword formation.
At the end, Lin Mo directly used the spiritual sword formation. More than a dozen shining swords hung in the air, forming a huge circle, wrapping everyone including Zhang Fen inside. You lose. Lin Mo said lightly.
Everyone looked nervous. They couldn't see the spiritual swords hanging in front of them, but they could feel the danger. He's right, you all lost. On the podium, Yuan Kai said loudly, I remember your name is Lin Mo, and I personally sent you the admission notice. You didn't disappoint me. Thank you, Teacher Yuan.
Lin Mo smiled and clasped his fists in salute.
Okay, this opening ceremony is very interesting.
From now on, Lin Mo's status will be upgraded to first class, and he will enjoy all the benefits of first-class students on campus.
After leaving these words, Yuan Kai turned around and left.
Lin Mo waved his hand and directly cancelled all the spiritual swords.
It wasn't until the spiritual sword disappeared that their faces looked better.
Using martial arts to make friends, I hope you can be good friends with me. Lin Mo said with a smile, and then saw Kong Jia standing at the gate. Thank you for your advice, I followed what you told me, and it turned out to be beneficial. Everyone's eyes immediately turned to Kong Jia, with different expressions on their faces.
Kong Jia looked embarrassed. It was neither right nor left to stand there.
At this moment, he regretted it to the extreme. If he had known better, he would not have said much.
Now, he has become the target of public criticism. An opening ceremony ended with 90% of the students entering the hospital. Lin Mo didn't feel the overwhelming feeling of exhaustion until he returned to the dormitory.
The thunder breathing technique constantly replenishes the energy and blood I consume, but it also squeezes my potential.
This feeling is really great. Breaking through the limits again and again, Lin Mo's eyes were bright.
Although he was tired, he felt a sense of satisfaction. Taking out the cremation ring, Lin Mo gritted his teeth and put it on his hand.
Bones. The strong are given priority.
In the dormitory, Lin Mo's face was full of pain. On his hand, the cremation ring released magma-like heat that rushed through his body. This time Lin Mo had been holding on for nearly half an hour, and the white shirt on his body had turned reddish-brown, which was stained red by the blood. This process can be said to be extremely torturous. If you are not careful, your meridians will be broken and you will die. The tempering brought about by the cremation ring is so terrifying, I feel like my flesh and blood are boiling.
Lin Mo gritted his teeth, feeling extremely shocked.
But the endurance time has improved this time.
Is it because of the previous drop of holy blood?
Lin Mo thought of the drop of blood he got from the Ruching temple. At that time, 1/2 of it was consumed with the help of a large amount of qi and blood pills. All the energy contained in the blood was hidden in Lin Mo's body. Now that the cremation ring is worn on his hand, the time that Lin Mo can endure is greatly improved.
Something's wrong. Why is the burning sensation caused by the cremation ring gathering on my hands?
Lin Mo soon noticed the difference. There was a sharp pain in his hands, as if someone had pressed his hands into the lava. At the same time, the energy hidden in the body began to gather and concentrated on the hands along the meridians. At this moment, 2 different energies collided inside the finger bones. Lin Mo could even feel the cracking sound of the finger bones, as if they were broken and then reassembled. This process was undoubtedly painful, but Lin Mo gritted his teeth and persisted. Because he felt that this process was definitely a great opportunity for him. The finger bones crackled, Lin Mo's forehead was covered with blood and sweat, and his hands began to tremble violently.
The power of qi and blood, condense.
Lin Mo suddenly mobilized the energy and blood all over his body, condensing it towards the finger bones of both hands. The Benlay breathing technique started to work, and a huge amount of blood was boiling and pouring into Lin Mo's dantian.
In fact, Lin Mo seemed to see a terrifying vortex forming in his dantian.
The vortex formed by the power of qi and blood was injected into the meridians, and then gathered on the finger bones under the pull of Lin Mo's mental power.
Spiritual power, condense.
Lin Mo understood the essence of the spiritual blade and the spiritual sword formation, turned his spiritual power into a small hammer, and kept beating his finger bones. Moreover, the energy contained in the cremation ring and half a drop of holy blood is like a flame that is constantly heating the finger bones. As for the power of qi and blood, it is like adding some terrifying elements to the finger bones.
This process is like forging iron. Only after many times of hard work can ordinary iron be beaten into a magical weapon.
Lin Mo's eyes lit up, feeling that he had found a different path. The whole process was very long, painful and boring, but Lin Mo had a solemn expression on his face, sitting there cross-legged, beating his phalanges over and over with his mental energy. Next to him, there was a small bottle of blue liquid. It was something that had been dropped from the dungeon before. It could replenish or even enhance mental power. Now it was regarded as a consumable by Lin Mo. During the whole process of tempering and beating the phalanges, Lin Mo take it from time to time, and your mental energy will always be in a full state. Time passed, and it was already dawn in a blink of an eye.
Lin Mo opened his eyes suddenly and stood up from the bed.
It hurts me so much. The first thing he did after opening his eyes was to take off the ring on his hand and put it aside.
Click.
Then he vibrated with the power of qi and blood, and the skin of his hand split open, and a layer of blood scab fell off, revealing Lin Mo's almost white jade-like palms.
This is so amazing, it's like shedding a layer of skin.
Lin Mo was extremely surprised. These hands almost didn't feel like his own. At first glance, you could feel their perfection. It's the color of the skin, Lin Mo thought for a moment and took out a dagger from his body and scratched his palm.
Not even a drop of blood was left. This belongs to Pai Ho.
Lin Mo spoke in surprise and stood up to go to the practical classroom.
Military University pays attention to students' personal cultivation.
It does not take the initiative to teach, but allows students to practice on their own.
If you encounter any questions, please ask them immediately.
I used my mental power to continuously beat and temper the hand bones. For a whole night, I don't believe that the hand bones have not changed at all. Lin Mo firmly believes that in the entire process, the bones of the hands should be the most changed, not the skin. It's just that there's no way to verify it.
You can't just cut open the flesh and see the hand bones inside. Lin Mo was helpless. Click.
At this moment, a soft sound rang out, and Lin Mo looked at his single bed aside and was stunned. The bed frame surrounded by metal actually cracked.
I just pressed it gently with my hand when I got up. Why did the bed become like this?
Lin Mo thought of a possibility in his mind, and the smile on his face instantly became fuller.
Go to the martial arts arena and test your attack power.
After making up his mind, Lin Mo immediately changed his clothes, opened the door and walked out. The School History Museum of the Huaxia Military University is built underground, and starting from the first floor is the military training ground of the military university. Lin Mo came to the cafeteria first. After swiping his card, the staff in the cafeteria immediately poked his head out and smiled at him. "Students, please order here." Lin Mo was originally going to line up, but was taken to a side window by two canteen staff. After choosing his breakfast, Lin Mo found that such a sumptuous meal did not charge him a penny. Could it be that the military university has such good benefits that breakfast is provided for free?
Lin Mo did not think much about it.
After finishing his breakfast, he got up and left. When he arrived at the martial arts field, there was a card swiping machine at the entrance. After taking a number, Lin Mo lined up at the end of the line.
"Excuse me, are you classmate Lin Mo?"
Less than a minute later, a middle-aged man stood beside Lin Mo with a cautious and flattering face. "Mr. Lin, I am Zhang Hai, the person in charge of the martial arts field. You can just call me Xiao Zhang." The middle-aged man stated his identity, and his attitude was unbelievably respectful.
Obviously much older than Lin Mo, he actually asked Lin Mo to call him Xiao Zhang. "Hello, Zhang Field Master." Lin Mo greeted. "What business does Mr. Lin want to handle? Do you want to measure your blood or attack power? Or do you want to buy some martial arts?
Don't worry, as long as you buy martial arts from us, I can give you a 20% discount."
Lin Mo looked at him in shock.
Generally, weapons above the Xin level are worth at least 500,000 yuan. If you give him a 20% discount, that means 100,000 yuan is gone.
Who is so generous? Does the owner Zhang know me?
Lin Mo looked at him in confusion. "I came here just to measure my blood and attack power of martial arts."
"Come with me." Zhang Hai nodded repeatedly and walked inside with Lin Mo.
There are only 4 measurement rooms in the entire martial arts field, 3 of which are open, and the remaining one is closed. The 8 characters school's restricted area, no entry for idle people, were posted on the door.
But what Lin Mo didn't expect was that he followed Zhang Hai and came here unknowingly.
He took out the key from his body and inserted it into the keyhole, opening the door.
"Mr. Lin, please come in."
Zhang Hai still looked friendly as before, speaking softly.
"Thank you." Lin Mo nodded and walked towards the door.
"Wait a minute, we have been queuing here for an hour, and the narration room is not open."
"Why is it open now?"
"That's right, did you use the back door?" "I didn't expect that the military university could use the back door."
"It's simply shameless." "How is this shameless?"
"Reasonable use of rules is also part of strength."
Someone couldn't help but speak up and told part of the truth.
Lin Mo stood there, listening quietly, looking at the people in front of him arguing over a trivial matter, with a helpless look on his face.
"Because they are better than all of you." At this time, a voice sounded. It was Zhang Hai who spoke.
He looked indifferent and looked at them with contempt. "His name is Lin Mo.
When he entered the school, he defeated all the freshmen alone. Later he was awarded the second-class student.
According to the school's regulations, second-class students are more important than you, that is, they have to enjoy more services and discounts than you. Zhang Hai's words made a group of people couldn't help but shout. It's so unfair. Huaxia Military University is really arrogant. That's right. If I knew it was like this, I would never come to military university. Who said it wasn't? I thought military university was a place of justice, but it wasn't. A group of people started talking at once, and they wanted to leave. A bunch of trash, not as strong as others, not enjoying more treatment than others. Now I've told you the direction to move forward, but you will only complain in the end. Zhang Hai looked at the people who spoke earlier, with a look of disappointment on his face. We are trash, so why do we say he is stronger than us? A group of people pointed at Lin Mo, with unhappy looks on their faces. In fact, few people present were unhappy. Zhang Hai chuckled and his eyes fell on Lin Mo. Mr. Lin, why don't you find a way to make them shut up? Lin Mo nodded. There was no problem at all for him to do this. Walking straight to the measuring instrument, Lin Mo stretched out his hand and pressed it. Beep. With a slight sound, a number 203 appeared on it. Second grade warrior? Someone in the crowd said in shock, when did the freshman have such strength? You are useless, so don't be shocked by other people's achievements. Zhang Hai was obviously very unhappy with these people, so he directly started to criticize them. Boom! At this time, Lin Mo directly used his martial arts. Stone-breaking fist. With a loud bang, Lin Mo's punch directly shattered the test instrument into pieces. And, the screen finally showed a terrible number, 6,666. Arts. 6,666? When did the stone-breaking fist reach such a terrifying attack? Is there something wrong with my eyes? Is this still a human? There's something about this number. Is this guy doing it on purpose? A group of people were stunned when they saw the numbers on the screen, and they couldn't help but speak. Even Lin Mo looked at his fist in shock. Has the improvement in attack power after tempering the hand bones reached such a terrifying level? Lin Mo was a little surprised. Although this process was painful, it was all worth it. With such a terrifying attack power, he was not afraid even when facing a martial artist above the 5th grade warrior. What's more, I have the higher grade tiger fist and crane fist. Lin Mo's eyes lit up, and he wanted to test the attack power of the two fists on the instrument, but finally gave up. The stone-breaking fist has reached such a terrifying value. The key used the Five Beast Fist, which is likely to exceed 8,000. What is this concept? With an attack power of 8,000, an ordinary 7th grade warrior can hardly bear it and will be knocked down by a punch. Mr. Lin is a second-class student and enjoys certain preferential treatment. If you want to be like him, it's very simple. Just beat him. Zhang Hai said slowly with a smile on his face. The group of people suddenly fell silent. The stone-breaking fist has such a terrifying attack power. How can they be Lin Mo's opponent? There are other facilities in the martial arts field. I'll take you to see them. Zhang Hai chuckled and personally took Lin Mo away from the test point. After Lin Mo left, the door of the room at this test point slowly closed. Although the group of people were unhappy, they had no choice. The second-class students have too many preferential treatments. In the martial arts field, you don't need to queue for all the facilities. Of course, if you meet a first-class student, your priority will be postponed. This is the rule of the military university. Everything is given priority to the strong. Lin Mo nodded, and suddenly thought of the rules announced by the instructor at the Genius Training Camp, which was also the priority of the strong. In the martial arts, every second counts, and the strong are given priority, which is natural. In the next few hours, Lin Mo touched all the facilities in the entire martial arts field. Before leaving, Lin Mo prepared to test his attack power again, and at the same time put forward a request that this test needs to be kept confidential. Zhang Hai nodded and stopped the test of other students directly when Lin Mo was testing. Lin Mo was the only one in the entire test site. Crane-shaped fist. Tiger fist. Lin Mo performed 2 kinds of boxing, and finally 2 numbers appeared on the screen, 8,970.
9,103.
An attack power close to 9,000, this is simply against the sky.
After the hand bone is tempered, it is so terrifying.
Lin Mo was extremely surprised. He originally thought that the attack power was at most about 8,000, but he didn't expect it to reach such a high level. I don't know if I can continue to temper it. This thought popped up in Lin Mo's mind.
Mr. Lin, what are the test results?
After Lin Mo walked out, Zheng Hai immediately greeted him with a smile on his face.
It's okay. Lin Mo casually said, by the way, does the second-class student's preferential treatment include the selection of martial arts?
Of course. You can choose a martial art from the martial arts department every year. Of course, the martial arts you choose can only be Xian-level martial arts at most.
Xian-level martial arts.
Lin Mo's eyes lit up. A Xian-level martial art can even be sold at a high price of more than 50 million outside. If it is a 9th grade Xian-level martial art, it can even be sold for hundreds of millions. Why did it seem that nothing was amazing in Zheng Hai's mouth?
Thank you.
After Lin Mo nodded, he left the martial arts field and walked towards the martial arts department. After Zheng Hai watched Lin Mo leave, he glanced at the test screen and suddenly felt a strong curiosity in his heart. I wonder how much attack power he can reach in the 2 martial arts he tested later. Thinking of this, Zheng Hai stepped forward and entered the password to call up Lin Mo's test record today.
This kid tested 3 types of boxing techniques, let me see.
The first one should be the stone-breaking fist, with an attack power of 6,666, and then the second one, the boxing technique is unknown, with an attack power of
8970?
Looking at the numbers above, Zheng Hai was so scared that his hands trembled and he almost crushed the mouse.
Is this kid a monster? How can he be so strong? The third one is more than 9,000. It's simply too amazing. Isn't he only a 2nd grade warrior?
Zheng Hai sat in front of the test screen, and the expression on his face kept changing. From now on, Lin Mo's permission to the martial arts field will be upgraded to the level of a first-class student. Yes, I specially approved it. Don't worry about the school's judgment on Lin Mo. My judgment is that Lin Mo should have the permission of a first-class student. In addition, send 10 qi and blood pills to Lin Mo, and say that it is me, Zheng Hai, who wants to make friends with him. Zheng Hai hung up the phone, as if he had thought of something, and hurriedly left the martial arts field and ran outside.
Lin Mo didn't know that his test results were seen by Zheng Hai.
At this moment, he came to the martial arts management, verified his student card, and got the opportunity to choose a martial art directly. You can't enter the heaven and earth level martial arts area.
If you enter without permission, you will most likely die. You can enter all other areas.
You can choose a martial art in these areas, and there is no time limit.
No time limit?
Lin Mo suddenly smiled and said, if I look at all the martial arts and then memorize them in my mind, doesn't that mean I have selected countless martial arts? If you are willing, you can read every martial arts skill once, as long as you can remember it. The staff member smiled at Lin Mo and pointed at the door of the martial arts management office. Through this door, no one can pass through this door except you. Except for the selected martial arts, all other martial arts you see will be deleted from your memory.
Only at this moment did Lin Mo focus all his attention on the door.
He was about 3 meters tall, all white, dotted with several red lights.
This is a product of the Martial Arts Research Institute. It's awesome. The staff looked at Lin Mo and thought that Lin Mo was frightened by his words, and couldn't help but smile. Martial Arts Research Institute?
Lin Mo was stunned for a moment.
China actually has such a department?
Many of your senior brothers and sisters have entered the Martial Arts Research Institute after graduation, with high salary and the same benefits. I even heard that they organize an Abyss tour every 6 months, and everything they get in the Abyss will be theirs. Previously, one of your senior sisters found a bead inside, and finally discovered that the bead actually came from the eye of a monster. Through this eye, your senior sister even developed a kind of eye-related martial arts, which is very powerful. After Lin Mo thanked him, he walked directly into the Huan-level martial arts to make a selection. He is not a person with high ambitions and low abilities.
Some yellow-level martial arts are also very extraordinary.
If they are practiced well, they must be very terrifying, just like the gravel fist.
Now who would say that the gravel fist is just an ordinary yellow-level martial arts?
But after one day of selection, Lin Mo gave up completely, because there was really nothing suitable in Huang Jie's martial arts.
Let's go to the Xian-level martial arts area and have a look. Lin Mo finally set foot in the Xian-level martial arts area. The moment he stepped in, Lin Mo felt as if he was being scanned from top to bottom. The permission must be checked. Fortunately, my permission passed. Otherwise, I don't know what the consequences will be.
Lin Mo spoke with a smile and at the same time scanned the Xuanjie Kung Fu area. The Huaxia army has the largest reserve of Xian-level martial arts. Lin Mo looked at the many books, cloths, and even some martial arts made of bamboo slips in front of him.
It's so extraordinary.
I wonder if the martial arts skills made of these bamboo slips are powerful. Lin Mo looked at the bamboo slips in front of him.
There were many words on them that Lin Mo didn't recognize. Forget it. These things are probably written thousands of years ago. Even if I picked them out, I still wouldn't be able to recognize them. I seem to recognize the part above. Postpartum care techniques for sows?
Lin Mo looked at the words above and even raised his hand to wipe his eyes. He once wondered if he had read it wrong. But after confirming it several times, this martial art still gives everyone the basic common sense of life. Thousands of years ago, it seems that many things were indeed immature, but this kind of martial arts can actually reach the level of the second level of Xuanjie.
Lin Mo was a little curious and finally opened the bamboo slip.
A kind of fingering technique, which is a kind of martial arts derived from the postpartum care of sows. It is so powerful that you can smash big trees one by one with a single punch. Lin Mo was a little surprised. Fortunately, he took a look in advance.
This is a very strong boxing technique, but the name is very unpleasant. Let's forget it.
After all, it's only at the level of the second level of Xuanjie.
I'd better go to a higher level area to have a look.
Finally, Lin Mo put down the bamboo slips and went directly to the area of the 9th level of Xuanjie. Soon Lin Mo's eyes lit up.
He saw a martial art with an interesting name, white crane palm technique.
Lin Mo looked at this martial arts with a puzzled look on his face. Because the name of white crane palm is somewhat similar to the name of five beast fist, but white crane is obviously not a beast.
Read it first and then talk.
Lin Mo finally opened the martial arts book, wrote down all the contents above, and started practicing at the same time.
It's different from the five beasts boxing technique, but it's still very powerful.
It can echo with the ghost shadow and trace, becoming a more terrifying combination of martial arts. In the end, Lin Mo memorized the white crane palm technique and started looking for it at the same time.
Found it, leopard fist.
Lin Mo looked at a martial skill on the martial arts shelf, and his eyes suddenly lit up.
There is no doubt that this name must be a type of five beast fist. Training leopard fist.
Lin Mo looked at the martial arts in front of him and smiled. There was no doubt that this was a type of five beast fist.
I want it.
Lin Mo walked out of the martial arts storage room and handed his choice to the staff.
Leopard fist?
The staff looked at the martial arts in Lin Mo's hand and was stunned for a moment. Not a bad fist, but this thing should be a set.
You only got one of them, which is far from enough. It's okay, I like leopards.
Lin Mo made an excuse and left with the martial arts.
After Lin Mo left, the staff looked at Lin Mo thoughtfully for a moment, then took out his mobile phone and made a call.
Someone took the leopard fist. Your previous speculation should be correct.
Someone knows the five beast fist and is also looking for it. The person who collected the fist is named Lin Mo.
After the staff said these words, he hung up the phone directly. Lin Mo had no idea what was happening behind him. He trotted back to the bedroom with the martial arts, and after closing the door, he carefully took it out and read it from beginning to end. At this time, Lin Mo was able to truly confirm that this was the five beasts fist. Leopard fist. Lin Mo looked at the content above. Leopards are flexible and fast. This kind of boxing can often determine the outcome in one move, as fast as lightning. According to the above content, Lin Mo practiced seriously. The Five Beasts Fist has a characteristic, that is, if you want to learn the essence, you must really stand in front of this beast, understand its habits, and learn its every move. After Lin Mo mastered part of the Five Beasts Fist, he got up and left directly. There is a simulation room in the military university. After Lin Mo swiped his card, he immediately got a room. According to the regulations, as a second-class student, he can enjoy 24 hours of use of the simulation room. This is the first time Lin Mo has entered the simulation room. He looked at the high-tech screens around him, and a curious look appeared on his face. Lin Mo, welcome to the simulation room of the military university. Here you can choose various scenes anytime and anywhere, face various enemies, and after the competition, we will give you an accurate evaluation. The specific operation method is, a voice sounded in the room. It was the artificial intelligence voice of the simulation room. After Lin Mo said the environment he wanted to simulate, the surrounding scene immediately flashed. Lin Mo came directly to a forest. He could see the dense tree canopy above the forest and countless fallen leaves piled up below, which looked desolate. This scene is invincible. Lin Mo couldn't help but sighed. The opponent I want to choose is a leopard. Lin Mo made a choice again. Roar! The voice fell, a roar sounded, and a golden leopard suddenly jumped out from one side of the jungle. This beast is very fast and extremely flexible, and the golden pattern all over its body makes people feel confused. It feels a bit like my martial arts field. Lin Mo fought with the leopard and carefully observed some of the leopard's combat skills. It's interesting. I used the tiger fist to fight the leopard. In the end, I suddenly found that the tiger fist could be called the nemesis of the leopard fist. Then, are the remaining two types of boxing also mutually restrained? Lin Mo and the leopard fought each other countless times. The wounds on Lin Mo's body looked horrible. Compared with the dream, there was more real blood and terrible pain. This feeling was really too terrifying. The leopard in front of him was definitely a martial king-level monster, but in the simulation room, the attacks of these beasts were restricted and could not cause much damage to Lin Mo's body. Your free use time has ended. Welcome to come again next time. Just when Lin Mo was about to make some serious summaries of his martial arts according to the comments, the reminder of artificial intelligence sounded in his ears. Time flies so fast. Although this place is not as good as the dream exchanged by Chi and blood pills, it is enough for ordinary people. Lin Mo recalled everything he had just experienced, and a look of shock appeared on his face. Since I have been in the simulation room for a day, why not stay a little longer and practice the part 1 just summarized? Lin Mo chose to pay points to increase the training time. He now has 600 points left, and it costs at least 100 points to train in the simulation room for 1 hour. It's equivalent to 1,000 yuan an hour, which is quite cost-effective. Lin Mo still chose the leopard as his actual combat opponent. While performing the leopard fist, he was also carefully studying the leopard's every move. Every time the leopard attacks, it is after capturing my movements. Its movements are very fast, and the speed of its eyes is also very fast. Lin Mo's face was thoughtful. If I use spiritual perception to capture its movements, and then make corresponding counterattacks, Lin Mo's eyes were cold, and he gained something from the battle. With the spiritual perception turned on, the movements of the leopard in front of him suddenly became slow. Especially after Lin Mo practiced the leopard fist, he seemed to be able to understand the meaning behind every movement of the leopard. Bang! Lin Mo shouted coldly and punched forward fiercely. After a muffled sound, the leopard fell heavily to the ground and turned into a rain of light and disappeared. Win! Lin Mo was stunned as he watched the leopard disappear in front of him. That was a monster at the level of a martial king, and he actually defeated it? But soon, Lin Mo chuckled and shook his head. The leopard was a monster of the king of martial arts level, but its strength was obviously suppressed. In the end, I still won. There is still time. Should I verify my previous guess? Lin Mo thought about it and said to the surroundings, I will choose the leopard, the white crane, and the tiger as my opponent. Lin Mo now masters these 3 types of boxing. He wants to study whether there is any connection between these three types of boxing. Accompanied by a roar and a roar, a tiger and a leopard appeared in front of Lin Mo Roar. The battle started instantly. The leopard was very fast and rushed towards Lin Mo first. Lin Mo punched out with both fists, like a tiger descending from the mountain, and the fist wind was clanging, forcing the leopard back. The tiger let out a long roar and jumped up and pounced on Lin Mo. Its body is huge, a full 5 meters. Just like the Mountain King, could it be that the Mountain King was directly simulated? Lin Mo screamed and jumped up using the swallow flying technique. Eagle step. Cry. Just when Lin Mo performed the eagle step, a crane cry sounded, and a shadow suddenly appeared on the ground. That was the white crane. Lin Mo's whole body was cold, and he twisted his body in midair, and at the same time, he punched hard behind him without looking back. Bang! With a muffled sound, the white crane spread its wings and slapped Lin Mo's hands, and at the same time, its sharp claws pierced directly into Lin Mo's shoulders. The severe pain made Lin Mo almost scream, but before Lin Mo could scream, the white crane's claws exerted force at the same time, tearing a piece of flesh from Lin Mo's shoulder. Damn it! Lin Mo cursed. The martial arts he currently mastered had no way to deal with the white crane. Bang! Lin Mo fell from the air, stepped on the tiger's shoulder, endured the pain, made his hands into the shape of a crane's beak, and smashed the tiger's back of the head. Puff! After a muffled sound, the tiger also disappeared. There was only a white crane left in the air. Spiritual perception. Lin Mo used spiritual perception again and covered the sky. Cry! The crane's cry sounded again, and the dark red claws glowed dangerously in the virtual sunlight. Come here! Lin Mo's eyes flashed, and the reaction speed brought to him by the leopard fist showed its effect at this moment. He held the white crane's feet tightly with his hands like a pair of pliers, and then roared, tearing the white crane's body into two halves. Ha! Ha! Lin Mo bent over and gasped. Although the simulated battle was fake, the blood and mental power consumed were real. At this moment, Lin Mo felt as if his whole body was about to fall apart. After leaving the simulation environment, Lin Mo subconsciously looked at the place where he was injured. The flesh that was originally torn off was intact, and the blood on his body disappeared. The authenticity is actually better than the martial arts field, but the guidance and the speed of improving proficiency in combat are much worse than those in the martial arts field. Lin Mo packed up and prepared to leave. Click! With a light sound, the door of the simulation room was pushed open, and several people walked in. The leader was a young man, who was 2 meters tall, handsome, and smiling. They walked in directly, and the young man in the lead stood only a few meters away from Lin Mo, looking up and down at Lin Mo. Your name is Lin Mo? The young man looked at Lin Mo and said with a smile, let me introduce myself. My name is Su Hui. I am a junior this year. My strength is the 7th grade warrior realm. 7th grade warrior. Lin Mo narrowed his eyes slightly, looked at Su Hui in silence without speaking. Do you know how to be polite? You dare to ignore the senior who is talking to you? If this happened when we first entered school, we would have been beaten. Several young men behind Su Hui spoke in dissatisfaction. Forget it, we are seniors after all, we won't bother with juniors. Su Hui waved his hand generously. I heard that you sent all the students from our external college to the hospital at the opening ceremony? Not all, Lin Mo shook his head, only 90%. After the voice fell, the group of people behind Su Hui showed unhappy expressions on their faces. Boy, do you think you are awesome? So what if you are from the inner courtyard? Many people still have to salute respectfully when they see our big brother Su? I tell you, don't think that you can look down on the outer courtyard just because you are from the inner courtyard. There are still people in the outer courtyard that you can't afford to offend. The people behind Su Hui opened their mouths and wanted to say something else, but Su Hui raised his hand to stop them. Shut up, I didn't come to him today to quarrel with him. We are seniors, we should be patient with juniors. Su Hui looked at Lin Mo with a smile on his face, and regarded himself as an elder. The age difference between the two was not big, at most 3 years, but Su Hui looked down on Lin Mo who was the senior. Who is the junior? Lin Mo looked up at Su Hui.
who do you think you are? How dare you call yourself an elder in front of me? What is there to brag about with such a low level in the junior year? If you and I were at the same level, you wouldn't even be qualified to let me take action. If you and I were at the same level, you wouldn't even be qualified to let me take action. Lin Mo looked at Su Hui and spoke calmly. The entire simulation room suddenly became quiet. Su Hui stared at Lin Mo blankly, with shock, humiliation and even excitement in his eyes. As for the group of people behind him, their faces were full of surprise. This kid, what did he just say? He said Brother Su is not qualified? It's crazy. Brother Su's strength can be ranked among the top 50 even among the juniors in the inner courtyard. The number of students enrolled in the inner courtyard each year is about 100, and ranking among the top 50 is considered a middling score. According to this statement, Su Hui's strength is indeed not weak. That's what I've been waiting for. The various expressions on Su Hui's face quickly faded, and in the end only a smile remained. Since you said that you and I are at the same level, I don't deserve to let you take action, so what now? I am finally qualified to fight you. At this point, Su Hui's eyes suddenly turned cold. Su Hui, challenge you now. According to the rules of the military university, if someone challenges you, if they are of the same level, you do not have the right to refuse. If someone is of a higher level than you, you can refuse. Lin Mo looked at Su Hui and said nothing. Don't worry, I won't use the strength of a 7th grade warrior to overwhelm you. I promise to use the same level of strength as you. If you still don't dare to accept my challenge, I can learn without using the 7th grade warrior realm. Martial arts. Su Hui's conditions have reached this point, so Lin Mo has no reason to refuse. In that case, let's do it. Lin Mo smiled faintly. I guess you still have a bet. I like to deal with smart people. Su Hui said admiringly, let's make a bet with martial arts. If you win, you can choose a martial skill from me. If you lose, I can also choose a martial skill from you. Martial skills as a bet? Lin Mo was stunned for a moment and looked at him deeply. At this time, Lin Mo already understood one thing: Su Hui came here just for martial arts. Thinking of the leopard fist he had just obtained, Lin Mo's eyes flashed and he looked at Su Hui. Do you also have the martial arts of 5 elements fist in your hand? Su Hui smiled. I want the tiger fist on you. Although this sentence did not answer Lin Mo's words, it answered him in another way. As expected, he has mastered the 5 beast fist. He wants to take the tiger fist from me, which means he has not mastered the tiger fist. So what are the punches on him? Lin Mo frowned. Leopard fist can basically be ruled out, because this boxing technique is in the martial arts storage room and can be found easily. Lin Mo is even sure that the other party found him because he chose leopard fist. So he probably has a kind of boxing technique that I haven't mastered. Lin Mo felt a little excited and looked up at Su Hui. Tell me the boxing skills you have mastered. Wolf King Fist. With these 3 words spoken, a bloodthirsty aura swept through the entire simulation room. Wolf King Fist is Brother Su's strongest attack method. It's your honor that Brother Su is willing to exchange this boxing technique with you. Why don't you hurry up and start the competition? A group of people looked at Lin Mo and spoke loudly. They looked relaxed, as if they were sure that Lin Mo could not beat Su Hui. I said, if you and I were in the same realm, you wouldn't even be qualified to let me take action. Lin Mo said with a sneer in his eyes, if you want to fight, then come on. After the words fell, Su Hui's eyes flashed, and he rushed towards Lin Mo with a cold shout. Jab! Su Hui roared angrily and punched out fiercely as he advanced. This punch was so powerful that a faint blood glow could even be seen on the fist. According to the agreement, Su Hui suppressed his level to that of a 2nd grade warrior, but his proficiency in this kind of martial arts was not suppressed. So this punch even came with a strong wind. So strong. Lin Mo couldn't help but praise, but seeing the fist approaching, there was no worried look on his face. With his mental perception turned on, Su Hui's movements slowed down in front of Lin Mo's eyes. Tiger punch. Lin Mo punched out with both fists. At that moment, he had already figured out where Su Hui's weakness was, so when he punched out with both fists, his target was Su Hui's weakness. Click. After a crisp sound, Su Hui's face showed an expression of disbelief. This is impossible. Su Hui looked at his limp right hand with an unacceptable look on his face.
Lin Mo actually defeated him with just one punch.
Tap tap tap.
Su Hui's eyes were solemn, and he stepped back one after another, with a bloodthirsty look flashing in his eyes.
I didn't want to use this kind of punch originally, but you forced me to do all this. If you die, don't blame me.
Wolf King Fist.
Su Hui roared, and the next moment, endless energy and blood burst out from his body. The terrifying bloody aura was lingering. Su Hui's eyes were red, and he stared at Lin Mo tentatively. Admit defeat and hand over the tiger fist, otherwise, don't blame me for being rude.
Su Hui's voice seemed like a different person, cold-blooded and terrifying, and his eyes were full of green color.
Retreat! When the group of people who followed Su Hui saw the scene, they couldn't help shouting, and then all of them stepped back more than 10 meters at the same time. Lin Mo even noticed that two timid people were already standing at the gate, looking like they were preparing to run away immediately if the wind was blowing in the wrong direction.
Kill!
Cold words were shouted from his mouth, and the next moment, he rushed over.
This time, Su Hui's movements became much faster, and he came to Lin Mo in a few ups and downs.
Roar!
He roared from his mouth, and the energy and blood energy originally surrounding his body became frantic.
Bang bang bang!
The two kept fighting, and this time wounds began to appear on Lin Mo's body, and the wounds began to become red and swollen in a short period of time, and light black blood flowed out.
Poisoned.
Lin Mo immediately realized what happened and couldn't help being shocked. Moreover, Lin Mo discovered that Su Hui had actually upgraded his strength to the level of a 7th level warrior. The violent attacks continued to fall like raindrops. The wounds on Lin Mo's body were increasing, and he also began to understand more about the Wolf King Fist. Wolf King Fist is supposed to be a boxing technique that can improve one's personal strength. Su Hui got this boxing technique from somewhere.
It's really a good thing.
There are actually quite a few ways to improve combat power, but not many use martial arts to improve combat power. When the Wolf King Fist improves its combat power, its side effect is bloodthirsty, turning it into a beast that only knows how to fight.
Lin Mo quickly made an analysis. Roar!
Su Hui rushed over, roared, and grabbed Lin Mo's chest with his front paws. Lin Mo's expression remained unchanged, and he used his mental power to condense a dagger and slashed at that hand.
Puff!
A cloud of blood spurted out, Su Hui screamed, and curled up on the ground. The broken arm was still bleeding.
You lost.
Lin Mo stood in front of Su Hui and said calmly.
Su Hui raised his head and looked at Lin Mo with difficulty. I didn't lose. I told you that you lost.
If you don't want to admit defeat, Lin Mo glanced at Su Hui, whose eyes were still red, you can let them come together.
As long as they can defeat me, you will win. Go together?
The eyes of everyone standing in the distance lit up and they gathered around without saying a word.
Brother Su, he is looking for death. What does it have to do with us? Didn't he ask us to come together to help him?
You're right. Since you're seeking death, you can't help us. The faces of the few people who followed Su Hui were full of gloating. They looked at Lin Mo and surrounded him step by step.
Su Hui's eyes brightened slightly. With so many people taking action together, Lin Mo would definitely lose.
With this thought, he roared and stood up.
Bring it on!
Lin Mo roared, and his mental power was activated directly. The mental sword formation was set up instantly within a second, and countless small swords shot out, rushing towards the foreheads of several people. The spiritual sword is invisible, and the few people in front of them have never contacted anything related to spiritual power, so when the spiritual sword burst out, they didn't notice it at all.
Be careful! Su Hui was the first to notice something was wrong.
When he felt something approaching, he trembled all over and rushed to the side. The movements of the others were slower than Su Hui's, but after just 1 second, 2 of them were stabbed in the forehead by the spiritual sword array, and fell straight to the ground, with the corners of their mouths still gushing.
Foam! So strong! What happened just now?
A group of people looked at the 2 companions lying on the ground, with shocked expressions on their faces.
It's spiritual martial arts, be careful. Su Hui already understood what was going on, and the look in his eyes that looked at Lin Mo became even more solemn. He had already heard that Lin Mo was a mind chi master, but in his mind, Lin Mo's mental power should not be very strong. Even if he is a mind chi master, he certainly has not mastered a few spiritual martial arts. Therefore, Su Hui did not take into account the fact that Lin Mo was a mind chi master from the beginning to the end. With a series of muffled sounds, the people Su Hui brought fell down one by one. At the end, Su Hui was the only one left standing there, his face extremely pale. You lose. Lin Mo waved, and the mental sword array instantly surrounded Su Hui, blocking Su Hui in the middle. As long as I wave my hand gently, these spirits can instantly destroy your spirit, so you'd better consider whether I win or you win. Su Hui simply put a piece of information he had written in front of Lin Mo. This is what you want. Lin Mo took the information over, opened it and took a look, his eyes suddenly lit up. Wolf King Fist. Wolf King Fist is a method used by the Wolf King to control the Wolf clan. It is a survival instinct. The Wolf King Fist. The Wolf King needs strong fighting power and bloody means to control the wolf pack. So the essence of the Wolf King Fist lies in blood. Lin Mo looked at the description above, with a solemn look on his face. According to the above statement, if you want to exert the power of the Wolf King Fist, you must enter a state of self-loss and indulge in blood. Lin Mo thought of the previous battle with Su Hui, who briefly entered that special state, with bloodshot eyes, not distinguishing between friend and foe. If this is required to exert the true power of the Wolf King Fist, then the disadvantages of this boxing are too great. Lin Mo looked at the content of the Wolf King Fist, with a hesitant look on his face. He was struggling whether he needed to practice this boxing. You can go now. Lin Mo stuffed the martial arts into his arms, looked at Su Hui and others and spoke lightly. The sword of spirit dissipated, and Su Hui breathed a long sigh of relief. At least he did not die in Lin Mo's hands now. He left in a panic with a group of people, and Lin Mo looked at his few points, shook his head helplessly, and left the simulation room. Let's exchange some points first, and see if there are any tasks that can earn points. Lin Mo looked at the balance of his bank card, and he could still exchange nearly 100,000 points. So many points seem a lot, but in fact, they can't do much when they are really used. Martial arts is a profession that burns money. With Lin Mo's current worth, he is far from qualified to make full use of various resources. Brother Hui, are we just going to swallow this breath? In a corner not far from the simulation room, Su Hui and a few others squatted there smoking. One of them looked at Su Hui with an unhappy look on his face. As soon as this was said, the others immediately agreed. Yes, Brother Hui, our strength is not strong, but you are different. Your strength has reached the level of a 7th grade warrior, but you were still defeated by Lin Mo, and he even insulted you in that way. I can't swallow this breath. The most outrageous thing is that he snatched the Wolf King Fist from you, which is your martial art for survival. Brother Hui, I must avenge this vengeance. I'm going to pay someone outside to help. Several people spoke at once, and Su Hui's face became more and more ugly. He glared at them coldly. You all shut up, I know what you want to do, don't you just want me to take action against him? I will fulfill your wish. Su Hui's face was cold. He was the strongest person in the 3rd year of the external courtyard, but now he was defeated by Lin Mo. How could he swallow this breath? Took out his mobile phone and made a call. The whereabouts of the 5-beast fist has been found. There is a person in the military who has mastered the tiger fist. I even suspect that he has other boxing skills, but I can't verify it. His name is Lin Mo. After saying these 2 sentences, Su Hui hung up the phone coldly. Wait, Lin Mo will definitely die in 2 days. On the other side, after Lin Mo exchanged points from the points exchange office, he looked at the extra balance in the card and hurried to the trading office to buy 5 chi and blood pills. At this time, there were less than 26,000 points left in Lin Mo's card. Enter the martial arts arena, practice the Wolf King Fist, and see what this boxing is all about. Lin Mo took the chi and blood pill and went straight back to the dormitory. Including the chi and blood pills purchased this time, Lin Mo has a total of 15 chi and blood pills in his hand. He took a chi and blood pill and swallowed it.
The picture in front of him flickered, and Lin Mo entered the dream.
Martial arts arena. Exchange for the Wolf King fist. Lin Mo made a choice quickly. Consume chi and blood pills x10.
Looking at the consumption number displayed above, Lin Mo felt a pang of pain in his heart, but fortunately he had expected it in his heart, so he could still accept it.
Awah!
A wolf howl sounded, and then countless scarlet eyes lit up in front of Lin Mo's eyes.
Those were the eyes of the wolf, flashing in the ruins and dense forests. Wolf pack? Do you want me to become the Wolf King and command the wolves?
So I have to deal with these wolves first, right? Lin Mo looked at the wolf pack in front of him and directly performed the Wolf King fist. He was quite unfamiliar with this kind of boxing. At this moment, his fists looked ridiculous. The most important thing was that the chi and blood power in his body was running intermittently, and it was difficult to completely control it.
Awah!
The wolf howls became more and more frequent, and Lin Mo kept swinging his fists to kill all the wolves. But the wolf pack was endless, and the blood and energy in Lin Mo's body became more and more bloody, but those wolves had no intention of retreating at all, but rushed towards Lin Mo more frantically. I haven't mastered the true meaning of the Wolf King fist yet, but these wolves in front of me are already crazy.
Do you want me to imitate this state and learn it?
Lin Mo looked at the crazy wolf pack and slowed down his movements for a while. Not long after, countless wounds appeared on Lin Mo's body, and he looked extremely pitiful.
Roar!
Tiger fist. Lin Mo used the tiger fist to repel the wolf pack, but after a short retreat, the wolf pack pounced on him again. In a crazy state, the wolf pack had no chance to fear. Looking at the wolf pack that kept rushing over, Lin Mo's eyes began to turn blood red.
Awah!
Finally, with a wolf howl, Lin Mo's eyes completely turned blood red. Just for a moment, Lin Mo lost his mind, with bloodthirsty light shining in his eyes.
Puff!
He slammed his fists to one side, directly smashing a giant wolf that rushed towards him into smithereens. What's even more terrifying is that after Lin Mo was stained with wolf blood, his whole state became even more abnormal. He roared, and made various unconscious sounds from the inside. The entire martial arts field had turned into a Shura field.
Lin Mo was completely immersed in this state. He was no longer limited to killing wolves with just two fists.
Transform your fist into palms, claws, and sword fingers. There were fewer and fewer wolves around, and in the end, all the wolves fell at Lin Mo's feet.
The wolf has been killed. Lin Mo looked in a daze.
All the wolves were killed.
Is this another powerful method to subdue the wolves?
At this time, an inexplicable power surged in Lin Mo's mind, and then a steady stream of spiritual will began to control Lin Mo's body and thoughts. The bloodthirsty desire gradually subsided, and Lin Mo's eyes flashed with confusion, but he soon regained his clarity. The state just now will indeed improve my strength, but the shortcomings are too obvious. If I were not a mind chi master, I would probably be immersed in this kind of dream and never wake up again. Thinking back to the state just now, cold sweat began to flow down Lin Mo's body.
It's too dangerous. If you lose yourself in your sleep and become a bloody beast, the consequences will be disastrous.
However, this also reminds me, can I try to use my mental power to control me when I use the Wolf King fist?
In this way, can the side effects of Wolf King fist be suppressed?
Lin Mo's eyes lit up, and he instinctively felt that this idea was feasible. The effect of the chi and blood pill had not disappeared yet. Lin Mo thought, and the fallen wolves on the ground disappeared. The scarlet eyes reappeared not far away, and the wolves killed by Lin Mo rushed towards him again. With the experience just now, Lin Mo easily guided himself into that bloodthirsty state. At the same time, relying on his remaining sanity, Lin Mo also used spiritual perception to increase his mental power to the extreme.
Boom!
At this moment, Lin Mo felt a crazy explosion of energy and blood all over his body, and tyrannical power was constantly surging in his body.
Ouch! A wolf howled, and a wolf rushed up from behind Lin Mo, grinning and biting Lin Mo's neck.
Just when the wolf's teeth were less than 1 centimeter away from Lin Mo, who had his back turned to the wolf, suddenly turned around and looked at it with cold eyes. At the same time, he stretched out his hand and grabbed the wolf's mouth directly.
Bang!
Lin Mo held the wolf's mouth with one hand, and then slammed the wolf to the ground.
Puff! The terrifying power brought about by the bloodthirsty state made Lin Mo smash the wolf into a pulp.
Blood spattered and Lin Mo's face felt warm, but this time, he was not infected by the blood and his consciousness was still clear. Kill! Lin Mo's eyes were cold and he waved his fists at the same time. The fists smashed against the wolves, but they did not kill them. They just fell to the ground and lost the ability to move. At the same time, Lin Mo's speed was also accelerating, and he started to use ghost shadows to move around among the wolves.
In just 10 minutes, Lin Mo had knocked down most of the wolves. Surrender!
At this time, Lin Mo suddenly stopped, looked at the wolves in front of him, and spoke coldly. While saying these words, the power of qi and blood flowed, forming a bloody wall of mist around Lin Mo's body.
Ouch! The wolves that were about to pounce suddenly stopped and looked at Lin Mo with fearful eyes.
One of the wolves suddenly raised its head and howled at the sky. Then more wolves raised their heads and howled. The howls of wolves came one after another, and the wolves who had been knocked to the ground by Lin Mo struggled to stand up, raising their heads and playing the trombone. After a few minutes, the howling of the wolves disappeared, and then all the wolves in front of them bowed directly to Lin Mo. This scene was very spectacular. There were at least 100 wolves in front of Lin Mo, and they all knelt down to a human like Lin Mo at the same time.
Wolf King. This is the true meaning of Wolf King.
Lin Mo looked at the scene in front of him and suddenly felt like this in his heart. At this moment, the wolves in front of him turned into light rain bit by bit. At the same time, the light rain continued to condense in the air, and finally formed a wolf fawn-shaped symbol. After the symbol floated in the air for a moment, it was imprinted on Lin Mo's forehead little by little.
What is it? Lin Mo was shocked.
When he reached out to touch it, there was nothing.
Where's that mark?
Lin Mo's face was full of surprise. At this time, the effect of the qi and blood pill disappeared, and Lin Mo woke up from his dream.
Ding! A bell rang. Invitation Yi Ching.
Looking at the name flashing on the computer screen, Lin Mo was stunned for a moment, then answered the phone.
We have already registered. Do you want to come out for dinner?
Yi Ching's voice was cheerful on the phone. Even if he didn't see her in person, Lin Mo could imagine the smile on her face.
When? I'll find you. Lin Mo's heart moved.
It happened that he needed funds now, so he went to see Yi Ching and discussed the dividend.
This afternoon, I'll take you around the school, and then have dinner together.
Yi Ching hung up the phone happily.
Lin Mo glanced at the time.
There were still a few hours before the afternoon, so he was not in a hurry. In the dream, the line that disappeared on my forehead, he stood up and walked directly to the mirror, raised his hand to lift the long hair on his forehead, and looked at it carefully several times. The line did not appear on the forehead.
I am absolutely not wrong.
The line must have been imprinted on my forehead. Lin Mo frowned, even entered his own consciousness, but still did not find anything.
Forget it, don't think too much. Lin Mo shook his head.
The energy consumed in the dream was so great that even after he came out of the dream, he still felt weak. When you enter that bloodthirsty state, the speed of blood consumption is very terrifying, and the consumption of mental power is doubled. He took out the remaining blue liquid medicine and drank it all in one breath. In an instant, the refreshing feeling rushed straight to the top of the head through the mouth, and the consumed mental power was quickly restored. Lin Mo even had a feeling that his mental power had improved again. Is it possible that my mental power has surpassed the Martial King realm when I entered the Martial King realm? Lin Mo couldn't help but speak with a strange smile on his face. When the recovery was completed, it was time to go out. Military university is more free, and you don't even need to ask for leave when you leave the school. Yi Ching performed exceptionally well in this college entrance examination. Although her score was not enough to compare with Lin Mo, it was still scary high, and she was finally admitted to Beijing Wuda. As one of the top martial arts universities in China, Beijing Wuda University may not be as good as Huaxia Military University in some aspects, but compared with other schools, it can completely reach the level of crushing. The taxi slowly stopped at the gate of Beijing Wuda University. Through the car window, Lin Mo saw Yi Ching and raised his hand to say hello. Yi Qing's eyes had been looking for her in the traffic. When she saw Lin Mo waving, her eyes lit up and a surprised smile immediately appeared on her face. She stood on tiptoe, waved to Lin Mo, and then ran towards him.
Is your girlfriend from Beijing Wuda University?
The taxi driver looked at Yi Qing with envy on his face. Young man, you are so lucky to find such an excellent girlfriend.
Lin Mo smiled and didn't want to explain too much.
After paying the money, he opened the car door and walked down.
Long time no see.
Lin Mo looked at Yi Qing standing in front of him and smiled. After 2 months of not seeing each other, Yi Qing's dressing style has completely changed. When she was in high school, she was dressed like a young student, but after entering college, her dress suddenly became mature. She was very beautiful, and now after changing into a mature dress, the feeling she gave Lin Mo suddenly changed.
Does it look good?
Yi Qing noticed Lin Mo's gaze, and her heart was a little excited, and she couldn't help asking. But as soon as he said this, he regretted it a little, always feeling that as a girl, it was a bit too inappropriate for her to ask such a question.
It looks good, please keep working hard. Lin Mo smiled and nodded. What are your plans this afternoon? Let me take you around the campus first.
Although Beijing Wuda is not as good as your Huaxia Military University, you should be worse than here in terms of environment and facilities. Yi Qing smiled and walked in front, leading Lin Mo into the school gate. As Yi Qing said, the environment of Beijing Wuda is very good. There is a long corridor pavilion just after entering the door, which is full of wisteria.
This is the season when wisteria flowers bloom.
From a distance, the flowers look like purple waterfalls, falling from the pavilion. Looking into the distance, there are many pavilions and towers, and the whole school exudes a heavy historical atmosphere. The martial arts arena is in front.
How about testing your blood and qi?
Yi Qing pointed to a building not far away and asked with a smile. Forget it, I just tested it.
There is no need to test it every day.
Lin Mo shook his head, but his eyes fell on another building not far away. What is that place over there?
It looks big. That's the fighting arena.
Beijing Wuda encourages all students to hone themselves in battle. As long as they win in the fighting arena, they can get a certain amount of points as rewards. Yi Qing introduced and took Lin Mo there. A few minutes later, the two entered the fighting arena, and a cheer rang out.
Lin Mo looked at the sound and saw a person on a platform not far away.
He had fallen to the ground and was wailing with blood all over his face. A young man stood not far away, looking at the person lying on the ground with a cold face. I held back, but I didn't expect that your strength was worse than I thought. The young man said coldly. His face was cold and handsome, and the girls around the fighting stage cheered immediately after he said that. His name is Pan Run, he just entered his junior year this year, and his strength has reached the level of a second-grade warrior.
He is one of the stars of Beijing Wuda University, and he has many little fans.
Yi Qing introduced with a smile.
Second-grade warrior realm?
Lin Mo glanced at Pan Ren and nodded lightly. This strength can indeed be called talent, but compared with Lin Mo, there is still a certain gap.
Very powerful. Yi Qing looked at Lin Mo and blinked. What level of strength have you reached now?
Well. Okay. Lin Mo said okay, which was a comment on Panrun. However, when this sentence reached Yi Qing's ears, it was regarded as Lin Mo's evaluation of herself. Then you have to work hard to reach the warrior realm. Yi Qing smiled and comforted Lin Mo. Ha, you just entered college and you want to reach the warrior realm.
What a big tone.
A young man happened to hear Yi Qing's voice, and he couldn't help but sneered and spoke lightly. His voice was very loud, which attracted the attention of many people at once. Some boys looked at Yi Qing and their eyes lit up. From Yi Qing's dress and appearance, they could tell at a glance that she was a freshman. Pretty girls like Yi Qing are the most popular in the eyes of these seniors. Junior sister, you are still young and have no idea how difficult the road of martial arts is.
How easy is it to become a warrior? A man chuckled and said, you are only a freshman.
It is normal to have passion, but don't think that passion can make rapid progress.
What's so difficult about wanting to enter the warrior level?
A cold voice sounded, and Pan Ren, who was standing on the fighting stage, slowly walked down. Some girls screamed immediately and stretched out their hands to touch Pan Ren's clothes. Pan Ren just glanced at them lightly, and these people withdrew their hands in fear. The blood and chi power surrounded him, and people scattered wherever he was. Such a strong blood and chi power, is it going to break through to the third-grade warrior realm? Someone felt the blood and chi power flowing in Pan Ren's body and couldn't help but speak. It's possible. He has reached the critical point in the second semester of his sophomore year. It's only a matter of time before he breaks through. Too strong. If I were half as strong as him, I would wake up laughing in my dreams. Faced with the praises of a group of people, Pan Ren's face was expressionless. He walked straight to Yi Qing and looked at her deeply. Around, many girls looked at Yi Qing with jealous eyes, wishing they could be Yi Qing and stand in front of Pan Ren. Being looked at like this by a man, Yi Qing was a little uncomfortable. She took a small step back and said, "Are you okay? Be my woman, I can make you a warrior before graduation." Pan Ren said slowly, "You have the aura of an alchemist. I need a partner like you to help me on my martial arts journey." He had no love for Yi Qing. The only reason he made Yi Qing his girlfriend was to let her make pills and help him go further on the martial arts journey. "Sorry, I can reach that level sooner or later with my own strength." Yi Qing looked at Pan Ren with disgust in her eyes, but she still said it patiently. "Is it because of the ridiculous love between you two?" Pan Ren only then set his eyes on Lin Mo, raised his eyebrows, and said lightly, "I can teach you a martial art, the third-grade Shin level." "What is the requirement?" Lin Mo looked at him and said lightly, "The third-grade Shin level martial arts are worth a lot of money, and ordinary people are reluctant to give them away." "Leave her," Pan Ren said lightly, and she was referring to Yi Qing. Lin Mo smiled and shook his head slowly. "You shouldn't stop her from finding a better person." Pan Ren looked at Lin Mo unhappily. "I have always pursued the strongest and want to be the strongest person in Beijing Wuda. For this goal, I have paid a lot, and I can do anything to achieve this goal. So, are you sure you want to make things difficult for me?" When he said this, Pan Ren had already walked towards Lin Mo step by step. His steps were firm, his eyes were cold, and the blood and chi in his body burst out in an instant. The people around him retreated one after another, with a look of horror on their faces. Lin Mo. Yi Qing also called Lin Mo with a worried look on her face, and she couldn't help but regret that she shouldn't have called him over today. Now Lin Mo is directly in danger. And Lin Mo just glanced at him lightly. "Are you sure you want to die?" After the voice fell, Pan Ren's eyes flashed with a cold light. The next moment, he actually drew out the short sword at his waist and chopped towards Lin Mo's neck. "This is going to kill people." Everyone exclaimed and wanted Lin Mo to dodge. But it was too late. Pan Ren's knife was too fast. In the blink of an eye, he had already arrived in front of Lin Mo. Looking at this scene, Yi Qing's face turned pale instantly. Buzz! At this moment, Lin Mo suddenly raised his head, and the blood and chi in his body burst out in an instant. Roar! The tiger roared, and invisible sound waves enveloped the front, like a sea wave. Pan Ren's movements paused momentarily, and a look of confusion and pain flashed in his eyes. Bang! With a muffled sound, Lin Mo raised his foot and kicked him out, hitting Pan Ren right in the abdomen. Puff! Pan Ren, who fell to the ground, spat out a mouthful of blood and looked at Lin Mo with a look of horror on his face. "Are you a warrior?" Pan Ren pointed at Lin Mo. "Are you a second-grade warrior?" "Second-grade warrior? No way, isn't he a freshman? How could he be a second-grade warrior? Could it be the strength gained from using chi and blood pills? The strength accumulated by the chi and blood pills is empty, but do you think the whole person is empty?" Everyone looked at Lin Mo with puzzled expressions on their faces. Lin Mo's strength was indeed too exaggerated, making people wonder if he had taken chi and blood pills to achieve his current strength. But Lin Mo's fighting ability left people speechless. Second-grade warrior? I haven't seen you for 2 months and your strength has reached this point? Not far away, Yi Qing's pretty face was filled with shock, and she was obviously shocked by Lin Mo's strength.
Who would have thought that Lin Mo 6 months ago was still a scumbag with a health value of only 0.8? Is there anything else you want to say? If not, I'll leave first.
Lin Mo looked at Pan Ren, who was lying on the ground, and said calmly. Pan Ren's eyes were cold as he looked at Lin Mo, but in the end he didn't say a word. Lin Mo sneered, he was too lazy to care about such a person. The female fans of Pan Ren looked at the idol who fell on the ground as if they were stupid. For a moment, no one stepped forward to help him up. One by one, the girls watched Lin Mo leave, and some of them even started to twinkle in their eyes.
So handsome. Young, handsome, and looking like a puppy, he is my type. You are just an old cow eating young grass. A puppy is suitable for a young and beautiful woman like me. Those who were brave enough had already begun to argue loudly, and one girl even boldly chased Lin Mo. Hello, my name is Xin Bing. I would like to ask you for your contact information. I would like to ask you for some knowledge about martial arts in the future. As long as you are willing to teach me, I am willing to give everything. The girl is very beautiful and just said when he said this, he even blushed and lowered his head, looking shy. Seeing this scene, before Lin Mo could say anything, Yi Qing stood in front of Lin Mo and said, "Who do you think you are and how dare you show off in front of my man? Get out of here or I'll kill you." Yi Qing said these words very harshly, which frightened Lin Mo for a moment. The girl named Xin Bing was also stunned. When she came to her senses, she quickly covered her face and ran away. "Let's leave quickly, we can't let these bad women take advantage." Yi Qing actually took Lin Mo's hand and was about to leave the fighting ring. "You hit someone and want to leave, don't you think too little of our Beijing Wuhan University?" At this moment, a calm voice sounded, followed by a gust of wind. Whoosh! Lin Mo turned around, raised his hand to catch the dagger that came from the explosion, and threw it to the ground. Not far away, the crowd slowly parted, and a young man walked over. It's Pan Ren's brother Pan Mei. It is said that he is very powerful and has reached the level of a 4th-level warrior. There is a rumor that he was shy and practiced some spiritual power and almost became a telekinesis master. You have to be careful. Yi Qing stood next to Lin Mo and warned in a low voice. At the same time, he took a step forward and stood in front of Lin Mo. He is not from our capital Wuhan University, you can't do anything to him. Little girl, get out of the way quickly, or I'll beat you too. Pan Mei looked cold. You attacked my brother and beat him like this. Do you really think this matter can be easily solved? When Yi Qing wanted to say something, Lin Mo put a hand on his shoulder. I'll handle it. You wait for me on the side first. After saying that, he walked up directly and stood face to face with Pan Mei. Being less than 20 years old and possessing the strength of a second-grade warrior is something to be proud of, but you have to know that there are people who are better than others, and the gap between the two levels is often a chasm. Apologize to my brother and prepare 30 qi and blood pills, otherwise, I won't spare you no matter what your background is. Pan Mei said with great anger. His poor brother is still lying on the ground, and no one dares to step forward to help him up. Why should I apologize to a loser? He provoked me, but in the end he was too weak. After losing, he didn't say anything, but you, an older brother, took the initiative to look for trouble? Can't afford to lose? Lin Mo's words directly made Pan Mei's face turn extremely ugly. He has just entered his senior year this year. In the entire Beijing Wuhan University, his strength can be ranked among the top 10. He has always been a superior being. When did someone say this? What's more, the person talking about him is still a freshman. It seems that if I don't give you some clues, you don't know what it means to be too high. Pan Mei gritted her teeth and said, Don't say that I bullied you, I can only say that you are unlucky. As he finished speaking, Pan Mei's eyes suddenly lit up, and then a burst of spiritual power rushed out of him. You're not even a mind chi master, but you dare to use your mental power in front of me? Are you looking for death? The moment Pan Mei used her mental power, a sarcastic smile appeared on Lin Mo's face. Pan Mei's mental power is only about 5 points. Compared with Lin Mo, there is a huge difference. If you want to use your spiritual power to humiliate yourself, I will help you. Lin Mo said lightly, and at the same time, the spiritual blade was released, turning into 2 daggers and shooting towards Pan Mei.
Although Pan Mei was not a mind chi master, she had strong spiritual power after all. When he felt Lin Mo's attack, he immediately became wary. But when he saw the spiritual blade released by Lin Mo, he was completely stunned. The mental power Pan Mei is using now is at most like a mental power detection instrument, hitting the opponent on the head with her mental power. But Lin Mo is different. He has mastered spiritual martial arts, and the level of his martial arts is not low. If you take action at this moment, you will directly turn your opponent into an idiot. Pan Mei turned pale and wanted to hide away, but it was too late. The spiritual blade vibrated and passed directly through Pan Mei's forehead. Disperse. At the same time, Lin Mo waved his hand and directly dispersed Pan Mei's mental power. Thump. After doing all this, Pan Mei knelt down directly on the ground, looking ahead blankly. What happened? Why did Pan Mei lose out of nowhere? Although I didn't understand it clearly, the two of them probably used their mental power to fight, but Pan Mei's mental power was obviously weaker than the latter's, so she was instantly killed. Psychic power? This kid can also use mental power? Upon hearing the news, everyone around them widened their eyes and looked at Lin Mo in disbelief. At the same time, many people took out their mobile phones, took pictures of the scene in front of them, and uploaded it to the school's post bar. Soon, many students gathered here, surrounding Lin Mo and Yi Qing. Lin Mo looked around calmly, and many people looked at Lin Mo with hostility in their eyes. If you don't accept it, you can challenge me. Of course, if you are less powerful than a samurai, forget it. I'm afraid I'll miss you and beat you to death. Lin Mo's voice was relaxed and he didn't feel nervous at all about being besieged. Of course, you can also join forces to attack me. As long as you are thick-skinned enough, you can find 10 or 100 warrior-level warriors to fight me. I will lose sooner or later. After Lin Mo's words were spread to the forum, more people became angry. Some people directly called the powerful college principals and seniors they knew and walked towards the fighting arena. What should I do, Lin Mo? There are more and more people, and the forums are all discussing you. They say you are deliberately causing trouble, and some people even asked for you to be arrested. Yi Qing looked through the replies in the post bar with a worried look on her face. Judging from the performance of the post bar, it was true that a group of people were full of hostility towards Lin Mo. It's okay, just incompetent and furious. Lin Mo was not happy at all. With his current strength, as long as he was not a strong man above the realm of King Wu, he would be absolutely sure to escape. As for the martial arts cultivators under the Martial King, Lin Mo felt that he had half a chance of winning even against the 9th grade Martial King. Wuda has been established in Beijing for so many years. We have never done anything like playing gymnastics, but you are still the first person to come here to play gymnastics. In this case, I must give everyone an explanation. A young man holding a fan came over. He had a delicate face and a kind of classical beauty. Oh my god, he is Su Xian. It is said that he was named like this based on a Chinese myth because he has liked snakes since he was a child. He is also a senior now, but his strength has reached the level of a 6th grade warrior. The gap is too big. Lin Mo, what do you think we should do? Yi Qing looked at Su Xian with a worried look on his face. Lin Mo just glanced at her lightly, smiled and shook his head. It's okay, such a little strength can't trouble me. Bang! As soon as he finished speaking, Su Xian's fist had already hit Lin Mo's body. Sure enough, Su Xian still needs to take action. Now you have all seen that this freshman is simply not enough. Yeah, you don't even know what you are, and you dare to come to Beijing Wuhan University to act wild. A group of people felt that I had the advantage and immediately began to ridicule Lin Mo. But Lin Mo was quite calm about all this. He patted the place where he was punched and smiled. You have no chance, roar. A tiger roar sounded, and Lin Mo's figure disappeared. When he appeared again, he was already behind Su Xian. Tiger punch. Lin Mo punched out, and Su Xian had no time to dodge. After trying hard to dodge to the right, he was still punched on the shoulder. Su Xian frowned and became shorter. Just when he was about to distance himself and take action, Lin Mo disappeared again. When he appeared again, he was in front of Su Xian. White crane fist. Lin Mo's hands turned into cranes' beaks and pecked forward.
Poof!
There were two muffled sounds, and two bloody wounds appeared on Su Xian's body. By this time, Su Xian was already injured, and he was completely stunned by Lin Mo. But Lin Mo's attack has not stopped yet.
Yan Xiang Shu. Eagle treads. Are desperate.
In everyone's shocked eyes, Lin Mo had jumped at least 20 meters high and adjusted his posture in the air.
Eagle treads.
The foot was wrapped in the power of qi and blood and glowed with a faint red color, looking extremely terrifying. Su Xian's face was pale as he was lying on the ground. From such a height, and being stepped down in such a terrifying posture, there must be no chance of survival. The people around him couldn't help but gasped.
Su Xian is very strong and can be ranked in the top 10 among all senior students, but now, he is losing so quickly?
The most important thing is that Lin Mo is now standing in mid-air, stepping down with one foot, and wants to kill people with this most humiliating posture.
Some girls even covered their eyes for fear of being frightened by the next scene. Bang!
With a muffled sound, Lin Mo stepped on the fighting platform.
Click! Click!
Wood chips were flying, and some wooden boards were even blown away by the huge impact and scattered in every corner. Lin Mo's feet were less than half a meter away from Su Xian's face, but sawdust flew up on Su Xian's face, causing a deep wound.
Sorry, you lost too.
Lin Mo said lightly. Su Xian lay there and said nothing for a long time. Lin Mo jumped off the stage and walked towards Yi Qing with his hands behind his back.
Wait a moment.
Another voice sounded, and another young man walked slowly over and looked at Lin Mo with an indifferent expression. My name is Zhao Cheng. I am a senior student at the Capital Martial Arts University and a 6th-level warrior.
I challenge you.
5 minutes later, a student named Zhao Qing was kicked away by Lin Mo and hit the ground heavily, with a look of panic written on his face.
After Lin Mo glanced at everyone, he said, Aren't you going a little too far? You are lining up to challenge me one by one, then I will be exhausted? Now I'm leaving.
If anyone wants to challenge me again, please take out 2 intermediate qi and blood pills first.
2 intermediate qi and blood pills are worth 4 million. The students around me looked at me and I looked at you, but none of them came forward. If not, then I'll leave.
Lin Mo smiled faintly. Don't blame me for not reminding you. If you dare to force me to take action, I will not be merciful. After that, he was ready to leave again. Whoosh! At this moment, a sound of breaking wind sounded, and something was approaching Lin Mo at an extremely fast speed. Lin Mo didn't even think about it and directly punched to meet the attack.
A bang!
Lin Mo's fist actually hit a big knife directly, but the blade was so strong that Lin Mo's fist didn't leave any trace on it. At the same time, the crowd dispersed, making way for a passage in the middle. At the end of the passage, there was a young man with a gloomy expression, walking towards him step by step.
Lin Mo noticed that even students from Wuhan University had panic on their faces when they saw the intruder. It's actually him.
Yi Qing's voice was trembling, and she pointed at the big sword and said, Wuda Ghost Sword. It is said that what he is best at is swordsmanship. He had mastered swordsmanship when he first entered school, and his strength has reached the level of an 8th-grade warrior. The most important thing is that this person has no emotions. Everyone who competes with him will be killed after losing. Lin Mo, let's leave quickly. Even if you don't fight in this battle, no one will say anything. Yi Qing took Lin Mo's hand and was about to leave. You are not from our school, so as long as you dare to leave, I will kill this woman.
Guidao looked at Lin Mo and said calmly.
His tone was really too calm, but it was precisely because he said such terrifying words in such an extremely calm tone that it made people feel creepy.
Lin Mo, don't believe him. Wuhan University in Beijing is not a place where he can do whatever he wants.
Yi Qing was not afraid. Besides, my grandfather also arranged bodyguards for me. No one dares to get close by then.
The tiger is still napping. He wants to kill you.
It's very simple. After hearing what Yi Qing said, Ghost Sword showed a mocking look on his face. As long as I have a chance, I will kill you immediately. When Yi Qing wanted to say something, Lin Mo raised his hand to stop him. I don't like others threatening me, so you wait here for me to remove the threat. Lin Mo patted Yi Qing on the shoulder, then turned around. The moment he turned around, Lin Mo's eyes narrowed slightly, and traces of murderous intent began to be released from Lin Mo's body. 2 intermediate chi and blood pills, this is the rule I set. Lin Mo looked at the ghost sword and said calmly. You can't get it even if I give it to you. You will be the one who dies in the end anyway. If you take it, it will be in vain, so you should leave it to me. Ghost Sword Broken Blade smiled, then dodged and pounced directly towards Lin Mo. The moment Lin Mo dodged, the ghost sword pulled out the big knife on the ground and casually slashed at Lin Mo's neck. His movements are very smooth, and the way he strikes is even more bloody. If he is not careful, he will lose his life immediately. Lin Mo's eyes were bright, his mental perception was fully activated, and he was carefully monitoring every move of the ghost sword. Ghostly. Lin Mo's physical martial arts skills made him look extremely erratic. With his mental perception, Lin Mo was able to perfectly dodge his attacks every step of the way. Even in the end, with his mental perception, Lin Mo finally found an opportunity to counterattack. In such a battle, the opportunity to fight back is too rare. So what Lin Mo did was to use all his strength. Tiger Punch. White Crane Fist. The 2 punches exploded directly. Boom! There was a loud noise, and the muffled sounds of his colleagues could not be heard. Lin Mo used the crane-shaped fist as a carrier to attack and kill crazily. Ghost Sword looked calm, and even had a joking smile on his lips. Is that all you have? I thought someone was so confident that he wanted to challenge all of us Wuhan students, but he turned out to be an idiot. Ghost Sword is the most powerful person in Wu Deming. It is said that there is a powerful combination above Ghost Sword, but there is too little information about this combination, so Ghost Sword is currently the strongest person in the entire school. Although Lin Mo was very strong, he was still beaten in the end. It's a pity that in the end, as long as he loses, he will lose his name. It's too miserable. Everyone looked at this scene and thought that Lin Mo would definitely lose. Some people even began to worry about what Lin Mo would endure after being defeated. I hope you can still laugh later, Lin Mo sneered, and the next moment, a layer of blood quickly filled his eyes. Wolf King Fist, the bloodthirsty state is activated. In an instant, Lin Mo's essence surged, controlling his brain and keeping him happy all the time. Tiger Punch. Lin Mo used Tiger Money again. This move had been used in previous battles, so Ghost Sword didn't take Lin Mo's attack to heart at all. Die. Ghost Sword ignored Lin Mo's fist and directly chopped off Lin Mo's head with the big knife in his hand. A bang! There was still a fight between the fists and the blade's feet, and with the last crisp sound, everyone present couldn't help but stand up from their chairs. The machete is broken? Some people stared blankly at the sword that had been broken into 2 ends, and then looked up at Lin Mo. They always felt that this scene was actually fake. The most shocking thing was the Ghost Sword. He had confidence in his sword. Even if King Wu came, he might not be able to crush it with just 1 punch, but now his sword turned into pieces. You know, the quality of this broadsword has reached the Shen level. This kind of thing was extremely expensive, and now it was smashed to pieces by Lin Mo's fist. The quality is close to the Shen level, but it was smashed by this newcomer's fist. This is too violent. Some people also began to praise Lin Mo's offensive power. After a brief pause, Lin Mo and Ghost Sword started fighting again. This time, the situation between the two has changed dramatically. The Ghost Sword, which had been attacking continuously, now started to use a defensive posture, but Lin Mo on the opposite side seemed to be boiling with blood, and the attacks became more and more terrifying. With such a high-intensity attack, I want to see how long your energy and blood power can last. When your energy and blood power disappears, that's when I will take your life. Ghost Sword sneered and directly used his strongest defense to resist Lin Mo's attack. This kind of defensive martial arts consumes much less energy and blood than Lin Mo's forced attack. The newcomer is still too young after all. In this kind of battle, there is a huge difference in strength between the two sides. He has the advantage now, so he should speed up the battle. Now it's better, he was taken advantage of by Ghost Sword. Gue Dao only wants to win, so it is reasonable to do such a thing. Everyone thought of this, and they thought that Ghost Sword was now passively defending. Yi Ching on the side originally thought that Lin Mo was going to win, so a smile appeared on her face.
Rumble.
At this moment, there was a faint sound of thunder on Lin Mo's body, and tiny electric rays began to beat around his body.
Tiger Fist. Wolf King Fist. White Crane Fist.
Lin Mo was roaring, his hands were changing rapidly, and all three different punches were punched out in a very short period of time. Moreover, at this moment, Ghost Sword's expression had changed. Because he felt that after fighting for so long, 2/3 of his chi and blood power had been consumed, but Lin Mo's chi and blood power seemed to be continuously replenished. By now, he had already felt that Lin Mo's attack power was even stronger than at the beginning.
How does this look like the power of chi and blood is completely exhausted? I won't play with you anymore.
At this moment, Lin Mo's voice was cold and he raised his hand and waved. The spiritual sword instantly enveloped the ghost sword.
Attempt. Don't move, if you move you will die.
Lin Mo spoke calmly, the spiritual sword trembled and made a buzzing sound after cutting the air.
At this moment, even if you can't see it, you can clearly feel that there is something around you. You don't dare to kill me. Gue Dao looked ugly.
He was the most powerful person in the Capital Martial Arts University, but now he was forced to this point.
Puff.
Blood suddenly burst out from his shoulder. Lin Mo just moved his mind, and the spiritual sword had already penetrated his shoulder.
Where did you get the courage to think that I don't dare to kill you?
Lin Mo chuckled, here, and here, there is a sword respectively. If you dare to say another word, they will kill you directly.
You penetrated.
Lin Mo raised his hand and pointed at the locations of the remaining spiritual swords, and spoke softly. Sweat flowed down Guido's forehead, his eyes flashed continuously, hatred and anger intertwined, but in the end, only fear remained. Okay, as agreed at the beginning, 2 intermediate chi and blood pills. Lin Mo stretched out his hand. The group of people were speechless.
They didn't expect Lin Mo to actually ask for chi and blood pills.
Ghost Sword was lying on the ground looking ugly. He could get 2 intermediate chi and blood pills, but these were 4 million. However, at the moment of life and death, he had no other options at all. In the end, he could only take out 2 chi and blood pills from his body and handed them to Lin Mo. Wouldn't it be better if this was the case? Lin Mo took the chi and blood pill, waved his hand, dispersed the spiritual sword, then stood up and walked towards Yi Ching. Seeing the 2 people leaving, the hundreds of people in the entire fighting field fell silent, and no one dared to say a word. Help me, Lin Mo, who was standing next to Yi Ching after leaving the fighting arena, suddenly laughed. Yi Ching was stunned for a moment, and only then did he see that cold sweat seemed to be flowing on Lin Mo's forehead.
What's wrong with you? Yi Ching was a little anxious and supported Lin Mo. Do you want me to take you to the hospital? No need, it just consumes too much. Lin Mo smiled. The bloodthirsty state of Wolf King Fist is indeed terrifying. The attack power of all martial arts has been improved, but the mental power consumed is also terrifying. With Yi Ching's support, the 2 walked into the cafeteria. Please eat the flesh and blood of a monster. I heard that there is a kind of monster flesh and blood tonight that can replenish spiritual power. Yi Ching directly brought Lin Mo into the box and ordered a kind of monster flesh and blood. It was already past 10 o'clock in the evening when the 2 of them finished dinner. After Lin Mo sent Yi Ching to the dormitory, he turned around and prepared to leave. Although Huaxia Military University does not restrict students' freedom, there is a rule that they must return to school before 12 o'clock every night. After Lin Mo left, Yi Ching took out her phone and opened the school forum. At this moment, the school's tires have blown out, and everyone is discussing today's battles. A new student just knocked down all the old students in our school. It's so shameful. It's so shameful. Family, who knows? When I was playing outside today, I suddenly heard someone say that our Wuhan University in Beijing is a rubbish school. I originally wanted to refute it, but when I returned to school, I heard the news. We are a rubbish school. I'm lucky enough to see this battle with my own eyes. All I can say is, that freshman, his tie pants are hot. Turning off the phone, an inexplicable look flashed across Yi Ching's face. I don't know since when, the gap between Lin Mo and her has become wider and wider. Now, when she looked forward, it seemed that she could no longer see Lin Mo's back. I have to work hard. Even if I can't stand side by side with you, I will still try to catch up with you. Yi Qing's expression became determined.
On the other side, Lin Mo had already stepped out of the taxi. When he was still about 5 kilometers away from Juanda, he had already entered the prohibited area. Within 5 kilometers of the military university, all outside vehicles are prohibited from entering after 10 o'clock at night. Lin Mo ran all the way towards the school gate. He had consumed a lot today, but now his whole body was warm. The meal of flesh and blood tonight was indeed useful. It turned into pure energy and was constantly washing Lin Mo's body. The flesh and blood of this monster is indeed useful. Although it is not as good as the blue liquid, it still replenishes my mental power. The most important thing is that my blood value has also been greatly improved. Lin Mo tried to increase his speed. Lin Mo actually ran the 5 kilometers in less than 5 minutes. The moment Lin Mo opened the bedroom door, all the hairs on Lin Mo's body stood up. Without any hesitation, he rushed to the side. Bang! At this moment, the door behind him was directly hit by a huge force. After a loud noise, it turned into sawdust and scattered. Looking back, the thing that broke the door turned out to be a black meteor hammer the size of a basketball, covered with spikes. One end of a long iron chain was locked on the meteor hammer, and the other end led into the darkness of the room. Bang! Lin Mo picked up a piece of sawdust and threw it in the direction of the switch. With a soft sound, the light in the room was turned on, and he saw a middle-aged man sitting on the sofa in the room. Who are you? Lin Mo dodged and hid behind the door. Just as he was in a hurry, he could already feel the terrifying aura from the man's body. He couldn't see through the man's strength, but he could feel a terrifying power surging in the man. Hand over all the 5 Beast Fist manuals on you, or I'll kill you, the middle-aged man said coldly. Lin Mo narrowed his eyes. He knew the 5 Beast Fist, so it was very likely that he was someone Su Hui had found. Su Hui's people, he asked tentatively. Who is he? The middle-aged man chuckled, and seemed to be very disdainful of Su Hui. Lin Mo already knew that the middle-aged man and Su Hui were definitely not in a master-servant relationship. They were probably just acquaintances, and the reason why he found him this time must be because of Su Hui. Lin Mo's eyes were cold, and he kept this matter in his heart. It seems that you are looking for death. The voice of the middle-aged man sounded again. At the same time, Lin Mo felt a dangerous breath, and immediately rushed to the side regardless of anything. With a bang. With a loud bang, a huge crack appeared on the wall behind Lin Mo. Boom! 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 Just as Lin Mo was stunned, 3 loud noises sounded again, and the meteor hammers hit the wall one after another like a chain. When the last bang sounded, the whole wall collapsed instantly. Lin Mo was stunned. This scene was simply too terrifying. The opponent has not revealed much strength until now, and is only attacking with terrifying power. This attack can be said to be extremely terrifying, and a wall was destroyed in just a few minutes. In the ruins, Lin Mo saw the middle-aged man carrying the meteor hammer and walked out. He looked at Lin Mo lying on the ground with a mocking smile on his face. Boy, I'll give you one last chance. Hand over your boxing skills and I'll spare your life. The middle-aged man spoke again. Lin Mo was too lazy to pay attention to him, but stood up silently, and at the same time urged all his blood and chi. At this time, there was no other choice but to fight to the death. Buzz! The meteor hammer was swung up again, and when it moved in the air, it made a muffled sound. Its speed was too fast. Even if Lin Mo used the ghost shadow, it was still difficult to dodge. In desperation, Lin Mo used his body to fight against the meteor hammer. The final result was that he was in severe pain all over his body, as if he was about to break apart. Something is wrong. Are the school security guards fools? Such a terrible battle has happened, but they didn't notice it at all? Lin Mo grimaced in pain, and at the same time he felt something was wrong. The battle here had reached this point, and no one was approaching. The surroundings were terribly quiet, and it seemed that only the place where they were fighting could hear the sound.
Bang! With a loud bang, Lin Mo was hit by the meteor hammer again.
This time, because Lin Mo did not dodge in advance, the whole person was knocked away and finally fell heavily on the grass in the distance. The middle-aged man sneered on his face and approached step by step. He seemed to be deliberately creating that terrifying feeling, so he swung the meteor hammer every step, making the sound of breaking the wind. Lin Mo looked at him, the brows on his face slowly stretched, and the next moment he actually laughed.
What are you laughing at? The middle-aged man couldn't help asking, You're going to die, can I die? Lin Mo suddenly spoke, and then looked around. This should be a dream, right?
I don't know who you are, but I can tell that you must be a mind-reading master. You used some kind of spiritual martial arts to let me enter your dream. Or, using spiritual martial arts, let me enter a certain mental state. Everything I see now is fake and exists in my spiritual world.
Pa.
The middle-aged man looked at Lin Mo in shock, then smiled and raised his hands to clap. Awesome, too awesome, you are the first one who can see through my spiritual world in such a short time, you are worthy of being a so-called genius.
But you are wrong in some places. If you die in the spiritual world, you die. As long as I kill you here, you will die. After that, he swung the hammer in his hand and smashed it hard at Lin Mo. Lin Mo sneered and waved his fists to meet it. Since everything is fake, why should I be afraid of you? In the spiritual world, you only dominate your dreams, but you can't dominate everything about me. Since you set yourself up as a powerful person in the spiritual world, why can't I set myself up as a martial arts master? Boom!
When he said this, Lin Mo's aura changed. A violent force was derived from him. In the shocked eyes of the middle-aged man, Lin Mo punched the meteor hammer.
Bang!
The meteor hammer made of fine iron was smashed into pieces by Lin Mo's punch. At the same time, Lin Mo did not stop, his figure flashed, and the ghost shadow was also pushed to the extreme by Lin Mo at this time.
Die!
Lin Mo said coldly. In the spiritual world, Lin Mo set himself up as a martial arts master who surpassed the realm of the martial king.
Boom! With a loud noise, Lin Mo suddenly opened his eyes.
In front of him, a middle-aged man was covering his chest and looking at him palely. Warm reminder, if you find that clicking the next page will force you to jump to other websites, please use the chapter error or contact us at the bottom to inform us, we will handle it as soon as possible, thank you for your understanding. More money. The middle-aged man looked pale, with a look of shock in his eyes, as he watched Lin Mo approaching step by step.
Impossible.
My spiritual world, you can't break it with your spiritual power, the middle-aged man said loudly.
Bang!
As soon as the voice fell, Lin Mo's figure flashed and rushed in front of him, raised his hand and punched him in the lower abdomen. The huge pain made his whole face twisted, and the whole person hunched over and kept retreating, and finally collapsed on the ground, looking at Lin Mo in panic. The Mind Chi Master is indeed very powerful, but once he gets close, the Mind Chi Master becomes meat on the chopping board to be slaughtered. Lin Mo stepped forward and stepped on his chest with one foot. Give me the martial arts of the spiritual world.
You are dreaming. The middle-aged man looked at Lin Mo with a sneer on his face. He didn't expect Lin Mo to ask him for the martial arts of the spiritual world. In that case, then you go to hell.
Lin Mo said as he raised his foot and stepped on his face. If this kick really stepped on his face, it would definitely take half of his life.
Don't you want to know who sent me here?
Don't kill me, I'll tell you who wants to kill you. The middle-aged man spoke loudly. In my opinion, this is not important at all. Since you are unwilling to hand over the martial arts of the spiritual world to me, then you go to hell. Lin Mo stepped on his heart without hesitation. A mouthful of blood would spray out directly, but this kick actually took half of his life.
Very strong.
Lin Mo raised his eyebrows and raised his foot again. Seeing this scene, the middle-aged man was almost scared to death. Only those who have experienced death can know how terrible death is. At this moment, looking at Lin Mo's raised foot, he surrendered without thinking. I am willing to hand over the martial arts of the divine world to you, the middle-aged man spoke repeatedly, but Lin Mo still stepped down. But he didn't step on his heart, but on his right hand, which made the arm limp as if it was made of rubber. Screams continued to sound, and the middle-aged man covered his hand with pain on his face.
I'll teach you a lesson. If what you told me is false, I will make you die very painfully.
Lin Mo said lightly. Looking at Lin Mo's face, the middle-aged man felt cold all over.
When facing Lin Mo, he felt like he was facing an evil ghost from hell.
Half an hour later, Lin Mo looked at the extra piece of cloth in his hand and smiled. The white cloth was full of words written in blood, which was the martial arts of the spiritual world.
Big profit.
After Lin Mo put away the martial arts, he reached out and groped the middle-aged man's body. 1 intermediate chi and blood pill, 5 primary chi and blood pills, you are so rich. Lin Mo gave the middle-aged man a thumbs up, and then put away all the things he had searched. The middle-aged man was extremely angry, but facing Lin Mo, he could only smile and watch Lin Mo take away everything.
Get lost.
Lin Mo said coldly, and the middle-aged man thanked him repeatedly, and then he didn't care about anything else and ran out directly. However, in the previous battle, after being unilaterally abused by Lin Mo, the middle-aged man's speed had slowed down a lot. Lin Mo trotted all the way to the guards of Huaxia Military University. I just saw a man sneaking outside and seemed to be doing something bad. When the guards heard this, their expressions immediately became serious, and they took out the walkie-talkie and gave an order. Then Lin Mo heard a light sound from a distance and the scream of the middle-aged man. It's worthy of being Huaxia Military University, the guns are definitely specially made.
Lin Mo showed a shocked look on his face. Generally, warriors will not be injured by ordinary guns and ammunition.
But the middle-aged man just now was killed, which shows that Huaxia Military University has absolutely mastered the power of guns to kill warriors. After entering the campus, Lin Mo did not return to his dormitory, but changed direction and walked towards another row of dormitories.
Bang!
Lin Mo kicked open the door of the dormitory, and a figure in the room jumped up from the bed, looking at Lin Mo with a bare chest and a wary face.
Lin Mo, what are you doing here? Su Hui looked at Lin Mo, his heart sank, but he still spoke with a normal face. Bang!
However, as soon as the voice fell, Lin Mo had already rushed towards him, and a right hook hit him hard in the face. Su Hui flew sideways and hit the wall heavily. A stream of blood flowed from his head, and Su Hui looked at Lin Mo with anger. Are you crazy? If you attack your classmates in school, you will be punished. You can't attack in school, right? Lin Mo had a gloomy face, and he went straight up and grabbed Su Hui's collar and walked out.
Su Hui kept shouting, trying to wake up more people and get protection.
But Lin Mo ignored all this and came to the school gate. At this moment, several guards had already walked in carrying the body of the middle-aged man. Seeing Lin Mo coming back with a person in his hand, the guards looked at each other and said nothing. Su Hui, who was carried by Lin Mo, felt that his brain had lost the ability to think. This time, the person he called to inform was a powerful Chi master, famous in the world for his spiritual world, but now this Chi master was killed by Lin Mo. Su Hui is 100% sure that even if the person was not killed by Lin Mo, he still has something to do with Lin Mo. Why did you bring me here? Su Hui panicked. He was worried that he would be killed directly by Lin Mo. No matter how powerful the family behind him was, it wouldn't matter if he was gone, so would the family behind him. Even if he takes revenge, he cannot be resurrected. Didn't you say you can't beat classmates on campus? Now we're outside. Lin Mo grinned at him, suddenly showing his white teeth. Su Hui was so frightened that he looked at the guards on both sides and kept asking for help. The two guards looked at each other and finally turned around silently. When they just killed the Nian Chi master, they already roughly knew everything. As soldiers, what they hate most is the kind of person who stabs someone in the back. So after guessing that Su Hui was uniting with outsiders to deal with Lin Mo, the two guards were very dissatisfied with him. After a burst of punches and kicks, Lin Mo started groping Su Hui's body contentedly. What are you going to do? This is my thing. Su Hui watched Lin Mo take away a chi and blood pill from his body, and a vigilant look immediately appeared on his face. I'm sharing some good stuff with you. Lin Mo grinned. After fumbling around for a few minutes, he found that apart from the chi and blood pill just now, there really wasn't any other good stuff. Just when Lin Mo was about to give up, his eyes accidentally saw the ring on Su Hui's finger.
Storage ring, rich man.
Lin Mo recognized it at a glance and took the ring off his hand.
After letting his thoughts enter the ring, Lin Mo had a smile on his face.
As expected, he is a rich man, 1 intermediate chi and blood pill, 10 elementary chi and blood pills. Lin Mo took all the pills, but as for the money inside, Lin Mo didn't take any of them.
Go away, don't let me see you again.
Lin Mo threw Su Hui out casually.
After Su Hui got up from the ground, he quickly ran towards the school without looking back.
Lin Mo, on the other hand, stood at the gate and looked at the 2 guards with a smile on his face. Thank you 2 brothers for helping me. You 2 brothers must accept your kindness. Lin Mo divided the primary chi and blood pill into 2 parts and gave them to 2 guards respectively. 5 chi and blood pills for each person, converted into banknotes, is 1 million banknotes.
This classmate, we just did what I was supposed to do. Take these, back.
The 2 guards pushed the chi and blood pill towards Lin Mo with red eyes.
Are the 2 elder brothers too little?
If not, I still have, Lin Mo said, and actually took out 5 more elementary chi and blood pills and was about to give them to them. Seeing this scene, the 2 guards looked at each other, and then stuffed the chi and blood pill into their pockets.
Thank you 2 big brothers. Lin Mo smiled quickly.
Since his things were given away, the 2 guards would definitely keep everything that happened just a secret. At this time, Lin Mo walked towards his bedroom. After opening the door, Lin Mo lay directly on the bed, took out a chi and blood pill, and swallowed it without thinking. I always feel that Wolf King Fist is not that simple. With this thought, Lin Mo entered the dreamland again. After choosing the Wolf King Fist, Lin Mo once again used his mental power to control his consciousness and entered a bloodthirsty state.
This state is not quite right.
Although the bloodthirsty state is very strong, I feel that there are other powers that have not been tapped out. Lin Mo thought like this, and then directly started the battle mode. A Wolf King roared and charged towards Lin Mo. A monster with the strength of a martial king, and the martial arts it can use are also at the martial king level.
Lin Mo instantly felt the difference in the Wolf King.
This was an extremely powerful Wolf King, and now it had broken through the restrictions and could use martial king level attacks.
Ouch!
The roar sounded, the Wolf King's eyes were blood red, and the entire sky seemed to be dyed red with blood, looking extremely miserable.
1 man and 1 wolf soon started fighting together.
Lin Mo was very fast and elusive every time he made a move. The Wolf King's speed was not inferior at all, and because his attack power was much higher, wounds began to appear on Lin Mo's body after a few minutes. The huge pain made Lin Mo constantly weak, and the effect of the thunder breathing technique was also limited. The power of chi and blood in Lin Mo's body was squeezed out bit by bit. In the next few minutes, Lin Mo could only keep retreating, while the Wolf King pressed forward step by step. But at this moment, Lin Mo's Dantian had no energy left at all. At this moment, the Wolf Dynasty pounced on him. Beast Fist Buzz. Lin Mo only felt that the meridians all over his body were trembling, and the power of chi and blood was squeezed out from the meridians. And in the shortest time, these chi and blood gathered together and condensed in the Dantian. Not long after, it condensed into a halo like blood beads. Then Lin Mo felt a loud bang in his body. The ball of energy and blood exploded directly. After the explosion, the energy and blood instantly filled his entire body, and a majestic force began to surge.
Bang! Gravel punch!
Lin Mo punched out.
Puff!
After a muffled sound, the Wolf King who came to attack was turned into bloody mud by Lin Mo's punch. What a terrifying power! Looking at the flesh and blood falling in front of him, Lin Mo had a look of shock on his face. Immediately afterwards, a feeling of weakness came over continuously. Lin Mo felt that everything in front of him began to change, and then he opened his eyes and woke up.
The feeling of weakness still hasn't disappeared.
I should have mastered the second state of Wolf King Fist just now. Lin Mo held the bed and sat on it little by little, with a thoughtful look on his face. The only power of chi and blood was condensed and then exploded. The terrifying power generated should be twice that of the bloodthirsty state. The Wolf King Fist is really terrifying, even though his face was exhausted, Lin Mo was extremely happy in his heart. Invisibly, he mastered a powerful martial skill. Something's wrong, then Lin Mo thought of the issue he had always ignored. Wolf King Fist is a type of 5 Beast Fist. Since this martial art can have 2 states, will the Tiger Fist, White Crane Fist and Leopard Fist be the same? Does it have the same effect? With this thought, Lin Mo directly took a chi and blood pill and entered the dreamland. This time, he chose the Tiger Fist. As his opponent, Lin Mo chose a tiger that was comparable to the king of martial arts. Roar! On the martial arts field, King Tiger's body was like a hill. Every time he ran, the entire martial arts field would continue to vibrate. Tiger Fist. Lin Mo shouted coldly, used the Tiger Fist, and at the same time turned on his mental perception. He wanted to feel the changes in the Tiger Fist and some of the characteristics of the Tiger King in the shortest possible time. In the next period of time, Lin Mo continued to use Tiger Fist, wanting to know if there was a second state of this martial art. Unfortunately, Lin Mo has always found nothing. Just when the effect of the chi and blood pill was about to disappear, Lin Mo suddenly caught something different. The Tiger Fist is very powerful, but every time I use it, I can feel that the power of chi, blood, and spiritual power seem to be echoing each other, as if there is some kind of connection. Lin Mo's eyes lit up. This was a very important discovery. After careful digging, he might actually be able to find the second state of the Tiger Fist. If Tiger Fist also has a second state, then White Crane Fist and Leopard Fist must also have a second state. Lin Mo's eyes were bright. Wolf King Fist can provide 2 states of bloodthirsty and violent blood. In the bloodthirsty state, as long as you use your mental power to stay awake, your attack power can be doubled. In the violent blood state, directly detonating the power of chi and blood, the harvest will be even more terrifying, and the attack power can even be twice that of the bloodthirsty state. However, the disadvantages of the violent blood state are also very obvious. If you are not careful, you will drain all the energy and blood from your body. If you can't kill the enemy, then you will probably be the last person to die. However, during actual combat, I can use the thunder breathing technique to continuously replenish my energy and blood. If I can always use the violent blood state as an attack method, maybe I can try to challenge the half-step martial king. Lin Mo was a little excited. King Wu and warrior were equivalent to 2 different levels. After becoming king of martial, the role of mental power begins to show. At the same time, some people combine mental power with the power of chi and blood, and the resulting fighting power will be even more terrifying. I have obtained 4 types of 5 Beast Fist now, and I still have the last one which I don't know what it is. Lin Mo was extremely curious and eager for this kind of boxing technique. At the same time, he has an eager mentality to unlock the secrets of 5 Beast Fist. There is also the spiritual realm. Lin Mo woke up from his dream, took out the martial arts skills he had obtained from the middle-aged man, and began to study them. The spiritual world is very powerful. Judging from the results of Lin Mo's previous attempts, the spiritual world can produce a kind of dream. In the dream, the leader can control a person's dream and let the controlled person be killed in the dream. Die. This is a very powerful method. Of course, this method also has drawbacks. When Lin Mo came out of the dream, someone was injured. The middle-aged man who used martial arts almost died from the backlash. So, if there is no 100% guarantee of victory, the spiritual realm must not be used easily. Lin Mo set the rules for himself and began to study at the same time. The spiritual world is extremely mysterious, and what Lin Mo didn't expect at all was that this was actually a 9th grade Shen level martial skill, only 1 level away from the Earth level martial skill. Lin Mo sat cross-legged on the bed, urging his mental power to move slowly according to the requirements of martial arts in the spiritual world, and then began to try to build a dream. This process was extremely difficult. Although Lin Mo's mental power was very strong, it had not yet reached the level of exerting the spiritual realm, so after just 1 attempt, a feeling of exhaustion hit him. This feeling is terrifying, as if all the thoughts in my mind have been emptied, and the whole person is like a walking corpse. Although it consumes a lot of energy, this martial art is very easy to master. I must improve my mental strength as soon as possible and master this martial art as soon as possible. Lin Mo has a sense of urgency. He must master this martial art in the shortest time, and then he will have the opportunity to hit a higher peak.
Ding-a-ling-a-ling. At this time, Lin Mo's alarm clock suddenly rang.
Looking at the prompt on it, Lin Mo remembered that there was still a very important practical class today. After Lin Mo got up from the bed and washed up, he immediately ran towards the practical classroom. When he arrived at the practical classroom, there were already many people waiting there.
Lin Mo, why did you come now?
The teacher of the practical class spoke with some displeasure. Although it was not wrong for Lin Mo to come now, it left a bad impression on everyone after all.
Sorry, teacher. I practiced for too long last night. When I remembered it, it was a little late.
Lin Mo apologized quickly, and stood there with his head down, waiting for the teacher's decision. The reason why Lin Mo was so honest was that the old man in front of him, who was nearly 80 years old, was actually one of the founders of the school. And according to Lin Mo's feelings, the old man's strength has definitely exceeded the realm of the king of martial arts, and even the realm of the martial saint above. Haste makes waste, and the combination of work and rest is the most correct way to practice. The old man commented on Lin Mo's behavior. Lin Mo had no objection to these comments, but for Lin Mo, this kind of comment was not applicable.
Thank you for your guidance, teacher. Lin Mo nodded repeatedly, and then sat down at a window seat in the back.
Lin Mo only noticed at this time that the classmate next to him was actually a girl.
He is Lin Mo.
I remember that at the beginning, this guy shocked the examiners.
It's him. I was there.
This guy dealt 66 damage with an ordinary martial arts skill.
What do you think he is if not a monster? 6,666? Too scary.
With such a strong attack power, even a martial arts saint would be beaten to pieces. Lin Mo sat in front of the table and listened to the discussions around him, with a helpless look on his face. Lin Mo didn't like to be in the limelight, but he was a little embarrassed to be watched by so many people at once. After the martial arts teacher finished explaining the basic precautions, he began to select the combination that needed to fight.
Lin Mo, come out and show everyone how much difference there is between your strength and theirs.
The martial arts teacher took the initiative to ask Lin Mo to come forward and demonstrate to everyone.
Lin Mo could only get up honestly and walked to the martial arts stage.
Looking at the audience below, he took a deep breath and then performed martial arts.
Stone-breaking fist. Lin Mo punched the ground from top to bottom.
With a loud bang, the thick floor turned into powder.
Wow!
A cheer suddenly rang out in the crowd, and some girls looked at Lin Mo with different eyes. Lin Mo shuddered, and he knew the meaning of the eyes of these women in front of him too well. I don't want to have so many fans like Ghostblade, but in the end, I still beat him up on the ground? The martial arts performance soon disappeared, and Lin Mo became the focus of this martial arts performance class.
Whether the teacher was doing movements or concealing boxing, he actually asked Lin Mo to handle them personally. Lin Mo, come with me.
When the teacher in the martial arts field saw that all the students were about to leave, he suddenly waved to Lin Mo. Lin Mo was stunned for a moment, and then nodded.
Did you hear that? Teacher Yang kept Lin Mo here. Really? Maybe he didn't say that. Did you hear it wrong?
Faced with this explosive news, almost all the girls on campus knew about it. Lin Mo, the protagonist of the story, was walking towards the office with the martial arts teacher.
The name of the martial arts teacher was very ordinary Yang Gangue.
The only reason he wanted to teach martial arts here was that he hoped more people could become martial arts masters.
Teacher Yang, what do you want me to do?
After entering the office, Lin Mo stood there and spoke politely.
Lin Mo, sit down first. Yang Gangue waved his hand, motioning Lin Mo to sit down first.
After Lin Mo sat down, he looked at him quietly.
You can keep your composure. Not bad.
This mentality has surpassed many young people. Facing Lin Mo's silence, Yang Gangue nodded. Okay, I won't be long-winded.
There is a task here that you need to perform with senior students. Do you accept it? What mission?
Lin Mo frowned slightly. The mission that senior students could take action on was definitely not an ordinary mission. Since it is not an ordinary task, it means that the task is very dangerous.
Although Lin Mo is very confident in his own strength, he is not blindly confident yet.
He still knows how much he weighs.
If it is too dangerous a task, he will definitely refuse it. Where do monsters come from? Yang Gongui did not answer Lin Mo's question, but asked Lin Mo a question.
Abyss. Lin Mo said, 100 years ago, unknown changes occurred in Blue Star.
Chasms and abyss appeared in some places.
Monsters crawled out from these places, causing large-scale casualties.
Humanity paid a huge price to survive. Defeat all the monsters. Lin Mo is very familiar with this period of history.
When he first traveled through time, he spent a lot of time studying it. You are right, they come from the abyss, Yang Gongui nodded. Look at these information first. Yang Gongui opened the drawer and threw a stack of information in front of Lin Mo. Lin Mo opened the information, glanced at it casually, and was stunned.
This is a set of photos.
Although they are not very clear, you can see a general outline. In the photo, you can see a bird-shaped monster, which is more than 3 meters tall and covered with bloody feathers.
The most important thing is that the bird's head looks like a human face.
Lin Mo looked at this weird photo and couldn't help but feel cold in his heart. This kind of picture is indeed terrifying, especially the dissonance brought by the bird's head, which can make people think of many things in an instant. The human-faced bird is a very scary monster and a carnivorous animal. After it appeared, it swallowed about 30 people in 3 days. Yang Gongui had a solemn expression on his face, because it appeared in a very small place. When our people discovered it, the population of that village was reduced by half. Later, we dispatched 3 martial king-level warriors to kill it. A strong man at the level of the king of martial arts. Lin Mo's face changed slightly. The martial king level and the warrior level were 2 completely different realms. Even a first-grade martial king could defeat at least 10 ninth-grade warriors. But hunting such a human-faced bird actually requires dispatching 3 martial kings.
So our mission this time is related to this bird?
Lin Mo immediately knew what Yang Gongui meant, shook his head and said, "This mission is too dangerous, I want to refuse."
Listen to me first. Yang Gongui was speechless. He didn't say anything about the task, but Lin Mo was about to refuse.
"Teacher, tell me, I'll wait until you finish speaking before I refuse," Lin Mo said with a serious face.
Yang Gongui was speechless for a moment. What did he mean by waiting for him to finish speaking before he refused?
"The task is much simpler than you think," Yang Gongui stroked his forehead and said helplessly, "you just need to cooperate with the senior students to find if there are any traces of the abyss in that place. That's still very dangerous."
Lin Mo shook his head. "If I find the abyss and I don't have time to escape, wouldn't I die? With the upperclassmen here, what do you think your role is on the team?"
"Let me tell you, in the eyes of the senior students, you are just someone who went in through the back door to get rewards," Yang Gongui said in an ironic tone. "You must be a junior or above to sign up for this mission, and he is the strongest and youngest among all the participants. Besides, the school is well prepared for this mission, and there are 10 martial arts kings among the participants."
Do you know what this concept is? 10 martial kings? Lin Mo also widened his eyes.
If there were really so many powerful people sitting in charge, Lin Mo wouldn't be so worried. "Teacher Yang, I really want to participate in this mission you mentioned, but you may have heard that I encountered an assassination. I spent a lot of energy to escape. If I don't get replenishment, it may affect this mission."
"A mission?" Lin Mo had a weak look on his face, and even moved his hands towards Yang Gongui, as if asking him to help him.
Yang Gongui ducked away with a look of helplessness on his face. In addition to the points reward for this mission, 3 chi and blood pills and 1 intermediate chi and blood pill will be provided before departure.
After the final task is completed, 100,000 points will be awarded at one time.
So generous.
Lin Mo's face showed a look of shock. The cost of the school was really too much. When Lin Mo practiced in his dream yesterday, he actually had to consume points.
In one night, he spent a lot of money.
Lin Mo has nearly 50,000 points.
Of course, the final result of such a huge amount of points was also very brilliant. Lin Mo mastered the bloody fighting method and also noticed the unusualness of the 5-beast fist.
Okay, teacher, I want to participate. Lin Mo nodded quickly. I like to accept tasks the most. When will we set off? And when will our chi and blood pills be distributed? Yang Gongui waved his hand helplessly. You can go back and prepare now. We will gather this afternoon. We will set off immediately after gathering.
You will be able to reach your destination before the sun comes up tomorrow morning. Yang Gongui directly stated the schedule, and Lin Mo couldn't help but be stunned.
The duration of the entire task was actually a week.
There is no one in that village now, so after you go in, you don't have to tie your hands and feet. You have to fight when it's time to fight.
Don't show off your personal courage. Do you understand? Lin Mo nodded and said he understood. Since he was leaving in the afternoon, after Lin Mo left the office, he went directly back to the dormitory to prepare a change of clothes. He took a look at the time and went to the place notified in advance to prepare for gathering. How strong are these senior students at military university now? Lin Mo couldn't help but think as he stood at the gathering place. Based on Lin Mo's experience of going to the Beijing Military University this time, he speculated that there must be strong men at the level of King Wu among the senior classes of the Chinese Military University. There are people who are more active than us? At this moment, a voice sounded, and Lin Mo looked back and was stunned. Because the two people who came turned out to be his acquaintances. Let me go, why are you here? Zheng He still looked carefree, looking at Lin Mo, his eyes widened. As for the one who was following him, Sun Qian was different from usual. Sun Qian was wearing professional attire at the moment, which looked unique. I haven't seen you for nearly half a year since the genius training camp ended. How strong are you now? Zheng He looked at Lin Mo and asked with a smile. Are you stupid? Sun Qian said angrily. Lin Mo became a military college student and caused quite a stir. You are the only one in the entire military university who doesn't care about this. It's not like you don't know that after I came back from the genius training camp, I went into seclusion. If it weren't for the task, I wouldn't have come out in the first 2 days, and I was prepared to stay in the secret room for the rest of my life. Zheng He said with regret on his face. It's a pity that Teacher Yang said that you wouldn't be able to complete this task without me. Sun Qian glared at him. Retreat? Are you sleeping in seclusion? Do you really think we don't know what some people are doing in the dormitory? Zheng He, you are really wasting your talent with this behavior. Every time Sun Qian mentioned this matter, she had a look of helplessness on her face. My talent is sleeping. Zheng He said nonchalantly. Besides, have I told you that my current strength is only one level away from King Wu? Believe it or not, if I sleep for another month or two, I can directly become the king of martial arts? You are now a 9th grade warrior? Sun Qian was startled. Many times, I really want to kill you. Compared with you, our talents are really poor. He, don't be infatuated with me. Zheng He smiled coquettishly, and then looked at Lin Mo. Well, my strength is pretty good. Do you want to join me? I will tell you how to break through quickly. By the way, Lin Mo, what's your current strength? You should be not far from the warrior level. Zheng He obviously showed pride in front of Lin Mo because his progress was too fast. I am already a 2nd grade warrior, Lin Mo said humbly. In the next few days, please help me, senior brother and senior sister. 2nd grade warrior? Sun Qian and Zheng He's expressions changed wildly, and they both wondered if they had heard wrongly. 2nd grade warrior? Are you kidding me? How strong were you when you entered the genius training camp? Now in less than half a year, you have already entered the realm of a warrior. It's too scary. I thought it would be scary enough if I upgraded while sleeping, but I didn't expect you to be even scarier than me. Zheng He was completely shocked by Lin Mo, and Sun Qian on the side couldn't help but look at Lin Mo deeply. Whoever says I am a genius again, who am I to blame? This is just scolding me. Zheng He said helplessly. Compared to this guy Lin Mo, what kind of genius am I? You are all geniuses. No ordinary person can enter the Huaxia Military University, so there is no need to belittle yourself. Yang Gonggui's voice sounded. However, Zheng He, you should really work hard. If you don't work hard, Lin Mo will probably coming from behind. Yang Gongui was followed by more than 20 young people. After Yang Gongui gave the signal, he honestly lined up next to Lin Mo and others. You should already know the purpose of today's mission. Let me talk about the specific mission content.
1. It is necessary to confirm whether there is an abyss in the village.
2. After entering the village, you must obey the leader in everything you do. You must not make noises, let alone go out in the dark. 3. Yang Gongui mentioned more than a dozen points in succession. When everything was almost explained, he waved to everyone and said, "Let's go. This place looks good, with beautiful scenery, suitable for retirement. I will retire after I kill all the monsters and live here." A young man in the carriage said with a smile. Lin Mo smiled. He remembered that the man's name was Huang Xiang. He was a senior this year, a first-grade martial king, and his combat power was also very high. Lin Mo had a good first impression of him. Now that he spoke, he did not expect that he would kill all the monsters as a wish. Huang Xiang, don't say such things casually. It's easy to die if you are not careful. Zheng Yi said with a smile, "You see, it's played like this on TV. When you retire, you will definitely die. Don't worry, even if I want to die, I will definitely drag you down with me before I die." Huang Xiang said unhappily. Sun Xian also blared at Zheng Yi in dissatisfaction. "If you can't talk, just say less. Don't you like to sleep? Now there are more than 10 minutes to the destination, you can take the time to sleep." Lin Mo looked at Sun Xian and Huang Xiang meaningfully, thinking to himself, is there a story between the two? Seemingly noticing Lin Mo's gaze, Sun Xian also blared at him unhappily. The one driving and leading the team in front is a wilderness survival teacher from Huaxia Military University, named Yu Qian, who is now at the level of a third-grade martial king. "Teacher Yu, do you think we are in danger this time?" A girl couldn't help but say, "I heard that there are monsters in the abyss. If they all come out at once and form a beast tide, I don't know how many people will die at that time." "Xiao Luo, you are also a ninth-grade warrior. Can you have some courage? I would not have let you come this time if I had known." A man next to the girl said helplessly. "If you say it again, believe it or not, I will throw you out of the car." Xiao Luo blared at the man in dissatisfaction, and one hand pinched his thigh fiercely. The man grimaced in pain, but he sat there obediently, not daring to say a word. "Okay, you can rest for a while. The village is almost here. There are about 20 minutes left. You can tidy up your clothes or take a nap." Yu Qian, who was driving, said, then stretched his neck, holding the steering wheel tightly with both hands, looking forward. 20 minutes? Lin Mo judged the approximate distance based on the speed of the car, and then looked out the window. From a distance, a place like a village can be seen emerging in the distance. From a distance, the whole village is shrouded in thick fog, like a long black snake lying on the plain. The background behind the village is a mountain range with dense trees and beautiful scenery. From this point of view, the village is a bit scary. Why does it feel like there are no people? Zheng Yi couldn't help but mutter, "Lin Mo, after entering the village later, you will come with me. I will guarantee your safety." "Thank you." Lin Mo smiled and nodded. "You can take care of yourself then." Sun Xian couldn't help but said, "Lin Mo, don't listen to him. When we enter the village, we will make a team allocation. We should put you in the back row at that time, which will definitely guarantee your safety. I think I can handle that kind of situation." Lin Mo smiled and said, "If necessary, I can be the advance team." According to the plan, before entering the village, a team of people needs to rush in as the advance team, and then they will send out the signal in time. The advance team needs absolute strength, and your conditions are not good enough. Huang Xiang said, "In fact, you can follow behind us, the martial kings, and I will try my best to protect you at that time." Lin Mo nodded, but this time he didn't speak, but looked quietly into the distance. 20 minutes of journey sounds very far, but it is not very far in fact. While talking, the car has stopped steadily on the side of the road, and a group of people jumped out of the car. According to the plan in advance, Huang Xiang, Sun Xian, Lu Gui, Yu Qian stood in front and called 5 people to come forward as the advance team. Although Lin Mo couldn't remember everyone's name, he could roughly remember a few. Through the names,
he was sure that there were at least 2 martial kings in the advance team.
This advance team is really domineering.
Lin Mo sighed, and the people whose names were called had stood up in time and walked to the front.
Put on the watch, one for each person. The watch will feed back your position and status every minute. You can also communicate with us through the watch.
Of course, if there is an internet, okay, I don't want to say more nonsense, you get ready and start.
Yu Qian ended the mobilization before the meeting with just 2 sentences.
After the 5 people entered the village, Yu Qian took out a notebook from the backpack behind him and opened it.
5 windows appeared on the screen.
There is a camera on the watch, which can see the situation in the village.
Everyone help me keep an eye on it. If there is any situation, we will notify them in time.
Just as Yu Qian was talking, a scream suddenly sounded, and one of the screens suddenly went black.
Yu Qing, what's wrong with you? Yu Qing, please answer me.
Yu Qian looked at this scene, his face changed drastically, and he started shouting at his notebook, but after a while, no one responded.
Teacher, should we go in and look for them?
Someone in the crowd spoke up. Watching a companion in danger without helping him is actually a punishment for the bystander. Before the situation is clear, going in is courting death.
If you are really in danger with your current strength, you will be the first to die.
Yu Qian pointed at the man who was speaking. Don't think that you are stronger than Lin Mo now.
If we really fight, Lin Mo will definitely beat you.
Lin Mo was speechless when he heard Yu Qian's words.
Is there anyone who would make himself hate him like this? After looking at Yu Qian, Lin Mo didn't know what to say. He could only flatter, Teacher Yu, you are joking.
How can my strength be comparable to Senior Xin Shao? Unlike Huang Xiang, Lin Mo didn't have a good impression of Xin Shao when they met for the first time.
You said I can't compare with him?
Xin Shao stood up as soon as he heard it. Lin Mo, stand up, it's still early, let's compare. I don't think you can compare with me.
Senior is so strong, how can he be your captain?
Lin Mo said with a smile.
If you don't dare to compare, then get out of my way.
Xin Shao snorted coldly and walked directly towards Lin Mo. He was ready to go in and find someone himself.
Spiritual sword array.
Lin Mo spoke softly, and then the sword of spirit immediately slashed forward. Xin Shao, who was walking in front, trembled. Before Lin Mo rushed forward, he turned around and dodged these swords, and at the same time punched Lin Mo's chest. However, Lin Mo was too familiar with this road, and Lin Mo's current strength was enough, so facing Xin Shao, Lin Mo had no fear. After the sword of spirit missed, he punched directly.
There was a dull bang.
The 2 figures retreated, and Xin Shao looked at Lin Mo in shock, and then looked at his hands.
You, why are you so hard? Xin Shao couldn't help but speak. You are too weak.
Lin Mo said lightly, Teacher, you didn't say anything, why are you so anxious? Perhaps Lin Mo's attitude convinced everyone, or everyone's heart was not on this matter. So the battle between the 2 only collided once and then separated again.
Shut up!
Yu Qian shouted, they are exploring, keep waiting, if there is no one left, we won't live long.
After saying this, Yu Qian chose to communicate. How is the situation inside Sun Qian?
The situation inside is okay, but I got separated from them, and now I am trying to reunite. Sun Qian's voice came from inside, and it can be heard that he was a little nervous, so that his voice was a little dry.
Ah!
At this moment, another scream sounded, and then a bloody spot appeared on a screen on the screen.
See blood.
Someone in the crowd exclaimed. 2 situations happened in succession. At this time, everyone can be sure that there is definitely a problem in the village. The rest of the people return immediately. I will go in to greet you. After leaving this sentence, Yu Qian ran towards the direction of the village.
We will go too.
A group of people looked at each other and immediately made up their minds to run out with Yu Qian. Lin Mo thought about it, and still got up and followed them. If he stayed at the entrance of the village at this time, if there was any danger inside, Lin Mo felt that he would be attacked even if he was outside.
Whoosh!
Passing through the fog, Lin Mo suddenly felt like he had passed through a gate. He had a special feeling. There was not much fog in the village, and the surrounding scenery was in full view. The whole village is probably deserted, but when we check, we still have to avoid hurting innocent people.
Yu Qian said. Everyone nodded and continued to move forward. Ah!
At this moment, Sun Qian's voice suddenly sounded.
Everyone was shocked, and Yu Qian couldn't help but speed up. Whoosh!
At this moment, a figure suddenly rushed out from the side.
Zhang He, why don't you leave the main force?
Yu Qian and Zhang He shouted loudly. Zhang He's footsteps did not stop at all.
I have a good relationship with Sun Qian.
If something happens to him, I must find her. After leaving this sentence, Zhang He's figure disappeared from everyone's sight. Everyone speed up and look for the lost companions.
Yu Qian finally spoke to everyone.
Everyone nodded repeatedly, speeded up, and walked towards the village.
And Lin Mo's mental power also spread out in the surroundings in an instant, constantly expanding.
Mental perception Lin Mo has now reached a high level of proficiency, and the range of perception has reached 20 meters. After walking a distance, Lin Mo's feet suddenly stopped.
Look here.
Lin Mo pointed to the wall not far away and spoke to everyone.